Chapter 1. Transmigration to the Beast World. Mother. A soft, melodious voice suddenly graced Jiang Xingluo's ears, making her feel as though her entire body had been crushed under a 1,000-pound weight. It hurts. Jiang Xingluo slightly raised her hand to rub her eyes. Fourth brother, mother is not dead. She is still alive. Better dead than alive. Startled by the abrupt, piercing scream, Jiang Xingluo opened her eyes wide. Everything before her was utterly alien. A slender little hand suddenly appeared before her. A splitting headache assaulted her once more. Just moments ago, she had been at the ranch, collecting eggs for her second uncle's youngest son, when someone had struck her on the back of the head. She reached back to touch her nape and was astonished to find it warm and sticky, the sensation making it clear that she was not merely dreaming. So is this hell? Jiang Xingluo unsteadily rose to her feet, her gaze landing on the child who had just wished for her demise. She saw the child looking at her with an expression of sheer terror. What do you want? Are you going to break my other leg too? Yuan, I told you, better dead than alive. Why did you ask someone to save her? Information flooded Jiang Xingluo's mind, making her feel as if her head might explode. Leaning against the wall, she sank back down into her previous position. It turned out that this world was not hell, but rather the beast world, and the original owner of this body, Jiang Xingluo, was a female who had given birth to cubs after being sullied by a beast man, unable to find her mate. This frail body belonged to a weak little female cat who had been carefully cared for within the tribe. However, after being pushed off a cliff, she lost her way home and had to give birth to 5 cubs on her own. The long-standing helplessness and pressure of childbirth had driven her to madness, venting all her misfortunes upon her own offspring. This time, she had ventured out in search of red and yellow fruit, only to encounter a wild boar that had knocked her around mercilessly, leaving her with injuries all over her head and body. It was in that moment that the original owner breathed her last. Reflecting on all of this, Jiang Xingluo felt a twinge of sympathy for this pitiful female. However, considering that she had begun her journey in such a body, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. The wound on her head continued to ooze blood, and she had no idea if there were any healing remedies available in this world. Mother, drink water, fruit. I will go call Granny Jilin. Jiang Xingluo listened intently to the little one speaking and suddenly realized that the small package before her was actually a female. Her golden hair was a tangled mess, and her animal skin skirt had several torn holes, her entire body exhibiting a sickly pallor, save for her distinctly bright black and white eyes that gave her a semblance of vitality. The little female quickly dashed out of the cave to find someone, while Jiang Xingluo took a deep breath and leaned against the wall. Bad Xingluo, Qingyuan is so good to you. If you hit her again, I will kill you. Qingyuan, a name that sounded rather pleasant, yet strangely familiar. She paused for a moment, her heart sinking as she sensed her impending doom. Wasn't Qingyuan the vicious female antagonist from a novel set in the Beast World? In the original story, she was cruel and malicious, having conspired with her brothers to force the female protagonist to ingest poison before dismembering her and tossing her off a cliff. Thus, she hadn't merely transmigrated, she had entered a story, becoming the wicked female counterpart of several antagonists. Jiang Xingluo felt a tumult of emotions within, wishing instead that she had met her end. I'm telling you, did you hear me? Jiang Xingluo was jolted awake by the soft voice in her ear. She lifted her gaze to the only remaining cub in the cave. You're Qingluan? Jiang Xingluo observed the cub, who was pitifully leaning against the cave wall, the area shrouded in darkness and filth. The flesh around his injured leg was beginning to ooze pus. Oomph. Qingluan scoffed, and Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of sympathy for his leg. Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I tell you, I do not need your sympathy. As Qingluan spoke, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Jiang Xingluo forced herself to stand again, surveying the chaotic cave, only to discover a few relatively bright red fruits in the corner. Suppressing her discomfort at the cave's odor, she gathered the fruits and washed them in a stone basin outside. Afterward, she held them out before Qingluan. You are hungry, eat. It pained her to see such a small cub go hungry. Qingluan looked at Jiang Xingluo in astonishment, and it dawned on her that the original owner had always eaten first before considering the cubs. As for these little ones, they were expected to hunt for themselves by the age of 4 or 5. If they failed to bring back meat, the original owner would have them kneel outside as a form of punishment. No wonder the little cub before her appeared so bewildered. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Jiang Xinghua decisively took a bite of one of the red fruits, surprised by its sweetness. The fruit was juicy and large, a stark contrast to the pesticide-laden plants of her previous era. She devoured 2 fruits before feeling sated, but she worried for the little female who had just gone to fetch a shaman for her. As she slowly exited the cave, she heard voices nearby. To her astonishment, Qingyuan, a mere 4-year-old cub, was indeed bringing someone back. This was Jiang Xingluo's first encounter with a doctor in this world, more accurately, a shaman. Shaman Jilin, clad in an animal skin skirt, had a face etched with wrinkles, and upon seeing her, her eyes were filled with disdain. The reason for her contempt was clear. The original owner was notorious for mistreating her cubs within this tribe. Jilin applied some medicine to the back of Jiang Xingluo's head, preparing to leave with the remaining supplies. "Wait, Granny Jilin, could you please take a look at my cub? He has an injury on his leg." Jiang Xinghua tugged at Jilin, leading her into the cave. Seeing the outsider enter, Qinglan instinctively tried to retract his injured leg. Such a serious injury. Why'd you let it go untreated until now? Qinglan glared at Jiang Xinghua with resentment. Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brows, recalling that shamans could treat such wounds. But the original owner seemed to lack any animal skins to barter. "Granny Jilin, we don't have any animal skins, but if you can heal Qinglan today, I promise to repay you later." A warmth spread through Qinglan's heart, his eyes reddening. Jiang Xinghua looked earnestly at Jilin, who snorted but ultimately sprinkled some powdered medicine on Qinglan's leg. She tossed Jiang Xinghua 3 packets of medicine. "Apply some on the cub daily. I won't charge you for today's animal skins." Jiang Xinghua expressed her gratitude as she saw Jilin off, while Qingyuan and Qinglan exchanged glances in the cave, realizing that this one-starable female seemed different now. Chapter 2. Unexpectedly bringing space along. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Xinghua found 2 cubs gazing longingly at the red fruits. Little Qingyuan was a female, and in this beast world, females were scarce and thus held in high regard. Yet, these 2 cubs of hers, one weak and one disabled, had suffered at the hands of the original owner. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Weren't you told to eat? Why can't you take care of your sister while eating? After much contemplation, Jiang Xinghua could only mimic the original owner's tone to reprimand the 2 little cubs. Upon hearing her words, Qingyuan and Qinglan each reached for a red fruit. The cave instantly filled with the crisp sound of fruit being bitten into. Finally, they had something to eat, bringing Jiang Xinghua a sense of relief. However, the environment was utterly unsuitable for little Qinglan's recovery. The corner where he stayed was damp, and the original owner had not even bothered to provide him with some grass. Jiang Xinghua seized the filthy animal skin from the only stone bed in the cave, uncovering a layer of moldy grass beneath. She promptly gathered the grass in clumps and tossed it outside, prompting little Qingyuan to cling to her leg. "Mother, don't throw it away. If you do, where will you sleep tonight?" Seeing the pitiful expression on little Qingyuan's face, Jiang Xinghua recalled that, according to the original owner's memories, Qingyuan had a frail constitution akin to her own. The original owner had been pregnant with 5 cubs, with no one to care for her during the gestation period. Fearful and alone, she could only survive on fruits while fleeing until she was taken in by the cheetah tribe. As a result, the nutrition for the cubs in her womb had been insufficient, leading to their fragile births. Moreover, the original owner was merely a small cat, while the cubs she bore were little lions. Recalling the original owner's harrowing birthing experiences made Jiang Xingluo's scalp tingle, and she couldn't help but wonder where that scoundrel of a beast husband was. When she finally encountered him, she would certainly give him a sound thrashing for abandoning his wife and children. Will you care for her? She won't let us sleep in her bed anyway. The childish voice assaulted Jiang Xingluo's ears once more, stirring her anger. But upon seeing the child gritting his teeth while enduring the pain in his leg, her heart softened. "Indeed, she won't let you sleep there, so just ignore me." Jiang Xinghua shot a glare at Qinglan and continued her tasks, leaving little Qinglan too intimidated to speak further. After a long while, Qing Yuan decided to lend a hand, following Jiang Xinghua as they both tossed the undesirable grass outside. Observing the eager assistance from little Qing Yuan, Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but wonder how such an obedient and thoughtful female could evolve into the villainess of the story. Is it not the case that if she diligently guides these little ones, the course of everything will be altered? Jiang Xinghua contemplated for a moment, resolutely deciding to educate these little ones properly. All right, Xiao Qing Yuan, do you know where I can find more of that grass? I shall go and gather some. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's inquiry, Qing Yuan joyfully grasped her hand. Over there, right next to the cave, there's plenty. Mother, I will assist you. Jiang Xinghua gently stroked little Qing Yuan's head. Both of these little ones possessed lustrous golden hair, a truly beautiful hue, however. The original owner had been too lazy to tidy up the children, thus wasting their exquisite appearance. Bad Xinghua, Qing Yuan is still so small. How could you ask her to work? Wait for me. Once I'm done, I will do it. Qinglan felt a persistent ache in his leg, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who knows how long it will take for you to be well? Noticing Qinglan's discomfort, Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but approach and envelop him in her arms. Yet, as soon as Qinglan was lifted, he squirmed, attempting to extricate himself from her embrace. Jiang Xinghua placed Qinglan in a clean spot bathed in sunlight, though he seemed to struggle with the brightness. Stay here obediently. Qinglan propped his little hands to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, but Jiang Xinghua observed that his gaze had softened considerably. Ah, the innocence of children. Suddenly, Jiang Xinghua noticed a small red heart perched atop Qinglan's head, adorned with a percentage. Congratulations, host. The progress of charming the antagonist Qinglan is at 5, granting access to spatial rights. Space? Just as Jiang Xinghua pondered this, the entire beast world seemed to freeze, and before her appeared the farm from her past life. There were herds of cattle and sheep, alongside chicken coops, and a bountiful harvest of rice awaited in the fields. Jiang Xinghua even glimpsed her little room on the farm, spotting the wooden comb resting on her vanity. She reached out to grasp it, intending to turn and collect a few eggs from the coop, but her consciousness was abruptly expelled from the space. Everything around her resumed its lively motion. She clutched the peachwood comb tightly in her hand. Jiang Xinghua felt a throbbing pain in her head. Please continue with the charming task, host. The mechanical voice concluded, leaving no further explanation. Qinglan looked at Jiang Xinghua with a hint of confusion, observing her rubbing her head in frustration, unable to suppress his own pout. After a lengthy moment of rubbing her head, Jiang Xinghua finally exhaled a breath of relief. It seemed that her lack of affection points had caused the space to eject her prematurely. Had she known she could only remain for such a brief period, she would have gathered more provisions instead of merely bringing back a comb. She couldn't help but frown, setting the comb aside. Mother, Qing Yuan has gathered so much grass, look. Upon hearing Qing Yuan's voice, Jiang Xinghua hurried outside, marveling at how much grass the little female had collected. This grass could be woven into mats, and she quickly set to work weaving them together. In no time, a large grass mat was completed. When Jiang Xinghua dragged the enormous mat into the cave, Qinglan was left in awe. It exuded the fresh scent of sun-dried grass, and the weaving method was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Qingyan dashed back in, eyes sparkling with satisfaction as she beheld the grand mat. Mother, how did you weave this mat? Will you teach me next time? Qing Yuan nestled against Jiang Xinghua, playfully seeking her affection. Jiang Xinghua gently caressed Qing Yuan's fluffy hair. She glanced at the comb resting aside, then back at Qing Yuan. Little Qing Yuan, how about I give you a bath? Qing Yuan gazed at Jiang Xinghua in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if one could fit a chicken egg within. Mother, really? Jiang Xinghua nodded, then took the beast skin she had replaced from the bed to wash by the nearby shore. After thoroughly cleaning the cave from top to bottom, she ensured little Qing Yuan was spotless as well. She wished to dry Qing Yuan's hair, only to discover that their home lacked even a single extra piece of beast skin. This era truly felt primitive, lacking the luxuries of her previous life where towels were available. With a sigh, She took the comb and began to carefully detangle Qingyuan's hair, which remained stubbornly knotted despite being washed. Fearing it might hurt little Qingyuan, she was surprised to find the child remained utterly compliant, not uttering a single sound. However, Jiang Xinghua noticed that despite her efforts, the small heart atop Qingyuan's head remained empty, without an increase in numbers. Chapter 3. The Shadow Tribe. Jiang Xinghua gazed at Zaya Qingyuan with a hint of confusion. Zaya Qingyuan, are you feeling unhappy? Jiang Xinghua longed desperately to open her own space, for in this world devoid of fire, cooking was quite a challenge. Within her space, she had preserved a number of lighters, which could be utilized to kindle flames for cooking. Mother, I am very happy. You are my favorite, Zaya Qingyuan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Xinghua's waist. Jiang Xinghua gently caressed her frail little face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Such pretense. Jiang Xinghua heard Qinglan's teasing remark and was about to retort when she noticed that the little heart above Qinglan's head had inexplicably increased by 1% in affection. This little creature was indeed a tsundere, speaking contrary to what it felt. However, weren't all little ones like this? Xinghua, the tribe has distributed meat. I have brought some for you, as Jiang Xinghua emerged from the cave. She encountered a tall figure standing before her, an orc with 2 beast ears. It dawned on her that he was the only leopard orc in the Shadow Tribe, Cheeky, who had been born with intellectual disabilities. Scratching his head, Cheeky looked at Jiang Xinghua and asked Xinghua, would you be my mate? Jiang Xinghua stared at Cheeky, her heart filled with astonishment. Was this world truly so wild? Qinglan, still inside the cave, overheard everything and wished to send the foolish leopard outside packing. Jiang Xinghua thought to herself, even if she wasn't a suitable mate, the idea of pairing with a simpleton was quite unsettling. Looking at the meat on the ground, she frowned. Did accepting Cheeky's offering imply that she had to be with him? I refuse. You may take your meat back. Jiang Xinghua retreated into the cave, and Cheeky ran off, sobbing. Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but frown. Cheeky had always come bearing meat, and in the memories of the original owner. She had never accepted anything from him. The tribe distributed food to every orc, yet many believed she had become Cheeky's mate due to his consistent offerings, and no wonder the original owner had gone mad. Who wouldn't under such circumstances? However, upon returning to the cave, she heard a soft cry from her little ones. It was not just the 2 children who were hungry. She felt it too, especially Zaya Qingyuan, whose lips had turned pale. Despite it being summer, the heat was intense, yet the child suddenly felt cold all over. Mother, mother, I am so hungry. Hearing Zaya Qingyuan's voice, Jiang Xinghua tenderly scooped her into her arms. If a little sister doesn't eat enough, she will feel this way. Bad Xinghua, could you find us something to eat? You could actually ask the tribe leader for food. Previously, Qinglan and several brothers had kneeled and pleaded with Jiang Xinghua. But she remained resolute, insisting on finding food herself. Yet, as a female, inherently fragile, she could scarcely gather enough fruits in a day to count on one hand. With longing eyes, Qinglan gazed at Jiang Xinghua, who sparkled with determination and nodded in agreement. She then placed both little ones onto the grass mat. Qinglan embraced Zaya Qingyuan, squinting in the direction Jiang Xinghua had departed, pondering if their mother had truly changed. As Jiang Xinghua stepped outside, she was met with an overwhelming scent of blood. Perhaps it was because her body was originally that of an orc. Her sense of smell had sharpened. Following, Tichiyin gazed at the frizzy little kitten and gently placed her on the ground. Xing Luo's emotions began to calm, enveloped by a halo of pure white light that gradually morphed into human form. In her palm, a crystalline stone of pure white energy materialized. Qi Yan's eyes brightened as he beheld the crystal in Xing Luo's hand. Impossible! How can you possess such power? You, such a frail female, how could you possibly wield extraordinary abilities? The energy crystal. Xing Luo shifted her gaze to the beastmen present. Indeed, it was a rarity for females in this beastly realm to transform into their animal forms, let alone manifest an energy crystal. Even if such a feat were possible, it was typically reserved for the powerful holy maidens of the Tungsha clan or the princesses of the Zhuke clan. Yet here in the diminutive Jianing tribe, there lay hidden such a formidable female. Qi Yin smirked. observing the white light around Jiangxing Luo gradually receding. Her skin appeared to pale, and she looked increasingly slender and elongated. Unlike the other females of the Jiangning tribe, she was tall and graceful, her furrowed brow exuding a sense of noble vigor. Now, he has already claimed that foolish brother of yours devoured the meat himself. Not that I stole it. Can you return my portion? Qi Yin stepped forward, reaching out to stroke Jiangxing Luo's head, but she took a step back, feeling a sense of aversion towards this male in the beast realm. Of course, I have yours too. Would you like me to deliver it to you? Jiangxing Luo shook her head and carried away the piece of meat that rightfully belonged to her. It was truly peculiar. Ever since she discovered the appearance of that small white crystal, her entire being felt significantly stronger, a sensation of comfort enveloping her. Clearly, it was a good thing, or else Hong Jin would not have been driven to such madness. Meanwhile, in the cave, two little cubs anxiously peered outside. Qing Luan held the shivering Qing Yuan, pouting in distress. Little Qing Yuan, brother should not have allowed that wicked Xing Luo to seek food. Now, she must have run off like she did with Sangu and the others. She no longer wants us. Qing Luan knew it was not the right time for such thoughts, yet he felt an overwhelming sadness. They had been born without a father, and their mother was a madwoman. Initially, he had hoped she had improved, only to find her fleeing once more. Whoa! Jiangxing Luo dashed to the cave entrance with the meat. Upon hearing Qing Lan's complaints, she had thought this proud little cub feared nothing. Yet now, it seemed they were sorely lacking in parental affection, their sense of security alarmingly fragile. As she entered the cave, Qing Lan immediately ceased his weeping, but upon seeing the large piece of meat she carried, his tears flowed anew. Why did you return so late? I was so scared. Hearing Qing Lan's cries, Jiangxing Luo gently set down the meat, momentarily at a loss for how to comfort him. Having only ever coaxed cats and dogs, she was utterly unversed in soothing children. She paced within the cave, glancing at the little cub before reaching out to pat Qing Lan's head, much like she would with a pet. Furrowing her brow, she spoke earnestly. All right, mother will not abandon you. You are a male. You must not cry so easily, understand? As Qing Lan felt the warmth of Qing Yuan's body swiftly dissipate, he abruptly halted his tears. Wicked Xing Luo, could you prepare some cooked meat? Little Qing Yuan is so cold. Jiangxing Luo reached out to feel Qing Yuan, whose temperature was alarmingly low, a condition she had always exhibited. Only through nourishment could she return to normalcy. Heart aching, Jiangxing Luo looked at Qing Yuan, then tossed a pile of firewood beneath the stone pot and discreetly opened her space. Qing Lan's affection surged to 8 as she returned with a lighter effortlessly. She ignited the kindling, and the water in the pot began to bubble. Observing the flickering flames from within the cave, Qing Lan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wicked Xing Luo has extraordinary powers. She possesses fire abilities. As Xing Luo skillfully tended to the flames, she retrieved a handful of spices and some flour she had purchased earlier, sprinkling them into the pot. The aroma was simply divine. Xing Luo inhaled deeply, her stomach growling in response. Once the meat was stewed, Xing Luo distributed bowls of meat soup and noodles to each of them. Meanwhile, in the distant thicket, a leopard that had been observing Xing Luo was drawn in by the enticing scent. Unable to resist, he transformed into human form, the tall Qi Yin gazing at Xing Luo with gentle eyes. The blood within him surged with desire. He yearned to be Xing Luo's mate, willing to help her care for the cubs. Unable to suppress a sneeze, Xing Luo cradled Qing Yuan back in her arms and began to feed her spoonfuls of the meat soup. Xing Luo, would you be my mate? She looked down at Qing Yuan, her heart aching with sorrow. Why must such a well-behaved little cub endure such hardship? As the warm soup touched Qing Yuan's lips, she instinctively opened her mouth. Drinking it in, Xing Luo observed this scene. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that little Qing Yuan truly had a frail constitution and needed ample nourishment to recover. Qing Lan watched as Jiangxing Luo fed Qing Yuan morsels of meat soup and chunks of meat. His little face flushed with envy that if only mother could hold him and feed him too, how wonderful that would be. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously, dispelling it. He continued to eat, the food in his bowl fragrant and delightful, a rare occasion for him to savor food cooked over fire. "Mother, what is this fine, white, thin noodle? It is delicious." Jiang Xingluo noticed Qing Yuan lifting her head from her embrace. Pointing to the noodles with curiosity, "I gathered this when I returned. It has a delightful flavor, does it not?" Jiang Xingluo improvised, and Qing Yuan nodded enthusiastically, declaring that mother's cooking was the best. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan began to eat from her own bowl. She herself felt famished after a day of struggle in the forest. Her stomach had been empty for far too long. As she stepped outside to fetch more food, she spotted a familiar figure standing outside. Illuminated by the moonlight, it was Qi Yin, the warrior who had previously spoken on her behalf in the forest. "Qi Yin, is there something you require?" Jiang Xingluo inquired, her expression calm as she regarded him. After a moment of silence, Qi Yin finally spoke. "Xingluo, may I ask you to be my mate?" Jiang Xingluo's irritation flared, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Qi Yin, her pupils narrowing in instinctive aggression. Qi Yin sensed her provocation, yet he had no intention of engaging in conflict. Furthermore, in a realm where males were few and females were scarce, a male could not harm a female. "That I refuse. Leave me be." The last remnants of Jiang Xingluo's goodwill towards Qi Yin evaporated in an instant. "Xingluo, your cubs need a male's protection, a female. How can you care for so many? I promise to assist you in raising them, and together we can bear our own offspring." The mention of bearing offspring overwhelmed Jiang Xingluo with memories of the original owner's arduous experience during pregnancy. She felt as if she were about to lose her sanity, staring at Qi Yin, nearly beside herself. "I have said I will not be your mate." Males could not force females, and seeing Jiang Xingluo's refusal pained Qi Yin's heart. "Very well, Xingluo, do not be angry. Should you ever require assistance, I will be there." Qi Yin's gaze was filled with pure admiration as he looked at Jiang Xingluo, but with her rejection, he could only leave in haste. Once Qi Yin had departed, Jiang Xingluo quickly scooped the contents from a pot. Ravenous, she devoured her meal, feeling an insatiable hunger as the energy within her stirred restlessly. Unable to resist, she consumed another bowl, leaving half the meat for tomorrow's preparation. Having overheard Qi Yin's earlier words, Qing Lan and Qing Yuan exchanged glances. "Brother, if Uncle Qi Yin truly wishes to mate with Mother, would you agree?" Qing Yuan, with her golden locks cascading over her shoulders, looked at Qing Lan with tearful eyes. Qing Lan scoffed, "No, I would not agree. If that beast mates with wicked Xingluo, and they have cubs, they would abandon us without a father." The thought of their mother conceiving with another beast filled them with dread, as it would leave them without a place in their own home. Hearing this, Qing Yuan pouted. She had just enjoyed a hearty meal, and Mother's cooking was indeed delightful. She longed for more of her mother's food, yet she recognized that it was too burdensome for her to care for them alone. If Mother truly chose to mate with Qi Yin, would they be left to fend for themselves? Jiang Xingluo, having tidied up outside, stepped back into the cave to find both little cubs behaving remarkably well. Especially little Qing Yuan, whose brown eyes brimmed with tears. Jiang Xingluo drew closer to Qing as the little one pouted and clung to her waist. "Mother, could you possibly refrain from forming a bond with Qi Yin? Wait until we find our father before you mate with another beast to have more little ones. All right?" Qing Lan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Qing Yuan. He wished to voice a similar sentiment. Yet he understood that it was too much for poor Xingluo to bear in the Jianing tribe. Nearly every family had 3 males for each female, while Xingluo had but a single male, who was nowhere to be found. Yet, they were still so young. They could not be without their mother. Upon hearing Qing Yuan's words, Jiang Xingluo's heart sank. Was this beastly world so open-minded? Even such a young cub was aware of what it meant to form bonds. It made sense, considering they were all beastmen. However, she had come here merely to survive, not to forge a bond. Moreover, she had already experienced painless childbirth and had such adorable little ones. What need had she for more males? Jiang Xingluo gently caressed Qing Yuan's frail little face. "Be good. No more tears. Mother has already declined Qian's proposal. I shall take care of you as you grow." Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Qing Yuan's sobs intensified, leaving Jiang Xingluo with no choice but to comfort her softly that it was natural for her little one to feel frightened. All she could do was soothe her. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xinghua fell asleep while holding Qingyan. When she awoke the next day, the sounds of chattering outside her door reached her ears. Jiang Xinghua was surprised to find that Qingyuan had already retrieved the bee skins she had washed the previous day. Qinglan, meanwhile, was busy weaving 2 small cushions from the grass they had collected. His method of weaving was simpler. Jiang Xinghua had not expected her little ones to rise earlier than herself. Mother, the elder brother, and the others have yet to return. I'm somewhat worried that Qingyuan's heart was in turmoil, her mind restless. The siblings had been born together, sharing a certain telepathic connection. Jiang Xinghua's heart jolted with a sense of foreboding. The original owner had sold her other 3 cubs, seemingly to the rattlesnake tribe adjacent to the Jianing tribe. The original owner had sold her 3 cubs multiple times. Each time she received bee skins or food, the 3 cubs would stealthily return. However, they had previously been sold in the city, making escape relatively easy. Those beastmen, even if they realized they had been deceived, rarely cared. This time, the rattlesnake tribe's beastmen were particularly ruthless. The original owner had abandoned her 3 cubs as slaves simply because they were willing to offer 2 more pounds of meat. Chapter 6. Her cubs fall into peril. Jiang Xinghua looked at Qingyuan's anxious expression, her small face filled with worry. Qingyuan, Mother will go find them. Jiang Xinghua stepped out of the cave, cursing the original owner in her heart for leaving her such a mess. She followed the path from her memories out of the tribe, completely unaware that a figure had been trailing behind her. Hurry up and work. If you don't, you won't get any water. Jiang Xinghua heard the sound of whips cracking and instantly saw Qingyan being beaten at the cave entrance. His skin torn and bloodied, he was her eldest cub, strong and resilient. Before being sold, he had managed to procure almost half of the food for the household. Stop. I will work right now, not if I promise to stay here. Can you let Qingzhua and Qingyao go? Jiang Xinghua saw Qingyan drenched in cold sweat, his lips pale and nearly gasping for breath, while the ugly snake beast man bared its fangs. Let go. You're the mate our female master desires. So don't even think about it, what? Jiang Xinghua's heart was struck with devastation. How could her cubs be forced to be mates with such a grotesque creature? Anger surged within her, and she charged directly in front of Qingyan. She spread her arms to block the rattlesnake beast man, which was still flicking its tongue at her. Get lost. Remember, this cub has already been traded to us. Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth as she glared at the beast man. Then I will return what I owe you, and you return my cubs. Suddenly, a thought struck her mind regarding Qingyan. The original story mentioned that Qingyuan's elder brother had been raised by a snake tribe, even forcibly claimed by a female from that tribe. Therefore, that female must be... Jiang Xinghua turned to look at Qingyan behind her. How could her little cub be so young? She could not allow this group of venomous snakes to ensnare her little one. Moreover, he bore an empty little heart atop his head. If anything were to happen to him now, his favorability would never recover. Humph. Do you think you can repay this debt? The snake beastman Keilu hissed, ready to lunge forward and bite. Jiang Xinghua swiftly grasped Keilu by the throat. Qingyan looked on in shock. His heart raced as he witnessed Jiang Xinghua's actions. Fool, what are you doing? You must leave. Quickly. Qingyan reached out to snatch the snake from Jiang Xinghua's grip, but she held firm, her gaze icy. Keilu, do you wish to die? What about Qingzhua and Qingyao? Keilu struggled fiercely in her grasp, unable to break free. Oomph, you deceitful woman. Let me tell you, your 2 cubs are on the brink of death. Jiang Xinghua glared at the snake in her hand, her grip tightening as a surge of white electricity coursed through her fingers. To her astonishment, she noticed that the snake had fainted. Qingyan clearly witnessed the electric current emanating from Jiang Xinghua. Qingyan, where are Qingzhua and Qingyao? Jiang Xinghua could not leave any of her cubs in this dreadful place. Qingyan wiped the tears from his eyes and pointed toward a cave as, oh, those 2 cubs are currently locked in a cave. She dragged the unconscious snake into the cave. Dailin, come out. The cave was under the dominion of a female rattlesnake named Dailin. To Jiang Xinghua's surprise, upon entering the cave, she heard a cacophony of sounds, indicating that Dailin was engaged in mating. A wave of nausea surged within her. Yet, this was the nature of the beastly world. The original owner's memory indicated that her mother had been similarly inclined. Jiang Xingluo's modern soul could scarcely endure it. Qingyan, lead me to them. Since Dailin was preoccupied with such matters, she might as well take her cubs away to avoid further complications. Qingyan nodded and guided Jiang Xingluo in another direction. Dailin's cave was indeed vast, comparable to a two-room suite. Qingzhuo and Qingyao were confined in a separate cave. As Jiang Xingluo stepped inside, she was taken aback to find a beast man guarding the two cubs. This cunning snake was exceptionally cautious. However, one was manageable, and two would pose no issue. Qingyan, you run ahead. I'll handle this. Qingyan, already injured, would only be a liability if he stayed. In this dire situation, saving one was better than none. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Qingyan shook his head stubbornly. I won't leave. You are my mother, and I will stay. The words to protect you remained unspoken, as he felt too embarrassed to voice them. Jiang Xingluo turned to face Qingyan, noting his pale lips and wan complexion. Peering down, she saw multiple wounds adorning his legs. Qingyan, feeling Jiang Xingluo's gaze upon him, felt a surge of shame. He did not wish to leave. Unwilling to abandon his siblings without knowing they were safe, if you choose to stay, do not be a burden. Jiang Xingluo turned her attention to the beast man before her, initially believing him to be merely a weakling. However, the beast man unexpectedly transformed into a snake and struck with its tail. Jiang Xingluo was taken by surprise, falling to the ground. Qingyan watched in confusion, realizing that it was his fault for involving Jiang Xingluo. He should not have harbored hope for her. His mother was frail, akin to a perpetually sickly kitten. Suddenly, Qingyan stood up and helped Jiang Xingluo to her feet. Bad Xingluo, leave now. You needn't feign concern for us. Even if we perish here, we do not require your aid. Jiang Xingluo's heart ached at Qingyan's furious words, a wave of pain washing over her. For reasons unknown, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her cheeks. Just a single sentence from her cub felt like a dagger piercing her heart. It was truly unbearable. Yet when she looked up, she saw Qingyan's favorability rating soar to 10%. However, Jiang Xingluo wiped the tears from her face. Her little ones certainly enjoyed putting on a brave front. She smiled faintly, reaching out to touzle Qingyan's messy hair. You little rascal, still trying to show off to your mother? When I say I can bring you back, I will definitely bring you back. She absolutely cannot leave these three little cubs here. The orc before her, noticing Jiang Xingluo's reluctance to depart, swiftly darted to her side, its gaping maw poised to devour. This serpent was evidently more formidable than the previous one. Chapter 7. Dailin's reluctance to part with the cubs in a state of desperation. Jiang Xingluo transformed into her beast form, catching the venomous snake off guard. It had not anticipated that this female would take on such a guise. Qingyan, witnessing Jiang Xingluo's animalistic state, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of fear. After all, she was merely a frail little cat. How could she possibly contend with Qidu, this snake that had already crystallized? This serpent had absorbed the energy from all surrounding toxins to forge its own crystal. Was her mother truly courting death? Yet Jiang Xingluo remained undaunted, radiant white light coursing around her. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a satisfied Dailin, donned in a beast hide skirt, appeared alongside her newly acquired wolf clan mate before Jiang Xingluo. Upon seeing the power emanating from Jiang Xingluo, Dailin burst into laughter. Where did this little cat come from? Qidu, do not kill it. I am in need of a pet. Qidu, with its blood-filled maw, acknowledged Dailin's request. Panic surged through Qingyan as he glanced at his brothers. Qingzhu and Qingyao, confined within their cage, he understood their fate was sealed. Observing the scene before her, Jiang Xingluo shook her head at the sight of her two cubs imprisoned in the wooden cage, her body radiating white light. Suddenly, a surge of electricity struck Qidu, incapacitating the serpent. That moment, Qian, who had followed for a long while, dashed into Dailin's cave. Upon seeing the severely injured cubs, he immediately searched for Jiang Xingluo. When he spotted her enveloped in lightning, he instantly comprehended that her extraordinary power was lightning. Qian, please help me. I will treat you to a meal upon our return. Jiang Xingluo spoke, her small feline mouth uttering human words. Still somewhat unaccustomed. All right, Qian replied, but Dailin interjected, on what grounds, Xingluo? I traded 2 beast hides and 2 pounds of meat for these 3 cubs. Why should you reclaim them? Dailin, taken aback to discover the cat was Jiang Xingluo, felt indignant. Having long struggled to find a mate as a female venomous snake, she was unwilling to relinquish her hard-earned cubs, especially since they were Lion Orc's Point 2 beast hides. I can provide them tomorrow. Along with 2 pounds of pork, I have no need for your offerings. Jiang Xingluo crouched, her feline tail still, resembling a cat but not entirely so. Not a chance, unless you give them to me now. You may take your leave. Dailin, witnessing her 2 mates, Kidu and Kailu, sprawled on the ground, motionless, feared for their lives. What if Jiang Xingluo inadvertently killed them while holding them down? Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by Dailin's obstinacy. How could the original owner have been so foolish as to abandon her cubs to such a person? If negotiations failed, a confrontation would ensue. Though Jiang Xingluo felt somewhat fatigued, having expended considerable energy transforming into a beast yesterday, she knew she had to put on a brave front. What if something befell her cubs? Dailin, it's merely meat and hides. I can provide them. She looked at Qian, contemplating her request, having only wished for him to assist her. Not to part with so much. You offer? Very well. Dailin, realizing Qian was the top warrior of the Battle Shadow tribe, recognized she could not provoke him. Since he had offered to repay her, he would undoubtedly do so. Jiang Xingluo was astonished that Qian's words could resolve her predicament so swiftly. She reverted to her human form, reaching to lift Qingzhu. Qian, could I trouble you to assist in bringing Qingyao back? Qian nodded, transforming into his beast form, inviting them to climb aboard. Qingyan supported his 2 brothers as they settled onto Qian's back, and in no time, they returned to the cave entrance. Qingyuan and Qinglan had been watching outside, initially believing it would be a long wait before they saw their brother again, but they were pleasantly surprised by their swift return. Jiang Xingluo trailed behind them, having run for quite a while to keep up. The speed of the leopard was truly remarkable. Uncle Qian, thank you. Where is our mother? Qian suddenly realized he had left Jiang Xingluo behind. Turning his head, he noticed her catching up, albeit somewhat breathless. Qian, could you tell me where I might hunt for beast hides? Next time you go hunting, could you take me along? Qian observed Jiang Xingluo, her breath coming in gasps, and felt a surge of warmth. Xingluo, why not accept my goodwill? I can protect your cubs and you. The cubs in the cave overheard Qian's words. His choice of a female was a significant matter for the Battle Shadow tribe, given he was the foremost warrior. His earnest request to Xingluo and his act of rescuing several cubs underscored his sincerity. Jiang Xingluo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She knew that one should not accept gift from the opposite sex without consequence. No need. I possess extraordinary powers. I can care for my own cubs without a male's assistance. Jiang Xingluo's expression shifted, and upon witnessing the animosity in her gaze, Qian felt a wave of grievance wash over him. His eyes reddening. I apologize, Xingluo. Please do not be angry. I shall not speak thus again. I will deliver beast hides and meat to Dailin, and in 3 days, the males of the tribe will set out for a hunt. I will return to invite you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo nodded. Watching Qian depart, she felt the weight of 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon her, particularly from Qingyan, the eldest cub. His gaze towards Jiang Xingluo was still filled with hostility, and even the 10 goodwill he had previously harbored had diminished by 2. What? Can goodwill actually decrease? What had her arduous efforts amounted to? What displeasure did Qingyan harbor towards her? She had risked her life to save these cubs. How could he be so ungrateful? Glancing at the other cubs, she noted that Qingyuan's goodwill remained non-existent. His little heart icon grayed out, starkly contrasting with the black, empty frames of the other cubs. Perhaps it was related to Qingyuan's role as the malicious female antagonist? Jiang Xingluo pondered, but this matter would have to wait for later exploration. At least the goodwill of Qingzhu and Qingyao had increased to 3 and 5, respectively. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingzhu with dissatisfaction. He had maintained a cold demeanor since her return. His appearance differed from the others, sporting a noticeable scar above his brow. Though small, it was unmistakable. Sensing Jiang Xingluo's scrutinizing gaze, Qingzhu averted his eyes, his hair falling to obscure the small wound on his face. In an instant, his goodwill rating plummeted to 0. Chapter 8. Qingzhu's scar, was it truly so fragile that one glance could shatter this child's psyche. Yet in the blink of an eye, a memory surfaced. The original owner, in a fit of anger when Qingzhu had devoured an extra red fruit, had hurled a stone at him. Blood bloomed on his face. While the original owner chastised him for being incapable of anything but eating a tea that time, Qingzhu had only been 3 years old, left to stare blankly as the original owner raged, before sobbing into Qingyin's embrace. What manner of mother was this, never having done a single commendable act? It seemed the path to redemption would be a long and arduous journey. Jiang Xinghua could not help but sigh. The sounds emanating from the cubs' bellies pulled her back to reality. She remembered there was still plenty of meat at home. She could cook some more today, and with increased goodwill, she could return to her space to retrieve a few eggs and perhaps a few packets of instant noodles. She had stockpiled quite a few instant noodles. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinghua ignited a fire, seasoning the meat to stew, before adding instant noodles and 10 eggs into the pot. Though she hadn't intended to prepare such a feast, her body was clamoring for sustenance, yearning for meat, forsaking any thought of vegetables. What choice did she have? The tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air, and the cubs within the cave, with their heightened senses, were acutely aware of the savory scent. They had never imagined that following Jiang Xinghua would afford them the chance to savor cooked food. Cooked food was a delicacy reserved for females. Qingyin stealthily slipped out of the cave, inching closer to Jiang Xinghua, discovering she had prepared a grand feast. The aroma of the meat soup filled his nostrils, and within the broth floated several yellow-centered white morsels, along with curled white strips. Though he could not identify them, curiosity gnawed at him to discern their flavor. Jiang Xinghua, noticing Qingyin's intense gaze upon the stone pot, picked up 2 wooden sticks she had previously carved and held a piece of meat out to him. "Come here." After a moment's hesitation, Qingyin took a few steps closer to Jiang Xinghua. "Open wide. Taste how delicious my meat is." Qingyin's face flushed as he looked at Jiang Xinghua before parting his lips. The entire piece of meat was thrust into his mouth, the savory flavor and warmth enveloping his palate. This was undoubtedly the most delectable food in the world. His mother, no, how had the once troublesome Xinghua suddenly become such a skilled cook? "Is it delicious?" Jiang Xinghua derived immense delight from watching these little ones savor their meals, their faces radiating satisfaction, reminiscent of the adorable chicks she tended in the chicken coop. After a hearty meal, Qing Tian licked his lips with a hint of reluctance, pondering whether there was still a portion for them in the large pot in the past. The mischievous Xinghua would never allow them to eat their fill. But now, after Qian delivered the hides and meat to Dailin, he caught a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air on his way back. He recognized it as the scent of cooked food. Yet in the Jianing tribe, even the females merely boiled the meat in water, producing no such rich fragrance. Qian was taken aback to discover that it was Xinghua who had prepared the meal, and it was indeed a feast of delectable, fragrant meat soup. He had only experienced such fare once before, during his childhood visit to Canjing City, where the 10,000 Beast Conference treated guests to such culinary delights. However, those meals paled in comparison to the enticing aroma of what Jiang Xinghua had crafted. "Will you stay and dine with us?" Jiang Xinghua inquired, noticing that Qian lingered, perhaps tempted by the feast. It was no trouble for her to treat him to a meal. Is that permissible? Qian felt his mouth water, observing that Xinghua appeared to be an exceptionally capable homemaker. Regrettably, he realized that as a male, he did not catch her eye. Of course, Jiang Xinghua replied, fetching a wooden bowl and serving Qian a generous portion with a handmade wooden spoon. Qing Tian observed the two with a sense of bewilderment at the unusual warmth emanating between them. When had the notorious Xinghua become so gentle and accommodating? Even if she borrowed Qian's belongings, was it necessary to treat him to such a sumptuous meal? Indeed, the mischievous Xinghua had even deceived Qing Tian into believing she would not bond with Qian. Merely testing the waters, Qing Tian watched with dismay as Qian devoured the entire bowl of food in no time, audaciously asking for more. How could he? Their own supplies were meager, and there were 6 of them to feed. Little Qing Tian would fall ill if she went hungry. Jiang Xinghua felt a chill creeping up her spine and turned to Qing Tian, observing his fluctuating fondness levels, swinging from 10 to 8 in a roller coaster manner. Could it not stabilize at 10? She understood all too well how crucial the affection levels of the little ones were. Previously, she had been flung out of the space almost immediately upon entry, but now she could at least linger for 10 minutes. Moreover, while previously limited to one entry per day, she could now enter twice. That it was her own space. Yet she felt restrained from coming and going freely. As she gazed at the glaring data fluctuating before her, she held back her frustration and donned a cheerful smile. Qing Tian, what troubles you? Qing Tian was still lost in thought, gazing longingly at the pot of meat, contemplating whether he might be able to partake in it. Just then he heard Jiang Xinghua call him, but he looked up at her, a wave of grievance washing over him. Bad Xinglai. It's not me. It's Qing Tian who is hungry. Could you please prioritize getting her something to eat? Despite his protests, Jiang Xinghua discerned that it was he who was truly hungry. She turned to Qi Yin, who smiled back at her before resuming his seat. What a peculiar child. Was he truly concerned he might not get to eat? Recalling the original owner's past misdeeds, it was no wonder he felt such anxiety. Jiang Xinghua chuckled softly and shook her head, then portioned out the food from the pot, ensuring each little one received a generous bowl. Qing Tian eagerly distributed the bowls to his siblings, and before long, they were all empty. Even Jiang Xinghua could manage only a single bowl for herself. Having previously raised chickens and ducks, she was unprepared for the sheer quantity of food needed to care for several little ones. Mother, your cooking is so fragrant. Will you keep making meals like this? I will help you. Hearing Qing Tian's words, Qing Tian felt a pang of discomfort. Little sister, you needn't worry about anything from now on. We will protect you. And we can even go out to gather fruits. While Qing Tian had contemplated hunting, the tribe forbade such young ones from venturing out. Thus, they could only occasionally try their luck, but fortune seldom favored them. Jian, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew, observing Jiang Xinghua as she affectionately ruffled Qing Tian's hair, a sudden pang of bittersweetness welling up within him. Chapter 9. Crafting bamboo baskets, the little ones swiftly tidied up the pots and bowls, leaving Jiang Xinghua astonished. Aside from the injured Qing Tian and the berry-picking Qing Tian, the other three had already cleaned everything up and even fetched several buckets of water. The young ones of the beastly realm seemed to possess greater stamina than the children of her original world. After tidying the cave inside and out, Jiang Xinghua joined Qing Tian in search of bamboo nearby. The berries Qing Tian had gathered were large and sweet, yet they had to be transported in a tattered beast hide, which was rather inconvenient. If only they could find vines or bamboo to craft a basket for little Qing Tian, it would make carrying them so much easier. After a lengthy search, Jiang Xinghua finally discovered a towering bamboo grove about 5 miles from the cave. All the plants here were significantly taller than those in her former world. Could it be a genetic issue? Regardless, it was of little consequence. She noted the formidable height of the bamboo, which made it seemingly difficult to break. Mother, big brother is here, Qing Tian exclaimed, spotting Qing Tian approaching from afar, laden with an abundance of red fruits, his excitement palpable. Jiang Xinghua watched as the little one's bee-skin skirts brimmed with red and green fruits. In such a short time, they had gathered so much. Do you want this? Qing Tian inquired, nodding eagerly. Qing Tian set down the red fruits, transformed into his beast form, and effortlessly bit through the bamboo, that a hefty stalk plummeted to the ground. And in addition, Jiang Xinghua noticed numerous plump bamboo shoots thriving in the grove. The tender bamboo shoots seemed to beckon her, promising a delicious meal if dug up. Without hesitation, Qing Tian moved forward, using his claws to quickly excavate the bamboo shoots. These plants were typically overlooked, green and tough. Who would desire to eat such things? Even in the Jianing tribe, no one paid them any heed. However, it was imperative for these little ones to heed their mother's words. After a flurry of activity, they returned to the entrance of the cave, where Jiang Xinghua instructed Qing Tian to split the bamboo, and she commenced her work. Before long, she had woven a small bamboo basket and then proceeded to create a larger one. Qing Tian and his siblings stared in astonishment at the sight. Jiang Xinghua had skillfully fashioned a vessel from such hefty bamboo poles. Bad Xinghua, what can this be used for? Jiang Xinghua picked up the bamboo basket and explained. You can place the fruits you gathered inside. It will make it easier to carry them back. I will prepare something else later, and it can also hold food. Glancing at the remaining bamboo strips, she decided to craft more. Qing Tian settled beside Jiang Xinghua, eager to learn, while Qing Tian, whose leg had improved significantly, was carried outside by Qing Tian, finding himself with nothing to do, and thus joined Jiang Xinghua in her endeavor. In no time, they had fashioned 2 smaller plates, with Qing Tian demonstrating greater dexterity and speed in weaving. As evening descended, Jiang Xinghua gathered the little ones in a line, noting their golden, tousled hair, which was an utter waste, such a beautiful hue, yet so dirty and disheveled. She prepared water and retrieved shampoo from her space, with Qing Tian readily cooperating to set a good example, followed by Qing Tian. "I want tea wash," Qing Tian declared defiantly, his tone brusque, and his fondness level remained stagnant, devoid of any movement. Had it not been for the fact that his affection could not possibly drop into negative numbers, she would have been genuinely concerned that this child harbored a dislike for the original owner that could plummet to negative 100. However, Jiang Xinghua was no stranger to the challenges of dealing with obstinate individuals. Having healed Qing Tian's leg with the shamaness aid, she felt confident that she could manage this minor issue with Qing Tian. "Qing Tian, don't you want mother to wash your hair? Your big brother has already had his washed, and you are their second brother." Though Jiang Xinghua had reservations about saying this, she recognized that extraordinary circumstances necessitated extraordinary measures, particularly with the capricious Qing Tian, who seemed the most challenging to handle among the bunch. Jiang Xinghua dreaded encountering such individuals, yet she had not crossed paths with anyone like this in her previous life. Now, however, she found herself with a child of her own. "I said, I don't want to wash, so I don't want to wash. Don't think you can deceive me just because you use some tricks on Big Brother and Qing Tian." Qing Tian glared at Jiang Xinghua, his expression dark. She couldn't help but frown. How could a mere 5-year-old possess such a convoluted thought process? "Then please enlighten me. What have I deceived you about? Have I tricked you into eating my shared meat or lured you back from Dylan to suffer?" As Qing Zhu heard Jiang Xinghua's words, the darkness in his eyes lingered. Unyielding, he even bared his teeth at Jiang Xinghua, who could sense his emotional volatility. "I told you. Do not touch me. Go away. Just go away." The wooden basin filled with water before Jiang Xinghua was overturned by Qing Zhu, who transformed into a small lion and dashed into the dense, moonlit forest. Jiang Xinghua, in a flurry of concern, rushed after him, yet found herself lost in the obscurity of night, unable to discern the path or locate Qing Zhu, whose speed was formidable, especially since he had only just begun to recover. Regrets suddenly washed over Jiang Xinghua. These little ones were all unique. She should not have rushed him into accepting her ideas. Sighing, her brows knitted tightly, she found herself engulfed in darkness. Though her true form was that of a cat, which should have allowed her to see clearly in the night, she was baffled by her inability to perceive anything. Rubbing her temples, she could hear faint rustling sounds nearby in the grass. Igniting a flicker of hope in her heart. "Qing Zhu, is that you? I won't wash your hair. Will you do it yourself? Qing Yin and the others are still worried about you." As she approached the sound, she was met with an unusual light. Who would have thought we'd encounter a little female in the dead of night? "Brother, let us capture her." A jolt of fear surged through Jiang Xinghua as she recognized that the previous sounds did not belong to Qing Zhu, but rather to 2 unfamiliar beastmen, who had now spotted her. Instinctively, she turned to flee, mustering her strength. Yet the 2 beastmen charged directly in front of her. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Xinghua attempted to channel the powers within her, which still lingered. Believing that if she could concentrate, escape would not be an issue. Such a frail little female. Who knows if she can even bear offspring? "Brother, even if she cannot reproduce, bringing her back is still advantageous. After all, no females are willing to stay with our tribe." Chapter 10. The ruthless lion beastman Jiang Xinghua felt a shiver run down her spine at the beastman's words. She needed to act swiftly. It was clear they had not encountered Qing Zhu before. Lacking even the slightest sense of smell, she could not detect her own offspring's scent. This body was utterly useless, as the 2 beastmen approached menacingly. Jiang Xinghua, terrified, darted in another direction. Her strength was insufficient to transform and flee. She felt like crying. What kind of misfortune befell a young girl who traversed worlds, unwittingly shackled by the burden of raising offspring? While constantly fearing for her own virtue, the 2 beastmen, not appearing particularly clever, pursued her relentlessly. With nowhere left to run, she found herself at the seaside. The two beastmen seemed to have emerged from the ocean, and stepping into the water would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. She pivoted and ran along the shore, hoping to find refuge in the forest. However, to her horror, the two grotesque beastmen revealed themselves to be massive crocodiles. Their sheer size and accelerating pace made her heart race. Their jagged teeth could easily claim her life. She had never encountered such creatures even at the zoo. Jiang Xinglua broke into a cold sweat. The enchanting moonlight contrasted starkly with the terror of being cornered by the two crocodiles, leading her to tumble into the ocean. What to do? What to do? One crocodile exclaimed, "Brother, let us take her back." As they conversed with their jaws agape, Jiang Xinglua's mind raced, and suddenly she remembered her spatial abilities. Yes, opening her space would be her salvation. Calmly, she focused her thoughts, and indeed the surrounding time and space froze. However, instead of entering her space as she anticipated, she unexpectedly plummeted into an unfamiliar realm. Regardless, it was better than being captured by those crocodiles. She gazed up at the moonlight and realized something soft was beneath her. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a golden-furred lion lying beneath her, its piercing eyes fixed intently upon her. Startled, Jiang Xing almost screamed but managed to suppress it as she climbed off the lion. "Please, don't be angry. I'll leave right away." The magnificent lion, resembling the regal Simba she had once admired, transformed into a towering humanoid figure, approaching her with an intensity that made her heart race. Dressed in a hide skirt, his dark eyes and chiseled features were striking, but the noticeable scar across his exposed chest told a tale of past battles. Feeling uneasy, he reached out and seized Jiang Xinglua's delicate neck. Terror filled her eyes. This lion was undeniably formidable. "Let go of me. Please, let go." A wave of suffocation washed over her, and she felt death looming perilously close. The lion, recognizing the familiar gaze in her eyes, was momentarily struck by a fleeting memory. Gritting his teeth, he released his grip, and Jiang Xinglua collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as tears streamed down her face. She glared at him, indignant at the lion's audacity. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Steeling herself, Jiang Xinglua rose, only to find a world spinning, as she inexplicably fell back into the ocean. The lion had vanished, leaving her to question whether it had all been a dream. Desperately, she struggled to emerge from the water, relieved to find that the two crocodiles were nowhere in sight. She sprinted back to her cave, her heart heavy with the realization that the beastmen of this world were truly devoid of humanity. Upon her arrival, drenched and disheveled, she was greeted by the eager eyes of several little ones. And to her relief, Qingzhu had also returned. She looked at him, words caught her throat, the injustices she felt weighing heavily in her chest. She was not the original owner of this body. She had not committed those past transgressions, yet she was forced to bear the consequences. This was an unbearable sensation, and Qingzhu sensed the chill in her gaze directed at him. Far colder than before, T wished to explain, but Jiang Xinglua urged them all to bed. After lighting a fire outside the cave and changing into a dry hide skirt, she hung her wet attire out to dry before re-entering. The stone bed within the cave was spacious, and Jiang Xinglua nestled beside Qingyan, while Qingzhu awkwardly huddled in a corner, refusing to join them. This time, she chose to ignore him. He could do as he pleased. Fatigue soon enveloped her, and as sleep claimed her, she envisioned the flock of chicks and ducks she had once raised. They had laid many eggs, yet suddenly a strange figure appeared, the lion, asking her who she was. A cold sweat broke out on her brow as Qingyuan shook her awake. "Mother, mother, please wake up." Qingyuan had felt her forehead, finding it clammy but not feverish, and sighed in relief. Jiang Xinglua woke with a start. Breathing heavily, she had dreamt of the lion again, the beastman-esque grip tightening around her neck, nearly choking her. "Mother, did you have a nightmare? Did something bad happen last night?" Qingyuan's concern was palpable, her eyes red and brimming with worry. Jiang Xinglua nodded, then shook her head. "I'm fine. Perhaps I just caught a chill after falling into the sea yesterday." Qingzhu, standing silently behind Qingyan, observed Jiang Xinglua intently, biting his lip in hesitation, yet ultimately remained silent. Reflecting on her recent dream, Jiang Xinglua struggled to believe that she had truly encountered that beast man the night before. "Mother, If you're unwell, you should rest. Brother said they would go gather fruits. Jiang Xinghua glanced at the fresh bamboo shoots in the cave, her stomach growling, reminding her it was time to prepare a meal. This body demanded considerable sustenance, especially after the events of the previous night. No need. I'll make something different today. We still have the meat I brought back? Qingyuan nodded, retrieving the piece of meat laid on a bamboo tray. Jiang Xinghua began preparing the bamboo shoots, slicing them into strips before cutting the meat, grateful for the convenience of her spatial abilities, though some cooking tools were still lacking. She poured oil from her space into the stone pot, adding ginger, garlic, and chili, then stir-fried the bamboo and meat strips, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. The little ones, still gathering fruits nearby, worried that they might miss another meal. Jiang Xinghua joined them, recognizing that hunting alone was insufficient to sustain them. If only they could cultivate grains in this era, they could ensure they would never go hungry. She wondered if there were seeds for wheat or rice in this land. Next time she ventured out, she would make sure to keep a keen eye. Chapter 11. The little ones are bullied. Though Qinglan's leg had yet to fully heal, he was now able to slowly navigate the cave walls. Watching his brothers depart, he made his way to Jiang Xinghua's side. Can you forgive second brother? Jiang Xinghua was suddenly startled by a soft and tender voice emanating from behind her. She turned to see her second brother, who was not acting out of malice. My leg will heal, but his scar will never fade. We are only 5 years old. That Qinglan's eyes were filled with anxiety. He feared that Jiang Xinghua would revert to the fierce mother who would scold and strike them without hesitation. He cherished the current version of their mother, who had become kinder, ensuring that he and Qingyuan had never gone hungry. Yet, their mother had yet to utter a word to the second brother. The second brother longed for their mother's forgiveness, but was at a loss for words. Qinglan quietly gazed at Jiang Xinghua, then shyly lowered his head. I'm sorry, but he truly is a good person. Earlier, you sold my brothers. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have returned. Upon hearing Qinglan's words, Jiang Xing couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was aware that the original owner had sold these little ones multiple times. Believing that she could easily deceive those buyers, that it seemed, however, that she had grossly overestimated the original owner's cunning. Looking at the small Qinglan before her, she reached out to stroke his head. She was not a petty person. She had merely been a bit upset yesterday. Mother, brother has been beaten. He was attacked. Qingyan cried out, running with her short legs, her voice choked with tears. Jiang Xinghua immediately instructed Qinglan to stay put in the cave and not to emerge, before swiftly picking up the returning Qingyan. Qingyan, lead the way for mother. I will go and see. Her little ones were well-behaved and sensible, never prone to instigating trouble. As they made their way, Qingyuan sobbed and explained that the fruit trees were meant for everyone to gather from. However, today they had encountered the young leopards from the Hongying family. Initially, the leopards had no quarrel with them, but upon discovering their own fruit missing, they accused the siblings of theft. Before long, Jiang Xinghua arrived at the scene, and to her dismay, she saw that her children's faces were swollen, with Qingzhu's mouth bleeding. This was clearly the work of adult beastmen. A few small cubs could not have inflicted such harm. Jiang Xinghua set Qingyuan down and approached Qingzhu. Seeing Jiang Xinghua, Qingzhu felt a surge of fear. In the past, whenever such incidents occurred, she would insist they bow their heads and apologize, believing that they ought to endure for the greater good. Xinghua, your cubs have stolen the fruit from mine. Return it at once. Hongying exclaimed, flanked by her beastman mate, Qiyong. While Qiyong lacked other abilities, he was renowned for his combat prowess within the Shadow Clan. Second only to Qihua, the mightiest of the clan. Hongying's first litter had been sired by Qiyong. Jiang Xinghua turned to Hongying and, in a swift motion, struck her across the face, leaving 6 handprints on the 3 cubs' faces. She felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, the indignation would fester within her. Hongying, taken aback by the slap, stared at Jiang Xinghua in disbelief. You wretched woman! What do you think you are doing? Your cubs stole from mine. And you dare strike me? Qiyong, teach her a lesson. At Hongying's command, Qiyong advanced, ready to strike Jiang Xinghua. However, she caught his approaching hand and pushed him aside effortlessly. Having rested for a while, her strength had notably returned, leaving Qiyong astonished by her power. This female was surprisingly strong. With a cold scoff, Jiang Xinghua approached Qingzhu. Qingzhu, Tell me what transpired. Qingzhu met Jiang Xinglua's gaze, her eyes reddened. Their fruit went missing, and when they saw how plentiful our bamboo basket was, they accused us of stealing it and then beat us. Hong Ying, my cubs claim they did not take anything, yet you have struck them that I must retaliate. A single slap is not enough. Hong Ying glared at Jiang Xinglua, indignantly asserting, how could it not be your cubs? They're the only ones here. Perhaps due to Jiang Xinglua's arrival, Qingzhu suddenly found the courage to stand before everyone. That is not true. They simply lost their own fruit. We were far apart, and there are merely 3 cubs. If we had taken it, how could they not have noticed? You are intentionally slandering us. Hong Ying scoffed, raising her hand to strike again. But Jiang Xinglua pushed her away. These are my cubs. They have done nothing wrong. Why should they be punished? Let your cubs come forward and clarify. With no other choice, Hong Ying gritted her teeth and called for her cubs. Jiang Xinglua observed the group of young ones, puzzled as to why a mouse beastman cub was among them. The other 3 were leopards, but this one, smaller in stature, bore 2 mouse ears atop its head, making it nearly unrecognizable as a beastman. Speak, Jiang Xinglua commanded the cubs, following them as they led her to the nearby bushes, where she discovered countless fruit pits. You clearly ate these yourselves, she pointed out, indicating the discarded remnants that had clearly been consumed not long ago. Hong Ying's expression paled, yet she refused to relent. They did not eat them. It was surely your cubs who did. After all, they have stolen from us before. Jiang Xinglua regarded her own cubs, who shook their heads. The items they had previously received had been gifts from other beastmen who took pity on them, yet Hong Ying always accused them of thievery. Jiang Xinglua nodded. Mother believes you. Upon hearing her words, a warmth surged through Qingzhu's heart, which had been cold for so long, although she was unsure of the truth behind the harsh female's assertions. In that moment, she felt genuinely protected. They had grown up without a father and had always been bullied by other cubs in the tribe, never daring to retaliate. Now, their mother was standing up for them, fighting for their honor. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinglua, the affection of the cubs behind her began to soar. Meanwhile, she clenched her fists, her expression darkening. Hong Ying was nothing but a shrew, utterly unreasonable. If necessary, she would resort to force to make her yield. We do not lack for food. Why will we steal from you? Which cub claimed my children took your fruit? Step forward. Chapter 12. Apologizing to my cubs, Jiang Xinglua glanced over and noticed that Hong Ying's cubs were composed, all eyes fixed on a rather frail mouse cub. Hong Ying approached, realizing that this mouse was the offspring of Hong Jin, her sister, who had only sired this one cub with her mouse beastman mate. The mouse often played with her 3 leopard cubs. However, now her 3 cubs had turned their attention to the mouse, and she understood immediately. Qisong, tell mother, did Xiaobao say that the cubs of Xinglua stole your fruit? The truth was about to unfold, and Hong Ying sensed something was amiss. Recalling the slaps her cub had received, her heart ached. Mother, it was Xiaobao who said it. He claimed to have seen those little lions eating our fruit. Jiang Xinglua looked at the mouse beastman, whose gaze darted around nervously, before delivering 2 sharp slaps to its face. Hong Ying rushed to intervene, but Jiang Xinglua pushed her aside and struck each of her cubs twice. Her strength was far beyond that of Hong Ying, who lacked any abilities. When Hong Ying attempted to stop her, she found her own cubs already in tears. Apologize to my cubs. Jiang Xinglua glared fiercely at the young ones, who pouted in grievance and looked down, murmuring apologies to Qingzhu and her siblings. Hong Ying had never endured such humiliation. These were her precious 3 cubs, her proof of fertility. How dare Xinglua strike her offspring? As Hong Ying charged forward, aiming to tackle her, Jiang Xinglua swiftly extended her leg, kicking her 2 meters away. This leopard is not finished. If you come any closer, I will reveal the matter of your Xiaobao's pilfering to every beastman in the tribe. Jiang Xinglua flexed her wrist, casting a threatening gaze at the pained Hong Ying, who was grimacing on the ground. Qiyong stepped forward to assist Hong Ying, but she shoved him away. Useless. You cannot even handle 1 female. What good are you to me? Get lost. Jiang Xinglua found Hong Ying's thought process rather peculiar. However, Qirong dared not voice any objections. He trailed behind Hong Ying, accompanied by several little ones, trying to curry favor. Subsequently, Jiang Xinglua noticed that Qingzhu's gaze held a hint of obedience, and his favorability rating rose to 5%. Even Qin Yao, typically unremarkable, saw his own favorability increase, albeit only to 4%. It was inconsequential, as long as it was on the rise. Yet when she observed the empty heart-shaped frame above Qin Yuan's head, her heart ached for the little one. Little Qin Yuan, with her flowing golden locks, looked extraordinarily beautiful, especially after a wash. The silky strands complemented her stunning features, truly a reflection of her mother. She recalled the hair ties her grandmother had gifted her in her childhood. They would be perfect for tying up little Qin Yuan's hair into a cute braid. Unable to resist, Jiang Xinghua scooped up little Qin Yuan and placed a gentle kiss on her fair cheek. Yet, gazing at that empty heart, her concern intensified. Little Qin Yuan looked back at Jiang Xinghua and bestowed a kiss upon her cheek, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, for a fleeting moment, Qin Yuan's gaze reminded her of the lion beast man she had encountered unexpectedly. Jiang Xinghua's heart sank, and she quickly shook her head. How could such an adorable little Qin Yuan possibly be connected to that lion? Mother, I can walk on my own. You needn't carry me, little Qin Yuan insisted. Jiang Xinghua gazed at the small female in her arms and affectionately stroked her head. You're still little. Your mother can still carry you. Once you grow up, I won't be able to anymore. The three little ones trailing behind looked at Qin Yuan, clinging to Jiang Xinghua's neck, their eyes filled with envy. The cubs of the beast world yearned for maternal affection, something they had long considered a luxury, merely hoping to grow up safely. They never expected that the once troublesome Xinghua would become so nurturing. The cave entrance. Little Qin Yuan had already prepared a fire and was attentively watching the meat in the pot. Jiang Xinghua's heart melted at the sight of Qin Lan's obedient demeanor. These little ones were remarkably capable. Qin Yin placed the fruits down. It's time to eat. Qin Yin promptly placed the baskets into the cave. Having been instructed by Jiang Xinghua to wash his hands, each holding a wooden bowl, they had never imagined that such large green bamboo shoots could be edible, and their taste was unexpectedly delightful. The tender shoots were simply exquisite. Bad Xinghua, Qin Zhua, and I will go dig for these again this afternoon, Qin Yin declared, stuffing his mouth with food, relishing the flavors they hadn't tasted in a long time. No need for that, but do you know where we can find wheat seeds or rice seeds? At the mouth of the cave, Jiang Xinghua contemplated planting some food nearby, so that besides hunting for meat, they could also enjoy staple foods and vegetables. That a balanced diet was essential for the little ones, especially since they were still in their growing phase. Wheat seeds, mother, what do they look like? Can you tell us? Jiang Xinghua nearly forgot that the beast men here primarily consumed raw meat and rarely ate vegetables, relying solely on hunting. How could they possibly know what wheat was? After pondering, Jiang Xinghua found a stick and drew the shape in the soil before her. Even in the dirt, her depiction of the wheat ears appeared lifelike, as if swaying in the wind. However, she was uncertain if such crops existed in this land. Isn't this just a weed? We used to play with these things. How could something so small be edible? Qin Yin mused, recalling a nearby spot where such weeds grew. They had tried to eat them when hungry, only to find them too tough. Qin Yin, you've seen them? Take mother to see later. I'll show you how to eat them. Qin Yin nodded silently, as Jiang Xinghua proceeded to draw the appearance of rice, which Qin Yin had never encountered. Mother, these are things favored by the avian beastmen. Perhaps there are some in Angry Wind City. Angry Wind City. She recalled that the original protagonist's first beast husband hailed from there, and he was to become the next city lord, Songlan. He was an eagle beast man and should still be quite young. Speaking of Songlan, Jiang Xinghua glanced at little Qin Yuan. If memory served her right, that Songlan of Angry Wind City was someone who had suffered bullying in his youth, experiencing misfortune, and had once been saved by the original protagonist. That it seemed that person was indeed the original story's heroine. Yet her little Qin Yuan, Chapter 13, sending Xinghua to the female cave indeed. The original storyline indicated that the heroine, Ling Shuang, had rescued Songlan, but little Qin Yuan claimed it was she who had saved him. Songlan distinctly remembered the person who saved him wore a bell. Yet little Qin Yuan did not. Perhaps it was the lens of maternal affection, but Jiang Xinghua felt there had to be more to this story. Her little Qin Yuan could not possibly be involved in such matters. We shall not venture to Angry Wind City. Finding wheat will suffice. If she could prevent Qin Yuan from encountering Songlan, Perhaps her sweet and adorable little cub could escape the fate imposed by the wicked female antagonist. Qing Yuan looked up at Jiang Xingluo, sensing a hint of worry in her mother's gaze. "Mother, are you very sad?" "You needn't be. I'm full now, and I'm feeling much better." Jiang Xingluo looked at the little one before her, finding it hard to reconcile this innocent child with the ruthless Qing Yuan from the original tale. "All right, mother understands." Qi Yin had prepared a set of tools and came to find Jiang Xingluo. She had initially thought it would be another day before they would go hunting. Yet Qi Yin was here now. Observing the tools he presented, a simple bow and arrow along with a rudimentary stick bound to a stone, Jiang Xingluo accepted them with gratitude. "All right, Qing Yin, take good care of your younger siblings. When I return, we'll have meat to eat." As Jiang Xingluo played with the bow and arrow, an instinctual dread welled up within Qing Yin. He tugged at Jiang Xingluo's animal skin skirt. "Bad Xingluo, perhaps you shouldn't go. Hunting is far too dangerous. Please don't go." The other little ones also displayed their worry. They had waited so long for their mother to recover. Previously, several males from the Jianing tribe had gone hunting and encountered ferocious beasts with beast crystals, far more savage than beastmen. Many males had returned from their hunts injured, ultimately abandoned by the tribe. Left without food, they genuinely feared Jiang Xingluo would meet the same fate. "Fear not. You know, I'm the only female in the tribe with a special ability crystal. I am quite formidable." In truth, Jiang Xingluo's motivation stemmed from her desire to provide for the children herself, rather than following the path of other females who bore children with multiple males. Having these little ones was sufficient. She had no need for a beast husband. While the Jianing tribe did not disdain them, Chi-Chi had expressed interest in becoming her beast husband, and no one in the tribe had assisted her and her cubs. To remain here, she had to prove her worth. She understood this principle and was determined to demonstrate that she was a female who could rival the males, ensuring that no one would dare to disturb their peace in the future. "Mother," Qing Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart brimming with resentment towards the father beast who had abandoned them. It was because of him that their mother had previously been so distressed. If only their father beast were still around, their mother would not need to endure such hardships. Jiang Xingluo gently stroked Qing Yan's hair and reassured him. "Qing Yan, wash Qing's hair at home. If you're hungry, eat some fruits. With mother around, you will never go hungry again." With that, Jiang Xingluo followed Qi Yin away. As they walked, Jiang Xingluo took in her surroundings, marveling at the size of the plants. Upon reaching the central gathering area of the tribe, she spotted many familiar faces. The tribe leader, Yin Lin, frowned deeply upon seeing Jiang Xingluo. The wrinkles on his face seemed to tighten. He harbored no fondness for her. Having occupied a cave in the tribe with her cubs for years without contributing a single offspring to the tribe. "Why are you here? There is nothing for you today." Yin Lin's tone was laced with reproach, and Jiang Xingluo had anticipated some hostility. However, she had not expected the first to speak against her would be the tribe leader himself, indicating the tribe's discontent with her presence. "Leader, I am not here to ask for anything today. I wish to join the hunt." Yin Lin regarded the frail Jiang Xingluo, convinced that her participation in hunting would be akin to a death wish. If she were to perish, what would become of her cubs? Besides, had she not been a female, the Jianing tribe would not have taken her in at all. Allowing a female to join the hunt would only hinder their efforts. No, females cannot hunt. If you wish for meat, you should agree to mate with Chi-Chi or another male. Jiang Xingluo was utterly unprepared for such discriminatory treatment. "That I do not desire a mate. I can hunt, just as your males do. However, I will not consent to haphazardly selecting any male to be my beast husband." Yinlin was incensed by Jiang Xingluo's outburst, while Qi Yin had long foreseen this outcome. After all, he had previously broached the subject of forming a pair bond with Jiang Xingluo, but she had refused. "Humph, if you refuse, then go to the female den." Upon hearing Yinlin's words, a semblance of understanding dawned on Jiang Xingluo regarding this term. The original text had mentioned such a place as the final refuge for females with diminished reproductive abilities or those without a beast husband, in a world where the females were inherently weaker. Reproductive capability dictated everything. Those with strong fertility could choose the most capable males as their husbands and bear offspring. Conversely, those lacking such abilities would be cast aside and relegated to the female den. where any male willing to part with a modicum of resources could find beautiful females for diversion. Yet Jiang Xinghua had previously given birth to 6 offspring, which was why Yanlin had allowed her to remain in the tribe for so many years. As Jiang Xinghua perceived the disdain in Yanlin's gaze and the way the surrounding males appraised her, as if she were mere merchandise, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She had initially believed that her efforts would lead these beastmen to treat her as a normal female. It seemed she had been gravely mistaken. "Chieftain, I wish to bond with Xinglu. Please do not let her leave." Qian positioned himself protectively behind Xinghua, indifferent to whether she desired to bond with him. He simply wished to safeguard her and their offspring. Yanlin glared at Qian, swinging the wooden stick in his hand and striking him on the back. Jiang Xinghua forcefully shoved Qian aside. No one was to take advantage of her vulnerability. "Qian, I do not need your assistance. I have a beast husband, the father of my offspring. You cannot coerce me." Jiang Xinghua seized Yanlin's wooden stick, yanked it from his grasp, and hurled it aside. Yanlin glared furiously at Xinghua, his eyes almost aflame with rage. "How audacious! Xinghua! Qian is the foremost warrior of our tribe. And you refuse to accept him? Very well. Bind her and send her to the female den." Chapter 14. Departing from the Zhang tribe, Jiang Xinghua observed a throng of males encroaching upon her. And in that instant, she comprehended that she could not evade this calamity. The Zhang tribe had long since deemed her unwelcome, likely due to the prior incident where her presence had disrupted their distribution of meat. Inciting Yanlin's contempt, Jiang Xinghua emanated an aura of power as the males approached, but she transformed into her beast form and swiftly fled. She had no intention of remaining in this place, nor would she allow these beastmen to consign her to a location where she would be subjected to indignities. Yanlin watched as the small cat, now in beast form, darted away, his greed unabated. She had birthed 6 cubs, an impressive fertility rate, and she could still transform. Whoever captures her will become her beast husband. Such a remarkable female must remain within the Zhang tribe. It was imperative for their tribe to produce the finest offspring. The Zhang tribe was already on the decline, with only Qian possessing the ability to cultivate, while the others remained incapable. Yanlin had not anticipated that he would become so determined to possess Jiang Xinghua. As sparks of electricity coursed through her body, Jiang Xinghua unleashed a cry that sent bolts of energy crashing into the approaching males. They were momentarily incapacitated, and Qian was astonished by the ferocity of her abilities. "Get away! Stay back!" Jiang Xinghua warned the males, who, indeed, lacked the strength to continue their pursuit. With a few agile leaps, she reached the entrance of the cave, where her cubs, upon seeing their mother return in a disheveled state. Since something was amiss, Qingyuan had not yet recognized her as their mother, but Qingyuan did. Jiang Xinghua swiftly reverted to her human form and addressed her cubs. "Qingyuan, gather your brothers and pack your things. We cannot remain here any longer. We must leave immediately." Jiang Xinghua realized that if she lingered, she would inevitably fall victim to the machinations of the tribe's males. She had not expected the day of departure to arrive so swiftly. The original owner had been directionally challenged and had no knowledge of the world's geography, that if they truly intended to leave, the challenges they would face would likely multiply. "Mother, what is the matter?" Qing'en inquired anxiously, and Jiang Xinghua shook her head. "It is nothing. But the chieftain insists that we cannot stay any longer. If we leave, we shall become wandering beast folk without a home. Are you willing to accept that?" Jiang Xinghua's greatest concern was for her young cubs, who were still so small. The thought of them becoming vagabonds felt like a profound injustice. "Mother, as long as we are together as a family, it matters not where we go. Besides, we did not wish to remain here any longer," Qingyuan replied, having heard her brother speak of the dangers of being preyed upon for food in the village. They were not the same as the Zhang tribe's leopard cubs, and their mother was but a small cat, thus they had always faced discrimination. "Very well, your presence is sufficient." Jiang Xinghua gazed at the items she had painstakingly assembled within the cave. If she left them behind, it would only benefit others. She desired to store everything in her space, allowing them to carry nothing, if only she could find a way to bring her cubs into her space as well. However, she was at a loss as to how to explain this to them. With that thought, Jiang Xinghua opened her spatial portal, and in that fleeting moment of suspended time, she swiftly transferred all the items from the cave into her space. As the portal remained open for only half an hour, she hastily discarded the items beneath the large phoenix tree in her farm. She did not even spare the fruits her cubs had gathered. She attempted to bring Qingyan into her space, only to discover that time had elapsed, and they were once again separated by the portal. She was drenched in sweat, and Qingyan, finding himself in Jiang Xinghua's embrace, looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, Qingzhu turned to survey the cave, which now appeared as if it had been ransacked, utterly stripped of its contents. "All right, I have gathered everything. Let us depart." Jiang Xinghua set Qingyan down, her concern lingering for Qinglan's legs. The medicine given by the healer had run out, and Jiang Xinghua approached Qinglan, scrutinizing him closely. "Qinglan, tell me, how are your legs faring?" Qinglan's brow furrowed, and a flicker of resentment crossed his gaze. "Bad, Xinghua. Are you worried I will burden you and wish to abandon me?" Jiang Xinghua had never entertained such thoughts. Her only concern was for him. She shook her head to no, "I do not wish to cast you aside. But your legs are still healing. Finding a suitable place for him to continue recuperating would be the best course of action." However, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached, leaving no time to deliberate. As a leopard, she could run swiftly, and escaping alone was feasible. But if those beastmen harbored malicious intentions toward her, her cubs would be in grave danger. "Come, Qingyan, Qingzhu, Qingyao, you three follow me. I will take hold of the other two." Upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's orders, the cubs nodded in agreement, and she quickly led them outside. However, Qinglan's legs had not fully healed, and as they had barely exited the tribe, several leopards were already hot on their heels. Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth, observing the greedy glimmers in the eyes of the males. "Qingyan, take your younger siblings and flee from here." The cubs, witnessing Jiang Xinghua's resolute charge toward the leopards, instantly sensed the peril. Most of her strength had been expended in opening the spatial portal, and her body was now insufficiently charged to sustain her abilities. "T worst, I shall die once more." Jiang Xinghua cast a disdainful glance at the leopards before her, only to hear a familiar voice as a remarkably swift leopard darted beside her. "Xinghua, I will take you away. Hurry." It was Qi Yin. Jiang Xinghua had never anticipated his arrival at such a critical moment. "Trust me." Qi Yin was determined to remain with Jiang Xinghua, no matter the circumstances. Jiang Xinghua bit her lip, and with no other choice, gathered her cubs and mounted Qian's beast form. His speed was astonishing, and before long, they had distanced themselves from the pursuing tribe members. "Xinghua, where do you wish to go?" Jiang Xinghua shook her head. She was merely a soul from another world, unfamiliar with the geography of this realm and uncertain of where she could go. "I will take you to the southern Jiuyin tribe, where the inhabitants are feeble deer beast folk." Jiang Xinghua nodded, having initially believed that Qian might have ulterior motives for assisting them. However, she was surprised to find that he had tirelessly guided them southward without respite. In Chapter 15, The Rabbit with Crystals, the speed of the cheetah was astonishing at a human's pace. It would have taken at least 10 days to 2 weeks, yet Qian accomplished the journey in just 7 days. During this time, Jiang Xinghua discovered a considerable amount of wheat along the way, carefully placing the good grains into her storage for future planting, with only 1 day's travel remaining to Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xinghua felt a twinge of apprehension about entering a new environment. Uncertain if the beastmen there would be similar to those she had encountered before, she popped some freshly gathered berries into her mouth, relishing their sweet, juicy flavor, and couldn't resist indulging in a few more. Suddenly, she heard rustling in the bushes. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she leaned in closer and was startled to see a rabbit leap forth. To her astonishment, this rabbit had something shimmering atop its head. The primal urge surged within her. Her blood cried out to capture and consume it, for though the rabbit's crystal was merely white, her body yearned for its nourishing properties. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and a cold smile crept across her lips, but the rabbit seemed to sense the impending danger and prepared to flee. Jiang Xinghua sprinted a few paces and seized the rabbit, extracting the white crystal from its head. She held the crystal in her palm, feeling its energy course through her body, bringing color back to her previously pale lips. She tossed the rabbit before Qing Yin, instructing, "Qing Yin, prepare it well. Later, I shall treat you all to roasted meat." Qi Yin was still hunting nearby, as they had been subsisting on wild fruits for days without any meat. Qing Yin was taken aback that Jiang Xinghua had already captured a rabbit before Qi Yin returned. "All right," came Qing Yin's response that in the beast world, males were well-versed in various skills from a young age. Together with Qing Zhu, they efficiently skinned the rabbit, the size of which was significantly larger than the rabbits in Jiang Xinghua's previous world. The resulting hide was ample enough to fashion a skirt for the young ones. Though Jiang Xinghua herself lacked the skill to create such garments, "Make a skirt for Qing Yuan from the hide," Jiang Xinghua suggested, and with a nod from Qing Yao, the rabbit skin was taken for processing. The young ones were surprisingly obedient, and she felt a sense of relief coursing through her veins that in this world, all beast species possessed beast crystals. The original protagonist, Bai Ling, had never managed to cultivate an ability crystal throughout her life. While her beast husbands were all owners of various ability crystals, if her memory served her correctly, the lowest grade of ability crystal was the white one she had just absorbed, followed by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and violet, the highest tier being purple. However, there seemed to be no mention of purple crystal beastmen in the original story, aside from the legendary beast god messenger, who was said to be a purple crystal beastman, but never appeared in the narrative. Ling Shuang's beast husband was a highly gifted shaman from the Jinwu clan, yet he only possessed a fire-type cyan ability crystal. Unable to contain the power within her, Jiang Xinghua gazed at the white crystal in her palm as it suddenly radiated light. Illuminating the surroundings, to her surprise, it crackled with electricity. Qing Yuan couldn't resist approaching, reaching out to touch the crystal in Jiang Xinghua's palm, feeling a wave of warmth envelop her. The small bolts of lightning playfully entwined around Qing Yuan, sending delightful tingles through her body. "Mother, this feels so good." Jiang Xinghua noticed a layer of dark mist surrounding Qing Yuan's heart, visible only in the light of her crystal. Her heart filled with confusion. What could this mean? Was there a flaw in the original tale? Suddenly, two wisps of white mist drifted down from the sky, encircling Qing Yuan, causing the dark energy around her heart to dissipate slightly. Had it not been for the brightness of Jiang Xinghua's crystal, she might have never seen it. "Mother, could you teach me? I wish to have a crystal too. It feels wonderful." Jiang Xinghua gently patted Qing Yuan's head, contemplating that if she could cultivate a crystal, perhaps her child could too. Yet, a bitter pang filled her heart as she stroked Qing Yuan's small head, sensing that the child's fate might be fraught with challenges. The path to cultivation could prove arduous. "All right, I will help you in the future," she promised, and Qing Yuan nodded, feeling comforted in her presence. When Qi Yin returned, his hands were indeed clutching two chickens, their vibrant feathers captivating. Unfortunately, these frail creatures possessed no crystals. Perhaps her earlier encounter with the rabbit had been mere luck. "This is a rabbit beast you caught?" Qi Yin gazed at Jiang Xinghua incredulously, her demeanor calm, her large, round eyes betraying no surprise at her feat indeed. "I have roasted it. Would you care to try?" Jiang Xinghua replied, her mouth full of meat, offering him a piece. Initially hesitant, the aroma was too enticing to resist, and he accepted it eagerly. "I will take care of these two chickens," Qi Yin stated. Jiang Xinghua nodded, having seasoned the rabbit meat with a sprinkle of salt, cumin, and a dash of chili powder to enhance the flavor. The young ones dug into their portions with gusto, appearing utterly satisfied. Jiang Xinghua observed as Qi Yin polished off his meat in mere bites before meticulously plucking the feathers from the chickens. Once prepared, she skewered the chickens and placed them over the fire to roast. Qi Yin had grown accustomed to Jiang Xinghua's mastery of fire, yet the Jianing tribe failed to appreciate her talents. Otherwise, she could have taught them to harness fire, allowing the females of the tribe to enjoy such sumptuous fare. Unaware of Qian's thoughts, Jiang Xinghua was solely focused on finding a suitable place to settle. As Qinglan's injuries could not afford delay, she wondered if the Jiuyin tribe would have a shaman capable of healing. Her heart ached as she gazed at Qinglan. Qinglan felt his face flush under Jiang Xinghua's attentive gaze, but remained silent. Previously, he had feared that she might discard him for being unable to contribute. Yet in these past few days, she had prioritized food and water for him. For the first time, he understood the nurturing love the other cubs had spoken of regarding their mothers. He only hoped that Jiang Xinghua would remain composed. He and his brother would hunt diligently to provide for her and their sister, if only that were possible. Qingluan glanced at Qi Yin, who was handing him a chicken leg. In Chapter 16, Zhou Yin Tribe, Qi Yin encouraged, "Try this. Your mother has prepared it deliciously. This is the green fruit I picked, which I remember you enjoy." Qi Yin showed great kindness to the young ones that in fact, if he had been the one, he would now be a beast man with a yellow ability crystal. Accepting the offering, he slowly savored the food. Jiang Xinghua caught a glimpse of Qingluan, noticing his gaze flitting between her and Qi Yin. What was this little cub pondering? She gently patted his back, silently warning him with her eyes. With a huff, Qingluan stood and dashed over to join his brothers. Jiang Xinghua turned to Qi Yin, her voice steady as she inquired. "Qi Yin, we shall reach the Zhou Yin tribe tomorrow. Once we settle in, what are your plans?" Qi Yin was taken aback by her direct question. He had brought Xinghua here because his half-sister, Zhou, was deemed unfit for breeding and was to be confined to the female den. His father had never been favored by the females, leaving him to grow up unloved. During a hunting expedition, his father had been torn apart by a wild beast, ultimately abandoned by the females. Thus, he had been treated as a burden, surviving only because Zhou's father had provided for him, but on the day Zhou was to be sent away, the females and other males deemed her a disgrace. But he and Zhou's father had pleaded with the Zhou Yin tribe's leader to allow his younger brother to recognize Zhou as his mate, that "I will visit the Zhou Yin tribe to see my sister, and then return," he stated, intending to bring news of Zhou to Yanming, who longed to see the cubs. "Your sister?" Qi Yin nodded slightly. The following day, Qi Yin moved at an astonishing speed, and by noon, they had already arrived at the Zhou Yin tribe. Unlike the Jianing tribe, the orcs here were relatively weaker, which led them to develop an affinity for crafting tools and constructing homes. Consequently, as Jiang Xinghua set foot in this place, she was immediately captivated by the simple thatched cottages. The rudimentary houses made of timber and straw, complete with rudimentary tables and chairs, appeared exceedingly inviting, far more comfortable than living in caves. Furthermore, the tranquility of the area was enhanced by the presence of nearby tribes, which included the diminutive zebra tribe and the bull tribe. Together, they formed the expansive Zhou Yin tribe. Upon Qi Yin's arrival at the Zhou Yin tribe, all the orcs greeted him warmly. Jiang Xinghua followed Qi Yin to the very heart of the tribe, where a two-story wooden house stood prominently. The means of ascending and descending was a makeshift rope ladder fashioned from wooden sticks, which suggested they were yet unaware of the convenience of stairs. Nevertheless, the cultural advancement here seemed sufficiently progressive, and compared to the Jianing tribe, she preferred to remain in this place. Qi Yin helped her find an excellent location. Even a few little ones trailing behind, Jiang Xinghua gazed around in unabashed curiosity. Their astonishment only grew as they beheld the central dwelling. Qi Yin noticed the tribe leader, Jiu Tai, approaching and began to assess him, eager to see his sister. "Qi Yin, it is you, since you have come. Do stay for a few days. Zhou is expecting," Jiu Tai exclaimed. Qi Yin's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Jiu Tai's words, and soon he spotted the small female approaching in the distance. Her belly noticeably rounded. Zhou, having been the Zhou Yin tribe for 3 years without conceiving, was nonetheless unconcerned, as her beastly husband, Lu Yong, often inquired whether she fancied other males, asserting that as a female leader, she should have the freedom to select multiple partners. Upon hearing this delicate female speak with a hint of sweetness in her voice, Jiang Xinghua was taken aback, pondering how this seemingly fragile creature could possibly be a cheetah female from the Jianing tribe. "I never agreed to that. I only wish for one male," Zhou replied. "Brother, please inform Father Beast that Lu Yong and I are well, and this time I carry a male cub." Jiang Xinghua glanced at Zhou's belly, uncertain if the cub was a cheetah or a deer. "You must be Xinghua?" Jiu Tai scrutinized her, to which Jiang Xinghua responded with a smile, affirming her identity. "Leader, I shall remain here and assist with hunting, but I will not go to the female den." The very mention of a female den filled Jiang Xinghua with disdain. Jiu Tai nodded. "We do not have a female den here. Simply stay, provided you do not stir up trouble or bully the weak." Jiang Xinghua was pleasantly surprised by the tribe's open-mindedness. Her spirits lifted as she expressed her gratitude. I am truly thankful for your kindness in allowing me to stay. Rest assured, we will construct our own dwelling. Jiu Tai sighed, observing the 6 frail little ones behind Jiang Xinghua, feeling a twinge of sympathy. For you, a petite female, is acceptable. Conveniently, we have an empty wooden house nearby. I will have Lu Yong take you to see it. While Jiang Xinghua felt a tad apprehensive about imposing, the orcs in the tribe showed no objections. She smiled and bowed in gratitude. Her fondness for these gentle orcs soaring, if possible, she thought, she could remain here to cultivate the land, raise her children, and live a life reminiscent of her past. The Jiuyin tribe occupied a vast area. As she was led to the wooden house, she discovered an expanse of land behind it, lush with wheat. Indeed, there was an abundance of wheat, yet no one seemed to regard it as food. Leaving it entirely unattended, Jiang Xinghua could hardly contain her elation. How fortunate she felt. Do not worry, I will bring you meat from the hunts, Lu Yong assured her, with a slender frame and antlers like a deer. He had an undeniably handsome appearance. Perhaps this was the distinction between weak and strong orcs. The hunters of the Jianing tribe were brutish, relying solely on sheer strength. Thank you, Jiang Xinghua replied. As the little ones followed her into the wooden house, they beheld the rudimentary wooden bed, chairs fashioned from tree stumps, and a large, rounded wooden table, perfectly suited for family meals. An overwhelming surprise. Qin Yuan gazed in wonder at the items within, and the little one's delight at the kindness of the weak orcs was palpable. Mother, these things are so peculiar. They're unlike our cave, Qin Yuan remarked, reaching out to touch the table as her stomach rumbled. Jiang Xinghua affectionately stroked Qin Yuan's head, asking, Do you like it here? Qin Yuan nodded, a smile illuminating her face. Mother likes it, so I like it too. Jiang Xinghua's heart warmed. How could Qin Yuan be so adorable? She prepared to retrieve her stored possessions from her space when suddenly a cacophony erupted outside. Quickly, fetch the shaman Yin-Mei. Hurry, Zhou is about to give birth. Chapter 17. Xinghua must be a divine maiden. It turned out that Qi-Yan's sister was about to deliver a cub. Hearing the commotion among the orcs outside, Jiang Xinghua felt a surge of joy. This place had a shaman. Yet, she also harbored concern for Zhou, hoping for safe delivery. Opening her space, she pulled out her supplies. Noting with delight that the fruits remained fresh, to ensure she had a cooking pot, she had brought along the stone pot from the cave entrance, which she now placed at her doorstep. After everything was arranged, she instructed the little ones to snack on some fruits while she went to check on Zhou. The little ones obediently nodded in agreement. As she walked through the area, the males around her cast curious glances, yet none dared approach, knowing she was accompanied by several lion orc children, strong orcs. Additionally, Qian had informed Jiutai of Jiang Xinghua's possession of an ability crystal, which rendered her almost divine in the eyes of the weak orcs, who struggled to cultivate due to their inherent frailty. The presence of a female with an ability crystal was rare, save for the revered female leader of the snake tribe, who had never appeared before other orcs. Thus, the arrival of Jiang Xinghua was interpreted as a blessing for their weak tribe, as they wondered if she might be their own saintess. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinghua, the thoughts of the dear orcs were far removed from her mind. She was simply relieved that no one disturbed her and felt genuinely content. Lacking knowledge of Zhou's dwelling, she inquired with a slender, dear female for guidance. I will take you there. I have some bird eggs that would be perfect for Zhou to eat, the female offered. Jiang Xinghua observed the petite female before her. Her face flushed with a piece of animal hide containing a dozen bird eggs meant for Zhou. The gentle disposition of these weak orcs was truly heartwarming. Jiang Xinghua nodded, engaging in light-hearted conversation as she learned that this young female was named Shui Li, who had 2 older brothers and had not yet reached the age for selecting a mate. As Jiang Xinghua Li's short brown hair and innocent brown eyes, she was reminded of her former university roommate. Before long, Jiang Xinghua and Shui Li arrived at Zhou's home. There, she spotted Qian waiting outside, while anguished cries echoed from within. Qian was fraught with worry. Zhou was in delicate health, and he would have preferred she never experienced the trials of pregnancy. The perilous nature of childbirth for females was well known. After what felt like an eternity, as evening fell, Jiang Xinghua finally heard the cries of a newborn cub. The robust sounds assured her that the cub was undoubtedly healthy. A cheetah cub. Zhou as well. You need not worry. Hearing the elder's comforting word from within, Qi Yin released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. May I stay a few more days? Tears glimmered in his eyes, and Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by the depth of his affection for his sister. It was evident that Qi Yin was a remarkable orc, distinct from the others of the Jianing tribe. In the end, Qi Yin chose to remain, and Xue Li accompanied Jiang Xinghua inside to visit the newly delivered Zhou. Quickly, eat these bird eggs. I have saved them for you for a long time, Xue Li exclaimed, cracking the eggs into a wooden bowl for Zhou to consume. Jiang Xinghua was taken aback. Wait, are you really going to consume them raw? Both Xue Li and Zhou stared at her in surprise, then lowered their eyes. We do not have fire, Xue Li explained with heartfelt sympathy. The powerful orc tribes and cities possess fire, but we do not. Even the strong orcs in the caves did not leave any for us, forcing us into these barren lands, compelling us to vacate our former homes. The law of the jungle persists, regardless of the era. Stay. I have fire, Jiang Xinghua offered. Jiang Xinghua reached out and gently stroked the head of the sorrowful Zhu, and suddenly recalled her beloved younger sister, who had already entered high school. She wondered how she was faring now. A warmth brushed through Zhu's heart, but it was soon overshadowed by astonishment. When Qi Yin entered, he carried 2 wild ducks in his hands. Indeed, Zhu, your sister Xinghua has mastered the art of fire. From this day forth, your tribe shall possess the spark of flame. Qian's proclamation reached the ears of the tribespeople waiting outside, and their gazes towards Jiang Xinghua were now filled with deep reverence. Jitai, the tribal leader, was aware of this development and promptly heeded Jiang Xinghua's instructions to construct a makeshift hearth, upon which he placed a thin stone slab. Jiang Xinghua discreetly produced a lighter, igniting the fire, and then placed the bird eggs atop it, patiently waiting until they were finally cooked. Xue Li inhaled the aroma of the cooked food, nearly drooling in anticipation. All right, take this to Zhu for a taste, and also hand over those 2 chickens to me. Xue Li delivered the fried bird eggs to Zhu, who took a bite and exclaimed that the flavor was simply exquisite, far surpassing that of meat. Zhu, your sister Xinghua must surely be sent by the beast god to assist us. The beast god has manifested, having seen our plight, thus sending you and sister Xinghua to our aid. Zhu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the tribespeople outside, witnessing the flickering flames for the second time, fell to their knees, exclaiming, Goddess, Goddess Xinghua, Goddess. The beast god has manifested. Jiang Xinghua, having merely intended to provide Zhu with nourishing food rather than raw fare, was taken aback by the reverence they displayed towards her due to the mere presence of fire. Yet, having previously participated in wilderness training, she was familiar with the methods of fire-making, friction, and flint striking. In this Stone Age, such techniques were relatively easy to explain, although she pondered whether there were any nearby sources for flint. That I am not a goddess. I will teach everyone how to create fire. Jitai, initially contemplating how to ensure Jiang Xinghua would leave the fire behind, was astonished to hear that she claimed fire could be created anew. His heart raced as he gazed at Jiang Xinghua, declaring, No, Xinghua, from this moment forth, you shall be the goddess of our Jian tribe, recognized by all the tribe's beast folk. Jiang Xinghua never imagined that simply igniting a fire and preparing a meal for Zhu would elicit such a fervent reaction. Their enthusiasm overwhelmed her. Very well, but if you wish to learn how to create fire, we will need to find a certain item. They needed to seek out flint, for the method of friction was indeed time-consuming and required dry wood. All right, Xinghua, we shall follow your lead, asked the tribal leader. Jitai set an example. As long as it meant they could eat cooked food, they were willing to comply unconditionally. In the days that followed, Qi Yin remained for a few days, intending to learn alongside Xinghua the art of fire-making, so he could bring this knowledge back to his tribe. Jiang Xinghua, fully aware of this, did not deter him, for he had aided her significantly. However, before that, she needed to return home to prepare meals for her cubs, who had grown accustomed to her cooked dishes. To her surprise, upon her return, the tribal leader presented her with a large piece of meat and a variety of fruits. Observing the fruits, she discovered an abundance of vegetables, tomatoes, eggplants, and bell peppers. She had not anticipated such a bounty in the beast realm. These are all edible, non-toxic, and we, the weaker beast folk, cultivate some ourselves if the goddess wishes to eat them. Feel free to take as much as you like. Jiang Xingluo's eyes widened at the sight of these offerings. She realized that Jitai was suggesting she could take whatever she needed. Becoming a goddess had its perks, and she found herself quite pleased. Jiang Xingluo returned home with her bounty and promptly prepared a pot of vegetables, serving her cubs separately. Unfortunately, she still lacked a staple food, although there was wheat. Extracting flour posed a challenge. Nevertheless, having wheat was a blessing. She seasoned all the meat and vegetables with her own spices, and after portioning out her cubs' meals, she prepared the remainder to take to Juju. No matter how delectable the beast folk's cooking was, it could not compare to her own. After delivering meals to Juju and Qian, Jutai selected a few capable males from the tribe to accompany Xingluo in their quest for flint. Naturally, Qian joined them. Xingluo noticed that the area where they resided was quite favorable, as there happened to be a river nearby, the riverbank. She instructed all the beast folk to disperse in search of flint. Their footsteps echoed as they combed the shore when suddenly, a small carp leapt from the water. Upon landing, it transformed into a human form, with fiery red hair, glistening abdominals, and skin as pale as snow, glistening with droplets of water. His sunny disposition was striking, with a delicate face and piercing black and white eyes that burned with ire as he glared at the elk beast folk around him. You elk folk, did we not agree to keep our waters separate? You must come to draw water only in the morning. Why do you disturb us at this hour? Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow at the sight of this carp. The scent of fish wafted towards her, almost overwhelming her senses. Unable to resist, she instinctively transformed in her beast form and lunged towards Changshuan. Startled, Changshuan had never encountered catfolk before. Why was there a cat here? Standing at 1.86 meters tall, he was now being pursued by a cat, sending him into a panic. Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward to block Jiang Xingluo's path, and it took her a moment to regain her composure and revert to her human form. Upon seeing the cat transform into a petite, adorable female, Changshuan's anger dissipated like a bucket of cold water. You are female? Changshuan approached Jiang Xingluo, curiosity evident in his gaze as he studied her intently. Yes, I am female. What of it? You can transform into a beast. You are of the catfolk? Jiang Xingluo regarded the striking figure before her, feeling a mix of anxiety and desire, perhaps due to her feline nature, which incited a peculiar craving for fish, especially for this particular fish, which conformed to her aesthetic. What is it you wish to say? Speak quickly. Jiang Xingluo loathed this predetermined bond. She felt an overwhelming urge to consume the fish before her, finding his verbosity tiresome. Nothing much, just quiet down. I shall take my leave now. The inexplicable fish watched as Changshuan plunged back into the river, reverting to his Piscine form, leaving Jiang Xingluo with an insatiable longing. This sensation of gazing at food, yet being unable to partake in it, was truly unbearable. Qian observed Jiang Xingluo's longing gaze directed at the departing Changshuan and sighed softly. Calm yourself. He is a beast folk. You cannot consume him. Even when I'm not around, you must exercise restraint. Qian's voice was gentle, and Jiang Xingluo, feeling agitated, complied, resulting in Qian advising her to keep her distance from the water while they searched for flint. Since Jiang Xingluo had clearly articulated her intentions, the others set to work, and as long as they remained diligent, they would surely yield results. Such stones were not difficult to find along the riverbank, and before long, they had gathered quite a collection. Jiang Xingluo's heart soared with joy upon seeing the stones. Yes, this is it. Let me demonstrate. She rubbed the flint together for a considerable time, sparks igniting before their eyes. The beast folk present were astounded. They had never imagined that fire could be summoned so easily. Soon, other curious beast folk followed suit, and to their delight, sparks flew forth. Jiang Xingluo also shared the method of friction firemaking with them. The beast folk, being strong, found success with this technique as well. They left the flint for Jiang Xingluo while taking the remainder back to the tribal leader. With the knowledge of fire now in their possession, they would soon enjoy the benefits of cooked food. After a long day of labor, Jiang Xingluo felt fatigued and noticed that Qian had once again vanished. She assumed he had gone ahead to check on Juju. To her surprise, in the dead of night, Qian returned bearing 2 red beast crystals and the 2 slain wild boars. Jiang Xingluo regarded the bloodstains and lingering scent on Qian, yet she felt no disgust. "Xingluo, these 2 beast crystals are for you." Jiang Xingluo stared at the crystals in bewilderment, then looked up at Qian, puzzled. "That aren't you also in training? You should keep these for yourself. If I need something, I can hunt." Qian gazed at Jiang Xingluo, who was unwilling to extend her hand to accept his offering, his heart heavy with bitterness. He could not ignore his admiration for Xingluo, and having made a choice, he vowed not to bond with any other female. However, during this return journey, his mother had warned him that she would not allow him to act recklessly and intended to arrange a mate for him. Gritting his teeth, Qian looked at Jiang Xingluo and declared, "I, Qian, swear to the beast god to become Xingluo's guardian beast." Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow as she looked at the man before her. Her eyes filled with trepidation. What was a guardian beast? In Chapter 19, "My mistress, I only wish to protect you." "Qian, what are you doing?" Jiang Xingluo observed the man before her, whose brow was tightly knit, surrounded by a halo of white light that soon vanished. Yet, Jiang Xingluo remained unchanged. Then, a faint white lightning mark appeared on Qian's wrist, signifying that he had become Jiang Xingluo's guardian beast. This meant that after returning to the Shadow War tribe and discussing with his mother, he could remain by Jiang Xingluo's side forever. "Mistress, you need not worry. A guardian beast exists solely to protect you, not to bond with you." Although Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief, she still harbored some doubts that a guardian beast was a one-sided arrangement. "Wait for me to return." Jiang Xingluo frowned as she watched him place 2 pig beasts and a red beast crystal on the ground before departing. She gazed at the vibrant beast crystal, which appeared delectable, even more enticing than the carp she had seen during the day. She wondered if that fish had also cultivated special abilities. Never mind. Jiang Xingluo decided against hoarding the 2 crystals. She resolved to hunt for beast crystals herself, but she would keep the meat, as the weak beastman tribe, though admirable, did not particularly enjoy meat. She and her cubs, along with Zhou, required a carnivorous diet. She stored the 2 pig beasts in her space, planning to have her cubs assist her in processing them the next day. Qian sprinted through the night, the white lightning on his body shimmering in the darkness, that he felt a warm sensation in his chest, a most pleasant feeling. The first rays of dawn streamed through the wooden cabin's window, enveloping Jiang Xingluo in a comforting warmth. Meanwhile, several cubs had returned, each carrying baskets of vegetables. Qing Yuan was even playing with a young female deer, while Qing Yin had fetched 2 buckets of water for their home. Qing Zhua and Qing Yao were busy crafting a well-fitted skirt from the previously acquired rabbit beast hide. Jiang Xingluo rose and stretched, feeling her stomach grumble with hunger. As she began preparing a meal, she released the pig beast from her space. If the cabin had not been spacious enough, the pig beast might not have fit inside. "Qing Yin, Qing Zhua, Qing Yao, help your mother with the hide. We'll cook the remaining meat for lunch." The 3 boys gazed at the large pig beast, their mouths nearly watering. However, the trio was quite clever. They quickly deduced that this was not a beast their mother had hunted, but rather a gift from Qian. "Mother, where is Uncle Qian?" Qing Yin had heard Qing Lan mention numerous times that if Qian could indeed become their mother's mate, it would greatly alleviate their family's hunting burdens. As they had no adult males to assist, initially resistant, Qing Yin now understood why Qing Lan had spoken so highly of Qian, who truly treated their family with kindness. He had returned to the Shadow War tribe. Jiang Xingluo felt no confusion. Her thoughts were solely on how to prepare the pig beast's meat, especially with her cubs bringing back an abundance of vegetables and fruits. She wondered if there were any spices growing nearby. If so, she could have a constant supply of seasonings. Nevertheless, the situation was already favorable with both meat and vegetables, providing a balanced diet. Jiang Xingluo ventured outside and ignited a fire beneath the stone pot using a fire starter. She poured a generous amount of water into the pot. Weak beastmen lacked fire sources, so they did not cook with hot water, let alone use pots. The most they had ever seen were bowls. Jiang Xingluo cleaned the bloodied meat thoroughly and began to remove the gamey smell with the fire. Shuei Li was curious about how to cook with fire, as many people simply roasted their food, which, while different in flavor, was not particularly enjoyable. She knew Jiang Xinghua would have the knowledge, so she stealthily left her home and approached Jiang Xinghua. Sister Xinghua, what is this? How do you use it? Jiang Xinghua pointed to the stone pot, explaining that it was crafted from a large stone shaped in this manner. However, this pot was indeed slow to conduct heat. A metal pot would be far superior. Smelting iron. Now that she had fire, she recalled there was a vast library at her grandfather's residence in the space, and she also had a computer in her room to look up information. She wondered if it was feasible to smelt iron. That IT should not be too difficult. Once she returned to her grandfather's library, she could search for the necessary materials, for this stone pot was rather heavy and inefficient in cooking, wasting firewood. This is a pot. You can place food inside to cook, making it more thoroughly done. However, she remembered that this stone pot was something the original owner had fortuitously discovered during an outing, not something crafted by anyone. Moreover, shaping such a large stone into this form was exceedingly challenging, unless one were as strong as Qi Yin, capable of splitting stones with ease. A pot. So this is what it is called. Sister Xinghua, did you name it? Jiang Xinghua was somewhat surprised. In this primitive era where survival was paramount, it was unsurprising that pots were rare. Since Xue Li had asked, she decided to claim it as her own naming. Yes, from now on, this will be called a pot. Xue Li gazed at the large stone, emanating an enticing aroma, feeling a twinge of impoliteness as she considered mooching a meal from someone else's home. Since she was already there, she accepted the invitation to dine. Xue Li was elated. She had not anticipated being allowed to stay for a meal. After finishing, Jiang Xinghua took a ribbon and attempted to braid it for little Qin Yuan. However, despite her efforts, she struggled to achieve the desired result, creating quite the flurry. Seeing Jiang Xinghua's attempts, Xue Li offered, Sister Xinghua, let me give it a try. Xue Li was quite dexterous, and, within a few moments, had successfully braided Qin Yuan's hair. You are truly impressive, Xue Li. How about I teach you to weave baskets? I heard there's a market near our Jiuyin tribe where we can exchange items for beast crystals. This was information Jiang Xinghua had recently heard from the males in the tribe. The nearest tribe to Jiuyin was Ming Chun, inhabited by alpaca-like creatures. Beyond that lay the Silver Wolf tribe, known for having amicable wolves, where several green crystal beastmen would come to trade low-tier beast crystals for various goods. Jiang Xinghua's abilities had been on the verge of exploding, leading to her recent surge of energy. She required beast crystals to aid her cultivation and break through the white crystal bottleneck. Sister Xinghua, teach me, and we can go sell together. In Chapter 20, always remembering that lion beast man, Jiang Xinghua subsequently set out with several cubs and Xue Li. There were numerous trees and thickets near their home, making it quite easy to locate a clump of bamboo. Xue Li was well acquainted with the surroundings, and it did not take long for Jiang Xinghua to find the bamboo. The towering bamboo reached heights comparable to trees, flourishing even more than the bamboo in the Shadow War tribe. Additionally, there were plenty of bamboo shoots nearby. This time, Qing Lan had joined them, and it seemed the cubs were subtly competing with one another. Qing Yin and Qing Zhua teamed up, while Qing Yao and Qing Lan partnered together, soon felling 2 towering bamboo stalks. This was Xue Li's first time witnessing such a formidable display. She had not anticipated the prowess of the strong beastman's cubs. You all are truly impressive. Such large bamboo. I should call my brother to help carry them back. The strength of females was limited, and since the others were all cubs, Xue Li regretted not inviting a few males for assistance. No need, Sister Xue Li. We can carry it back ourselves. Qing Yin firmly declined the offer. Jiang Xinghua patted Xue Li's shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. They are quite capable. Jiang Xinghua had fully come to terms with the fact that her cubs were indeed strong. However, it was Xue Li's first time witnessing such a scene, and her wide eyes were fixed on the cubs, deeply sensing the distinction between weak and strong beastmen. Xue Li, let's head back first. And later we can bring them over to collect some bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots? What do we need bamboo shoots for? The weak beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe had never consumed bamboo shoots. Such things felt hard and inedible, and no one had thought of them as food, of course. There were some beastmen who would eat them, like the panda beastmen residing in Ming Yuan Mountain, who considered them a delicacy. However, they had exceptional teeth, while the average weak beastmen preferred grass, leaves, and fruits. Panda beastmen. You mean there are panda beastmen? Shui Li and Jiang Xingluo, while engaged in conversation, picked some small berries and eagerly popped them into their mouths. Jiang Xingluo also relished these tiny fruits, yet upon hearing about the panda beastmen, an overwhelming curiosity washed over her. Pandas were, after all, the national treasure of her original world, the majestic mount of Qiyu, and undeniably adorable. Indeed, the chieftain of Ming Yuan Mountain was named Ming Bao, a kind-hearted individual with whom they frequently traded. Although the beastmen there were formidable, they never discriminated against them. Shui Li recounted her fortunate visit to Ming Yuan Mountain, where she accompanied the chieftain and a newly nurtured flower, managing to exchange for 5 red beast crystals, an impressive haul indeed. Jiangxing Luo nodded in agreement, recognizing that this chieftain was of commendable character, truly deserving of his revered status. Upon returning, Jiangxing Luo and Shui Li found that since the local shaman had administered the finest healing salves to Qin Lan, he had been clamoring to join his brothers in their labors. Qin Yuan had already begun weaving baskets, her strength insufficient compared to her brothers. Thus she could only engage in these tasks to alleviate their mother's burdens. However, she could not help but frown at the sight of her brothers quarreling over the prospect of foraging for bamboo shoots. Was their mother too indulgent with them? Frowning, Qin Yuan turned to Qin Lan and said, "Fourth brother, if you don't stay behind, mother will have to weave more baskets, and her hands will ache. Please stay and assist us." Qin Yuan gazed at Qin Lan, who pondered her words that he had been so engrossed in following Bad Xing Luo's plans and eager to work that he had forgotten the chores awaiting them at home. "All right, I will stay with Qin Yuan. You all go ahead," he finally conceded. Qin Yan's face lit up at Qin Lan's acquiescence. They had just completed their tasks, and their mother had praised them and rewarded them with delightful treats. Round, translucent little spheres that melted in their mouths, a flavor unlike anything they had ever experienced. Desiring their mother's approval and rewards, Qin Yin led Qin Zhuo and Qin Yao outside. Yet, Qin Lan felt a twinge of unease. "Qin Yuan, do you think Bad Xing Luo will only reward the eldest brother, leaving me out?" Unlike Qin Yuan, Qin Lan understood that in this era, females held the utmost significance, and he was acutely aware that their mother favored Qin Yuan above all else. "What are you saying?" Jiangxing Luo, weaving baskets, caught the Na'vi dialogue between the siblings with her keen ears. "Nothing. I said nothing. You must have misheard," Qin Lan replied, his cheeks flushing that he hastily resumed weaving, accidentally making mistakes, feeling somewhat flustered. Jiangxing Luo observed his rising affection points, which surged to an impressive 17, realizing that Qin Lan's likability was escalating the fastest. "What are you all worried about? You are all Mother's little ones. You will all receive rewards," she reassured, her hand affectionately ruffling Qin Lan's tousled hair. Yet, the sight of his disheveled hair irked her. These rascals, despite having had their hair trimmed, had allowed it to grow wild, neglecting to comb it. She picked up a wooden comb and tidied Qin Lan's hair, her heart momentarily easing as she gazed upon the charming little lion cub before her. However, when she noticed the solemn expression that clouded Qin Lan's face, the comb slipped from her fingers. It reminded her of a lion beast man she had encountered previously. No, it couldn't be. Perhaps it was merely due to their shared lion lineage that she perceived a resemblance. Upon closer inspection, she found that Qin Yuan and Qin Lan bore more resemblance to her, both possessing delightful dimples when they smiled. "You too. How adorably you smile. Do not always wear such somber expressions." "All right," Qin Lan nodded, the weight in his heart lifting as he busied himself, quickly crafting a small plate for food. Shui Li admired the exquisite array of plates they had crafted. She had only just begun learning to weave baskets with Jiangxing Luo. These little ones were exceptionally skilled. Little Qin Yuan, though a female, should not be burdened with such work, yet her baskets were particularly intricate. In just a day, they had produced numerous baskets and food plates. That evening, Jiangxing Luo prepared stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and it was Shui Li's first experience tasting bamboo shoots. They were indeed delicious, explaining the panda beastman's fondness for them. However, her favorite remained the pot from Jiangxing Luo's home. After sharing the meal with the little ones, Jiangxing Luo planned to cook some noodles later, for she could no longer resist the allure of staple foods. She intended to explore how to prepare the wheat she had stored in her space. For such fine grains should not go to waste. Chapter 21. Qing Yin awakens his abilities in the dead of night. After the little ones were well fed and fast asleep, Jiangxing Luo entered her space. Hurrying to her grandfather's library, she searched diligently among the categorized books for a quicker method, but to her dismay, found none that would expedite her efforts. Ultimately, she resorted to using stones for her tasks. Like Shui Li's envy of her pot, crafting tools like stone mortars proved to be quite challenging. Emerging from her space, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. The exertion of entering twice had drained her considerably. The following day, she forced herself to rise early and organize the little ones to harvest the vast fields of wheat. There was simply too much to handle. She inquired with the chieftain if anyone desired the wheat, but he informed her that it was too coarse for anyone's liking. Thus it all belonged to her. With a smile, Jiangxing Luo led the little ones to gradually gather the wheat. Lacking sickles, they had to rely on their hands. Yet her physical condition allowed her to handle the labor with ease. Shui Li returned to assist, and the 16-year-old girl was accompanied by a male elk from her tribe. Jiangxing Luo found their presence rather amusing, but she had no time to ponder such things as her gaze was fixated on the wheat, her mouth watering at the sight. The little ones worked swiftly, but the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Just as Qing Yin felt his strength waning under the heat, he sensed a strange force coalescing within him, nearly overwhelming his body. Mother, I feel unwell. Jiangxing Luo dropped the wheat she was holding and rushed to Qing Yin. Noticing the redness in his eyes, she gently touched his forehead, realizing he was burning up. Have you been overexerting yourself these past few days? Jiangxing Luo felt a pang of guilt. Had she known better, she would not have allowed the little ones to toil so hard. Tears welled in her eyes as she hoisted Qing Yin on her back, shaking off Shui Li's concern as she sought the shaman. Jiangxing Luo ran swiftly, her grass shoes slipping off, and she stumbled upon the stones, scraping her knees and drawing blood. The little ones approached her with worry. Mother, don't fret. Eldest brother is strong. He will be fine. Qing Yuan offered support, and Jiangxing Luo realized she had come to regard these little ones as her own children, not merely tasks to fulfill. All right, I understand. Qing Yin, what do you feel? My palm hurts so much, Mother. It's unbearable. The power surging from his palm threatened to consume him entirely. Yet he had thought that gaining strength was a blessing. He had not anticipated such a predicament. Feeling as though he had burdened his mother, overwhelmed with discomfort, Qing Yin could no longer maintain his human form and reverted to his lion shape, though he continued to snarl, careful not to touch the ground. Eventually, Shui Li arrived with the shaman, who examined him for a while before producing 2 white beast crystals from his person and placing them in Qing Yan's palm. In an instant, Qing Yan absorbed the crystals, and a unique energy crystal began to form above his hand, surrounded by swirling currents of air. Divine Maiden, this is an ability. Your son has awakened his powers, but his constitution is too weak and requires crystals to bridge the gap in strength. Feeling an influx of energy, Qing Yin transformed back into his cub form, though his eyes appeared deeper and his nose was slightly more pronounced. This form bore a striking resemblance to the lion that had once threatened her life. Jiangxing Luo's grip tightened instinctively, her heart racing with an unsettling suspicion. Even if they were both lion beastmen, it was impossible for them to look so alike. That wretched creature had tormented the original owner of this body and had simply walked away, his demeanor suggesting he had no memory of her. Jiangxing Luo felt utterly disheartened, uncertain of the lion beastman's whereabouts, vowing to feign ignorance should she encounter him again. Mother, these crystals are just like yours. I can cultivate abilities too. Look, don't they seem a bit different from yours? Upon hearing these words, the shamaness Huayan was instantly taken aback. Thus the goddess Xinghua possessed an ability crystal akin to that enchanting lord. Huayan, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly contain herself. Goddess, your offspring, like yourself, should be capable of awakening extraordinary powers, as should your daughter. Huayan gazed eagerly at Qingyin, contemplating the fortune that might befall their feeble orc tribe should 2 females with awakened abilities emerge among them. From that moment forth, no one would dare to underestimate them. Are you suggesting that Qingyuan will also possess an ability crystal? Indeed, to my knowledge, only the priestess of the Juke clan and the holy maiden of the Python clan possess such crystals. The identity of the mother of that snake clan's priestess remains a mystery, while every female of the Juke clan possesses an ability crystal, chosen as emissaries of the beast god. Emissaries of the beast god. Jiang Xinglu furrowed her brow. They are indeed fortunate, born differently from other tribes. Thank you, Huayan. Once I acquire a crystal, I shall return it to you. Huayan shook her head. No need, Xinglu. Focus on caring for your offspring. He will likely require substantial nourishment in the coming days. Jiang Xinglu nodded, and Shui Li let out a sigh of relief. She instructed the male accompanying her to fetch her brother to help with the harvest before assisting Jiang Xinglu back home. Shui Li applied medicine to Jiang Xinglu's feet and knees, still feeling uneasy. Shui Li, I'm fine, truly, it's merely a few scrapes. Observing Shui Li's furrowed brow, Jiang Xinglu couldn't help but find her concern somewhat amusing. Besides, you constantly assist me. Do you not have household matters to attend to? In truth, Jiang Xinglu held Shui Li in high regard. She was a capable young female, akin to a younger sister, upon arriving at the Juyin tribe. Shui Li was the first to extend kindness toward her. All the household chores have been completed by my brothers. They were delighted when I told them to learn from the goddess instead of having me work. Jiang Xinglu was both amused and exasperated, realizing that the orcs here regarded her as a deity. Let them think as they wish. Perhaps it is this aura that prevents us from encountering troubles akin to those with the Jiangning tribe. Reflecting on the Jiangning tribe, she wondered how Qian would fare upon his return. Qian, a solitary beast, was now nearing the vicinity of the Jiangning tribe, yet before he could enter, he caught the scent of his kin. Before long, a group of leopards appeared, one of which bore a female orc upon its back. As Qian witnessed the approaching leopards, he bared his teeth and retreated. The female orc on the leopard's back was his mother. Hong Xiao, Qian, where is she? Where is that female? Hong Xiao bellowed, her eyes blazing with fury. She leaped from the leopard and approached Qian, delivering a kick aimed at his face. Qian, too intimidated to retaliate, could only back away. That female possesses an ability crystal, and you let her escape. Do you have any idea how many extraordinary offspring she could bear? Her fertility must be exceptional. Qian gazed at the female before him, perplexed as to why, despite being a mother, Xinglu could treat her offspring with such tenderness, while his own mother never regarded him and Zhou as true orcs. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he felt compelled to flee. But his heart sank as he witnessed the captured father beast dragged forth by other leopards. Tears welled in his eyes that it was their father beast, bound and bloodied, evidently having endured severe beatings. His mother knew that, in his heart, only their father beast and Zhou held paramount importance. Mother, as Qian opened his mouth to call out, Hong Xiao coldly interjected, do not call me mother. I have no son like you. Unless you bring Xinglu back, he must die. Qian stared in shock at his bloodied father beast, his whimpers growing heavier. Zhou had just given birth. If she learned of this, it would shatter her. With crimson eyes, he surveyed the orcs of the tribe, realizing that a decision needed to be made. Jiang Xinglu, eager to exchange for beast crystals, found that the market was not yet open. She tirelessly worked on the food, crushing and grinding the wheat multiple times before managing to create a few delectable pot stickers. She had added wild chicken eggs, which had been gifted by some of the weaker orcs nearby. In their entire tribe, only 2 males from the Milu tribe possessed white beast crystals, one with healing abilities and the other capable of controlling water. However, their powers were feeble and gentle, leading the tribe to treat them almost as demigods, too afraid to let them hunt ferocious beasts. Thus, until now, with Jiang Xinglu and Qingyan awakening their beast crystals, and Qingyan possessing an aggressive wind ability, who would not admire them? Jiang Xinglu remembered their kindness, promising the tribe leader that she would remain in the Juyin tribe forever. Yet in recent days, Qingyan's appetite had grown excessively large. Shui Li and her brothers helped Jiang Xinglu grind the wheat, placing it in wooden buckets. Shui Li, do you know of any places nearby suitable for hunting? I wish to take Qingyan to hunt some beasts. The realm of weaker orcs was serene and peaceful, yet she needed to cultivate. The 2 pig beasts that Qian had previously brought back must have been hunted nearby, that I do not know. Jiang Xinglu sighed, deciding to explore on her own that if there were forests nearby, there should be plenty of wild beasts. Qingyan, accompany me. Shui Li, I'll leave the little ones in your care. Shui Li grasped Jiang Xinglu's wrist, her gaze evasive. Sister Xinglu, could you please refrain from going? Hunting beasts is perilous for weaker orcs. Jiang Xinglu gently stroked Shui Li's soft hair and patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. My ability is lightning. I shall be fine. Shui Li remained apprehensive, searching for hunting tools but finding none. As the weaker orcs never hunted, perhaps we should find a few males to accompany us? Jiang Xinglu shook her head. No need. Wait for us here. Qingyan, let us go. Qingyan nodded, feeling invigorated at the prospect of venturing outside with his mother. He would not let this opportunity pass. Mother, take me with you. With Sister Shui Li caring for them. I can go too. Qingzhu, the cleverest among the little ones, gazed timidly at his mother, sensing a newfound pressure from her. If she forbade him from going, he would ensure to care for his siblings at home. Jiang Xinglu observed Qingzhu's lowered head, as if he had prepared himself for rejection. Moreover, this obstinate little one had even begun to call her mother. She glanced at the small heart atop his head, noting the recent surge in his fondness for her, now reaching 10%. Very well. It seems this is a prime opportunity to solidify that bond. Gaining Qingzhu's affection will not be easy. Mother, please let second brother join us. Qinglan suddenly interjected, aware of his brother's desire to grow closer to their mother, especially now that their elder brother had awakened his abilities, indicating that they too would soon awaken theirs. Second brother must wish to grow stronger to support both elder brother and mother. Indeed, mother, we shall wait for you and third brother at home. Qingyan nodded in agreement, observing how the little ones rallied to speak on behalf of Qingzhu. Did they truly believe she was still upset with him? Very well. Qingzhu, you may accompany us. Jiang Xinglu transformed into her beast form, and the two young ones followed suit as they departed from the Jin tribe. They wandered aimlessly, yet with the abundance of nearby forests, Jiang Xinglu led the children into a small woodland. She could sense the changes within her body. Her sense of smell had sharpened significantly. However, as they entered the forest, night fell, and a swarm of bats suddenly surged from the trees to attack them. Each bat flickered with iridescent colors atop its head. These creatures bore ability crystals, yet she dared not consume them, as they were laden with toxins. Qingzhu, be cautious. Qingzhu nodded, while Qingyan extended his claws, swiftly dispatching several bats with white ability crystals. Yet, capturing the flying bats and retrieving their crystals was no simple task. Besides a few fallen bats, the remaining ones proved challenging to catch. Jiang Xinglu climbed a tree, hoping to leap down and secure the bats. But her subtle movements drew the attention of the swarm. The mass of black bats charged directly toward her, their numbers terrifying and their crystals glimmering red and orange. Jiang Xinglu was repulsed, retreating step by step, her fur nearly standing on end. How dreadful! These wretched creatures compel me to use my abilities. She recalled her powers. She had yet to witness Qingyan's abilities. The wind element should prove effective against airborne adversaries. Qingyan, quickly, test your abilities. The swarm of bats seemed to possess an uncanny instinct as they surged directly towards the most vulnerable Qingzhu. Meanwhile, a multitude of bats continued to approach Jiang Xinglu, who had already incapacitated several red crystal bats with her lightning. The remaining few orange beast crystal bats appeared quite displeased, preparing to launch an assault on Jiang Xinglu. Clutching the beast crystal she had acquired, she began to absorb their energy. Without it, she would be unable to continue fighting. She felt an insurmountable bottleneck in her abilities, an uncomfortable sensation that was only alleviated by the absorption of beast crystals. Upon hearing Jiang Xinglu's words, Qingyan immediately attempted to gather his strength anew. Albeit clumsily, his first attempt resulted in a fierce gust of wind, which ensnared the bats, spinning them around uncontrollably. Qingzhu watched the chaotic whirlwind, nearly sweeping the bats away to another location, with a hint of disdain. Qingzhu urged, "Brother, please stop the wind quickly, or we might lose those beast crystals." Realizing the urgency, Qingyan gradually reined in his power, and the tempest subsided. Jiang Xinglu clung tightly to the branches with her four delicate paws. Nearly swept away by the tornado, She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Qingyin's formidable abilities. Pondering why her own lightning seemed to dissipate so quickly, it felt profoundly unfair. Delighted by the sight of the bats below, Jiang Xingli eagerly reached down to pluck the beast crystals from their heads. Counting them, she discovered 10 orange crystals, 20 red crystals, and 30 white crystals. This bounty was simply delightful. She separated the white crystals, unsure if the red ones were absorbable, yet her curiosity urged her to try. The 2 red crystals given to her by Qiyin remained untouched, as he too required them. Grasping a red crystal in her palm, she sensed its purer energy. Upon contact, her own crystal radiated even more brightly, and before long, she had completely devoured one. To her astonishment, it was possible. However, as Shui Li had mentioned, the exchange probability for these beast crystals was 100, meaning 1 red crystal could only be obtained by trading 100 white crystals. Yet her ability allowed her to consume the red crystals. What about the orange ones? When she grasped an orange crystal, she felt an immediate repulsion from her own energy stone, accompanied by a wave of nausea, akin to a person accustomed to a vegetarian diet suddenly consuming greasy meat. The orange crystal was forcefully expelled from her grasp. "Mother, are you all right?" Qingyan asked, noticing Jiang Xinghua leaning against a tree, struggling to regain her composure. Qingxue speculated on the cause. "Mother, does that mean the red crystal is also unusable? Would you like to try again?" Jiang Xinghua shook her head. "I don't wish to try anymore. I believe that crystal was sufficient. Let Qingyan have a go." Qingxue nodded, and without hesitation, Qingyan consumed 3 red crystals, only to feel his body overwhelmed shortly thereafter. Jiang Xinghua was bewildered, sensing an odd restriction on her power, which might explain why her affinity with Qingyan was stagnant. Yes, she struck the tree in frustration. A green, round fruit fell directly on her head. Truly, her luck had taken a nosedive today. The outer skin of the green fruit burst open, revealing a layer of light brown beneath. Jiang Xinghua picked it up, her face lighting up with a mixture of surprise and joy. She discarded the cracked outer layer and used a stone to break open the brown shell, revealing a layer of white flesh beneath. Was this a walnut? She promptly stuffed a piece into Qingxue's mouth, asking, "Try it. Is it delicious?" Forced to chew, Qingxue was met with an explosion of flavor that spread across his palate. This was utterly delectable. Jiang Xinghua looked up to discover that the walnut tree was laden with many more nuts. She had not anticipated finding such a bountiful walnut tree nestled within the forest. With her absorbed energy, her transformation into beast form seemed unimpeded. She dashed up the tree, knocking down walnuts one by one. A bamboo pole net would have been ideal for gathering the fruit, yet such items were scarce in the vicinity of the grove. The 2 cubs busily searched for the fallen walnuts, collecting them one by one. Jiang Xinghua felt an overwhelming sense of joy, reminiscent of her childhood days spent climbing trees to pick fruit while her grandfather gathered them below. In no time, she had cleared the tree of its walnuts. She cracked open a few, and the 2 cubs mimicked her, enjoying the walnut meat as well. The forest was eerily quiet, although the bats were gone. The presence of other creatures remained uncertain. Thus, Jiang Xinghua decided to wait until tomorrow to explore further. She instructed the 2 cubs to transform, leaning against the walnut tree herself. Their thick fur provided a comforting warmth, and she felt utterly at ease, instinctively purring like a sleepy kitten. However, as sleep overtook her, an unsettling sensation of falling gripped her. She tumbled down, fear surging within her. She feared for her life. Despite the saying that cats have 9 lives, she was not a true cat. Moreover, in her current human form, she felt a sudden impact and heard a muffled groan, followed by the calm gaze of a man with deep brown eyes fixed upon her. Jiang Xinghua found herself sprawled atop him, her hands brushing against his lean waist. His physique was remarkably well-defined, and she found the sensation quite pleasant. "Have you had enough of touching?" The familiar voice sent a chill down her spine, and she despaired at the thought of encountering this lion once more. Why did she keep dreaming about him? She wished to sever any ties with him, fearing he might whisk the cubs away. As they were the product of both her and the original owner's souls, the memory of their last encounter flashed in her mind, leaving her feeling as though she were shrinking into a small kitten. She glared at Lai Feng, who seemed to be staring at her with wide eyes. If memory served him correctly, this cat was female. Upon her sudden fall, their bodies had come into contact, and he could feel her softness, which was distinct from other females. Her body felt even more yielding. Chapter 24. The original female protagonist. Ling Shuang Lai Feng crouched down, effortlessly lifting the little cat that had been preparing to attack him. A hint of disdain dancing in his eyes. This little creature seemed somewhat amusing. Jiang Xinghua winced as her neck was gripped painfully, feeling as if her skin were being pulled apart. "Let go of me. You brutish lion. This hurts," she swatted at his face with her paw, but Lai Feng merely deepened his frown, pulling her away further. Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort while mentally cursing him and his ancestors. Lai Feng, with a stern expression, set Jiang Xinghua down on the stone bed within his cave. Remembering their last encounter when he had gripped her neck, he felt a twinge of remorse. He had not expected her to be merely a small cat. He had never heard of any female cats in the tribe. Could she be trying to become his mate? It was curious how she consistently found herself in his presence. Yet, as he recalled the mysterious mark on his body, he despised the malicious female who had fed him aphrodisiac herbs. As Lai Feng's hand began to stroke Jiang Xinghua's belly, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, her beast form wavering until she reverted to her human shape. His hand now rested upon her chest, and she quickly pushed it away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Jiang Xinghua hastily jumped off his bed, eager to escape. "What is your name?" Lai Feng inquired, captivated by the delicate features of her youthful face. She was unlike any other female, petite, innocent, and even exuding a floral fragrance from her hair that did not repel him. "None of your business, you foolish lion. Let me go." Jiang Xinghua summoned her strength, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Lai Feng unexpectedly, shocking him thoroughly. Lai Feng furrowed his brow, observing this seemingly profound little female. Not only could she transform, but she also wielded powers. Could she be a beast god messenger? No, that was impossible. She was merely a cat. The female beast god messenger was a Zhuke. Lai Feng felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, yet he refused to release his grip on Jiang Xinghua. She sensed her energy waning and yearned to escape. "Mother, where are you? Mother!" Jiang Xinghua heard Qin Yin calling for her, confirming her cubs were searching for her. She had to return. The fierce wind tightly grasped the pristine white wrist, causing her to suddenly vanish from his side. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. What on earth was this little female up to? This was the second time, yet he didn't even know her name. Upon returning to the walnut tree, Jiang Xinghua heard the distant cries of two cubs calling for her. "Ah, mother, save me." Alarmed, she recognized the voice of Qingjue. Jiang Xinghua immediately followed the sound and saw Qin Yin approaching as well. "Mother, it seems Qingjue has fallen into something." Qin Yin could still smell Qingjue's scent, and Jiang Xinghua could detect it too. Together, they pressed forward and indeed heard Qingjue's cries. He had truly fallen into a pit. "Mother, help me!" Jiang Xinghua nodded and found a vine to lower down. As Qingjue clutched the vine and climbed up, both Jiang Xinghua and Qin Yin felt a sudden shove from behind, causing them to tumble into the pit. This pit was not only deep, but also expertly dug, leaving them at a loss for how to ascend. Jiang Xinghua glanced up at the beast man standing at the edge of the pit. His silvery hair glimmered under the moonlight, seemingly coated with a layer of frost, and he was laughing incessantly. "Brother Songling, look quickly. Have we caught something? I just heard a sound here." Songling, this name struck a chord. Was he not the expendable character from the Kanjin clan? The one who accompanied the original protagonist, Ling Shuang, as her guardian? Was the little female standing before her truly Ling Shuang? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xinghua. This Ling Shuang bore no resemblance to the benevolent and innocent character depicted in the book that attracted males seeking to protect her. Was all a fade since arriving in this world. Jiang Xinghua's fondness for the Serpent Clan had waned. The former Dailin was from the Serpent Clan, and now Ling Shuang as well. Both were filled with malice, making her feel quite repulsed. "Let me take a look." Jiang Xinghua frowned at the figure of Ling Shuang before her. Was this the fated enemy of her cubs? Originally, it was said that Qingyuan had claimed Ling Shuang's life-saving grace, but there was more to come. Ling Shuang had intended for Qing Yuan to send her second brother to be her beast husband, willing to forget the past. Naturally, Qing Yuan refused. Yet at that time, she was imprisoned in a water dungeon by Ling Shuang's beast husband, deprived of food for days on end. Among Qing Yuan's brothers, the most captivating was Qing Zhua, who had already developed feelings for another female. Nevertheless, for the sake of his sister, he chose to become Ling Shuang's beast husband. Although such arrangements were commonplace in the beast world, the narrative sounded utterly explosive. Observing Ling Shuang now, Jiang Xinghua felt utterly disgusted. We are not your prey. Qing Yin, use your powers to send us up. Qing Yin nodded and summoned the wind to lift them out. Upon witnessing that the beastmen she had pushed into the pit possessed powers, Ling Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. As Jiang Xinghua landed, she saw Ling Shuang. A little female who seemed barely older than Qing Yin. It was astonishing that she enjoyed such cruel jokes at such a young age, leaving Jiang Xinghua utterly bewildered. Qing Yin, Qing Zhua, let us depart, grasping one of her cubs. Jiang Xinghua attempted to leave, but Ling Shuang had just observed the little male named Qing Yin wielding wind abilities, a rarity indeed. He was still so young yet managed to control his powers so adeptly. Don't go, sister. We've gotten lost in the forest. Could you please help us find our way out? Songling furrowed his brow at Ling Shuang and stepped forward to pull her back. These beastmen have come from who knows where. Whether they mean good or ill, Ling Shuang, you should return to the city with me. I know the way. Jiang Xinghua looked at Ling Shuang's contemptuous expression and was relieved her eyesight had improved remarkably at night due to consuming red beast crystals. It was surprising to realize that Ling Shuang had never liked the foolish boy from the Kanjin clan from the start. No wonder, she was merely an expendable character. Brother Songling, but we've been wandering for so long. It would be easier to leave with this sister. Upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but admire her. This little female was adept at not offending anyone, addressing them alternately as brother and sister. No wonder her little Qing Yuan had succumbed to her charms. Chapter 25. How shameless. What Brother Songling said is correct. We do not intend to leave this forest. We have matters to attend to. So you may proceed on your OWN. In truth. Jiang Xinghua was eager to return, yet to evade the plague that was Ling Shuang. She felt compelled to act contrary to her wishes. Sister, what matters do you have? This forest is too perilous. Let us leave together. It seemed she was still clinging to them, and Jiang Xing noticed Ling Shuang's bright eyes were subtly scrutinizing her cubs. The jolt of alarm surged through her. Ling Shuang, appearing only 8 or 9 years old, was already eyeing males. The very thought of her casting her gaze upon her cubs was utterly revolting. After painstakingly leading her cubs away from Dailin's serpent lair, how could she allow them to fall prey to a python? Did you not see that my mother does not wish to accompany you? How shameless can you be? Jiang Xinghua was startled by Qing Yin's words. Where had he learned such phrases? He was merely 5 yet understood the concept of shamelessness. However, her cubs were destined to become formidable antagonists. If they wished to hurl insults, so be it. No, I merely fear for your safety if you venture alone. Brother Songling is very capable. He can protect us. Qing Yin scoffed. No need. My brother and I can protect our mother without your feigned kindness. Songling was infuriated by Qing Yin's words. Ling Shuang is kindly offering to accompany you. How can you speak to her like that? Apologize to Ling Shuang. Songling pressed forward, eager to confront Qing Yin, who couldn't be bothered to respond. Humph. I won't apologize. It will only infuriate you. Mother, let us leave quickly. I fear they worry for us. Jiang Xinghua nodded in agreement. Ling Shuang wished to pursue them, but found them too swift to catch up. Meanwhile, Songling noticed Ling Shuang was in tears, and he was preoccupied with comforting her, completely disregarding the pursuit of Jiang Xinghua. Once Jiang Xinghua and her cubs had distanced themselves, they transformed into their beast forms and raced homeward. She had initially planned to linger another day, hoping for a stroke of luck to acquire more beast crystals. But upon encountering Ling Shuang, she felt no desire to remain any longer. First, she intended to return with the crystals, planning to share some with the 2 males possessing abilities in her tribe. It was crucial to understand that the healing capabilities of wood abilities were exceedingly rare. Even among the powerful beastmen, few awakened such powers. Since the Mulu clan housed such a rarity, they called her goddess. and she naturally felt the weight of that responsibility. As for the male possessing water abilities, he appeared to be from another tribe. She had no idea of his identity until that moment. Changshuan, still asleep in the river, was dreaming of that little female from before. He had inquired with the Mulu clan about her, and they had informed him that she was the goddess named Xinglu. What a delightful name. Exhausted from running, Jiang Xinglua lay on Qingyin's back. Qingyin and Qingzhuo were unfazed, and before long, they had returned to their cave. However, night had fallen again, and after a whole day of relentless running, the trio's stomachs began to grumble audibly. Jiang Xinglua retrieved several packets of instant noodles from her space, whipped up some eggs, and added a few pieces of meat into a stone pot to cook for an extended period. The enticing aroma wafted through the cave, drawing her cubs out. "Mother, you're back?" Qingyan asked sleepily. Jiang Xinglua gazed at the little female before her, whose hair was tousled from sleep. She had only been gone a few days, yet she missed them terribly. "Just returned. Would you like something to eat?" Upon hearing the word eat, the little cubs perked up, albeit a bit shyly. Ever since dining with their mother, they seemed unaccustomed to consuming others' cooking. During the days Waterly had been around, she had made them pancakes, which they had enjoyed several times, but they were starting to tire of it. Being strong beastmen, they found it rather intolerable to survive on vegetables alone. "All right, I understand. Mother will cook you some extra meat." Qingyuan nodded. If their mother did not return soon, that icy sensation within her would soon resurface. Jiang Xinglua decided to slice off some of the ham she had previously stored, as the raw meat was hardly suitable for consumption at present. Fortunately, she had once relished it, spending a significant amount to procure 2 large hams, which were now perfectly timed for use. The little cubs sat quietly around the pot, eagerly awaiting the steaming contents. The enticing aroma wafting up was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, Qingzhuo retrieved walnuts from his bag and generously shared them among the 3 little cubs as Qingyin sampled the dish. She was instantly enveloped in a sense of satisfaction that mother's cooking is the best. "I've been eating vegetables these past few days, and my body feels a bit unwell. Mother, why don't you teach us how to cook meat? We want to learn how to make it ourselves." Jiang Xinglua felt an unbearable pang in her heart upon hearing Qingyuan's words. Her little Qingyuan had suffered immensely during times of hunger, and she could no longer leave her alone at home. "All right, I promise to save some meat for you. When you grow a bit bigger, I will teach you how to cook." "Okay," Qingyuan nodded, her little belly now round and full. And it wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Jiang Xinglua, weary herself, lay beside the bed and succumbed to slumber almost immediately. The next morning, she divided her white and red beast crystals, giving half to the chieftain. "This is quite a lot, Xinglua, but we have no use for it. Our kind has no extraordinary abilities," Chieftain Jutai lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. Ultimately, their discrimination stemmed from the dwindling awakening of the wood and water abilities among the weak beast men, leaving them nearly extinct, and hence they were cast aside. How can that be? There is a male with wood abilities and another with water abilities. Let us give these to them. It must be beneficial. Chieftain Jutai felt immense gratitude at Jiang Xinglua's selfless offer and called for the 2 possessors of those abilities. Curious about their identities, Jiang Xinglua was taken aback when one of them approached, flamboyantly dressed, and she felt her restraint waver. The insatiable appetite of her breed was difficult to suppress. Who would have thought that the owner of the water abilities was none other than the fish? Changshuan, whom she had encountered previously. Jiang Xinglua felt a tingle of desire, the alluring scent of that fish filling her nostrils, and she yearned to consume it. Surely it would be delightful, especially since it was a koi with extraordinary abilities. It must be exquisite. Jiang Xinglua was overwhelmed by her feline instincts, feeling a discomfort that was almost intolerable. Chapter 26. Dead fish, stay away from me. She realized she could not linger any longer and turned to leave. Unaware that the beastmen in the tribe had kept from her the identity of this koi, that a pang of regret washed over her for the beast crystals she had relinquished. Yet, her mind drifted to whether that fish might gain weight after absorbing the crystals. A stew made from it would surely be divine. No, it's not a mere fish. It is a beastman. Jiang Xinglua sighed, pondering where she might find something to eat. Her stomach growled hungrily, and if all else failed, perhaps she could hunt a bird. She was truly weary of the meat from the pig beasts. Jiang Xinghua patted her belly and sighed deeply. Just as she was about to head home, a tantalizing aroma enveloped her senses. Yes, it was the scent of the koi. Chang Xuan dashed barefoot towards her, astonished that the little female who had once seemed ready to slay him had acquired such a wealth of beast crystals. He absorbed 3 red beast crystals in quick succession, even transforming his ability crystal from white to red, believing he had lost hope for ever advancing his abilities in this lifetime. Little did he know that a goddess had emerged from their tribe. "Get away! Don't come near me!" Jiang Xinghua glared at the flamboyant red-haired male before her, his smile revealing 2 charming dimples. She bit her lip, struggling against her cravings. "Don't be like this. Xinghua, I know you brought me the beast crystals to bond with me, right? What nonsense!" Jiang Xinghua was nearly driven to exasperation by this arrogant fish. His self-admiration was excessive. No, she quickened her pace, but Chang Xuan pursued her. Summoning his ability crystal, the striking red hue undeniably captivating. This was the first time Jiang Xinghua had seen a red crystal, and when Chang Xuan noticed she had finally halted, he used his powers to conjure rain in the sky. The rain fell gently, covering the entirety of their Juyin tribe. Jiang Xinghua was astonished at the extent of the power contained within a mere red crystal. It seemed this koi should not be harmed. It might prove useful after all. Oh, you like it? Chang Xuan's alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled as he smiled, becoming even more charming. Jiang Xinghua, however, was not an ordinary female. Her hair, drenched by the rain, clung uncomfortably to her forehead. "I do not like it." She pushed Chang Xuan away and continued onward. Chang Xuan, puzzled by her rejection, recalled that Chieftain Jotai had just inquired about his intentions regarding bonding. The Koi tribe had no females of his age, and he was at a loss for where to find a mate. Initially indifferent to the idea of companionship, he now felt a weight in his heart as he gazed at her slender silhouette departing. Why did Jiang Xinghua not like him? He had heard her previous mate was a lion beast man. Was that why she shunned the weak beast men? But he could never possess her alone. As Jiang Xinghua walked away, she spotted Qing Yin boasting about his abilities to several other cubs. He could even manipulate the wind to lift Qing Yuan into the air, and she was having the time of her life. While the other cubs eagerly took turns, only Qing Zhu frowned at them, his eyes holding a hint of fondness. Jiang Xinghua observed Qing Zhu as he threshed the wheat he had gathered, revealing a maturity beyond his years. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils. Yes, it was that fish again, but there was also a tinge of blood. Had that fish been injured? How could this be? Jiang Xinghua dashed outside, only to find Chang Xuan supporting a male covered in blood, his familiar yellow hair unmistakable. It was Chiwa. "What happened to you?" Jiang Xinghua gasped. Chiwa was panting heavily, having run here without pause. Informing her that the beastmen from the Jining tribe demanded she be brought back in exchange for Zhozhou's father beast. He had no desire to harm her. She was his recognized mate, and he merely wished to protect her, Zhozhou's father beast. Upon hearing Chiwa's explanation, the surrounding cubs fell silent. It was rare in this beastly world for a cub to receive such care from their mother. They felt a twinge of sympathy for Chiwa. "How much time do they give you?" Jiang Xinghua did not wish to endanger others because of her, since the Jining tribe insisted on her presence. She had no choice but to comply. However, times had changed, and with her newfound abilities, she felt more confident in confronting that rabble point 3 days. Jiang Xinghua recognized the urgency, yet the severity of Chihua's injuries was alarming. "Sister Xinghua, I have summoned Brother Sunran, and Sister Huayan is also on her way." Shui Li rushed to gather aid, bringing the two over. Huayan, skilled in medicine, applied the finest herbs to Chihua's wounds, followed by Sunran, who had advanced his abilities from birth, cherished by the tribe. However, he had struggled to train due to a lack of quality beast crystals, until now. Sunran utilized his abilities to heal Chihua's wounds. And with the aid of the medicine, his injuries began to mend rapidly. Even Huayan was astonished. She and Sunran had recently decided to bond, but she had not anticipated his abilities would progress so swiftly. "Thank you." Chihua felt revitalized, yet the toll of his long journey left him nearly depleted. He sensed a change in his ability crystals. Initially, he attributed it to the wear and tear of the journey. Now, feeling restored, he still experienced an uncomfortable swelling throughout his body. His eyes glowed crimson, energy coursing through him, especially in his legs, which were particularly swollen. Jiang Xingluo noted the pallor of Chihua's complexion, sensing something was amiss. Huayan, come over and take a look. His wounds are healed, but why does he appear so unwell? Chapter 27. The Green Ability Crystal. Huayan approached and, upon seeing Chihua's condition, began to comprehend the situation. Within his palm, a sense of soreness emerged, and an ability crystal had already advanced to yellow. This was Huayan's first encounter with a yellow ability crystal. Their tribe had far too few, and they had only recently rejoiced over the emergence of a red crystal. Yet, it appeared that Chihua still needed to absorb the power of beast crystals to stabilize his condition. Though his wounds had healed, the advancement of his abilities required a breakthrough. Who has an orange ability crystal? Jiang Xingluo gazed at Qian, who was drenched in cold sweat and on the verge of collapse. She retrieved the orange crystal from her possession, and Qian nearly devoured half of it, instantly advancing to the green tier. Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of regret for her belongings, never anticipating that so many beast crystals, which she had saved for herself, would be consumed so readily by Qian. Nevertheless, she consoled herself. After all, she had no use for them, and Qian was now her guardian beast. She could not forsake saving someone merely for the sake of those crystals. As Jiang Xingluo observed the cold sweat on Qian gradually dissipate, she noted a transformation in his physique that was markedly different from before. With the green crystal, even if you return, that wicked matriarch shall no longer be able to bully you, Chang Sun remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Xingluo regarded Chang Sun's self-satisfied expression, sensing that he had grown accustomed to the green ability crystal. How about this? If you're afraid, I can accompany you. When the next heavy rain comes, we could simply drown that wretched tribe. Upon hearing Chang Sun's cynical words, Jiang Xingluo found herself in agreement. Sometimes it was necessary to be carefree. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That won't do. Once I rescue my father beast, I will sever all ties with the Jiangning tribe and cannot harm those innocent beastmen. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows. She believed Qian possessed a certain kindness, yet she felt no such innocence from those people. Far from it. Qian, should they harbor any ulterior motives against me, do not blame me for not sparing them. Jiang Xingluo had been coerced by those beastmen to leave, as they even attempted to deliver her to the matriarch den, intending to send the fertile Zhou there too. Such a repugnant tribe made her wish for their annihilation. Qian's eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow, prompting Chang Sun to chuckle. Look at this leopard. He seems nothing but a foolish creature, fretting over others while they are on the brink of death. Jiang Xingluo frowned at Chang Sun's nonchalant demeanor. Strangely enough, the words of this fish resonated with her own thoughts. Enough of this chatter. We must set off now. Qing Yin, join me. You all stay here and do not inform Sister Zhou of this matter. Shueli nodded, and the several cubs obediently followed suit. Jiang Xingluo and her companions set forth, with Qian's speed surpassing even before, barely allowing Jiang Xingluo to discern their surroundings. Within a day, they had returned to the vicinity of the tribe. Such rapidity was astonishing. Had it not been for her continuous transformation into beast form along the way, she likely would have been left dizzy. Where is your father beast? Should we attempt to extract him directly? Jiang Xingluo was disinclined to confront the individuals from the Jiangning tribe, that if she could sneak in, she would do so without hesitation. Though such an approach lacked moral integrity, she deemed it inconsequential. Speed and safety were paramount. Qian frowned, revealing that the father beast was imprisoned within the chieftain's residence, and nearly all the males of the tribe had encircled the chieftain's house several times to ensure Jiang Xingluo's return. It would not be easy for Qian to infiltrate. Following Qian's lead, Jiang Xingluo adjusted their course, moving in another direction. She and Qing Yin transformed into their beast forms, striving to minimize their footfalls. Yet suddenly, Jiang Xingluo heard something approaching from behind. It was the sound of a rattlesnake. Without hesitation, she climbed a tree, only to realize she had forgotten that snakes could ascend as well. She widened her eyes. Watching the serpent draw near, to her dismay, she noticed that the snake's skin glimmered subtly. This rattlesnake appeared larger than the one she had previously dispatched with her own hands, and as she retreated, her concern for Qing Yin grew. Had she known better, she would not have brought Qin Yin along. Jiang Xinghua found herself incessantly meowing at the formidable rattlesnake, extending her claws in an attempt to swat it away. However, the serpent merely bared its fangs and grinned, its laughter reminiscent of the chilling sound from horror films Jiang Xinghua had seen before. Qi Yin wished to assist, but found the tree roots inaccessible. Qin Yin gritted his teeth, channeling his powers, and a gust of wind swept through, allowing Jiang Xinghua to clutch the branch firmly. She suddenly wondered why it was not Qing Zhu awakening his abilities. Qin Yin, despite his apparent simplicity, proved capable of securing the tree trunk, while the snake, sleek and agile, coiled around a slender branch. Jiang Xinghua relinquished her grip, and the wind redirected her safely to the ground. It seemed she had underestimated Qin Yin. This cub indeed held promise. Subsequently, Qin Yin intensified the wind, snapping the branch, and the snake was whisked away by the gust. Jiang Xinghua frowned as she gazed at the retreating serpent. Was it merely an ordinary rattlesnake, or was it a beast man in disguise? Curiosity piqued within her. However, with the snake gone, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, amidst the chaos of the wind, Jiang Xinghua discovered that several rows of beastmen had gathered behind her, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Among them were several males who had previously sought to make her their mate. The sight of them repulsed her. They merely wished for her to serve as a breeding machine. Such thoughts were utterly insufferable. Her life held immeasurable value. Wasting it solely on reproduction was a travesty. Qi Yin, you truly brought Xinghua back. Splendid. This evening's opportunity shall be yours. Jiang Xinghua turned to face Yan Lin's aged visage and, unable to contain herself, summoned lightning to strike him. Though her crystal had yet to advance, it sufficed to deal with the fools before her. Yan Lin convulsed violently, yet Jiang Xinghua had no intention of relenting. Qi Yin regarded her with a complex expression, while Jiang Xinghua shouted in anger, "If you cannot protect me, then keep your distance." Qi Yin's gaze turned icy. He had never wished to abandon her, merely feeling disillusioned by the chieftain. "Matriarch, I shall always heed your commands." Qi Yin's declaration astonished the small female supporting Yan Lin. Her nails nearly embedded themselves into her flesh. This was the reason Qi Yin refused to mate with her. He had chosen a feline matriarch instead. Chapter 28. Rescuing people. May extended her hand to assist her father, pushing aside all beastmen in her path. Upon spotting the cat, she swiftly drew a whip from her side, with tremendous force. May sent dust flying into the air, prompting Jiang Xinghua to hastily evade. As she raised her gaze, she beheld the contorted expression on May's delicate face. This little female harbored a deep-seated disdain for her. Jiang Xinghua transformed from her beast form back into her human shape, a burst of white light enveloping her. Now, her height matched that of the towering females around her, yet her slender frame paled in comparison to their robust figures. May had once believed her own petite and exquisite form would captivate Qi Yin, but now, standing before Jiang Xinghua, she seemed diminutive by half a head. The silver-haired Jiang Xinghua effortlessly captured the attention of all the males present, while May remained merely an ordinary female from the Jianing tribe. Jiang Xinghua sensed May's gaze grow increasingly ferocious. This little female was intent on her demise. However, Jiang Xinghua recalled that she had never encountered this girl before. What could have inspired such animosity? As nearby males sought to assist her, May silenced them with a single command. "Qi Yin, you have mated with this weak feline female, haven't you?" May's voice trembled with both anger and stubbornness. And Jiang Xinghua understood that this was merely a manifestation of Qi Yin's romantic entanglements. Jiang Xinghua had no desire to meddle in their affairs. Today, her sole mission was to rescue Zhou father beast. Yet May stood her ground before Qi Yin, demanding an explanation. No, Qi Yin's reluctant response signified the painful truth of his failed courtship. Jiang Xinghua remained unfazed, observing the beastmen still glaring at her, uncertain of Yan Ming's current condition. "Then why won't you accept me and continue to call her matriarch?" May felt a deep sense of grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks. She harbored feelings for Qi Yin, believing from a young age that he was meant for her, which explained her remaining unpartnered to this day. Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow, pondering what means could possibly bring an end to this turmoil present. The orcs seemed manageable. Otherwise, a flash of lightning could incapacitate them, allowing for a swift escape. This struck her as the most prudent course of action, and she deemed it a splendid idea. Observing that all the orcs were fixated on Yin Mei and Qi Yin, she seized the opportunity and exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Yin, who instantly comprehended her intent. Jiang Xingla noticed Qi Yin still rejecting Yin It appeared that gossip persisted even in the orc realm. Captivating everyone's attention, she quietly gathered her strength, hoping to conjure a magnificent display of power to incapacitate this group of scoundrels. Qin Yin watched in awe as the lightning sphere in Jiang Xingla's hand swelled in size. Her mother's extraordinary abilities had evidently reached new heights. He wished to possess a power akin to hers, yet he was merely endowed with wind abilities and lacked any affinity for lightning. Qin Yin felt a pang of bitterness as he observed Jiang Xingla unleash the lightning sphere, causing the orcs still engaged in gossip to be rendered unconscious, their hair standing on end from shock. His mother was truly formidable, and at that moment, Jiang Xingla remained blissfully unaware that she had become an imposing figure in her child's heart. The orcs lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, presenting a rather amusing sight. Jiang Xingla did not spare Yin Mei a second thought, for the force of her recent strike was considerable, and she was no saint. Qi Yin dashed into the cave, where Yin Ming was imprisoned, only to be taken aback by the sight of his mother also being present there. Upon seeing Qi Yin, her face lit up with delight. "Qi Yin, you brought that little female back. I must tell you, you are to be her beast husband. Do you understand? As long as that little female bears you offspring with abilities, our entire tribe will—" Qi Yin had no desire to hear such talk. Xingla and Zhou Zhou were not mere tools for his use, and how they chose to live was entirely their own affair. "Mother, I have chosen to be Xingla's protective beast. There is no need to discuss this further." Jiang Xingla observed that the orcs had lost consciousness and took hold of Qin Yan's hand as they entered the cave. Qi Yin had been inside for quite some time, yet had not yet brought his foster father out. Upon entering, Jiang Xingla beheld Qi Yin gripping a female orc by the neck, who was desperately pleading for mercy. This female orc bore a striking resemblance to Qi Yin. Could it be? Jiang Xingla began to piece together the scenario, also noticing a cheetah orc bound on a grass mat, appearing utterly dispirited. So, this male was Zhou Zhou's father, and he bore numerous traces of blood, suggesting he had endured considerable torment. "Kill me, Qi Yin. If you do, Yin Ming will die too. Can you bear to let him perish along with Zhou Zhou?" This female harbored disdain for her male partner, yet why did she still bear him offspring? Subjecting them to such hardship, Jiang Xingla furrowed her brow, aware that the moral compass in this world diverged greatly from her own. Nevertheless, witnessing it firsthand was always a jarring experience. "What do you mean by that? What have you done?" Jiang Xingla looked on as Qi Yin shook his mother frantically, her heart struggling to accept the unfolding reality. Perhaps it was due to the tranquility of her own world, where her parents had lavished her with affection, fostering a harmonious family environment. In stark contrast to Qi Yan's circumstances, this tumultuous situation had reached its inevitable conclusion. Qi Yin was bound to make a decisive stand here. I poisoned him. I exchanged a significant amount of animal skins with Dailin for this poison. If you keep this little female in the tribe, I will provide Yin Ming with the antidote. Should you wish to leave, I will withhold the antidote. The mention of rattlesnake venom made Jiang Xingla's brow furrow in distaste. Such a female, who tormented her own offspring and male partner, was truly deranged. Yin Ming turned to Qi Yin, coughing a couple of times before speaking. "Qi Yin, do not act so harshly. Your mother has her own struggles." Jiang Xingla was taken aback by Yin Ming's words. Was his plight not tragic enough? Was he some sort of masochist? In her original world, such chaos would lead to divorce. Could one not separate in this realm? Jiang Xingla sighed, unsure of what to say. "Father, did you know that Zhou Zhou has given birth?" Yet everyone in the tribe insisted on sending her to the female cave. Yin Ming was unaware of Zhou Zhou's offspring, and Jiang Xingla remained silent. For change to occur, they had to come to terms with their own situation, for Qi Yin was already capable of protecting them. Chapter 29. The rattlesnake's sudden appearance. Jiang Xingla waited outside the cave with Qin Yin, indifferent to the affairs of others. The rustling of leaves surrounded them, and a sudden gust of wind heralded the return of the rattlesnake that had just departed. One snake would have sufficed. Yet it was soon followed by a multitude of them. Jiang Xinghua observed with alarm as dozens of snakes approached, their gazes not one of provocation. The sight of the snakes made her stomach churn. They were male orcs, clearly from the nearby rattlesnake tribe, which had a scarcity of females and frequently invaded other tribes in search of mates. Jiang Xinghua pulled Qing Yin back, watching in horror as the snakes morphed into orcish forms. A throng of dark figures looming before her. She immediately ushered Qing Yin into the cave. "Qian, there are rattlesnakes outside." Recalling the repulsive gazes from earlier, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanquish them. Qian noticed a flicker of red light in Jiang Xinghua's eyes, instantly heightening his wariness. The tribe had mobilized nearly all capable males to ensure his safe return with Xinghua if the rattlesnakes arrived. The females in the tribe would likely be subjected to their harassment. "Mistress, could you assist me?" Hong Xiao, upon seeing the protective beast mark on Qi Yin, felt an intense surge of anger. "Qi Yin, how could you become a protective beast? Your abilities are unparalleled in our tribe. Had I known you would be so spineless, I might as well have killed you when I had chance. You are as worthless as your father." Jiang Xinghua cast a frigid glare at Hong Xiao and swiftly struck her across the face. Hong Xiao staggered back, dazed as she stared at Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua's formidable presence silenced Hong Xiao, who dared not utter another word. Qi Yan's speed was unmatched by ordinary orcs, and it became evident that the rattlesnakes were indeed the ones dwelling near their Warring Shadows tribe. They had likely emerged in search of mates during their breeding season, and Qi Yan could not allow them to harm the other females in the tribe. Qi Yan had not anticipated that one of the snakes would spot Yin Mei, and several swiftly slithered towards her, but he charged forward, his claws powerful enough to crush the snakes, while Yin Mei gazed in terror at the mangled remains on the ground, retreating in fright. Jiang Xinghua felt her strength wane significantly, as several snakes had already infiltrated the cave. Hong Xiao watched in horror as the rattlesnakes flicked their tongues and bared their fangs. Lacking any abilities, she cowered behind Yan Ming, fearful of becoming their target. Jiang Xinghua was utterly astonished by Qi Yan's mother, feeling a sense of embarrassment, while Yan Ming selflessly defended his mate. In truth, Jiang Xinghua thought they were quite compatible. Qi Yan should never have sought to take Yan Ming away. As more snakes approached, Jiang Xinghua grew curious. It was said that the rattlesnakes residing near the Warring Shadows tribe were few in number. Why had so many suddenly appeared? Jiang Xinghua unleashed her power, striking down several males with lightning, many of whom perished on the spot. Yet a few transformed into humanoid forms, manifesting their ability crystals. Their greedy gazes fixated on Jiang Xinghua. She shielded Qing Yan behind her, eyes narrowing at the red crystal orcs, though her own crystal had yet to evolve. How was she to contend with this swarm of snakes? "Step aside." A voice emerged from behind the snakes, revealing a 2-meter-tall orc missing an eye. The rattlesnake orcs seemed to heed his command, and Jiang Xinghua felt an inexplicable aversion to the approaching snakes. "Little female, allow me to be your beast husband." "Shall I?" Jiang Xinghua discerned that this orc possessed a robust physique, yet he remained an abhorrent rattlesnake in her eyes. She shook her head, her gaze laced with scrutiny. She understood that if she did not acquiesce, they might very well force her compliance. If it indeed came to that, she would not hesitate to engage in a brawl. Lin observed Jiang Xinghua's poised demeanor, reminiscent of a certain female. This slight female before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that one, both sharing a mutual disdain for him. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" Lin summoned his ability crystal, a captivating blue gem that mirrored the hues of the ocean. Jiang Xinghua comprehended that if Lin chose to act, she would be utterly powerless against him. "Damn it, must I truly face death? If you're unwilling, then be gone. Take your loathsome swarm with you." Recalling the nefarious deeds accomplished by Dai Lin, Jiang Xinghua felt an involuntary surge of indignation. These rattlesnakes were seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil of the Battle Shadow tribe. Surely, nothing good could emerge from such actions. Lin, upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's somewhat childish retort, smirked, despite the fact that he now had but a single eye. It did not detract from his appearance. Nevertheless, Jiang Xinghua remained on high alert, disinterested in admiring him, yearning only to escape this wretched place with Qing Yin. Lin directed a glance at Jiang Xinghua, his eyes tinged with mild disdain. This frail female, though reminiscent of those he had known, paled in comparison. Indeed, he was resolute that his true female sovereign could only be her. "What is your name?" Jiang Xinghua met the approaching male's gaze. Refusing to respond, she loathed being scrutinized by a male's gaze. It was the first time Lin encountered a female with such pronounced vigilance. He had no desire for a reluctant partner, as the females of the Battle Shadow tribe were entirely averse to their kind. "Never mind, since you wish to remain silent. I shan't compel you." Jiang Xinghua gazed incredulously at the retreating figure of the male, astonished that he had taken the other males with him, although Qi Yin had dispatched several rattlesnakes. Lin had shown no interest, for snakes were indeed cold-blooded creatures. Jiang Xinghua exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet Mei clung to Qi Yin, unwilling to let go. She understood her need for a beastly husband like him, especially since his ability crystal had reached the green tier, a rarity indeed. "Just look at me once, Qi Yin. Will you not bond with me? You are the foremost warrior of the Battle Shadow tribe. Must you truly forsake the tribe for Xinghua?" Jiang Xinghua, accompanied by Qing Yin, sought to depart, feeling utterly superfluous amidst the chaos of the Battle Shadow tribe. Qi Yin watched Jiang Xinghua stride forward, a sense of suffocation settling in his heart. He knew he had disappointed Xinghua. Mei was pushed aside by Qi Yin. She gazed in the direction he had gone, her nails digging in her flesh without her registering the pain. Chapter 30. Chang Sun cannot be the mother's beastly husband. Qi Yin had been trailing Jiang Xinghua, having advised Yin Ming numerous times to leave with them. However, Yin Ming was unwilling. Perhaps truly in love with his female, Jiang Xinghua sensed the footsteps following her, neither too close nor too distant. She walked leisurely, grateful that the rattlesnake harbored no inappropriate intentions. Otherwise, she would have met her demise that day. "Mother, what is that?" Qing Yin pointed at the mushrooms sprouting on the hillside, and Jiang Xinghua followed his finger to discover an abundance of wild produce, notably large specimens. In her previous world, such items were exceedingly valuable, far surpassing ordinary ingredients in cost. The sight of those mushrooms evoked memories of mushroom soup, fragrant and enticing, particularly during colder weather when hot pot became even more appealing. Speaking of hot pot, she mused that her meat would surely be more delectable in such a dish, if only she had the proper cookware here. Never mind, there's something delicious. Let us gather some to take back. Mother will make you all soup. Qing Yin, fully aware of his mother's culinary prowess, dashed up the hillside, gathering the mushrooms eagerly. Qi Yin, having overheard Jiang Xinghua's words, stepped forward to assist, though he wandered a bit farther, spotting a dead log adorned with numerous dark objects. Uncertain if these were edible, Qi Yin could only extract the items from a log and rush to Jiang Xinghua. "Xinghua, do these look edible to you? I hope you like them, though the color is rather unappealing." Jiang Xinghua frowned at Qi Yin, but her expression transformed into a smile upon seeing what he held. "These are wood ears. I can't believe there are wood ears here. What a treasure! How long has it been since I last had some?" She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I like this. It's delightful. Gather more of them." Qi Yin nodded in agreement and harvested all the wood ears from the log. But with the abundance they had, they struggled to find space for them. Jiang Xinghua decided to open her spatial realm and stored everything in her farm. Upon entering the farm, she was astonished to find it maintained a consistent temperature, and many items remained unspoiled. The milk produced by the cows was securely stored in its designated place. Jiang Xinghua was taken aback. Could it be that the affection of the little ones had elevated her favorability, prompting this space to operate automatically? She was pleasantly surprised. This was truly wonderful, for her farm was flourishing with numerous crops that would soon be ready for selection. That if the opportunity arose, could she not attempt to cultivate those items in the Jiuyin tribe? A smile graced Jiang Xinghua's face. Seizing the moment in her spatial realm, she quickly bathed her entire body, applied body lotion, and tied her hair up with a black hair tie, instantly feeling much more comfortable. It was time to change her bee skin skirt. She simply donned a new one that, recalling her little ones, she remembered that the hide of the previous pig beast had been crafted into suitable bee skin skirts by several of her cubs, all stored within her space. Nearby flowed a small river, and she planned to take Qing Yan for a thorough wash. This child had been through quite a bit lately. Qing Yan had just drifted off to sleep when Jiang Xingluo gently roused him. Brushing his long fur. Qing Yan, mother is taking you to bathe. Later, you can wear a new bee-skin skirt. Jiang Xingluo grasped her cub's small hand. Noticing it seemed to have grown significantly, it appeared that the effect of the ability crystal was indeed substantial, as Qing Yan appeared much larger than the average cub. Mother, you just wait here for me. Jiang Xingluo nodded, leaning against a tree to rest quietly, gazing up at the luminous full moon, wondering how her family was faring. This world lacked calendars, and the division of seasons was hardly discernible. Jiang Xingluo noted that the moonlight bore little difference from that of her original world. Not far off, Qing Yan played joyfully in the river, cleansing himself thoroughly with the flowing water. As he frolicked, a large shadow suddenly emerged from the water, causing Qing Yan to tumble into the river, water filling his nose and mouth, while Chang Sun laughed heartily at the sight. What a coward! Haha, a little lion has less courage than a fish. Chang Sun's teasing voice reached Jiang Xingluo, who immediately approached the riverbank. Witnessing Qing Yan push Chang Sun down. Humph, what are you doing here? You fish? My mother doesn't tea like you. Even if she seeks a beastly husband, it must be someone like Qing Yan, not you. Jiang Xingluo frowned at Qing Yan, while Chang Sun remained unrepentant. However, as he stood up, he sensed the atmosphere around him shift ominously. Turning to see Jiang Xingluo standing by the river, Chang Sun managed to smile and climbed out of the water. Jiang Xingluo had no idea when this fish had arrived. He seemed to haunt her, and she genuinely disliked the scent that clung to him. Qing Yan bullied me and pushed me into the water. Jiang Xingluo frowned. The fish's smell seemed to have dissipated. Yet she found it hard to harbor any fondness for someone like Chang Sun. He was simply too foolish. That is not true, mother. I didn't bully him. He was the one who provoked me. Qing Yan, feeling discomforted by Chang Sun's smug demeanor, resented how handsome Chang Sun was if he were to become their mother's beastly husband. Even Qing Yan would pale in comparison, leading to their mother's potential disfavor. Thus, they could not choose someone too attractive, and this fish contributed nothing but chaos. They had all agreed that if their mother sought a beastly husband, he must be strong, good-looking, but not competitive for affection. The perfect combination. Someone like Chang Sun was entirely unacceptable. Qing Yan gazed imploringly at Jiang Xingluo, feeling quite wronged. Surely, mother had seen him push Chang Sun, and she would blame him. If only Qing Zhu were here, he would undoubtedly know how to explain this. He was simply too foolish. You little brat, and you dare claim I bullied you. How could I have bullied you when your mother witnessed everything? Right, Xingluo? Chang Sun's tone was exceedingly gentle, sending a shiver down Jiang Xingluo's spine. Could it be that this fish had truly taken a liking to her? The soft breeze tousled Jiang Xingluo's silver hair, while Chang Sun gazed at her with wide, furious eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 31. Chang Sun entangled. Have you finished speaking? Jiang Xingluo's sharp inquiry gradually left Chang Sun perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to chastise Qing Yan, making that little rascal understand a thing or two? Why then, was she directing her ire towards him? Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingluo, Chang Sun's thoughts were elsewhere. With a disdainful glance at Chang Sun, she reached out to adjust Qing Yan's bee-skin skirt in the beast world. There were no soft garments. It would be wonderful if they could find some cotton someday. Mother, you aren't angry, are you? Qing Yan was genuinely fearful that his mother might be dazzled by beauty. What if she believed everything he said? Jiang Xingluo, towel in hand, wiped Qing Yan's damp hair repeatedly, as the night was dark and no one else was around angry. Did he say something to upset you? Besides, falling in the water won't harm him. Upon hearing Xingluo's words, Chang Sun felt a chill run through her. Xingluo was indeed no ordinary female. Her disguise had been seen through. Then, mother, you mustn't let that fish become your beast husband. He is far too weak and incapable. Had it not been for Qing Yan witnessing the power crystal of that rattlesnake beastman today, he might have thought Chang Sun a formidable beastman. Yet, it was now evident that among the males possessing power crystals, he was hardly impressive. Thus, he must not. Mother does not desire a beast husband. Having you two is sufficient. Come, let us retire for the night. Jiang Xinghua tugged at Qing Yin as they departed, and he cheekily made a face at Chang Sun, who, infuriated, could only leap into the river, splashing about. Jiang Xinghua noticed that little Qing Yan's affection for her had inexplicably increased. Now reaching a score of 2-0, it appeared that her path to winning him over was becoming increasingly smooth. Yet, as she observed the rising affections of the other little ones, her heart ached for Xiao Qingyan. The memory of Qing Yuan's empty heart gauge troubled her greatly. She was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, but the next morning she was awakened by a piercing scream. The sound seemed to emanate from the riverbank, and Jiang Xinghua thought she heard Chang Sun's voice, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Who could she be quarreling with? Jiang Xinghua pulled Qing Yin along, only to discover that the two figures by the river were none other than Ling Shuang and Song Ling. Why were they heading in this direction? Jiang Xinghua discreetly led Qing Yin to hide, relieved that her little one had narrowly escaped a calamity, yet dismayed to encounter Ling Shuang once more. She silently observed Chang Sun, noting for the first time the unmistakable disdain etched on the fish's face. She wondered what vexing antics Ling Shuang and Song Ling had been up to this time. "Mother, are we really not going to help? That fish won't come to any harm, will it?" Despite his dislike for Chang Sun, Qing Yin felt that their scuffles were harmless. After all, they hailed from the same tribe. And he certainly did not want any misfortune to befall this male who was willing to play with him. Jiang Xinghua made a shushing gesture, urging Qing Yin to remain silent, and he understood without further explanation. Turning his gaze back to the riverbank, he saw Chang Sun preparing to leave the water. Jiang Xinghua surmised that Chang Sun was likely seeking her and Qing Yin, but Ling Shuang suddenly seized Chang Sun's arm. "What is Ling Shuang doing?" Chang Sun regarded the pretty little female before her, perplexed as to why she insisted on taking her away. She felt no threat in this place. "You are a weak beast, man. We shall escort you back. It is too dangerous here. Where do you reside? Let us take you home, shall we, from their hiding spot." Jiang Xinghua and Qing Yin exchanged glances, frowning at the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Xinghua recalled the original narrative, in which Ling Shuang was portrayed as a benevolent figure throughout the story, showcasing her relationship with each of her beast husbands. Yet, she seemingly had no interest in the carp tribe, never sparing them a glance. However, witnessing Ling Shuang's reluctance to let go of Chang Sun, Jiang Xinghua began to harbor doubts. "I know the way myself, and do not require assistance. If you mean no harm, please take your eagle and leave. Your presence poses a threat to me." Chang Sun's gaze fell upon the slightly older female, feeling an odd sensation in her eyes, reminiscent of the way her mother looked at her father. Chang Sun shook her head, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. If only this were a mature female, it might be bearable, but how young was this little one? Jiang Xinghua observed Ling Shuang gazing intently at Chang Sun, nearly certain that her instincts had been correct. This little female was indeed stunning, living up to her role as the protagonist of the original tale. "Ling Shuang merely wishes to protect you. Do you not understand? You are a weak beast man, destined to be bullied by the strong." Jiang Xinghua found herself at a loss for how to react. The situation was utterly explosive. Song Ling was the one who longed to become Ling Shuang's beast husband, yet she showed no interest in him. After all, he was not particularly handsome, while Chang Sun undeniably possessed an alluring appearance. A beautiful visage truly has its allure. Even the original heroine could not resist its charm. "You are also strong beastmen. I fear you, so please leave." Chang Sun forcefully shook off Ling Shuang's grip, causing her to stumble back into Song Ling's arms, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiang Xinghua, observing Ling Shuang's pitiable expression, began to ponder. Having traversed the beast world, could it be that the original heroine possessed some hidden advantage? Moreover, she was the arch-nemesis of Xiao Qingyuan. Could that fateful act of impersonation have triggered such a series of events? Jiang Xinghua found the situation increasingly perplexing. Regrettably, she had intended to remain hidden, yet Chang Sun had discovered her without warning. "Xinghua, what are you doing hiding here? After a night of rest, are you feeling better?" "That foolish leopard said he would go hunting and told us to wait for him, so we can eat before returning." Jiang Xinghua found herself confronted by Chang Sun as she attempted to explain herself. But the arrival of Ling Shuang and Song Ling complicated matters. Upon seeing Qing Yan, Ling Shuang's previously drooping countenance brightened with a smile, though it appeared more painful than joyous, as all the beastmen who disdained her gathered around. Jiang Xinghua stared at Ling Shuang, who met her gaze with an unsettling sense of hostility. Chapter 32. The unwanted attention grows. Ling Shuang gazed at her in trepidation, only to notice a change in her affection score above her head. How can this be? Jiang Xinghua was taken aback, her eyes fixated on Ling Shuang's affection gauge, which was surprisingly full, despite the original character never having birthed any snake offspring. How could this be? Was the system mistaken in its task? Jiang Xinghua looked towards Ling Shuang, who remained silent, as the system that had once informed her of her mission was now absent, with no one to clarify. She recalled that Ling Shuang was indeed the sworn enemy of Qingyuan, ultimately responsible for her demise in the original narrative. Jiang Xinghua clenched her silver teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, as Ling Shuang sensed the murderous intent radiating from her and recoiled in fear. Yet, Ling Shuang yearned for a beast husband like Qing Yan. Though younger now, he would undoubtedly grow into an exceptional mate. Her mother had told her that the path of the saint was a fool's errand. She sought the most outstanding beast husbands to bear equally exceptional offspring, ensuring she would never be looked down upon. Furthermore, the serpent clan had a remarkable reproductive capacity, though female serpents were scarce. They nearly all boasted superior mates. If Qing Yan's mother disdained her, then Jiang Xinghua discerned a hint of malice in Ling Shuang's youthful face, leading her to conclude that Ling Shuang harbored a strong aversion towards her. Thus, even with her arrival in this world, she could not escape the original heroine's overwhelming presence. Would the fates of her own offspring remain intertwined with those of the original characters? Jiang Xinghua felt a sense of heaviness in her heart, akin to being submerged in icy water. The poor little Qingyuan had yet to overcome her physical shortcomings. If she were to attract the attention of such a venomous snake, it would spell disaster. Qingyan, does your mother dislike me? I am so afraid. Upon hearing Ling Shuang's unfounded statement, Qingyan couldn't help but frown in a fit of rage. Chang Sun seized Ling Shuang's beast-skin skirt. What's wrong with disliking you? There are plenty of beastmen who don't like you. Can you force others to be fond of you? Ling Shuang found herself hoisted in the air, teetering precariously, as Chang Sun could easily toss her several miles away. Song Ling's face darkened as he glared at Chang Sun. How can you bully a female? Put her down. Let Ling Shuang go. Song Ling immediately stepped forward, intent on snatching Ling Shuang from Chang Sun's grasp. Jiangxing Luo observed Chang Sun's demeanor. This fish, albeit somewhat childish, exhibited a commendable sense of justice, repaying grievances with grievances and displaying a rather admirable character. Yet, she pondered the whereabouts of Qi Yan, who had yet to return. If you wish for me to relinquish her, then you must take this loquacious female and leave. Otherwise, I shall crush her. Ling Shuang, being held by Chang Sun, turned pale with fear. She could not comprehend why, in the past, so many males had been drawn to her, yet here, all the males seemed to harbor disdain for her. What had gone awry? Yes, it was indeed Qing Yan's mother. Had it not been for her, both Chang Sun and Qing Yan would have favored her, and in time, Qing Yan would have become her exceptional mate. She must devise a plan to eliminate Jiangxing Luo. Once she was gone, everything would proceed smoothly. That moment. Jiangxing Luo remained fixated on the unchanged gray frame of the affection level above Ling Shuang's head, with only the inner affection level fully filled. This was hardly characteristic of Ling Shuang. If it were truly hers, there would be some variation. Furrowing her brow, Jiangxing Luo sensed a deeper connection that eluded her understanding. You, fish, I shall slay you. Song Ling transformed into his beast form, soaring into the sky to assault Chang Sun, who deftly summoned water to drench Song Ling thoroughly. With his feathers weighed down, he could not even manage to fly, ultimately landing on the ground. Chang Sun carelessly discarded Ling Shuang onto the earth, then washed his hands with water, as if he had touched something vile. Jiangxing Luo could hardly contain her amusement at Chang Sun's evident aversion towards Ling Shuang. Song Ling, resigned, shifted back to human form and carried Ling Shuang away. However, Jiangxing Luo harbored a premonition that Ling Shuang would not simply relent. if Ling Shuang was determined to create trouble for her. Evasion would prove futile. She must continue her training, enhancing her strength to better confront Ling Shuang. When Qi Yin returned, he brought back a bounty of mushrooms but had only managed to catch a single wild chicken nearby, which was still insufficient for their needs. Qi Yin also presented several dug potatoes, which delighted Jiangxing Luo, for she had been unable to find them earlier. This is the yellow tuber favored by the females in our tribe. Do give it a taste. Qi Yin, with a hint of embarrassment, placed the items on the ground. Jiangxing Luo noticed Qi Yin gazing into the distance, seemingly devoid of feelings for the Jiangning tribe. Perhaps this was for the best. She hoped he would come to terms with it soon. Jiangxing Luo did not decline and roasted everything over the fire. Afterward, Chang Sun consumed only a few yellow tubers and 2 mushrooms. As his predatory nature did not lean towards carnivorous delights, Jiangxing Luo skillfully divided the entire chicken, knowing they had been starved for quite some time. Although the wild chicken was sizable, they required more sustenance. Barely a day later, Qi Yin had already led them back to the Jiao Yin tribe. Shui Li awaited them outside the tribe's entrance with several cubs, having waited long enough that Qing Zhu almost ventured out to find them. Upon seeing Jiangxing Luo return, the cubs rushed into her embrace, with Qing Yuan unable to hold back her tears. Jiangxing Luo, noticing the empty affection frame above Qing Yuan's head, felt a pang of sympathy, suspecting that Ling Shuang had perpetrated some misdeed to warrant such a state. Meanwhile, Qing Yuan clung to Jiangxing Luo, sobbing uncontrollably. She had not allowed her emotions to surface for a long time, having rarely been apart from her mother. This time, genuine worry consumed her. Although her brother was by her side, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if calamity loomed. Jiangxing Luo gently patted Qing Yuan's back, sensing her trembling frame. Qing Yuan, have you not eaten well these past few days? Mother will prepare something delicious for you, all right? Qing Yuan, somewhat dazed, nodded, but the heat radiating from her body made her uncomfortable. Her breath shallow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing Qing Yuan's flushed face, Jiangxing Luo grew increasingly alarmed. Shui Li had been diligently caring for the cubs, unaware of why this had transpired, and promptly sought out Hua Yin and Sun Ran, fearing for the well-being of the precious Qing Yuan. Chapter 33. Qing Yuan's illness is not so simple. Jiangxing Luo continued to soothe Qing Yuan, while Shui Li quickly brought Hua Yin and Sun Ran to her side. Shui Li, anxious and with reddened eyes, was on the verge of tears. Hua Yin, the shaman, could only provide some fever-reducing medicine, noting that Qing Yuan bore no visible injuries, while Sun Ran was of little assistance. They could only advise Jiangxing Luo to ensure Qing Yuan remained hydrated. For the first time, Jiangxing Luo felt profound fear. Did her encounter with Ling Shuang have repercussions for little Qing Yuan? She administered the medicine to Qing Yuan, who whimpered as she swallowed, her eyes barely open. Qing Yuan nestled deeper into Jiangxing Luo's embrace, her body ablaze with fever, yet reluctant to part from her mother. Mother, is Qing Yuan dying? Mother, I do not wish to leave you. I feel so unwell, so unwell. Jiangxing Luo's heart twisted painfully, though she was not the original. Her bond with the cubs had deepened over time. Yes, she cradled Qing Yuan. Tears streamed down her face, for she was beginning to comprehend the anguish of a mother. The other cubs gazed with red-rimmed eyes. Qing Yuan was their soul sister. Their mother had just begun to show them kindness, and now calamity had struck. Jiangxing Luo cared for Qing Yuan throughout the day, and that night, as she lay beside her, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep. Qing Zhu was still heating water over the fire, while Qing Yao quietly tanned the remaining hides nearby. Qing Yin and Qing Lan also dozed off beside Jiangxing Luo. In the tranquil night, Jiangxing Luo slept soundly. Yet, as she entered a dream state, she beheld a vision of her former self. No, rather, the original host. She was drenched in sweat, gazing in terror at the cubs she had birthed. An impulse to harm them creeping into her mind. Your father has forsaken you. You will starve if you remain with me. Jiangxing Luo reached out to stop the original host, whose hand was almost beyond retrieval. Calm down. Do not act this way. Having witnessed the plight of females in the beast world, Jiangxing Luo gradually understood the original host's collapse. Her mate had abandoned her, the trial she faced upon arriving in this world. Especially from the Jiangning tribe, where the very tribulations the original host endured, it was no wonder she had developed such a demeanor. When Jiangxing Luo noticed the original host's halted hand, she realized it was because the cub she held was smiling at her. That cub was Qing Yuan. The original host, in her anguish, retracted her resolve to harm the cubs, turning to nurse Qing Yuan instead. Having gone long without sustenance, her milk supply was insufficient for the cubs, and after birthing 6 at once, she appeared gaunt and weak. Jiangxing Luo sighed, observing how the original host abandoned her cubs to hunt like a male, only to have the hard-won prey snatched away, while males eyed her menacingly. Ultimately, she was driven to forage for fruit to stave off hunger, and it was those very fruits that allowed the cubs to thrive. Time passed, until Jiangxing Luo witnessed a sudden appearance of a beast man presenting a bell to her, claiming it to be a token of fate for Qing Yuan. However, from that day forward, Qing Yuan's health began to decline, and the bell remained with her. Yet, after Jiangxing Luo entered this world, she never encountered the bell again. Desiring to delve deeper into the vision, a voice echoed in her ears, as if someone were calling her. That it was Qing Yuan's voice, and, as she groggily opened her eyes, she was met by Qing Yuan's small face. Upon seeing Qing Yuan, Jiangxing Luo's heart tightened. She furrowed her brow and placed her hand on Qing Yuan's small face, discovering that the heat emanating from her body had subsided. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her cheeks, and her voice quivered with emotion. Qing Yuan reached up to wipe the tears from Jiangxing Luo's face. "Mother, do not cry. Qing Yuan is better now. I am not hot anymore. I feel very comfortable." Jiangxing Luo nodded gently before cradling Qing Yuan in her arms, finally letting out a sigh of relief upon realizing that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, outside the door, Chang Xuan was chattering incessantly, his boisterous demeanor hardly subdued. Jiangxing urged Qing Yuan to rest well, while Qing Luan stayed by her side to offer her water. As Jiangxing Luo stepped outside, she was met with the sight of Chang Xuan standing with a grim expression, his gaze fixed elsewhere, tinged with a hint of anger. Though usually carefree, Jiangxing Luo understood that Chang Xuan was not entirely ignorant of the circumstances. It was the first time she had witnessed such a serious look on his face. "Qing Yuan's affliction is not trivial. There is something amiss. She bears dark energy that does not belong to her," he remarked. Hearing this, Qing Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. The figure with the bell from her dreams had unsettled her, for her condition had deteriorated ever since the bell's appearance. Yet, that bell was now nowhere to be found, and Qing Yuan's frailty persisted, accompanied by issues uncommon for a beastman. You know what might be the cause. Chang Xuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, the dark energy surrounding Qing Yuan is likely not hers. It may belong to someone else. That a sense of wariness washed over Jiangxing Luo. It seemed that Qing Yuan was enshrouded in many mysteries. To fulfill her mission, she needed to uncover the truth behind these enigmas. Someone else's? Whose could it possibly be? She murmured, the silhouette from her dreams surfacing in her mind. The identity of the bell-bearing figure remained elusive, and the memories left by the original owner were shrouded in ambiguity, as if that person had never existed at all. Frustration bubbled within Jiangxing Luo. How could an individual harbor such intentions towards a mere infant? The audacity was infuriating. She returned to the house, addressing the young ones. Perhaps these little ones might remember. "Qing Yin, Qing Zhu, do you recall a bell that made a sound on Qing Yuan?" Qing Yin furrowed his brow, a persistent noise echoing in his mind. Causing agitation, he recollected a quarrel with his mother over the bell, insisting it be discarded, for they all loathed it. The mere sound of it brought them headaches. Yet their mother had insisted that Qing Yuan enjoyed playing with it, thus forbidding them from touching it. "Wasn't it you who gave it to Qing Yuan, mother? You never allowed us to touch it," he retorted. Jiangxing Luo found herself in a state of amusement, realizing the truth in his words. Yet her own memories offered no clarity. After a moment's hesitation, she awkwardly explained, "I can't recall where I placed it, which is why I thought to ask if you had seen it." Qing Yin's frown deepened as he turned to Jiangxing Luo. "Mother, are you still intent on retrieving that bell?" Jiang Xinghua nodded, acknowledging that finding it could lead her to unravel the mystery. However, she noticed the sudden pallor on their faces. It seemed they harbored a profound fear of the item in question. It was evident that it was indeed a sinister object. I only wish to understand its connection to Qing Yuan's ailment, as Chang Xuan suggested it might be linked to the bell. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu exchanged incredulous glances. They understood the bell's discomforting nature, but never fathomed its potential impact on Qing Yin. "We haven't seen that object in ages," they lamented. Jiang Xinghua sighed, realizing that this lead had grown cold, leaving her at an impasse. "Mother, I dispose of the bell," Qing Yin interjected, rising from her bed to stand obediently before Jiang Xinghua, while you and brother accompanied Qi Yin back to the Jianing tribe. "I cast it into the back mountain." Hearing this, Jiang Xinghua immediately followed her to the back mountain, not forgetting to bring Chang Xuan along, as his keen eyes could prove useful. Following the path Qing Yuan had taken, they arrived at a familiar grove, where Qing Yin gestured toward a pile of dried leaves. "Mother, I left it here. Let me retrieve In truth, Qing Yin had always despised that bell. Its incessant clamor overwhelmed her, and it seemed to echo sinister voices, suggesting her mother was not a good person and urging her to harm her. Yet that was far from the truth. Her mother was indeed kind, and her greatest love was for her. As she cleared away the leaves, she indeed found the bell, now transformed from its once lustrous silver to a dark, foreboding hue. Such an object was not meant to exist in the beast realm. Just as Qing Yin reached for it, Jiang Xinghua swiftly intercepted, grasping the bell before her. She examined the ominous object, unable to discern anything. Handing it to Chang Xuan, she watched as a glimmer of blue light emanated from his eyes, seemingly penetrating the bell. "This object appears to be imbued with some otherworldly power, but seems to have faded," he remarked. Chang Xuan inspected it closely, shaking it lightly, but finding it to be merely an ordinary item, devoid of any further significance. Jiang Xinghua frowned, her heart weighed down with concern. Indeed, if she could traverse realms, then others might possess the same ability. This bell could very well have been brought here by another traveler. Jiang Xinghua picked up the bell and turned to lead the children back. Qing Yuan seemed to have improved significantly, yet her affection levels remained alarmingly low. Jiang Xinghua retrieved some corn seeds and grain from her storage and began to clear a patch of land outside her residence, intending to plant both crops for sustenance. The previous yellow fruits had also delighted her, and the tribe leader had graciously allocated her a generous plot for cultivation. Many of the males from the Jiuyin tribe had come to assist, while Shuai continued to weep for Qing Yin. Qing Yuan gently stroked the head nestled in her arms, reassuring, "Sister Shuai, I'm fine. My health issues are not your fault." The mere words of a 5-year-old brought Shuai to tears once more, and Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Chang Xuan, unable to resist the urge to join in, approached, curious about Jiang Xinghua's planting endeavors. Having witnessed her fondness for the yellow fruits, he had returned with a bounty of his own, proudly displaying it before her. Chang Xuan finally felt a sense of accomplishment. The small female enjoyed such fare. Unlike Qi Yin, the foolish leopard, who only ever brought back meat, always consuming it to the point of weariness. Jiang Xinghua observed Chang Xuan's vibrant red hair, confidence radiating from his gaze, as if he awaited her praise. As she examined the yellow fruits, she produced a red beast crystal from her possession. "This beast crystal shall serve as a token of exchange," she declared. She wasn't one to accept favors from males without recompense, as their relationship had yet to warrant such generosity. "Mother, yellow fruits are abundant. Why offer him a red beast crystal? 2 white ones would suffice for such items." Qing Yin interjected. Jiang Xinghua frowned at his words. Realizing that he had misspoken, he fell silent, casting a reproachful glare at Chang Xuan. Chang Xuan chuckled at his discomfort, but did not wish for Jiang Xinghua to exchange anything for his offerings. After much deliberation, he begrudgingly accepted the item she had bestowed upon him, that he understood that Jiang Xinghua had no intention of becoming his partner, and thus there was no need for further transactions. His situation felt rather pitiful compared to Qi Yin, who was a protective beast. Chang Xuan gazed at his own ability crystal, frowning in self-reflection. He felt inadequate, unable to protect Jiang Xinghua. If only he were stronger. Jiang Xinghua, however, paid no heed to his thoughts, focusing instead on the yellow fruits. tossing them into water to boil. She aimed to create a delightful mashed potato dish, especially since the tribe already had peppers on hand. From her storage, she retrieved various ingredients, blending them into a delightful mixture that surpassed mere expectations. The flavor was distinctly different from that of meat, reminiscent of street food. It was a pity that the beast realm lacked vegetable oil. With it, the dish could have been elevated to new heights. Nonetheless, Jiang Xinghua was elated to savor her mashed potatoes. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of many females. Qingyuan tugged at the now calm Shui Li, leading her to Jiang Xinghua, their noses filled with the enticing scent. "Mother, I want some too. I'll share with Sister Shui Li." She is still feeling down, Qingyuan pleaded. Shui Li blushed at being referred to in such a manner by a 5-year-old. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she gazed at Jiang Xinghua, who was busy serving the mashed potatoes. "All right, I'll let you both have some," she replied. Jiang Xinghua dished out a bowl for each of them and drizzled her specially prepared sauce over the top. Shui Li scooped up the delicious concoction with a wooden spoon Jiang Xinghua had crafted, the delightful flavors enveloping her senses that it was far superior to mere roasting. The taste was exquisite. "Xinghua, sister, please teach me how to make this. We've never tasted something so delicious." Chapter 35. The unexpected exchange of spices. Jiang Xinghua gazed at her stone pot, then turned her attention to Shui Li before her. "I instructed Qian to find suitable stones for you to craft a few pots." Qian swiftly located the stones and, with a few deft moves, fashioned a stone pot. The claws of the strong beast were sharp, making such tasks almost effortless. However, aside from this method, one could also seek out other smooth stones to heat, upon which meat and vegetables could be placed to cook, yielding a better result than roasting directly over fire, as it was less likely to burn. Jiang Xinghua shared this technique with Shui Li, who was eager to try it. She collected numerous smooth pebbles from the riverbank and roasted them in the fire for quite some time. Afterward, she dug a pit in the earth, placed the heated stones inside, and then set the huangdi fruit atop them over to light. The fruit was indeed thoroughly cooked. It could even be mashed into a paste, then drizzled with the special sauce that Jiang Xinghua had prepared. Shui Li took a spoonful and exclaimed, "How fragrant! Sister Xinghua, you still claim you are not a goddess. You truly are. Just look at the items you use. We have never even seen such things." Shui Li was particularly fond of the spoon, which she had drawn on the ground with a twig, prompting Qingyan and Qingzhu to craft it from wood. "If you like it, I shall have Qingyan and Qingzhu make more. The folks in our tribe can exchange huangdi fruits for them, 3 fruits for 1 spoon, and for larger ones, 6 fruits for 1. Such bartering was commonplace in the beast realm. Moreover, in 2 days, they would embark on a journey to the Mingqian tribe to exchange for beast crystals. Since everyone cherished these kitchen utensils, it would be prudent to produce more. Thus, by afternoon, several younglings and Qian gathered together, nearly overwhelmed with their bustling activity. Although crafting these items was trivial for them, it still posed some difficulty. The beastmen of the Jian tribe cherished a civilized lifestyle and even wished to exchange for the baskets that Xinghua had previously woven. In no time, the small wooden house was bustling with activity. "Shui Li, teach everyone how to weave baskets, and do not accept their food in return." Shui Li frowned as she observed her elders pursuing her. She could not escape. Consequently, all the males of the Jian tribe went to gather bamboo, and once they returned, Shui Li began to instruct them in the craft. The females of the Jian tribe were nimble-fingered, and before long, they had all successfully created baskets. Some even fashioned bamboo vases, intending to place a couple of flowers inside for aesthetic appeal. Others found the baskets too small and directly made several larger ones. The entire Jian tribe had never been so lively, and the chieftain Jotai felt a warm glow in his heart. Indeed, Xinghua was the goddess sent by the beast god to protect them, and because of her, Qian had also come to their midst. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinghua, her casual arrangements were regarded as acts of kindness by the entire Jian tribe. 2 days later, Jotai gathered all the tribe's beastmen to inquire who wished to travel to the Mingqian tribe to exchange for beast crystals. This time, everyone could go. Those who did not require beast crystals might even trade for other necessary items. In truth, the Jian tribe had seldom sent many beastmen to trade, as they had little need for beast crystals or meat. Their primary requirement was salt. However, The situation had changed now, as the awakening of Changshuan and Senrin's powers meant their tribe needed beast crystals, and with more culinary delights on the horizon, they also required more salt. Recently, Xingluo had assisted them in crafting numerous kitchen utensils. Thus the tribe arranged for 7 or 8 males to accompany Xingluo to transport goods to the Mingchen tribe. But in reality, this was unnecessary, as Xingluo could easily store everything within her spatial realm. However, she was reluctant to reveal that space to too many, preferring that only her own younglings were aware of it. The tribe provided them with a considerable amount of goods to take along for sale. As Xingluo also needed beast crystals, they were in dire need of supplies. Jiang Xingluo observed the group of weak beast men, and a warm current surged within her heart. Nevertheless, departing with so many items proved far from effortless. Qian allowed several younglings to rest upon him, and Jiang Xingluo also helped share the burden of carrying their possessions. By the time they reached the Mingchen tribe, 3 days had passed, like the Juyin tribe. The Mingshan tribe also resided in wooden houses, and many vendors had set up stalls along the roadside, displaying a variety of goods, the majority of which were food items. To her surprise, Jiang Xingluo spotted spices at the stall of an alpaca beast man, star anise and Sichuan pepper. Although these were among the most common spices, they were still quite valuable as for the others. She would seek them out gradually. May I inquire how these items can be exchanged? The alpaca beast man, upon noticing the beautiful young female, blushed slightly. If you desire them, 2 white beast crystals will suffice to acquire all these. 2 white beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo had not anticipated these items to be so inexpensive, considering spices were rather costly in her era. Who would want your useless items? 2 white beast crystals? Just look at these beast men. They are merely weaklings. You think they can exchange beast crystals with you? The alpaca beast man frowned, remaining silent, unsure how to respond. Jiang Xingluo turned her gaze toward the beast man who had spoken so harshly, noticing his ears resembled those of a donkey. Donkey meat is delicious, she thought, but quickly shook her head, suppressing her hunger that nearly slipped from her lips. Take these as well. Just 1 beast crystal will do. Jiang Xingluo noticed the alpaca had placed 40 to 50 plump garlic cloves on the animal hide, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. This little alpaca had something special. Such items were rare, and if she could bring them back, she would no longer have to worry about the fishy smell when preparing meat in the future. 1 beast crystal is still a challenge. I doubt they can even produce that. The beast man with the donkey-like ears was quite vocal, which irked Jiang Xingluo. She promptly produced 2 beast crystals and a moderately sized bamboo basket, handing them to the young alpaca before her. 2 beast crystals for these. And for your garlic, use this in exchange. See if you like it. If not, there are other items available for trade. The young alpaca's eyes brightened as he gazed at the basket, a warm smile spreading across his face. I want this, sister. Did you make this? It's so beautiful. I really like it. The young alpaca accepted the 2 beast crystals, along with a basket, neatly stacking the animal hide within it. Sister, what is this called? It is so useful. This way, he wouldn't have to carry the goods wrapped in animal hides, and the young alpaca was quite pleased. A bamboo basket. We will be selling them at the market in a few days. If you have more of these items, feel free to trade for them. The young alpaca had not expected Jiang Xingluo to be interested in such items, but he nodded in agreement, indicating he would bring more. Nearby, the donkey beast man watched as the 2 beast crystals were taken away by the young alpaca, then approached with the vegetables he had brought, which were already beginning to spoil. Hey, little female, take a look at my vegetables. They don't look bad, do they? I can give you a discount. Just 5 white beast crystals. Chapter 36. The chieftain's wife is a capybara. Jiang Xingluo was nearly sickened by the odor emanating from the donkey's mouth. Both Changshuan and Qian's expressions soured at the sight of the donkey. Changshuan frowned, flexing his wrist. We have no interest in your wares. Be gone. Qian, his fiery gaze fixated on the donkey, realizing that this young female was accompanied by 2 males. The donkey, frightened, became weak all over and scuttled away from Jiang Xingluo. They sought shelter. No appropriate places were available nearby. Had it not been for Shui Li's acquaintance with Yulan, the chieftain's daughter, they might have found themselves sleeping on the streets. Yulan was a gentle and lovely alpaca female. Jiang Xingluo followed Yulan to meet the chieftain and his wife of the Mingchen tribe. She was aware that the chieftain was an alpaca, but was surprised to discover that the chieftain's wife was a female capybara. Upon seeing Yulan's mother in the courtyard, balancing a bucket of hot spring water on her head, Jiang Xinghua was taken aback as she soon fell asleep in a wooden my goodness, it's a capybara. I never expected to see one here. The chieftain's family had constructed a large water pool in their courtyard for Yulan's mother to feel at home. Without those signature small ears, Jiang Xinghua would have hardly recognized the capybara. Mother has fallen asleep again. She is always like this. Never mind, I'll take you to find father. Jiang Xinghua followed Yulan to the chieftain Suhui, who was overjoyed upon seeing Jiang Xinghua. He had heard about her from Jiotai and had reserved a nearby house specifically for their stay. Divine Lady. You must be the Divine Lady. Yulan, take the Divine Lady and the beastmen of the Jian tribe to the vacant house next door. Yulan nodded appreciatively, finding herself quite satisfied with her father's arrangements. Jiang Xinghua had nearly developed an immunity to the awkward title of goddess, if they wished to think of her in that manner. So be it, she was indifferent. However, compared to the Jiuyan tribe, this tribe had many individuals who enjoyed collecting items for trade. Yulan began to converse with Shui Li about the recent awakenings of several beastmen in their tribe. Over the years, both their tribes had experienced a decline in their abilities, yet Yulan felt a surge of pride, for her betrothed, Mu Yuan, had also awakened his powers, specifically wood-based abilities that could stimulate plant growth. This ability was quite admirable and suitable for their weaker beastmen, as it could also possess offensive capabilities through the nurturing and perception of flora. She felt a pang of envy, wishing for delectable treats herself. While pondering why her own children, Qing Zhua, Qing Yao, and Qing Lan, had yet to awaken their powers, as for Qing Yan, whose powers were solely offensive, they were of little use during mealtime. After escorting a few individuals to their designated spots, Jiang Xinghua was astonished to discover that the place was divided into several small rooms, arranged in rows. She led her offspring into a relatively modest room, with Shui Li accompanying her. The other males congregated together. Once arrangements were complete, Jiang Xinghua lit a fire and retrieved the stone pot and the flour she had previously ground from her spatial storage, then proceeded to stir-fry the vegetables Yulan had specially sent. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Initially, Yulan intended to leave, but she was taken aback by Jiang Xinghua's culinary skills, particularly since she possessed her own source of fire. Jiang Xinghua served the prepared dishes, distributing the wheat cakes among them. Noticing Yulan's reluctance to depart, Shui Li took the initiative to pull her down beside her. Jiang Xinghua, not one to hold back, generously filled a bowl with vegetables and handed her a cake. Yulan was somewhat astonished. In their tribe, most females were inept in such tasks, primarily focused on reproduction. Yet here was this female, capable of so much and caring for so many males. Frowning, she felt that this so-called goddess was somewhat beneath her dignity. Such tasks ought to be performed by the males, as the burden of reproduction was already arduous enough. Why should she take on additional responsibilities? Where was her beast husband? Why did he not assist her, leaving her to shoulder all the work? Was she not exhausted? Yulan regarded Jiang Xinghua with a hint of disdain, questioning whether she was merely ingratiating herself with the males. Jiang Xinghua gazed at Yulan in surprise, while Shui Li too was curious. Why was such a commendable female like Xinghua's beast husband absent? Jiang Xinghua then calmly explained, "My beast husband perished while hunting. I must raise my offspring, so these responsibilities fall upon me. Besides, their cooking is simply inedible for me." Indeed, it was true. She possessed the only seasonings, and it was not feasible to let others prepare the meals. Oh, I see that I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful circumstances, Yulan said, feeling somewhat regretful. She lifted her gaze to see Jiang Xinghua tending to her offspring and felt a twinge of sympathy. Over the past few days, Jiang Xinghua had been closely observing Qing Yuan's condition, finally easing her worries upon noticing no signs of illness. This time, Huayan had not accompanied her. Jiang Xinghua had exchanged some medications with her beforehand, fearing that Qing Yuan might still feel unwell. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. She had also unexpectedly discovered that Qing Zhu's fondness for her had increased, now matching that of Qing Yan. Yet, Qing Yao remained silent, never speaking to her. It seemed she could not decipher what this child was thinking. He was exceptionally well behaved, neither crying nor causing a fuss, having always maintained this demeanor since being sold by the previous owner. His fondness level had remained stagnant at 15, never rising. However, after reflecting on Qing's previous experiences, Jiang Xinghua considered that perhaps the children had their own reasons for their behavior. Just as she finished tidying up the dishes, a commotion erupted outside. Yulan, still present, was intrigued by everything Jiang Xinghua had prepared. Initially, she felt that Jiang Xinghua should find a beast husband to share the burden. But witnessing her adeptness in creating so many dishes, Yulan could not help but feel a newfound respect. Meanwhile, outside, the noise persisted, and, as the host, Yulan proactively stepped outside to investigate. Upon opening the door, she found a group of alpaca beastmen outside, eager to trade with Jiang Xinghua. The young beastman who had previously exchanged spices for beast crystals stood at the forefront. Yulan observed the young beastman and affectionately ruffled his curly white hair. "Xiaobai, what brings you and the clan here? Are you looking for Sister Xinghua?" Xiaobai smiled and pointed to the bamboo basket in his hands. "Sister Yulan, my brothers and sisters want this. We wish to trade something for it. We saw Sister Xinghua brought many bamboo baskets, and I found it very convenient for gathering vegetables. So I brought items to exchange for two." Chapter 37. A surprising trade for white atractalodes and cinnamon bamboo baskets. Since Yulan is female, she was seldom allowed to gather plants at home. She gazed at the beautiful bamboo baskets, longing for one to take back. "You all line up first. I will call Sister Xinghua out." With Yulan's direction, all the males from the tribe seeking to exchange bamboo baskets formed a line. Unbeknownst to Xinghua, a multitude of weak beastmen had gathered outside. She was pulled outside by Yulan, and upon witnessing the throng of beastmen, her smile faltered. However, she had intended to trade the bamboo baskets for beast crystals. There were items she did not wish to acquire. Yet, with her current need to earn beast crystals, she reluctantly agreed, thankful that she still had a substantial amount of bamboo stored in her space. Otherwise, she would not know how to manage for the following day. 2 bamboo baskets for 1 white beast crystal, and for larger ones, 1 white beast crystal. That if you have rare items, I'm open to trade as well. Since they had come seeking her, she could only present these terms. She required a significant amount of beast crystals for her cultivation, and this was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Yulan was taken aback that Xinghua required so little in exchange for her items. She knew her mother adored beautiful things. This was a perfect match, especially that tall one. Jiang Xinghua had informed her it was a vase for holding fresh flowers. Her mother would surely love this. "Sister Xinghua, I arrived first. I want those 2 vases, 2 bamboo baskets, and 2 large bamboo crates. I will give you 5 white beast crystals. By the way, do you have any spoons for eating? I would like some. I can reserve 10 white beast crystals for you right now." Jiang Xinghua did not anticipate that Yulan was such a significant holder of beast crystals. Many of the males behind Yulan, upon hearing her request, turned away in disappointment. Some remained, curious if Jiang Xinghua would accept the items they brought. Jiang Xinghua directly accepted 15 white beast crystals from Yulan, while Qing Yan and Qing Zhuo promptly assisted her in transporting the items. She laid out all the baskets, and the first to approach her for a basket was the young alpaca, Xiaobai. "Sister Xinghua, I would like 2 more bamboo baskets. Look, I have these. Do you want them?" Jiang Xinghua examined the dried atractalodes, cinnamon leaves, and some dried tangerine peels he presented. "Though the quantities were modest, this not sufficient. I truly need these items." "Very well, I will trade with you. Choose 2 you like to take back." The males behind Xiaobai had initially doubted the value of his offerings, believing that only his eccentric mother would find them useful. However, they were astonished when Jiang Xinghua accepted the items. Realizing that such a small quantity could be exchanged for 2 bamboo baskets, which was equivalent to a beast crystal. Curiosity sparked among the alpaca beastmen regarding the usefulness of Xiaobai's items. The next alpaca beastman stepped forward, having cut in line, brandishing 2 red beast crystals. However, his manner of cutting in was rather inappropriate. "Please return to the end of the line. I still have many items here. You can choose what you need later." Before her stood an orc from the Silver Wolf tribe, donned in a pristine hide skirt. Upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's words, he did not refuse and promptly fell in line at the end of the procession. Jiang Xinghua observed the next alpaca orc clutching a huangdi fruit in his hand and shook her head. The adult orc had not anticipated her rejection. After all, she had accepted the dark. Unsightly items from Shao by just moments ago. How could this splendid offering be spurned by the female? In an instant, the expression on the alpaca orc's face transformed into one of fury. "Do you not wish to trade with us?" he exclaimed. "You are well aware that we weaker orcs possess neither the beast crystals nor the hides, yet you insist we queue only to claim that we can offer alternatives. I see you as nothing but a deceiver." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback to be labeled a fraud, especially when numerous alpaca orcs behind her had been attempting to barter with the most commonplace fruits and vegetables, which are destined for disposal within the tribe if left uneaten. "That isn't the goddess supposed to assist us in overcoming our tribulations?" The alpaca orc's taunt echoed. Did my words fall on deaf ears? Jiang Xinghua's countenance darkened as she scrutinized the triumphantly smirking alpaca orc before her. She had never intended to exchange her treasures for mere trifles. Yet now, since they insisted on a trade, she was willing to grant them that opportunity. It was unexpected that they would attempt to extort her, truly an affront to her generosity. "What are you saying?" The male alpaca orc was evidently astonished that this female, bearing the mantle of a goddess, would utter such words. "I have made it abundantly clear from the outset that my possessions will not be given freely. I seek items of value to me. If you lack beast crystals, you may trade hides instead." The adult male alpaca orc's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words. He possessed only a few inexpensive huangdi fruits. If he failed to procure a bamboo basket, he would be unable to win the favor of the female leader. Jiang Xinghua noticed the male's greedy gaze fixated on the bamboo baskets. In the next moment, he dashed forward, snatching a basket and attempting to flee. The other orcs, however, were unwilling to allow this and surged forward to intercept him. Their tribe had strict rules against theft. Any who committed such acts would face imprisonment, confined to a cage, and made to work to atone for their misdeeds. It was unprecedented for someone to commit such an act in front of everyone present. "Forgive us, goddess. We shall take him to admit his wrongdoing immediately." Among the few male alpacas waiting in line for baskets, several belonged to the city patrol team. Upon witnessing the brazen theft, they swiftly apprehended the culprit to escort him away. Jiang Xinghua nodded in agreement before turning to address those behind her. "Anyone may exchange 2 hides for a bamboo basket. If you require one, you may return home to fetch your hides." Upon hearing her offer, many turned back to retrieve their hides, allowing the silver wolf orc at the end of the queue to move to the front. Chapter 38. Old enemies. The silver wolf orc held 2 red beast crystals in his hand, having been tasked by his female leader to procure items of her liking. "That I desire that one, as well as these 2. And what is that round one with a long handle?" He had never encountered such exquisite and beautifully crafted items. Their kind, the strong orcs, were incapable of producing anything so refined. "This is a spoon, used for dining. That larger spoon can be employed to serve food." The silver wolf orc appeared quite intrigued by these items, though he realized that 2 red beast crystals could procure a considerable number of goods. Given that her asking price was merely a few white beast crystals, making the exchange rate exceedingly favorable, is this sufficient? If not, I can retrieve more beast crystals. Jiang Xinghua smiled, responding, "You need not offer so much. These only require 10 white beast crystals." When she looked up, she noticed that the silver wolf male before her had hair as white as snow. Even his eyelashes were white, and his skin bore a pale hue. Unlike other males, his physique was not heavily muscled, but rather slender. This male exuded a youthful demeanor, prompting Jiang Xinghua to furrow her brow in contemplation. "If not, you will have to take away the majority of my items. That would equate to the value of your red beast crystal." The silver wolf male nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Let us proceed with the exchange." Jiang Xinghua's eyes widened as she gathered her items, only to see the silver wolf swiftly store them within his spatial crystal. Her astonishment. The silver wolf tribe's crystals possessed storage capabilities. She had believed her own spatial abilities were a secret. Could it be that his crystal also bore such powers? No. She recalled the system's voice when she first arrived here, glancing at the retreating figure of the silver wolf youth, still in shock. She wondered how many unforeseen marvels this beast world contained. Nonetheless, having exchanged a substantial portion of her goods for some white beast crystals and 1 red beast crystal, Jiang Xinghua felt it was a worthwhile endeavor. This implied that in the future, the craftsmanship of weaker orcs could gain recognition among all. The following day, Yulan had transformed the area in front of her home into a space dedicated to Jiang Xinglu. A broad expanse was set aside for her use. She recognized the quality of Jiang Xingluo's goods, but it was the culinary delights that truly captivated her. Ever since Shuili had sneakily delivered another batch of pancakes, she had become enamored with the flavor. Even her mother had come to relish the pancakes, though she lamented that her mother was too fatigued and had fallen asleep by the household water basin once more. "Sister Xinghua, why don't you stay in our tribe and set up a stall to sell those pancakes? I adore them." Jiang Xinghua regarded Yulan, who had previously been somewhat indifferent toward her, now expressing such fondness for her cooking. After a moment of reflection, she considered that it was indeed feasible. She could sell those wheat seeds and simultaneously teach the orcs here how to cultivate them. "Once the first batch of wheat we nurture matures, I will share the cultivation method with you all. At that time, every weaker orc will be able to enjoy pancakes." "Really? That will be splendid." Jiang Xinghua observed the delight shimmering in Yulan's round, glistening eyes, feeling a sense of fulfillment in having made a contribution to this world. As she ventured out today, she had also brought along the stone pots crafted by Qi Yin and Xing Yin. Since Yulan expressed her fondness for her cooking, it was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the use of the stone pot in front of everyone, ensuring that others would be inclined to purchase them. She instructed Qi Yin to construct a small stove from stones, then used a flint to ignite the dry grass, subsequently placing the previously rendered pig oil into the stone pot to melt slowly. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating the orcs passing by Jiang Xingluo's sizable stall. Strong orcs typically consumed raw meat, while weaker orcs favored vegetables and fruits. Few had ever experienced the scent of cooked food. Only in Ragewind City could one find such luxuries, as they were blessed with the presence of the great golden crow, a source of endless fire. Yet here was Jiang Xingluo, utilizing this rare fire source to prepare meals. What was the purpose of that large stone? There was a significant hollow carved into the center, and the fragrance emanating from within was nothing short of intoxicating. Many orcs halted before Jiang Xingluo's stall, their eyes glued to the stone pot. She added the spices she had traded from Xiao Bai earlier, allowing the fragrance to blossom, mingling with the scent of garlic, causing the orcs to nearly drool in anticipation, especially as she generously added copious amounts of diced pig meat into the pot. Using a wooden spoon from her own stock, she stirred the contents of a stone pot, drawing the attention of the strong orcs, whose keen sense of smell urged them closer. The aroma of the stir-fried pig meat wafted enticingly, and as the orcs watched Jiang Xingluo ladle the meat into bowls, one of them called out, "Little female, I shall trade you beast crystals for your meat." Jiang Xingluo smiled, stating, "1 red beast crystal for 2 bowls of meat. First come, first served." The crowd consisted primarily of male orcs, while they could endure raw meat. They also had females and young ones at home to consider. Jiang Xingluo felt her price was quite reasonable. After all, it was merely a piece of pig meat in exchange for a red beast crystal. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow as she listened to one of the orcs in the back speak up. When he drew closer, she recognized his familiar visage, one that was both known and loathed. "How about you become my mate?" The orc before her was a handsome young male from the ocean, a crocodile orc. Most crocodile orcs were quite unattractive in their transformed forms, making it difficult for them to find mates. He instinctively stepped forward, blocking Jiang Xingluo's path. Upon seeing Qi Yin, he recognized him as the first warrior of the Shadow Battle Tribe. Jiang Xingluo recalled that during her search for Qingzhou, she had nearly been taken back to the sea by 2 crocodile orcs. This very orc before her was one of them. "Qi Yin, you arrived with your tribe members. Why are you courting this little female?" The crocodile orc seemed unwilling to relent. "I have no interest in being your mate. Please leave." Jiang Xingluo directly refused, and the crocodile orc did not expect to be dismissed so swiftly. With a light scoff, he conceded defeat and departed. Meanwhile, the male who had just requested meat brought over 2 pieces of red beast crystals, exchanging them for 4 portions of meat, which he promptly carried away. Upon witnessing the first orc taking the meat, those behind him naturally grew even more eager, particularly since these powerful orcs were not lacking in red beast crystals. Before long, half a pot of meat disappeared, traded for 7 or 8 red beast crystals. The little one's eyes sparkled with delight. With beast crystals, their mother could continue cultivating her extraordinary abilities, allowing them to thrive without the protection of their father beasts. Chapter 39. Harvesting the beehive, however. Such instances could only be deemed rare gems that acquire more beast crystals. One would need to produce something even more extraordinary to attract attention. Jiang Xinghua and Shui Li's small bamboo baskets were quickly exchanged for bee skins and beast crystals, leading to a complete sellout of their wares on the first day. Additionally, several strong orcs came to purchase a few stone pots, resulting in a few extra red beast crystals. The success of the first day was beyond Jiang Xinglua's expectations, prompting them to hastily create several more bamboo baskets. Although Qing Yin wished to produce even more, Jiang Xinglua intervened, asserting that it was unnecessary to make so many, as there would likely be fewer buyers the following day. Instead, she intended to prepare more dishes, continuing to sell her unique offerings, particularly the exclusive lard, which boasted an unparalleled flavor. She planned to balance meat and vegetables while discreetly retrieving some eggs from her space. Yulan had specially brought over the vegetables Jiang Xinglua required. However, she did not anticipate Yulan bringing her mother along. Upon seeing Rongrong standing still with her striking black and white eyes fixed upon her, Jiang Xinglua found her utterly adorable. Oh my! Who could have imagined encountering a female capybara in this beast world? She was utterly enamored by such a delightful creature. Though not particularly large, Rongrong was irresistibly cute, with her brownish-yellow fur giving her an unmistakable capybara charm. Xinglua, I wish to taste the dishes you prepare, Rongrong expressed. Jiang Xinglua gazed at Rongrong's eyes, momentarily transfixed, feeling an overwhelming urge to stroke her soft fur. All right, you and Yulan shall stay. Rongrong nodded, and Yulan led her to find a spot to sit, where she promptly fell asleep. Though Jiang Xinglua had known capybaras were fond of sleep, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat astonishing. Even Qing Yuan unconsciously gravitated towards Rongrong, drawn in by her delightful scent. After some deliberation, Jiang Xinglua decided to make tomato scrambled eggs. She prepared a basket full of eggs to fry, knowing that many individuals in her small courtyard were eager to enjoy her cooking. Secretly, she retrieved a bit of vegetable oil from her space to enhance the flavor of the scrambled eggs. With the tomato scrambled eggs ready, she then concocted a large medley with the remaining vegetables, adding a few crispy tiger skin eggs for good measure. They had never encountered such a dish before. With Qi Yin absent and hearing that the people from the Jianing tribe had arrived, he planned to meet them. Jiang Xinglua chose not to interfere, allowing him to do as he pleased. However, with Qi Yin away, Chang Sun's demeanor improved significantly in Jiang Xinglua's presence. He discreetly sampled a small bowl of the freshly made tomato scrambled eggs, finding the taste delightful. When the remaining pot of medley was served at the table, everyone was astonished. They had not anticipated that the simple dishes they usually consumed could transform into such a feast. Both visually appealing and flavorful. Rongrong scooped a bite of the dish with her spoon and slowly chewed, her previously calm gaze now glimmering with surprise that Xinglua's cooking is delicious. Teach Yulan, and have her prepared for me. Rongrong looked at her daughter, and Yulan nodded in agreement. All right, if mother likes it, I shall make it for her. After finishing her meal, Rongrong returned to sleep, as capybaras were indeed a breed that adored slumber. Following the satisfying meal, Yulan brought over some lemons, explaining that they were called huangpi fruits, but their sourness made them unpopular. She wondered if Jiang Xinglua could devise a way to make them palatable. Jiang Xinglua's eyes widened at the sight of the oversized lemons, which were more than twice the size of any she had previously encountered. Soaking them in water could yield a delightful drink. Adding some syrup would create a perfect lemon tea. Honey could also be an option. She found herself yearning for the fruit teas and milk teas she had once enjoyed. If only I could find a beehive, she mused, considering the possibility of keeping bees to ensure a steady supply of honey for her drinks. This could effectively mask odors and serve as a refreshing beverage, though consuming the raw fruit would be too sour. Jiang Xinglua accepted the lemons and decided to search for honey, hoping to concoct some honey lemon water that might entice others. Inquiring with Yulan about nearby areas with abundant flowers, Jiang Xinglua planned to investigate for bees. Concerned for Jiang Xinglua's safety as a female venturing out alone, Chang Sun insisted on accompanying her, along with several other males. According to Yulan's description, there was a flower field to the north of the Ming-Chin tribe. Upon arriving at the vast expanse of lush green grass, Jiang Xinglua felt a wave of exhilaration. The landscape was as expansive as her own farm, with a gentle breeze causing a sea of flowers to sway. Not far from the flower field lay a modest forest, and Jiang Xinglua made her way toward it. She soon discovered numerous butterflies flitting about in the flower field, while some females ventured towards the nearby wooden houses in search of others. As Jiang Xinglua approached the forest, her suspicions were confirmed. Though not particularly large, the trees housed an abundance of beehives. Gazing at the hives, she felt a twinge of fear. As a child, she had visited her aunt's home, where bees were kept for honey production, and she had endured her fair share of stings while attempting to harvest honeycombs. The thought of doing so again was indeed daunting. However, having come this far, she could not leave empty-handed. She glanced at Chang Sun, who appeared uneasy, sensing that this venture might lead to trouble. "You retrieve this beehive, while Qin Yan and I tackle another," Jiang Xinglua instructed, choosing 2 hives that were relatively small. Chang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. "Are you sure this is what you want to do? Stealing from others?" Jiang Xinglua found his perspective perplexing. To her, it seemed quite normal. "If honey is unavailable, sugar could suffice," she countered, contemplating where to find sugarcane for extraction. "Will you assist me? If not, Qin Yan and I can manage on our own. The worst that could happen would be a few stings." Though she was uncertain if the bees here were venomous, gritting her teeth, she surveyed the hive, yearning for a sip of honey water. Since arriving in this place, Jiang Xinglua had been deprived of satisfying her cravings. "I won't assist you. Do you think you can manage alone?" "Fine. You and Qin Yan go ahead. I'll handle this." Chang Sun fetched a long branch, employing the most rudimentary method to reach the hive. Jiang Xinglua furrowed her brow, transforming into her beast form and climbing the tree. She called down to Qin Yan, who remained on the ground. "I'll dislodge the hive, and you can use wind to disperse the bees, allowing us to escape." Chapter 40. Extracting honey on Chang Sun's end. After several attempts, a commotion ensued, and the bees swarmed out of the hive. Yet the hive remained intact as the bees began to chase him. Jiang Xinglua swiftly used her claws to knock the hive down from the tree. Qin Yan, now adept at controlling his crystal, summoned a gust of wind that disoriented the bees. Jiang Xinglua promptly leaped to the ground, transforming back into her human form to collect the fallen hive. Observing Chang Sun still being pursued by bees, she decided to bring down another hive as well. Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh at Chang Sun's comical predicament. In the end, Chang Sun resorted to using the water from his crystal to drive away the bees. However, he was taken aback to discover that the bees had beast crystals on their heads. Despite being covered in welts from stings, he found that several of the bees bore beast crystals, including 2 orange ones, while the rest were red. Absorbing one of the red beast crystals, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite its small size, it contained significant energy, more potent than any others he had encountered. He secured the beast crystals and turned to follow Jiang Xinglua. "Mother, look at him, so unattractive with all those welts. My siblings, and I don't like him at all." Qin Yan seized the opportunity to mock Chang Sun, relishing the moment. Jiang Xinglua shook her head, directing her gaze at Qin Yan. "You mustn't be so impolite. Apologize to Chang Sun." Qin Yan complied reluctantly, uttering a meek "I'm sorry." However, upon seeing Chang Sun's face covered in welts, she couldn't suppress a chuckle. Chang Sun, noticing her stifled laughter, couldn't help but scoffed. "I tell you not to underestimate me. Though I bear honorable wounds, my rewards are plentiful. Just look at these beast crystals I obtained from those bees." Jiang Xinglua and Qin Yan gazed at the handful of crystal stones in Chang Sun's grasp. Although they appeared diminutive, they shimmered brilliantly under the sun, creating a particularly enchanting sight. Jiang Xinglua retrieved a beast crystal from her possession, which was noticeably larger than the ones in Chang Sun's collection. Puzzled, she turned to Chang Sun and inquired, "Are the larger and smaller ones not the same?" "Chang Sun, shall we exchange?" Chang Sun consented and traded for a red beast crystal. Yes, she attempted to summon her unique ability crystal and merge the smaller beast crystal into it. She distinctly felt a greater sense of comfort. While they were unsure of the reason, it seemed that the power emanating from the beast crystal of the bees was superior, as Jiang Xinghua found the absorption process quite pleasurable. Perhaps it's due to the monotonous dye of nectar, she mused aloud. So, it's not just the larger beasts that possess beast crystals. These smaller ones do as well. That it seems that our path to cultivation will be somewhat smoother from here on. However, they needed to hasten their pace, as a swarm of bees appeared to be approaching. Jiang Xinghua and her companions sprinted swiftly, fearful that any delay might result in being overtaken by the swarm. Chang Sun, with her long legs, dashed ahead, and before long, they returned to the marketplace. Yet while Chang Sun had initially been shyly concealing her face, Jiang Xinghua was surprised to discover that the blemishes on Chang Sun's face had vanished in such a short time. She recalled her own experience of being stung by bees, which had not healed nearly as quickly. "You can lower your arm now. I can see that the marks on your face have completely disappeared." Jiang Xinghua scrutinized her friend closely and confirmed the absence of any blemishes. Unfortunately, mirrors were a luxury in this world, leaving them to see their reflections only through the eyes of others. Chang Sun touched her cheek and realized that indeed, there was no longer any sensation of pain. Jiang Xinghua transported 2 large beehives into her space, as this would expedite the honey extraction process. She sliced open the hives, pressing the honey into bowls while retaining the leftover beeswax for future use, particularly for crafting lip balms. She stored the honey in a bamboo tube and sealed it. The remaining beeswax required further refinement. She heated it to filter out impurities and retrieve the clean wax, which could be used for lip balm production. Jiang Xinghua marveled at the substantial quantity of beeswax she had amassed, contemplating how many lip balms it could yield, though she currently lacked suitable containers for them. "Perhaps I could carve out a few small wooden jars to store them," she pondered, after securing the beeswax. She prepared the honey and, by the following afternoon, had made numerous servings of honey lemonade, packaging them in bamboo tubes adorned with star motifs, signifying her handiwork. She also prepared a few small wooden saucers containing a taste of lemon honey water for sampling. Yulan, drawn by the enticing aroma, found herself salivating over the sweet and tangy scent, especially with Rongrong nearby. Therefore, as Jiang Xinghua prepared a few dishes, Yulan and Rongrong each seized a small saucer, subsequently requesting a serving of honey lemonade. This time, however, Jiang Xinghua set her price high, given the intricate process of honey extraction, which was not easily replicated. 1 red beast crystal for 2 tubes. The bamboo tubes need not be returned. The weaker beastmen, lacking beast crystals, paid no attention to these transactions, while strong beastmen gathered around, eager to impress the females. The silver wolf youth who had previously purchased several baskets from her returned, nonchalantly tossing 10 red beast crystals away, thereby acquiring all of her honey lemonade. Jiang Xinghua gazed at the extravagant youth, puzzled as to where he had procured such an abundance of beast crystals, or whom he intended to serve the drinks. Nonetheless, she mused that if she expedited the production of lip balms and lipsticks, it could prove to be quite lucrative. However, mass beekeeping was not feasible at the moment. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly earn a significant profit from this venture. Jiang Xinghua's products sold swiftly. After the lemonade, she prepared a selection of stir-fried dishes that also vanished quickly, with the majority of her baskets exchanged for bee skins. However, she intended to limit the daily supply of honey lemonade, as she wished to reserve some for herself. Upon returning to her wooden dwelling, Jiang Xinghua distributed bowls of honey lemonade to each of the cubs, and Chang Sun, watching eagerly, was given a generous serving. Shueli, content to remain by Jiang Xinghua's side, expressed a reluctance to return to the males to bear cubs, suggesting instead that she accompany Jiang Xinghua wherever she went. Jiang Xinghua had not anticipated Shueli's sudden desire to remain, especially in this world where such thoughts were quite unconventional. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy. After all, her perspective was not without merit. Chapter 41. The beast crystals attract attention. Jiang Xinghua observed as Qing Yin presented a newly crafted item, perfectly sized for her needs. The beeswax was just what she required. She felt a twinge of regret for the olive oil she had previously saved for her weight loss efforts. Fortunately, having occasionally made natural lip balms and lipsticks, she had the necessary supplies, making the task manageable. Before long, she had produced over 200 lip balms and 20 lipsticks. The wooden jars crafted by Qin Yin were just sufficient for storage. She reserved a filled jar for herself, applying a touch to her lips. Glancing in the mirror, she realized she looked even more beautiful than before. The natural lipstick was non-toxic and stunning. She gazed at the jar of creations with immense satisfaction. However, by the time she finished these, the gathering was nearing its conclusion. When Jiang Xinghua ventured out with her lipsticks and balms, she invited a young female to try them. The lip balm boasted a lovely sheen and a delicate hue, while the lipstick added a vibrant touch, enlivening her appearance. "Sister Xinghua, how much would it cost to exchange for this lip balm? May I trade for one?" Jiang Xinghua smiled, stating that the lip balm required 1 red beast crystal and the lipstick 1 orange beast crystal. The young female, not from their area but from the Silver Wolf tribe, promptly arranged for someone to procure 1 red and 1 orange beast crystal in exchange for a lip balm and a lipstick. "Luoyang, I accept your proposal to become my beast husband. I will bear your cubs." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by the unexpected declaration from the young female. Nevertheless, this boldness drew the attention of several others. Intrigued by the absence of any ulterior motives, even Jiang Xinghua herself was using these products. The weaker beastmen who could muster a red beast crystal exchanged it for a lip balm for their females. Those male-seeking partners eagerly seized the opportunity at the gathering, purchasing her wares with handfuls of beast crystals in a mere moment. Her stock was depleted. Yet she retained a portion, intending to bring them out for future large-scale events to exchange for beast crystals. As her body always felt somewhat empty, in need of replenishment, holding 10 orange beast crystals and dozens of red ones, Jiang Xinghua felt an exhilarating rush. It seemed that fortune was within reach. She deliberately set aside a lipstick and lip balm for Yulan and Rong Rong as a token of gratitude for their hospitality over the past days. "Sister Xinghua, I intend to trade beast crystals with you. It feels unfair to receive these for free. How about I exchange some salt?" Weaker beastmen often lack salt, and this time they managed to trade their homegrown fruits and vegetables for a substantial amount. Jiang Xinghua planned to acquire more. Yulan generously gifted her a large bag of salt, eliminating the need for her to seek others for trade. "Thank you, Yulan. I look forward to our next meeting." Yulan grasped Jiang Xinghua's hand tightly, reluctant to part ways. Jiang Xinghua discreetly shared the method of basket making with them, enabling them to exchange for beast crystals in the Silver Wolf tribe. It was no wonder the Jian tribe referred to her as a goddess. "All right, I shall visit you in Jian tribe next time. Safe travels." Jiang Xinghua waved farewell and prepared to depart. Qi Yin had returned the previous day after visiting Yan Ming, discovering that the females were treating him well. He finally felt a sense of relief. With the cubs on his back, Jiang Xinghua felt a great ease on the journey home, as there was no burden to carry. However, due to the size of their group, the return journey was marked by frequent stops. That evening, they found a forest to rest, planning to continue their journey at dawn. Jiang Xinghua gathered a pile of firewood and roasted the yellow earth fruit she had stored, sharing them with everyone. Having enjoyed good meals in recent days, she found the subtle flavor of the roasted fruits refreshing, albeit not particularly savory. They had just located a flourishing tree and settled nearby when the night remained relatively calm. Jiang Xinghua relaxed her guard, and a few cubs nestled against her, quickly drifting off to sleep. "Sister Xinghua, help me! Help!" In the midst of her slumber, Jiang Xinghua was roused by a piercing scream. Rubbing her eyes, she discerned in the distance Shui Li being dragged away by 2 male figures. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinghua sprinted towards them, only to find the 2 males transforming into their beast forms, swiftly ensnaring Shui Li and making their escape. They were, astonishingly, 2 serpent beastmen. With no time to ponder further, Qi Yin was also awakened, but the cubs still required protection. "Rest assured, I am here, and the cubs will come to no harm," Chang Sun reassured Jiang Xinghua. Qi Yin urged her to mount his back, and before long, they spotted the retreating serpents. Jiang Xinghua regretted bringing Shui Li along. As a powerless female, she was utterly defenseless against such formidable males. Anxiety gripped her heart as Qi Yin accelerated, quickly closing the distance to the serpents. Jiang Xinghua unleashed a bolt of lightning, its power staggering, incapacitating the serpent that clung to Shui Li, who was now weeping profusely as she looked at Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo rushed forward, cradling Shui Li in her arms, handing her a bamboo tube. "Drink some water first. Calm yourself." She entrusted the remaining matters to Qi Yan, who swiftly dispatched the two serpents, severing their necks. Leaving them lifeless in their wake. Trembling, Shui Li drank the water, the sweet and sour flavor amplifying her grievances. She sobbed uncontrollably into Jiang Xingluo's embrace. "Sister Xingluo, they said they wanted to take me to the serpent tribe to bear their young. I do not wish to go. I want to return home to see my elder siblings." Jiang Xingluo gently patted her back, and after a while, took her to a nearby stream to wash her face before heading back with Qi Yan. However, they had not walked long when a sudden whiff of blood filled the air, and even Shui Li sensed something amiss. Jiang Xingluo and Qi Yan hastened their pace, fearing that the serpents had accomplices. The thought of Qing Yuan sent her heart racing. They rushed back to their original location, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of beastmen. "T.S. the brown bear beastmen, my lady. They are likely after our beast crystals." There were numerous female brown bear beastmen, so it couldn't be a matter of competing for females, but the beast crystals they had earned at the market would surely incite envy among any strong beastmen. Jiang Xingluo realized this, her heart racing as she witnessed her cubs encircled by them, eager to charge in, only to be restrained by both Qi Yan and Shui L. "Do you not go, Sister Xingluo? They are formidable. Those beastmen possess abilities." Chapter 42. Qing Yuan's power. Shui Li clenched her fists to voice her fears. Jiang Xingluo glanced at her. Tears had inexplicably filled Shui Li's eyes once more. "My aunt, a beautiful female moose beastman, was taken away by the leader of their tribe to become his mate, and I have not seen her since. They say her fertility was poor and that she perished." Qi Yan was also aware of that tribe's ruthless reputation, known for their powerful lineage, having long selected only the most exceptional females for breeding, resulting in many offspring awakening their powers. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth, staring at the group of beastmen. Their actions were no different from bandits. Yet, she could not abandon her cubs. Spotting Chang Sun, barely conscious and spitting blood, she declared, "Surrender all your beast crystals, or we shall not let you go today." Jiang Xingluo's keen ears caught the words of one beastman. "Despite the distance that we want to give them to you, you vile beastmen. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not part with them." Chang Sun gritted his teeth, forcibly merging the beast crystals on his person into his own. Jiang Xingluo was taken aback. He could not withstand such strain without risking an explosion. Transforming into her beast form, she rushed to Chang Sun's side, reaching for the crystals. Qi Yan joined her, and together, they converged, causing all of Chang Sun's crystals to vanish in an instant. Jiang Xingluo felt a surge of power within her. Her beast body was uncomfortable, yet still shackled by a layer of constraint. Her fur gleamed ever more brilliantly, her form expanding, resembling a large cat, presenting herself before the brown bears, who recoiled in fear. "A white tiger, the young master of the White Tiger clan is here. Let us flee." Jiang Xingluo was bewildered by their sudden panic, while Qi Yan observed the apparition that momentarily appeared before vanishing. Jiang Xingluo reverted to her human form. Even the crystals she could not absorb expelled from her own crystal stone. Qi Yan regarded Jiang Xingluo's sudden transformation with intrigue, while some of the beast crystals were indeed absorbed by him. Chang Sun struck Qi Yan, unable to suppress a cough of blood, as several cubs looked on with tearful eyes. Qing Yuan grasped Chang Sun's hand, her small face, now slightly plump, streamed with tears. "Brother Chang Sun, please do not die. I cannot bear to see you like this. Get well, please." The faint green glow emanated from Qing Yuan's palm as she bowed her head in sorrow, channeling that energy into Chang Sun, who instantly felt rejuvenated. Yet his gaze fell upon the diminishing black mist surrounding Qing Yuan, replaced by two new green glows. Chang Sun could hardly fathom that after nearly being crushed by the repulsive brown bear, he now felt whole again. As Qing Yuan's strength waned, she slumped into Chang Sun's embrace. Little Qing Yuan, little Qing Yuan. He held her close, reassured by her steady breaths. Yet, when he turned to Jiang Xingluo, he found her equally astonished. Qing Yuan has awakened her powers, but what of her power crystal? Jiang Xinghua gently stroked Qing Yuan's little head, feeling a pang of concern. She understood that Qing Yuan was unlike the other cubs. However, without a crystal as a vessel for her powers, her future training would be exceedingly challenging. Xinghua, one can cultivate even without a crystal. She nodded, though all beastmen dared not linger any longer. They pressed on, journeying for a day and a night, finally returning to the Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xinghua distributed furs to the weaker beastmen who accompanied her and gifted Shui Li 2 red beast crystals along with several pieces of fur. Sister Xinghua, I do not want these. The beast crystals are of no use to me. Keep them. Perhaps they could be exchanged for something better. Shui Li reluctantly accepted and even shared her homemade lip balm and lipstick with her, also bringing some for Zhou Zhou. Jiang Xinghua gazed at Zhou Zhou, the little leopard cub, who was well-behaved and chubby. She embraced him, eliciting a delighted smile. Yet this one cub had several beastmen assisting in its care, leaving Jiang Xinghua to ponder how she had managed to raise 6 cubs on her own. She entrusted the fur she had previously bartered for in exchange for baskets to Qing Yin and the others for tanning, crafting them into skirts of fur, all while observing the still sleeping Qing Yuan. Why had she been asleep for so long? Jiang Xinghua's heart raced with unease. She sought out Sun Ran and Huayan. Huayan discovered that Qing Yuan's body was in the process of recovery. Seemingly lacking energy as Sun Ran touched Qing Yuan's hand, a towering tree materialized before him. His healing power was insignificant against the life force emanating from it. Yet, even that small amount of power provided Qing Yuan considerable relief. Her breathing steady as she continued to slumber. Jiang Xinghua felt a wave of reassurance, and after 2 more days, Qing Yuan finally awakened. Jiang Xinghua prepared meat and vegetables once more, but this time she steeled herself, dismantling half a box of instant noodles to cook. The cubs relished the meal, and Qing Yuan consumed a great deal as well. Qing Yin, noticing that Qing Yuan had returned to her former self, expressed his curiosity. Qing Yuan, may I see your power crystal? Qing Yuan furrowed her brow and extended her hand. Her palm emitted only a faint green glow, yet no crystal was present. Jiang Xinghua observed as Qing Yuan nearly broke into a sweat. But her palm remained unresponsive. Brother, I do not have a crystal. Qing Yuan explained, somewhat disheartened. She truly wished to possess powers like her mother, to protect everyone. However, without them, she felt somewhat inadequate. Mother, I have no use. Will you still love me? Qing Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy in her heart. She understood that in this world, she was a little female whom her brothers cherished dearly. It was precisely because females were considered the weakest that they required protection. However, her mother was different. She too possessed the ability to cultivate. Since she was her mother's daughter, she ought to be capable of cultivation as well. When she managed to heal her brother Changshuan, it was the first time she felt she was not a burden. Yet, she lacked crystal stones. Jiang Xinghua gazed at little Qing, her eyes heavy with intent, determined to make her aware of who had gifted the original owner that broken bell. She was resolute in her desire to eliminate that person. Chapter 43. The diminution of Qing Yuan's power. Jiang Xinghua gently caressed Qing Yuan's little head, encouraging her to try once more, to see if any power remained. She grasped her mother's hand. Qing Yuan nodded, slipping her small hand into Jiang Xinghua's, and a gentle luminescence flowed between them, filling her with a sense of comfort through Jiang Xinghua's body. Her little Qing Yuan wielded wood-based powers. Even in the absence of crystal stones, Jiang Xinghua sensed that her strength seemed to surpass that of ordinary individuals. As Qing Yuan withdrew her power, she quickly realized her fatigue, sensing a vast reservoir of strength within Jiang Xinghua that was bound. Mother, something seems amiss with your body, yet I am unable to assist you. Qing Yuan's stomach growled again as she shyly rubbed her belly. Mother, I am hungry once more. Jiang Xinghua had previously heard from Changshuan that Qing Yuan's body lacked crystal stones, and using her powers took a considerable toll, as crystal stones served a storage function. I am sorry, Qing Yuan. It is my fault. I will prepare something delicious for you. Qing Yuan nodded, her siblings gathering around, feeling a pang of sympathy for their little sister. Qing Yuan, I haven't eaten yet. This is for you. Qing Yuan watched as Qing Yuan offered her bowl, having not yet touched his chopsticks, concerned that Qing Yuan might not have enough to eat. He could wait, but if Qing Yuan went hungry, She would fall ill. Brother, no need. Mother has already prepared it. Qingluan pushed the bowl closer, urging her to eat. Her siblings all gazed at Qingyuan, and she realized they were about to lecture her again. If she fell ill from hunger, they would all worry. She scooped a large mouthful of rice with her wooden spoon, feeling utterly content. Yet, she pondered whether her mother and brothers would go hungry if she continued to eat this way. Slowing her pace, Qingzhu sensed something was amiss. Qingyan, you used to love meat. Why are you eating so slowly? Qingyuan shook her head. No, second brother. You say I do nothing all day and eat so much. What will you do? In the past, during times of hunger, she had to endure illness, leaving her fate to the heavens. But now, with enough food and warmth, Qingyuan feared the abrupt return to her previous hardships. Now we can help mother with her work, and she has so many ideas. Eldest brother possesses special abilities, and with Qiyin protecting us, we shall not suffer anymore. Qingzhu looked at his little sister, his heart aching. Why was it that his sister, gifted with a rare ability to cultivate wood powers, was devoid of a crystal stone? In this world of beasts, it was indeed a rarity to find a sister capable of cultivating wood abilities without a crystal stone. Was it not possible to obtain a crystal stone from someone else to aid her? Qingzhu pondered this, wondering if it meant that his sister needed a crystal stone from another wood ability cultivator. Warning, warning, host. The darkening value of target Qingzhu has reached 10. Please intervene promptly to prevent the villain's corruption, that a familiar mechanical voice echoed, causing Jiang Xinghua to drop the spoon she held into the pot. Upon entering the room, she found Qingzhu lost in thought, a shadow of dark energy enveloping him. Qingyan, trust your second brother. He will surely find a way for you to obtain a crystal stone. You are mother's child. You will undoubtedly be able to cultivate that. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qingzhu's eyes, instilling a sense of fear in Jiang Xinghua. Qingzhu, then tell me, what is your plan? Upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's inquiry, Qingzhu felt a chill run down his spine. How could mother be here? He hesitated to meet Jiang Xinghua's gaze, fully aware of her principled nature. If she discovered his thoughts, she would surely. Qingzhu shook his head, resorting to an explanation. No, I have no plans at all, mother. I merely spoke in jest. In that moment, he realized that his explanations had inadvertently hurt Qingyuan. He should never have entertained such thoughts. Is that so, Qingzhu? Children should not lie to their mother. Qingyuan will cultivate through her own efforts, without resorting to underhanded means. Do you understand? Although Jiang Xinghua was unaware of what Qingzhu was contemplating, the intensity of her gaze made him feel a wave of anxiety. He struggled to maintain his calm demeanor. Yet Qingyuan felt a sense of disillusionment. She had never anticipated that her brother would deceive her. Brother, you need not lie to me. I am already content knowing that I possess abilities to assist you. Though she felt a sense of regret, Qingyuan understood that she had a measure of ability and responsibility that surpassed those females lacking such powers, filling her with satisfaction. She had never imagined that one day she would be needed by others, having previously believed herself to be merely a burden. I am sorry, mother. I was wrong. I thought perhaps a crystal stone could be taken from another beast man for my sister. Qingzhu felt a wave of shame wash over him for his earlier thoughts. Jiang Xinghua was equally taken aback by Qingzhu's words. She had always known him to be the most intelligent among the future antagonists. Yet she never expected such horrifying ideas to arise from the mind of one so young. Not everyone can bear Qingyuan's powers. Qingzhu, your plan is flawed and could potentially harm her. Jiang Xinghua did not dismiss his thoughts outright, for she too wished to resolve Qingyuan's predicament. However, her power was gentle yet formidable, vast and boundless. Nothing could surpass that which belonged to her. Mother, I understand. And furthermore, we must not harm the innocent for our own gain. If others attack us, we need not show mercy. Jiang Xinghua meticulously explained this to Qingzhu. Although these children were still young, they were quite perceptive. Should they develop misguided notions, it would eventually lead to dire consequences. Recalling her fate from the original narrative sent a chill down her spine. She fervently hoped her children would not stray from the righteous path. After ensuring her children had eaten, Jiang Xinghua watched as they soon fell into a deep slumber, exhausted from their journey and the dangers they had faced. Yawning, Jiang Xinghua stepped into the backyard to check on the wheat seedlings. Initially believing it would be a while before they matured, to her surprise, as Qingyun's powers flowed gently outward, they nourished all the surrounding plants. The once diminutive wheat had quickly burgeoned into sizable stalks. Yet, instead of feeling joy at the bountiful harvest, she was consumed by concern for Qingyun. Jiang Xinghua opened Qingyun's palm, witnessing the steady trickle of her powers escaping. She attempted to stem the flow, only to find it futile. The energy continued to radiate from her body. How? How can this be? Cradling the still sleeping Qingyun, she rushed outside in search of Huayan, the witch doctor, certain she would have a solution. Chapter 44. The methods of cultivation differ. Perhaps Qingzhu was right. If they could find a usable crystal stone, it could rectify these issues. Host's malicious thoughts will incur punishment upon hearing this mechanical voice. Jiang Xinghua could not help but feel a surge of frustration. How could she be deemed malicious when all she desired was to save her daughter? Why could others harm her daughter? Yet she, with her golden opportunity, remained unaware of who the true villain was. Broken system. Tell me how I can save Qingyi. Do you expect me to watch her powers wither away before my very eyes? Jiang Xinghua's eyes brimmed with tears, but this system offered no guidance beyond warnings and task notifications. She could only grit her teeth and carry Qingyuan to Huayan, hoping for a solution. Upon seeing Qingyuan, Huayan called her name repeatedly, yet Qingyuan offered no response. However, her body showed no signs of change, appearing just as it always had. Do not panic, Xinghua, Huayan reassured her. Jiang Xinghua pointed to the shimmering green lights and showed them to Huayan. Upon noticing, Huayan suddenly felt a shift in her surroundings, realizing it was due to the extraordinary power radiating from Qingyun. She understood why Xinghua was so fearful, with such a vast amount of energy circulating. It was indeed strange that she wasn't worried. However, Huayan truly couldn't discern anything and could only wait patiently, hoping to comprehend the situation when Qingyuan awakened. After a considerable time, Jiang Xinghua observed that more and more green lights began to converge back onto Qingyuan. Sunran, following this surge of energy, approached Huayan's wooden cabin, lifted the leather curtain, and entered, discovering that this power originated from Qingyuan. The wood element's abilities differed from other supernatural cultivation methods. It relied on everything within the natural world. This was something his father had imparted to him. Their entire family possessed wood abilities, yet in his generation, few had managed to awaken. As Sunran witnessed such potent energy flowing from Qingyuan, he instantly comprehended that it was because her power nourished all living things. And they, in turn, offered their gratitude. This was the first time Sunran had seen such a small female cub wielding such formidable wood abilities. Qingyuan, wake up and see your mother. Jiang Xinghua, knowing nothing of this world's supernatural cultivation, felt her eyes nearly swell with tears, simply wishing for her daughter to awaken unharmed. She was inherently soft-hearted, often crying over lost cats and dogs on her farm, let alone for such an obedient daughter. Sunran, witnessing Jiang Xinghua's inconsolable tears, was both amused and exasperated. Goddess, Qingyuan is fine. Sensing Qingyuan's gentle and vibrant energy, he couldn't help but reach out, feeling a warm force emanate from his palm. Upon releasing the crystal, he realized he had leveled up, transforming it into an orange crystal. This is a gift from Qingyuan. Our wood abilities are intricately linked to life itself, even without consuming the powers of other beings. We can cultivate. Thus, the goddess need not worry. Upon hearing Senran's words, Jiang Xinghua understood that he was indeed a practitioner of wood abilities and that his words held credibility. That's how it is. Jiang Xinghua exhaled a long sigh of relief, her body relaxing. After such turmoil, she couldn't help but wonder how her other cubs were faring. Huayan noticed that Jiang Xinghua appeared quite pale, so she brought her a cup of fruit tea she had prepared earlier. Jiang Xinghua examined the dried fruits and flowers, surprised that Huayan could make such things. That it was unfortunate that there was no sugar available at that moment. She wished for sugar cane to be present. After taking a sip from the cup, Jiang Xinghua felt considerably more at ease. However, there was still no sign of Qingyuan awakening, and she needed to remain there. Sunran had informed her that the cubs were aware of her presence, yet they did not come over, merely preparing to harvest the ripened wheat in the fields. Not only them, but other weaker beastmen were also filled with joy. as some vegetables they had just planted were now ripe, and trees that hadn't borne fruit for years were suddenly laden with produce. Sun Ran cautioned Jiang Xinghua not to disclose Qing Yuan's powerful abilities, as what abilities were inherently less defensive and not as aggressive in attack compared to others. They primarily focused on healing and vitality. Should Qing Yuan's powers be exposed, stronger beastmen might attempt to seize her. Jiang Xinghua understood this well. However, she couldn't fathom why her lightning abilities hadn't been passed down to her daughter, leaving only this ability. With a sigh, she took another sip of the tea. Her heart gradually finding peace. By the time Qing Yuan awakened, evening had nearly arrived, and a fresh scent of grass enveloped her. Even the dark aura surrounding her had diminished somewhat. Jiang Xinghua noticed Qing Yuan's eyes gradually tinged with green, realizing that her abilities were aiding in her restoration. "Mother, have you been crying?" Qing Yuan's complexion appeared much rosier, and Huaiyan found it quite miraculous. Sun Ran shared the methods passed down from his father with Jiang Xinghua, who diligently took notes, while Sun Ran smiled at Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan sensed the similar energy emanating from the weak beast man opposite her, making her feel a warm sense of familiarity. "Yes, your mother was worried you wouldn't wake up, but thankfully you were fine." Huaiyan smiled, then packed many of her dried fruits and flowers for Jiang Xinghua. "I have tried these, and they possess calming effects. You should drink them when you return." Jiang Xinghua looked at Huaiyan with gratitude, and upon returning home with Qing Yuan, she found Chang Sun sitting in her house, devouring the berries the cubs had gathered. He had consumed nearly half a basket. Why is this dead fish so fond of eating? However, upon seeing the smile on Jiang Xinghua's face, Chang Sun could not suppress his joy. "Xinghua, you're back. Look at this. It's shrimp that I had my kin bring back. Do you think these are edible?" Jiang Xinghua turned to see a half bowl of shrimp in the wooden basin, which smelled remarkably fresh and didn't resemble the tainted one she had eaten before. "But aren't fish and shrimp considered the same kind? Are you really eating your own kind?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sun immediately ceased eating and stood up. "Yes, long as you don't eat me. They are indeed considered the same. I am a beast man. They are merely small beasts, and no one has ever eaten them. Even a stronger beastman cannot tolerate their fishy smell." Jiang Xinghua regarded the items before her, then retrieved a red beast crystal from her possession. "How about I trade you this?" Chang Sun gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly sparking with fury. Chapter 45. Qi Yin, I concede I don't lack beast crystals, especially female ones. I have no need for them. Chang Sun lamented over his previous attempt at goodwill. Jiang Xinghua seemed impervious. Was there truly no chance for him? As he looked at Chang Sun's face, filled with anger and frustration, he wondered what he had done wrong. "That I have abilities. Earning beast crystals is no different from you. You can keep it." Chang Sun furrowed his brow, unsure how to respond to Jiang Xinghua. Did she genuinely not understand, or was she merely pretending? He had gone to great lengths to mask his scent, fearing it would trigger her predatory instincts, yet she remained completely unfazed, with a sense of resignation. He accepted the beast crystal Jiang Xinghua offered, believing it would ease his conscience. Qi Yin returned with the cubs, their basket brimming with freshly picked mushrooms. Jiang Xinghua gazed at the appetizing mushrooms and noticed Chang Sun looking despondent. "Ready to leave." "Chang Sun, don't go. Stay for dinner. We have mushrooms to make soup." Upon seeing the shrimp in the wooden basin, a strong odor overwhelmed Qi Yin, who was unaccustomed to the fishy scent of seafood. "Mistress, why did you bring these? They are inedible." Chang Sun, already frustrated, felt his anger flare further upon hearing Qi Yin's disdain for the items he had brought. "Xinghua cooks so well. She said she could make it." "How do you know it won't taste good?" Qi Yin, irritated by Chang Sun's fiery response, was even more perplexed. "Why are you taking out your anger on me?" Qi Yin had never liked the fish, and now he found it even more repulsive. He was aware of Jiang Xinghua's feelings. She was not oblivious to his thoughts. Just as Jiang Xinghua was about to prepare the shrimp for cooking, they heard sound of a scuffle outside. The cubs were watching intently, and Jiang Xinghua placed the shrimp down and rushed outside, witnessing Chang Sun attacking Qi Yin with his abilities. Qi Yin was no pushover and quickly subdued him with a few swift moves. "Did you really think you were stronger than me?" Qi Yin's eyes glinted with provocation as Chang Sun fumed. never expecting to be so easily overpowered. Is my ability truly that weak? I concede. Qian, you win. Only Changshuan and Qian truly comprehend the significance of their battle. From this moment forth, Changshuan will no longer indulge in the fanciful illusions that are not meant for him. Jiang Xinghua observed the two, who had finally quieted down, and promptly turned her attention back to preparing the shrimp. During mealtime, there was a half basin of stir-fried shrimp and another half basin of mushroom soup, both of which were delectably enticing. Mushrooms had become a source of trepidation for the weaker beastmen, as previous consumption had led to poisonings, rendering them hesitant to forage for such items. Changshuan was astounded by the unexpected deliciousness of the soup made from these ingredients. Meanwhile, Qian still hesitated to partake in the shrimp, having not tasted seafood in quite some time. Jiang Xinghua skillfully peeled a shrimp and savored the succulent meat, the flavor of which was incomparable to any other kind of meat. Moreover, the food in this beastly realm was considerably larger and more flavorful than anything she had previously encountered. Seeing Jiang Xinghua and the young ones relishing the shrimp, Qian's curiosity was piqued. He reached for a shrimp with his chopsticks, only to have Changshuan swiftly knock them away. What do you think you are doing? This is my bounty, and did you not express disdain for it before? Qian had no retort, merely retracting his chopsticks. Jiang Xinghua, witnessing Changshuan's flustered demeanor, found it hard to believe he was a fish. His temperament was even more volatile than that of strong beastman. Qian, I procured this from him. Please, feel free to indulge. With her words, Qian's lips curled into a smile. Qian, eager to assist, offered him a shrimp, insisting, you must try it. Mother's cooking is exquisite. I assure you, it won't disappoint. Qian nodded, mimicking Jiang Xinghua as he peeled the shell, then relished the shrimp meat, an explosion of fresh flavor engulfing his palate. Devoid of any unpleasant fishiness, who could have imagined that what had previously been scorned by so many beastmen would transform into a culinary delight in Jiang Xinghua's hands? Observing Qian consume more and more, Changshuan felt that even the delicious mushroom soup in his bowl was becoming difficult to swallow. Jiang Xinghua, however, remained blissfully unaware of the differing thoughts between the two males at the table. The following day, Jiang Xinghua discovered that the fruits she had sown had ripened. However, the previous day, several of the young ones had been busy harvesting wheat, leaving the fruits unattended until now, when the time was ripe for gathering. Jiang Xinghua gazed at the 20 large watermelons that had sprouted from her seeds, the apple tree laden with vibrant red apples, and the pear trees too. It was essential to note that she had planted not saplings, but mere seeds, having carelessly scattered them to observe the outcome. The results were astonishing. Mother, what is this? I've never seen anything like it, Qingyuan exclaimed, eyeing the plump watermelon with wonder. Jiang Xinghua adored this fruit, lamenting the absence of cherry saplings or seeds, which would have allowed her to cultivate more for an even sweeter harvest. This is watermelon. Once sliced, the red part is edible, she explained, promptly picking 2 large melons and carrying them back to the wooden dwelling, with Qingyuan following suit with her own watermelon. Jiang Xinghua was nearly taken aback to see her 5-year-old child effortlessly carrying a watermelon weighing over 20 pounds. Mother, I'm perfectly fine. This melon is quite light. Not heavy at all, Qingyuan reassured, placing the watermelon gently inside the house. Jiang Xinghua recalled what Sun Ran had once told her, that with the cultivation of wood-based abilities, one could nearly attain the capacity to exchange their physical form. All previous weaknesses could be compensated by such powers, with Qingyuan perhaps experiencing a similar phenomenon. If so, she would feel a sense of relief, witnessing her 5-year-old thriving and robust. Her greatest joy lay in Qingyuan's well-being. For as long as she could thrive, Jiang Xinghua believed the truth would eventually reveal itself. Very well, if you wish to assist, do so. But if you're hungry, have a bite to eat. Upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's words, Qingyuan clung to her leg, playfully pleading, Mother, let me have a taste of that melon. I want to see what it's like, shall we? Jiang Xinghua nodded. All right, if you desire it, I shall slice it for you. No need, Mother. I can manage myself. Just as Jiang Xinghua was about to retrieve her fruit knife from her space, a sudden loud crash echoed, and Qingyuan had effortlessly split the watermelon in half. Chapter 46. The third encounter, Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan placed half of the watermelon on the table and fetched a wooden spoon. Wasn't he this a bit too swift? Qing Yuan scooped a large chunk of watermelon and stuffed it into her mouth, her face lighting up with joy. Mother, you must try this. It's truly delicious. Can you plant some more? She implored, clearly enamored. Jiang Xingluo nodded, only to be met with a generous spoonful of watermelon from Qing Yuan. The sweetness of the fruit more pronounced, and with fewer seeds than usual. Before long, Qing Yuan had devoured an entire watermelon. Mother, this is truly delightful. Jiang Xingluo nodded, grateful for her cultivation skills, which would allow her to provide this little one with more delectable treats. It would be distressing for a child to go hungry, in just one day. Jiang Xingluo collected the fruit she had grown, only to find her modest dwelling overflowing with them. Qian, take a few of the young ones and deliver these to the clan leader, so he may distribute them among everyone. If there are any left over, we shall provide more tomorrow. Qian hesitated at Jiang Xingluo's request. Mistress, I fear no one will want them. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow at his words. These are delicacies that everyone has never tasted before. How could they refuse? Mother, however, the food for everyone is already in surplus, and they're considering sending some to the Mingqian tribe. Surplus? Jiang Xingluo exclaimed. Finally grasping the situation, it became clear that her daughter Qing Yuan's abilities had led to an abundant harvest across the entire tribe. And no wonder, she must teach Qing Yuan how to control her powers. Otherwise, such abundance would eventually attract attention. Then let us give these to the clan leader, and he will make the arrangements. That night, Jiang Xingluo reflected on everything Sun Ran had conveyed, meticulously noting down his words in her space. When she finally emerged from her space, exhaustion washed over her, and she collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber. Yet, scarcely had she drifted off when a mark began to materialize on her wrist, glowing increasingly brighter. While she slept soundly, she felt as though she were weightless, plummeting once more. The familiar sensation returned, and Jiang Xingluo frowned. Indeed, this time it was even more intense, as she landed directly onto the lioness bed. However, the lion was notably absent from this room. Why was that? Jiang Xingluo was perplexed as she surveyed her surroundings, observing only a few animal hides neatly arranged in one corner. Frowning, she stood there, pondering why she was repeatedly brought to this place, only to depart in confusion. She remained utterly baffled as to why she had found herself here. The more she contemplated, the more incensed she became, wondering if the system that had transported her to this world had any idea why this was happening. Yet this human-machine system rarely appeared unless necessary. Frustrated at her confinement, she found that even summoning her space was impossible. It seemed that upon arriving in this place, all her agency had been curtailed. Jiang Xingluo pushed open the door, eager to glimpse her surroundings. Just as she was about to step outside, she heard voices from beyond the door. Was the lion returning? No, she could not risk it. She sought a place to hide, but in such a simple dwelling, where could she conceal herself? Would Lai Feng truly have the opportunity to seize control of the tribe? Lai Feng, who was he? Jiang Xingluo pressed herself against the door, straining to hear the conversation among the beastmen outside. What opportunity? We have a leader, a daughter, and a son. Besides, Yueling's fertility is exceptional. She is yet to find a mate. Yet that Lai Feng is already bonded. Although Yueling desires him as a rightful mate, his chance has passed. It appeared that Yueling was the daughter of the tribe's leader, and from their words, it seemed she wished to claim Lai Feng for herself. Jiang Xingluo continued to listen, intrigued by the gossip, but was abruptly interrupted by another voice. What are you doing here? The two beastmen fell silent, and the sound of footsteps indicated they had departed. Lai Feng frowned as he opened the door, only to find a female standing before him. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. Jiang Xingluo regarded the strikingly handsome male before her. Silent and contemplative, she instinctively stepped back, confounded. Lai Feng observed her, puzzled as to why she appeared before him once more. Did she wish to become his mate? As Lai Feng gazed into Jiang Xingluo's somewhat dazed eyes, he recalled, when you left last time, you never told me your name. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, torn, her brow furrowed as she hesitated to respond. If you prefer not to share your name, that is acceptable. However, what brings you here? Jiang Xinghua glared at the male before her, noting his serious demeanor, which contrasted with his previous aggressive approach. He did not appear to be a brute. Perhaps he was a beast man with a story to tell? I find myself utterly perplexed as to why I have arrived in this place. Jiang Xinghua gazed at Lai Feng with a furrowed brow, her confusion evident. Lai Feng, however, could hardly believe such words. After all, the defenses of their tribe were impenetrable to a small creature like her, were they not? Was it not for my sake? There was a hint of questioning in Lai Feng's eyes, and the ambiguity of his words lingered in the air. Yet, his gaze was resolute, clearly perceiving Jiang Xinghua as nothing more than a temptress. No, she mused, she was already a mother of 6. How could she indulge in such frivolities? It was an absurdity that only served to inflate her own vanity. She found him utterly unworthy. Jiang Xinghua muttered to herself, speaking the truth. Although this lion-beast man was indeed an exceptionally handsome specimen, she was not so easily swayed by mere physical allure. You find me unworthy? Lai Feng seemed to misinterpret Jiang Xinghua's sentiment. Repeating her words, she nodded in affirmation, but a wave of suppressed frustration surged within Lai Feng. For it became apparent that this small female had no intentions of forming a bond with him. He was consumed by a restless anger that would not dissipate. Jiang Xinghua, inexplicably brought to this place, had suddenly returned. She wondered if there might be some hidden opportunity at play. I have 6 cubs and a beast husband. You need not doubt my words, she declared. Lai Feng regarded the frail figure before him, who, despite her slender frame, had grown significantly taller and had managed to survive the trials of bearing 6 offspring. It was known that many females encounter dire fates during childbirth. I believe you, he asserted with unwavering certainty. You shall remain here, and I will escort you from this place come morning. With finality, Lai Feng opened the door and stepped outside, leaving Jiang Xinghua alone within the confines of the room. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Xinghua's lips, yet she remained on edge in this unfamiliar setting. After all, she had once felt the grip of Lai Feng's hand around her throat, and another time. He had toyed with her. Trust was a luxury she could not afford. Chapter 47. The Ascendance of Powers. Lai Feng leaned against a tree outside, unable to find solace in sleep. He was baffled as to why he felt drawn to a female he had encountered only thrice. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinghua struggled against the tide of drowsiness, her eyelids waging an internal battle against one another, the discomfort mounting with each passing moment. She was unaware of when she had succumbed to exhaustion. Collapsing beside the bed and drifting into dreams in her slumber, it seemed as though she was resisting an unseen force, yet soft whispers caressed her ears, urging her to comply. Be obedient, I will come for you later. The overwhelming power of her adversary proved too great, and she felt a searing pain as she bit down on the shoulder of the male. No, please no, Jiang Xinghua murmured softly, drenched in sweat. Lai Feng, compelled by some unseen force, entered to find Jiang Xinghua asleep on the floor, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. He swiftly scooped her up and placed her on the bed, noticing a faint glow emanating from her palm. Upon touching it, he realized that her power was substantial and that the crystals she possessed were on the verge of evolution. In no wonder she deemed him unworthy. Females with abilities like hers were a rarity across the beastly continent. Yet she was among them. Such a female, dismissing him, was entirely understandable. That a white crystal materialized in Jiang Xinghua's palm, and she was enveloped by her own electric power, the pain coursing through her body almost unbearable. So uncomfortable, she lamented. When Lai Feng touched her power, he was nearly rendered unconscious by its intensity. This power should not be so mundane, he thought, realizing it must equate to at least that of an orange crystal. The beast crystal stored within Jiang Xinghua began to manifest, her own crystal voraciously consuming the others until it transformed into a vibrant red gem. Lai Feng embraced her, and Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly, yet felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She was hot, yet suddenly encountered something icy as she clutched Lai Feng's arm. His muscular form pressed against her, revealing the extent of her own physique, reminiscent of a previous female he had once bullied. This time, however, she did not flee. A flicker of joy ignited within Lai Feng, a feeling he had not anticipated. He noted that after Jiang Xinghua's ascendance, Her skin appeared even more radiant. Typically, males grew stronger upon evolution. Yet Lai Feng furrowed his brow, observing that her bee-skin dress was straining to accommodate her form. Her curves seemed to have intensified. This female appeared even more beautiful, yet there was an underlying frailty to her. Jiang Xingla nestled closer to Lai Feng, enveloped in comfort, unwilling to release her hold on him. Lai Feng found himself unable to extricate himself from her grasp. Such a female was beyond the reach of a male who had already formed a bond. He exerted all his strength to withdraw his hand, yet his efforts were in vain. When Jiang Xingla awoke the following day, she realized she was clutching something. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find the lion beast man sleeping beside her, his arm cradled in her embrace. Jiang Xingla stifled a gasp, yet felt a wave of relief wash over her. Devoid of any discomfort, she surveyed her surroundings with a frown. An entire night had passed, yet she remained here. Why was this so? She wished to summon her space, but felt as though she was being consumed. Unable to retrieve it, gazing at the male lying on the bed, she reasoned that if all else failed, she could simply flee. Why should she place her trust in a stranger? As she opened the door to leave, she inadvertently startled the still sleeping Lai Feng awake. "Do not leave," he implored, pulling her back. Jiang Xingla struggled against him, her strength insufficient to break free. "I knew I should not have trusted you males." "Let go! Do not touch me!" she protested, pushing against him with all her might. Lai Feng seized her wrists, silencing her with a firm hand over her mouth. "Lai Feng, are you there? I wish to discuss something with you." A feminine voice called from outside. Jiang Xingla was bewildered by Lai Feng's intentions, acutely aware that lions were social creatures. The size of this tribe was unknown to her, and perhaps others were less trustworthy than this male before her. "I will come to find you," Lai Feng assured, and the female outside responded affirmatively before departing. Yet, Lai Feng felt a sharp pain in his palm. Jiang Xingla had bitten him. He did not release her. Fearing that she might attract the attention of other beastmen, "Do not speak, and I will let you go, if you agree. Just nod," he instructed. Jiang Xingla frowned, begrudgingly nodding in compliance. Lai Feng's gaze bore into her, causing an uncomfortable sensation to wash over her. She promptly pushed him away and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Tell me, which tribe do you hail from? I will ensure your swift departure after my conversation." Jiang Xingla was at a loss regarding the geography of the beastly continent, a fact attributable to the original owner's lack of navigational skills. She nodded, preparing to speak when her heart began to race. Someone was calling for her. It was Qing'en. She recognized her voice. The mark on her wrist glowed once more. Yet Jiang Xingla was oblivious to this, vanishing from her spot as Lai Feng continued to gaze in the direction of her wrist. Lai Feng was momentarily blinded by the brilliance emanating from Jiang Xingla's wrist, and in the next moment, she had completely vanished. Jiang Xingla reappeared in the wooden house, where she found Qing'en stirring a pot of vegetables with a large spoon. The girl was quietly sobbing as she cooked. Jiang Xingla's heart ached at the sight, and she hurriedly embraced Qing'en. "Qing'en, why did you not ask your brother to help?" "Mother, my brother's cooking is dreadful. Sister Shuei Li has gone to the mountains to gather mushrooms, so I had to do it myself." Jiang Xingla held Qing'en tightly, inhaling a fragrant aroma wafting from the pot. The array of dishes Qing'en had prepared was surprisingly delightful, even more so than her own cooking. "Mother, where have you been? We searched for you, and even asked Grandpa the Chief. He sent many people to look for you." Jiang Xingla was taken aback by the panic that ensued among her cubs in her absence. The thought of such occurrences happening in the future filled her with anxiety. When would these unforeseen events cease to plague her? There is no need to seek help from others next time. Mother will occasionally disappear. It is a matter of my abilities. Did you not mention that my powers are problematic? Chapter 48. The repulsive brown bear, Orc Qing'en nodded in apparent understanding, and it seemed as though this matter had simply passed. However, it was not long before orcs arrived from the brown bear tribe. Jiang Xingla, initially indifferent to such occurrences, continued to sow seeds in the clearing outside her door, while several cubs accompanied Qing'en to learn the art of hunting. Meanwhile, Qing'en munched on a watermelon, simultaneously unleashing her powers to accelerate the growth of the seeds planted by Jiang Xingla. As Jiang Xingla scattered seeds, she suddenly noticed a foot planted on the ground before her. She glared up at the foot's owner, A scarred male with a grotesque visage and a corpulent physique, his gaze filled with greed and lust as he looked at her. A wave of disgust washed over Jiang Xinghua, and she promptly stomped on the orc's foot. The brown bear, however, did not seem angered. Rather, he gazed at Jiang Xinghua's beautiful countenance, his desire barely concealed. "What is your name?" he inquired. Jiang Xinghua cast a disdainful glance at him, prompting the tribe leader to step forward and shield her behind him. "Songsha, she has already borne 6 cubs. She is a female with a mate." Upon hearing Jutai's words, Jiang Xinghua realized she had been correct in her assumptions. The brown bear orc had come here seeking a female. Having a mate is no hindrance. Such a beautiful female. One wonders what manner of male is your mate. Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth, the name Lai Feng flashing through her mind. Like her cubs, he was a lion orc, and his strength was formidable to him. "Why mate is Lai Feng?" Jiang Xinghua replied casually, indifferent to whether this brown bear orc recognized the name. Yet Songsha appeared momentarily stunned, rage igniting in his eyes as he seemingly loathed the name. "Lai Feng? I have never heard of the Lai Feng from the wasteland having a female consort. If you had mentioned another male orc's name, I might have believed you, but Lai Feng? He is the leader of the wasteland, reserved for his daughter as future mate." Jiang Xinghua frowned, taken aback by the significant background associated with Lai Feng. "Little female, I shall grant you one more chance. Come with me. If you bear me a daughter, I will ensure you live well." Songsha, recognizing her reproductive capabilities, was eager to possess her. However, he had no interest in her previous cubs, for he could not fathom what sort of disordered orcs they were. He only coveted the exquisite female before him. The brown bear tribe was notorious for scouring weaker orc tribes in search of beauty, and they wished to avoid unnecessary conflict with the wasteland and Jianing tribes. The area near Mingqian tribe was known to be home to pandas, whose combat prowess rivaled their own. Therefore, the Jian tribe was deemed the most suitable choice. Yet in recent years, no female had met his satisfaction, until this year, when such an exceptionally beautiful little female had unexpectedly appeared, truly to his liking. Jutai gazed at Songsha, trembling as he prepared to kneel in supplication. Their tribe was weak, and they could not contend with such might. He did not wish to see any more of his tribe's females sacrificed. "Please, do not take her away. She is not a female of our tribe. You cannot take her." Jiang Xinghua was astounded to witness the elder chief kneeling before the shameless brown bear. She reached out to help him up, but the brown bear orc kicked the elder aside. Qin immediately extended her hand, using the vines that had sprouted to create a thick cushion beneath the elder. "You vile brown bear who allows you to bully grandfather chief." Jiang Xinghua watched as her daughter stepped forward, hurling 2 large watermelons directly at Songsha's head, striking him squarely and causing his nose to bleed. "Qingyuan! Qingyuan!" Jiang Xinghua reached out to embrace her daughter, but Songsha seized Qingyuan by the throat. "You little brat, dare you strike me? I shall choke you to death. Return my daughter to me. Return her!" Jiang Xinghua transformed in her beast form, leaping onto Songsha's head, her claws raking at his eyes. The orcs behind Songsha surged forward, but Qi Yin and Qing Yin swiftly intervened to block them. Jutai, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt the anger that had simmered within him erupt. "All males, arm yourselves with tribal weapons. Drive them out. Drive them out." Jutai observed Qingyuan, so small, nearly choking in Songsha's grip. Had it not been for Jiang Xinghua's intervention, Qingyuan would have perished today. He clasped her in his arms, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the red marks on her delicate neck. Qing gasped for air, noticing her mother had not yet returned, and the detestable brown bear had extended his hand toward her mother. "Mother, come down quickly. He has let go of me. I'm fine now, mother." Jiang Xinghua, consumed by a desire to eliminate the loathsome brown bear, resolved to deal with this fool now that he had released Qingyan. She summoned her power crystal, astonished to find it had advanced. Perfect for dispatching the brown bear before Songsha's eyes were bloodied from Jiang Xinghua's assault. Nearly unable to open eye in the haze, he vaguely perceived a red crystal in the palm of the female's hand. It was an ability crystal. This female possessed powers. The situation grew increasingly intriguing. Songsha transformed into his beast form, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent the weaker orcs retreating several steps. He stared at the small female, and Jiang Xinghua summoned a bolt of lightning that coalesced into a white whip in her palm. Song Sha had witnessed such lightning abilities before, yet he could not fathom how a meerkat could wield such divine powers. Song Sha, you shall perish! Jiang Xinghua struck down with her whip, and in an instant, thunder rumbled and lightning descended. Jiang Xinghua was consumed by rage. The male before her was a veritable scourge, as detestable as his kindred. Wholly unworthy of existence, Song Sha, observing Jiang Xinghua's crimson eyes, felt this female was utterly different from the beautiful one his uncle had brought back. This female was destined to bear him a litter of cubs, surely possessing abilities. Little female, your ability crystal pales in comparison to mine. Song Sha summoned forth a massive blue crystal, which appeared before her, but she merely found it laughable. The beastly world granted females the right to bear offspring while depriving them of the opportunity to cultivate their powers. Allowing these males to become tyrants, truly absurd. And what if it is less powerful? Jiang Xinghua lashed out with her whip, and the sky's retribution descended. Standing beneath the heavens, Jiang Xinghua resembled a divine goddess. Inspiring faith among all weaker orcs. Chapter 49. The eerie dream as Song Sha reached out to seize the whip from Jiang Xinghua, he underestimated the strength of a mere female. Qi Yin and Xing Yin were entangled with two green crystal orcs, unable to gain the upper hand. The other weaker orcs could do little more than refrain from complicating matters. In that moment, Jotai realized the folly of his hopes. He had dared to entertain the notion of victory, believing the Brown Bear tribe's orcs would be deterred. Yet Song Sha's overwhelming power rendered them powerless. Jiang Xinghua's actions were in vain. But just as Song Sha's hand brushed against Jiang Xinghua's whip, he suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. His strength seemingly siphoned away. Song Sha spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his crystal shattered by Jiang Xinghua's whip. Though Jiang Xinghua retained her feline form, Song Sha had not anticipated her power to be so overwhelming. Every innate female possessing an ability crystal in this world was 1,000 times stronger than their male counterparts, a fact Song Sha had forgotten entirely. Who else dares to challenge me? Jiang Xinghua called out. Noticing the two green crystal orcs and Qi Yin still entangled in combat, the two orcs, upon witnessing Song Sha's shattered crystal, had no time for further conflict, hastily retreating with Song Sha from the Juyin tribe. Jiang Xinghua, drained of her strength, expelled a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. Xinghua! Qi Yin rushed forward to catch her. As Jiang Xinghua's eyes fluttered shut, her body racked with pain as if being crushed. Qi Yin carefully laid her upon the bed in their wooden dwelling, and Xing Yun immediately approached, channeling her energy to heal Jiang Xinghua's wounds. Yet, as Jiang Xinghua slipped into slumber, she found herself transported back to her former life. To the era she once inhabited, she beheld her past self toiling in the pasture, when suddenly a figure appeared behind her, one that seemed eerily familiar. Confused, she pressed forward, only to discover that the figure bore no face, sending chills down her spine. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me? Tell me. Although Jiang Xinghua has adapted to life in the beast realm, she feels utterly exhausted and yearns to return to see her loved ones. She still has her aunt, who must be missing her dearly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang Xinghua weeps, but the person before her merely laughs heartily, saying nothing, as if her grievances are nothing more than a jest. I want to go back. Let me leave this place. I want to return. Jiang Xinghua is in distress, while Qing Yuan realizes that her power can only offer Jiang Xinghua a mere fraction of strength. Her body seems unwilling to accept any energy from her. Why is this happening? To return, how can you return when everything you own is tied to this world? Have I not offered you enough leniency? Jiang Xinghua hears the eerie voice speak again, confirming that her entrance into this world was meticulously orchestrated. Could it be that insufferable system that has always ignored her? Jiang Xinghua is baffled as to why she was chosen. Why it had to be her, a mere carefree soul who only wished to manage her grandfather's farm and live a tranquil life. Yet, since arriving in this world, she has been beset by countless tribulations. Even her desire to ensure the safety of her little ones has become a challenge. You brought me here to suffer. What will it take for you to let me go back? Jiang Xinghua knows she must negotiate, yet the figure merely laughs. You are not entirely foolish. You understand the need to bargain with me. However, since you have come to this world, you might as well enjoy everything it has to offer. Xingluo, remember, there is no turning back. Jiang Xingluo's heart aches as she notices the tears streaming from her eyes. And finally, the continuous flow of power can enter her mother's body. She breathes a sigh of relief, instructing her on how to wield this energy to achieve the most effective healing. Jiotai paces outside, his heart racing. The beast crystal belonging to Song Sha was shattered by Jiang Xingluo. How could such strength exist without the goddess? Yet, even the most exceptional male beastmen of the Song Sha tribe, including his father, had only reached the level of the blue crystal. The shattering of his beast crystal signifies that their tribe would be at odds with the entire Brown Bear clan. Jiotai only hopes that Jiang Xingluo remains safe, especially since their tribe has so few beastmen with extraordinary abilities. Just as Jiotai is consumed by worry, Lu Yong suddenly appears before him. Cradling his little one, what brings you here with the child? Xingluo is still unconscious. Father Beast, look at the palm of the little one. Lu Yong opens the child's palm before Jiotai, who sees a small white crystal. Remarkably, the child, having just been born, possesses extraordinary abilities. It is an ability crystal, but neither of us knows how to cultivate it. Once the child is older, we shall have him learn from Qi Yan. Lu Yong nods. The child has been smiling ever since arriving here, leaving even Lu Yong puzzled as to why. Meanwhile, inside the house, Qing Yuan's power flows gently through Jiang Xingluo's body, and Huayan realizes that cultivating extraordinary abilities can be incredibly fascinating. Unfortunately, she lacks such gifts and can only focus on pharmacology to assist others. Huayan administers the medicines she has prepared to Jiang Xingluo, and by the following morning, Qing Yuan is still nestled in Jiang Xingluo's embrace. Jiang Xingluo's mind is in disarray, utterly unaware of the current moment. In her dreams, she remains busy on the farm, milking cows, gathering eggs, and even harvesting the wheat she had sown. Is this merely a dream? For the first time, she wishes it could last longer, but as she stirs slightly, Qingyuan opens her tear-filled eyes and gazes at her, and she understands why that eerie voice claimed she could never leave. The little one before her can be considered family. How could she bear to abandon them? Mother, you're awake. This isn't a dream. Is it? Qingyuan hesitates to rush forward and embrace her, instead timidly extending her small hand to rest in Jiang Xingluo's palm. She fears that if her mother awakens, she might fall ill again. The power of that great brown bear is too terrifying, having drained her mother's strength entirely. The elder of the clan mentioned that those brown bears might return. They cannot rely solely on their mother. They must seek out formidable beastmen to protect them. The Shadow War tribe is no longer viable. Apart from Qi Yin, none of the other males possess extraordinary abilities. They are also quite distant from Mingyuan Mountain, making it unrealistic to expect assistance from the pandas. After much contemplation, the elder has yet to devise a sound plan. Chapter 50. The elder seeks protectors, Qingyan. In a daze, recounts everything she has overheard to Jiang Xingluo, who comprehends Jiotai's concerns. However, a war between the two tribes is akin to handling a hot potato, who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves. Jiang Xingluo did not anticipate that her impulsive actions would lead to endless repercussions. Her body has just begun to recover, yet she feels drained of power. When she reaches out to summon the ability crystal, she discovers it remains red. She lowers her gaze, puzzled as to why her strength can so easily rival that of a blue crystal beastman. Qingyuan transmits a hint of green energy to Jiang Xingluo's crystal, enveloping it in vibrant green. In an instant, it begins to spin rapidly. Jiang Xingluo senses the immense power stored within the crystal, and as it is released in her body, the crystal changes to orange, indicating her advancement. Jiang Xingluo's lips finally regain a hint of color, and she gazes at her crystal, her eyes alight with joy. Mother, it changed color. It's so beautiful. Jiang Xingluo admires the brilliant orange crystal, now even more translucent. Qingyan, you must refrain from using your power from now on. Do you understand? Jiang Xingluo fears that others might target her daughter, especially since the Brown Bear clan has already witnessed her abilities. I understand, Mother. I will obey you and study diligently with Uncle Sunran. You know, he taught me how to use my powers this time. He is incredible and knows everything. Jiang Xinghua nods. Indeed, Sun Ran possesses vast knowledge. Yet at this moment, without paper and pen, preserving any information is nearly impossible, relying solely on memory. With a sigh, Jiang Xinghua considers whether she can find a way to smelt iron using her grandfather's books. However, given the current situation, it seems quite challenging. Crafting iron tools can be cumbersome, but if she recalls correctly, pottery is simpler and stewing meat yields a far superior taste compared to stone. If she could produce simple pottery, it would alleviate many troubles. Yet, the process of creating pottery is not straightforward. She must return to her space at night to research. She is grateful that her grandfather cherished crafting, thus leaving behind a wealth of comprehensive texts. Did the elder mention any other tribes that could be potential allies? Jiang Xinghua inquires of Qingyan, who shakes her head. However, Jiang Xinghua remembers that the last time she encountered Lai Feng, his dwelling was filled with wooden houses. Generally, strong beastmen, except for the Kanjin clan, build houses from wooden trees, and the highly intelligent monkey clan also constructs wooden dwellings, while others do not. Furthermore, Qian had informed her that the monkey clan is exceptionally wise and prefers to remain aloof from other tribes, making them the sages of the beast realm, yet isolated from the world. This implies that the wasteland may have received assistance from weaker beastmen, but it is also possible they constructed their own. Jiang Xinghua cannot be certain whether Lai Feng would agree to her request. However, his name sounds formidable, suggesting he possesses significant strength. The disdain of Song Sha towards him only reinforces this notion. Qingyan, you and your brothers stay home. Mother will seek out the elder. Qingyan nods, and Jiang Xinghua turns to leave, striding with purpose, showing no signs of her previous injuries, upon arriving at the elder's residence. She voices her doubts. Jiotai nods, indeed. All the houses in the wasteland were constructed by the males of our tribe, but they exchanged them for beast skins. Xinghua, since it is a trade, there can be no sentiments once the transaction is made. Jiotai cannot possibly seek out the lion beastmen of the wasteland. They are cold-blooded, preferring to coexist only with their own kind, disregarding others. Upon hearing Jiotai's words, Jiang Xinghua suspects there may be underlying issues. Since this avenue is no longer viable, she finds herself without a solid plan. If Qi Yin were to return and plead on her behalf, even if the beastmen of the Shadow War tribe were to assist, it would amount to delivering them to their doom. Elder, if no one can be found to help us, I will protect you all, Jiang Xinghua declares. Jiutai sighs. In truth, this matter would have little bearing on you. Even if you were not here, they would still select other females to take away. Jiang Xinghua's mind was flooded with words spoken by Shui Li, who had mentioned that her aunt had gone missing, presumably perished at the hands of those brown bear beastmen. The chieftain's words rang true. Jiang Xinghua yearned to cultivate further. She wished to experiment with beast crystals to see if she could absorb their essence. Yet after scouring her spatial realm, she found none. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her consecutive advancements had not involved the consumption of beast crystals for transition. Could it be that the extraordinary energy crystals had absorbed the beast crystals themselves? Her confusion deepened. Since her arrival in this world, she had encountered countless perplexing phenomena. The original owner of this body had toiled for many years without comprehending the power within her. It felt as if this was a unique opportunity bestowed upon her. A chance for her to continue the legacy. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Jiang Xinghua resolved to focus on simply surviving in this world. As for Songsha's father, she would confront whatever came her way. That night, Jiang Xinghua had intended to delve into the art of pottery making within her spatial realm. But unexpectedly, someone arrived seeking her in the dead of night. It was Jiotai, who planned to have Qi Yin escort him to Rage Wind City. Rage Wind City was the dwelling place of the Tsang Ying and Jinwu clans. Jiotai hoped to seek their assistance, or at the very least, to deter Song Sha's father by having a member of the Jinwu clan present. Jiang Xinghua consented, and under the cover of darkness, Jiotai departed with Qi Yin from Jiao Yin tribe. Unfazed by these developments, Jiang Xinghua continued her preparations, diving into her books within the spatial realm. If she could craft the wooden wheels described in her texts, the resulting pottery would be far more aesthetically pleasing. She planned to instruct Qin Yin to create 2 such wooden wheels the following day, alongside searching for clay. Without clay, all her efforts would be in vain. Finding clay was paramount, as it would render everything else achievable. Yawning, Jiang Xinhua contemplated the need to construct a kiln for firing pottery, enabling her to produce in bulk in the future. She was determined to find a way to create ceramic wares. The large stone pot she currently used had become a burden upon rising the next day. Jiang Xinhua tasked Qing Yin and Qing Zhu with gathering wood for the wheel. "Mother, what about me and Qing Yao? Why aren't we allowed to help?" Jiang Xinhua gazed at the two cherubic children, who had recently grown plump and more adorable. "You two stay home with your sister. I need to find some clay, which you wouldn't recognize." After organizing her plans, she left, and Qing Yao and Qing Zhu sighed, feeling increasingly disheartened at their perceived uselessness. Chapter 51. The brown bear beastmen seek revenge upon stepping outside. Jiang Xinhua followed the method described in her book to search for clay. There should be suitable soil nearby. However, the clay would require filtering to yield quality pottery. By going alone, she could utilize tools to excavate more and store it in her spatial realm for later crafting. Unfortunately, the area was abundant in moist earth. While suitable clay was scarce, continuing her search, she finally discovered the desired soil after a long trek. She promptly activated her spatial realm, retrieved her trusty tools, and began digging. Fortunately, she had a small cart to transport the soil directly into her spatial realm. As the weather grew increasingly warm, she realized she had been digging for half the day. Remembering her children had yet to eat, she quickly packed up and transformed into her beast form, sprinting back. Halfway through, she found herself panting, her thick fur causing discomfort in the heat. How had she not noticed the distance on her way there? Just as she reached the halfway point, a thunderous sound echoed in her ears. She quickened her pace. There were no other tribes nearby, so such a commotion could only be directed at the Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xing suddenly felt regret. Why had she rushed to engage in these activities? The safety of all the beastmen in the tribe was paramount. With renewed urgency, she pushed onward, the sun blazing overhead, its rays harsh and relentless. This was the largest sun she had ever seen in the beast realm, and the weather felt strangely ominous as she neared the tribe. She heard the sound of approaching footsteps once more. With no time to ponder, she recalled the terrifying moment when Qing Yuan had nearly been choked to death. Fear gripped her heart. Meanwhile, her children were hungry. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu had already crafted several wooden wheels, diligently following their mother's instructions, despite not knowing their purpose. "Qing Yuan, you've done well. You know your brothers cannot cook as you do. We'll tend the fire for you," Qing Lan said, feeling a bit shy as she approached Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan nodded, her stomach growling. She had consumed all the red fruits her brothers had gathered. Their mother had left behind some wild chicken meat, along with plenty of yellow fruits and mushrooms, instructing them to stew them together. After sauteing the chicken with the spices they had previously exchanged, they would add water and let it simmer. Qing Yuan busied herself, directing Qing Lan to manage the fire carefully, while Qing Yao helped clean the mushrooms and yellow fruits. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu watched eagerly as they assisted their little sister, only able to return with a couple of watermelons, knowing well that Qing Yuan adored them. While tasting the flavors, Qing Yuan suddenly spotted a massive shadow approaching from afar, the wretched sin of the brown bear beastmen filling her nostrils. "Elder brother, second brother, come back quickly. Those detestable brown bear beastmen are back. What shall we do?" Qing Yuan hesitated to rush outside, fearing for her mother's safety. She had to remain calm and consult her second brother, who was the most clever. Just as Qing Yin and Qing Zhu placed the watermelons down, they rushed outside to confirm their sister's fears. Indeed, a group of dark figures loomed closer, gritting his teeth. Qing Zhu glared at the approaching shadows, and no matter how clever he was, against such overwhelming strength, intelligence was futile. "I can't do anything. Mother hasn't returned. Uncle Qi Yin is absent, and the chieftain has left. We must quickly find a way to inform the other beastmen in the tribe and hide." Panic surged within Qing Zhu as he recalled the formidable beastmen from before. He couldn't tell if the ones arriving today were even stronger than Song Sha. He glanced at Qing Yin. "I'll go warn them. Elder brother, you protect Qing Yuan." Without hesitation, Qing Zhu dashed out the door, while Qing Lan and Qing Yao longed to follow but were held back by Qing Yin. "Stay here and listen. Qing Zhu is clever. He will be fine." Deep down, Qing Yin understood that venturing outside was the most perilous option, but he could not abandon his other siblings inside. He would hold out until their mother returned. She would surely have a solution. Meanwhile, Qing Zhu transformed into a lion and sprinted out, but the brown bear beastmen drew ever closer that he noticed that the houses of the weaker beastmen were tightly shut, indicating they were aware of the impending threat. Yet it would be of little use. The fragile wooden structures could never withstand an attack from such powerful beasts, knowing the kindness of the tribe's beastmen. Qing Zhu dashed forward, baring his teeth to block the path of the approaching foes. Jiang Xinglao's heart raced as she hurried back to her wooden dwelling, only to find her children silent. The delicious aroma of meat wafted from the pot outside, yet they showed no inclination to eat. She scanned the area and soon realized that Qing Zhu was missing. Qing Yin, where's Qing Zhu? Qing Yin wiped away his tears. Mother, Qing Zhu ran out alone to warn everyone to hide, but he hasn't returned. The brown bear seemed to have headed in another direction. Another direction? Jiang Xinglao's heart sank. Qing Zhu had drawn the beastmen away. How had he managed to do that? With no time to ponder further, she dashed outside, following the scent of the beastmen, panic gripping her heart. Ahead lay a cliff. Had Qing Zhu led them there? Jiang Xinglao sprinted with urgency. Qing Zhu, you must be safe. Gasping for breath, she pursued the beastmen and soon spotted a small lion retreating step by step near the cliff's edge. Unable to backtrack any further, Qing Zhu, though still a distance away, her voice carried to him. Mother, you must go. Don't come any closer. Qing Zhu glanced at Jiang Xinglao, his thoughts racing, yet he dared not utter a word. Fearing the beastmen might notice him, Jiang Xinglao charged toward the beastmen without hesitation. Qing Zhu felt a surge of emotion. His mother was not merely pretending to care. She truly cared for them. But now he could no longer accompany her. Without a second thought, Qing Zhu leaped from the cliff, and Jiang Xinglao followed suit, leaping down the slope beside him. Though her beast form offered some protection, the steepness of the incline was daunting. She watched as Qing Zhu dangled from a branch on the cliff's edge, yet her extraordinary abilities could not save him. What should she do? Chapter 52. Qing Zhu awakens extraordinary abilities if she returned back now. Time would have run out. Jiang Xinglao gritted her teeth and continued to run. The tree she sought was nothing more than a withered trunk, long devoid of buds, its endurance unknown. She pressed on, attempting to climb, but with every slight ascent, she would tumble down, her body marred by the thorny brambles that surrounded her, leaving her covered in numerous lacerations. Many thorns remained embedded in her flesh, causing her immeasurable discomfort with every movement. Yet, these pains were trivial. She had to move forward, for her little one depended solely on her. With her eyes burning crimson, Jiang Xinglao persevered in her ascent. Qing Zhu watched her, a profound sorrow welling up within him. Yet a group of brown bear beastmen seemed to have noticed the commotion, approaching one after another. Mother, you must go. Don't come here, I beg you. Take good care of Qing Yuan, Qing Zhu declared, preparing to leap down, having resolved himself to die. Jiang Xinglao shook her head. Qing Zhu, your mother will not let you perish. You must not move. A torrent of hatred surged within Jiang Xinglao's heart. While above them, a brown bear beast man hurled a massive stone in Qing Zhu's direction. In response, he extended his hand, a formidable force erupting from his palm, sending forth a powerful jet of water that split the stone in two. In his palm appeared a crystal, a white ability crystal akin to his elder brother's. Yet as it was encircled by swirling waves, it seemed distinct from his brother's. Extraordinary abilities? How could this little cub possess such formidable powers? He is not of the water tribe. Why does he wield water-based abilities? Song Sha's father, Song Kong, watched this scene with gritted teeth, nearly shattering them in anger. He had heard his ineffectual son mention that the female from the cat tribe also possessed abilities, akin to the snake tribe's wretched serpent, possessing an ability crystal. Even the offspring she bore had abilities, one with wind-based powers, and her little female cub had wood-based abilities, albeit not exceptionally strong. Now, this cub unexpectedly possessed a naturally potent water-based ability. Could this female be the messenger of the beast god? No wonder Song Sha had taken a fancy to her. Her lineage certainly matched his. However, Song Sha had become a mere shadow of himself. stripped of his ability crystal, rendering him of little use. If this female would allow his other son to take her as a mate, he would not mind her few offspring. Furthermore, her little female cub's wood-based ability was one usually found only in weaker beasts. With extraordinary healing capabilities, it had been years since a weak beast man had awakened a wood-based ability. If they could bring her along, would the Brown Bear clan still fear the Wild City and Ragewind City? Song Kong raised his hand, halting the advance towards the palace that he observed as Qingjue harnessed his water-based powers to propel himself closer to Jiang Xinghua, who transformed into her human form, her body stained with blood. She reached out, yearning to hold Qingjue in her embrace, but the multitude of thorns embedded in her body made it impossible. In the end, she merely reached out to stroke Qingjue's head, seeing Jiang Xinghua's tear-streaked eyes. Qingjue regretted his earlier decision. He had not anticipated how significant he was to her. Jiang Xinghua noticed that Qingjue's affection for her had surged to 30, intensifying the emotions within her heart. She understood that this indicated her cub's recognition of her. Indeed, the affections of little cubs were the easiest to earn. As long as she treated them with sincerity, they would respond in kind. Her efforts were truly worthwhile. "Mother, I will take you home." Jiang Xinghua nodded, but upon turning, she found that the beastmen had actually retreated. If it came to a confrontation, Jiang Xinghua might not have the upper hand. However, the prospect of returning to exact revenge proved that the leader of the Brown Bear clan was a fiercely protective beastman who would not easily depart. As Jiang Xinghua clung to Qingjue's back, she pondered deeply, while Qingjue quickened his pace, fearing that the beastmen would return to bully his elder brother and the others. And indeed, the situation was as he feared. Song Kong was a clever man. He recognized that what mattered most to Jiang Xinghua was her cub. He turned and began searching for Qin Yin and the others in the Juyin tribe. Qin Yin had already led his younger siblings to a new hiding place. Fleeing swiftly, yet upon leaving that spot, they were uncertain of where to go next. Qin Yao and Qin Lan followed Qin Yin to a distant cave, where they could only hide for the time being. When Qingjue and Jiang Xinghua arrived, they sensed that the three cubs were no longer in the wooden house. They had departed. Song Kong continued his search throughout the tribe, demolishing every wooden house. The weak beastmen were utterly powerless to resist. Upon their arrival, Jiang Xinghua and Qingjue witnessed Xue Li being choked by Song Kong, on the brink of suffocation. Meanwhile, Zhou baby had been seized by the Brown Bear beastmen. Jiang Xinghua watched as Zhou wept, pleading for her child back, yet the surrounding Brown Bear beastmen refused to relent. "Chief, this child possesses abilities as well. Why not let me take her as a mate?" Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth. Witnessing Song Kang's nod in response to his subordinate's despicable proposal, he disregarded the feelings of others, only encouraging such vile acts. Such a tribe ought not to exist. You have arrived. It seems this tribe holds great significance for you. Jiang Xinghua wished to engage in no further conversation with such a person. Even a single word from him stirred her disdain. "What do you want?" Jiang Xinghua inquired coldly, fixing her gaze upon Song Kong. Song Kong looked at her. "You are quite astute. I wish for you to allow my other son to take you as a mate and bear him offspring." Jiang Xinghua drew forth her whip and struck at Song Kang's mouth. Song Kong caught Jiang Xinghua's whip, yet she exerted more force, sending him staggering back. Song Kong was not an exceptional leader among the beastmen. His position was merely a result of his female partner birthing several exceptionally powerful offspring, granting him the opportunity to lead the good-for-nothing. Jiang Xinghua retorted mercilessly, yet Song Kong glared at those around him, barking, "You all capture her. Bring her back to Song Yun." Upon hearing this command, Jiang Xinghua observed as the surrounding Brown Bear beastmen swarmed towards her. "You dare?" Jiang Xinghua's voice resonated with an undeniable pressure. From afar, a white-haired male rode in on the wind. Just as Jiang Xinghua prepared to swing her whip, the male landed beside her. "Wait." Jiang Xinghua heard a sound that rang like tinkling jade. Turning to see a male, as refined as jade, standing behind her. However, she could not discern his breed. Regardless, his handsome appearance was of no consequence to her. He was defending the Brown Bear beastmen, causing her to view him as no different from them. Chapter 53. His name is Zhou. There will be consequences for their actions. You are still injured. I have brought medicine for you." Upon hearing the words of the male before her, Jiang Xingluo realized her misunderstanding. She observed the man extend his hand, holding a small wooden vial. Jiang Xingluo frowned, unable to discern whether this person was friend or foe. "You can trust me." Jiang Xingluo frowned. His assurance seemed absurdly unfounded. "Lord Shizhou, how did you come to be here?" Only upon hearing Song Kong utter the name did Jiang Xingluo recognize that the male before her was named Shizhou. Observing Song Kang's fearful demeanor, she surmised that this Shizhou was indeed an influential figure. When the beast god created females and males, it bestowed upon males the opportunity for ability awakening, not for them to commit evil acts. Just moments ago, Shizhou had gently explained matters to Jiang Xingluo. While Song Kong presumed he was in a good mood, little did he realize that his malicious deeds had drawn Shizhou's ire. "Lord, this female shattered Song Sha's ability crystal. Am I simply to let this go?" Song Kong felt a deep sense of injustice. While Shizhou's expression darkened, "Do you think I am unaware of the wicked acts committed by your Brown Bear clan? The beast god has reinstated protection for females. Forcibly claiming a female as a mate will invite divine retribution, and harming a female will attract divine punishment as well. Song Sha is merely the first example. He harmed Qingyuan and sought to harm Xingluo. This is what he rightfully deserves, divine retribution." Jiang Xingluo felt a sudden clarity. Thus, the existence of the beast god was indeed real. The thunderous noise that day had not been a mere coincidence. She had thought herself powerful, but it turned out to be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, as her abilities aligned with those of the beast god here. "Lord, the losses incurred by the Jian tribe shall be borne entirely by you, and from this moment forth, your Brown Bear clan is forbidden from seeking females in other tribes." Jiang Xingluo was quite satisfied with this punishment. It was fortunate that they had not faced extermination. Song Kong produced all the beast crystals he possessed. Though they had left with few crystals for a weak beastman tribe, they seemed unnecessary. Jiang Xingluo gazed at the items, unable to suppress a frown. She turned to inquire whether the afflicted beastmen would accept such compensation, fearing they might find it of no use. "Divine Maiden, we accept we lack for nothing else, but without you and Xingzhua, we would have perished." That a robust male stepped forward, voicing this sentiment, followed by others who echoed his words. "Though we lack abilities, these items can be of use to you and your few cubs. It is what you deserve that in comparison to the formidable orcs, these weaker orcs appear to be more reasonable." Shizhou turned his gaze toward this group of weaker orcs, only to glance back at Jiang Xingluo, remarking, "You are a remarkable female, admired by all." Jiang Xingluo pondered for a considerable time before finally responding, "The beast crystals shall be distributed among you, each person receiving a share, and you may exchange them with me for beast skins." Shizhou was taken aback by Jiang Xingluo's choice. It was no wonder that her reflection appeared in his heart. When Qian returned from a distance with Jiotai, they noticed that the Brown Bear clan had left in disarray. Shizhou, as the beast goddess envoy, was tasked with conveying the orders of the beast god. However, Jiotai and Qian did not expect to encounter Shizhou willing to assist them in resolving this matter midway. Upon seeing Xingluo, covered in wounds, Qian's breath caught his throat. He should not have left. Perhaps if he had stayed, Xingluo would not have been injured. Qian watched as Shizhou offered medicine to Jiang Xingluo, who, however, did not accept it. "I appreciate your help this time, but I have other matters to attend to." Shizhou observed Jiang Xingluo as she departed with Qingzhua in another direction, his gaze darkening. It was evident to Qian what Shizhou was contemplating. "Apply the medicine to Xingluo. I shall take my leave." Qian accepted the medicine and witnessed Shizhou transform into a dragon, soaring into the sky and departing. At that moment, Jiang Xingluo, accompanied by Qingzhua, followed a scent further away, nearing their destination. Qingzhua noticed that the wounds on Jiang Xingluo were soaked in sweat. "Mother, do not go. There is no danger now. I will fetch elder brother and the others." Jiang Xingluo nodded, watching Qingzhua walk away. She promptly opened her spatial realm and began searching for pain relief medicine, since the family farm was quite far. She always stocked up on various medicines during her trips to the town. After carefully cleaning her wounds and applying a bit of medicine, she found the multitude of thorns exceedingly bothersome. Once she removed all the little thorns, beads of fine sweat formed on Jiang Xingluo's forehead. It seemed she would not be able to touch water for several days. Nevertheless, having taken the painkillers, she felt considerably better. She took a piece of beef jerky, slowly chewing. As her stomach felt empty after a day of back-and-forth turmoil, she intended to take some out to share with the children. As she emerged, she heard the familiar sounds of her little ones approaching. Seeing Qing Yin and the others unharmed, Jiang Xingluo sighed in relief. She then distributed the beef jerky she had brought to the little ones. Jiang Xingluo deliberately set aside a bit more for Qing Yuan, who was nearly starving, and he began to gnaw on the jerky eagerly. Qing Yin, concerned that she might be too exhausted, urged her to sit on his back. Qing Yuan did not refuse, resting on Qing Yan's back, and soon fell asleep after eating his fill. Meanwhile, Qing Zhuo, with a rare smile, boasted to his two younger brothers about his ability crystal. Qing Yin was surprised to learn that Qing Zhuo had awakened his powers. As he listened to the stories Qing Zhuo recounted, he was astonished that his brother's powers were different from his own. Why are our abilities different from mother's? It shouldn't be like this. In truth, Jiang Xingluo was equally perplexed. Qing Yao and Qing Lan could not help but sigh. Qing Zhuo then turned to Jiang Xingluo. Mother, when we were young, you told us that your female parent was a gentle person who treated you well. Do you remember which tribe your female parent belonged to? Qing Zhuo speculated that his and elder brother's abilities might be connected to their ineffectual father beast and their mother-s father beast. Jiang Xingluo shook her head, her memories of the original host becoming increasingly hazy, to the point where she had forgotten who the original host's female parent was. Could it be related to the absence of such details in this narrative? Jiang Xingluo was uncertain and sighed, shaking her head. You have awakened your abilities, regardless of what they are. It is a good thing. Jiang Xingluo urged the little ones to diligently train in their powers. They walked for quite a while, yet had not reached the Juyin tribe when they spotted a pale-faced youth lying beside a creek by the roadside. Jiang Xingluo approached and examined the youth from head to toe, only to realize he belonged to the Kanjing clan. However, the orcs of Fury Wind City were not lacking in wealth. How had the youth's clothing become so tattered? Chapter 54. From where did you steal the ember? Qing Yuan's nostrils flared with the scent of blood as she groggily opened her eyes, noticing her mother carrying someone on her back. She then nestled back on her brother's back, falling asleep once more. Mother, you are injured. Let me carry him. I will take him back. Qing Zhuo observed Jiang Xingluo's condition, noting that her wounds had not yet scabbed over, and carrying someone back now would only exacerbate her plight. Jiang Xingluo, hearing this, did not refuse and placed the youth onto Qing Zhuo's back. The youth lay motionless, as if gravely injured, but Jiang Xingluo could not discern the nature of his affliction. He needed to be brought back to Huayan for a thorough examination. Before long, Jiang Xingluo summoned Huayan, who inspected the youth closely and concluded that he had likely been attacked by some ferocious beast. His body seemed to bear severe injuries, though they were not outwardly visible. She could only prepare some medicine for him to drink. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she observed the youth. He was only a few years older than her little ones. Had he ventured out to hunt? Sister Huayan, let me take a look at him. Qing Yuan's little belly was round from having eaten well, and she had also drunk a bamboo tube full of honey lemon water. Looking thoroughly content, Jiang Xingluo felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Qing Yuan so pleased. The little one should be raised to be chubby and healthy. All right, you are the most capable. I will prepare some medicine for him. Huayan, fond of Qing Yuan, patted the little one's head before heading off to gather the medicine. Qing Yuan placed her hand over the youth's hand, sensing that his strength was alarmingly weak. He must have sustained significant injuries. Gradually, she released her power, allowing warmth to flow from her hand into the youth's palm, spreading throughout his limbs. Jiang Xingluo, witnessing Qing Yuan's act of healing, felt relieved. Her kindness and cuteness were enough. However, she worried even more about the potential exposure of Qing Yuan's wood-type ability. She approached Huayan, glancing at her with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Sister Xingluo, is there something you need? Jiang Xingluo, with her enchanting beauty, caused Huayan's cheeks to flush involuntarily. Huayan, once that youth awakens, please tell him it was you who saved him. Do not reveal that it was Qing Yuan. Huaiyan nodded, having been informed by Sun Ran that Qing Yuan's abilities should not be widely known. Jiang Xinghua saw Qing Yuan, drenched in sweat, channeling her power into youth, and quickly pulled her hand back. Qing Yuan, stop. You are already fatigued. Let us treat him again tomorrow. Qing Yuan nodded, her little face turning pale. Mother, it feels like his body has a large hole that is absorbing my strength, that I can sense that he is healing, yet he remains unconscious. Absorbing strength? Jiang Xinghua stroked Qing Yuan's head, her gaze shifting to the youth. She needed to take him to another location. It was crucial that Qing Yuan did not see him anymore, as he might harbor something harmful. Very well. I shall ask the clan leader to find a vacant room for him. Someone will be there to assist in caring for him. Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xinghua and smiled brightly before going off to eat some berries. She regarded the youth, whose sharp brows and bright eyes were strikingly handsome, and she felt a lingering suspicion that he could not possibly be any of the characters mentioned in the original tale. However, among the few youths from Fury Wind City previously mentioned in the narrative, only Tsang Lan, whom she had encountered before, and Tsang Ling, who was beside Ling Shuang, came to mind. The youth before her was not Tsang Ling, yet Tsang Lan's background was certainly not ordinary. How could he appear before them in such a disheveled state? Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow in confusion, her gaze toward the youth gradually sharpening with a hint of ruthlessness. Should this youth dare to harm Qing Yuan in the future, she would undoubtedly show no mercy. After dinner, the clan leader arranged for the youth to be taken to a wooden house situated far from Jiang Xinghua's home, where Huaiyan would visit daily to provide medicine. It was not until the following evening that the youth finally awoke. He possessed a pair of remarkably spirited eyes. Although he was an orc from Fury Wind City, he was exceptionally handsome, bearing a resemblance to the Fox clan. Thank you, sister, for saving me. The youth's cool and detached voice took Huaiyan by surprise. His expression of gratitude was utterly insincere, lacking any warmth. Huaiyan silently nodded, uttering not a single extraneous word. Jiang Xinghua had already begun filtering the clay, a task that proved to be quite challenging. However, after imparting her methods to Qiyin and a few others, their efficiency significantly improved. Once the suitable clay had been filtered, Jiang Xinghua prepared to test whether she could create a larger pottery vessel using a potter's wheel, as the smaller ones posed considerable difficulty for her, while the larger ones seemed more manageable. As Jiang Xinghua spun the wheel and placed her hands on the clay, the onlookers gathered around, their attention riveted on the material before them. Before long, the clay, resembling cement, was deftly shaped into smooth and elegant forms. Jiang Xinghua exhaled in relief. Her innate patience rendered such endeavors less daunting. After crafting several jars of varying sizes, she instructed Qiyin to dig a pit outside, as creating other kiln types would necessitate collaboration with additional individuals. For now, she resolved to experiment with the simpler flat kiln firing method, which appeared to be straightforward and likely to yield success. Before long, Qiyin had excavated a suitably sized pit, into which Jiang Xinghua placed the crafted pottery, layering it with straw and wood. Utilizing a flint, she ignited the materials and waited patiently, although uncertain of the outcome. She felt confident that this was a sufficiently good approach that, if time permitted, constructing a more appropriate kiln for firing pottery would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. However, she needed to first demonstrate that this method could indeed produce quality results. Would this truly work? Qin Yin observed the blazing flames, and Jiang Xinghua nodded affirmatively. It would. Yet amidst their fervent fire, the recently awakened youth wandered through the Jiuyin tribe, acutely sensitive to the scent of flames. However, in the realm of the weak beastmen, the presence of fire was virtually non-existent, unless, perhaps, someone from Ragewind City had come to retrieve him. Kanglin, filled with unexpected joy, followed the trail of scent until he stood before Jiang Xinghua and her family. Upon witnessing the group of beastmen surrounding the roaring flames, he was astonished to find them to be a pack of lion beastmen. From where did you steal this fire seed? The young ones turned their gazes toward the recently awakened, frail youth upon hearing his words. Qingzhua, taken aback, did not anticipate that their mother's benevolent act would result in rescuing someone with such a foul mouth. Which of your eyes saw us steal the fire seed? Qingzhua seethed with indignation. He had carried this individual back, and though their mother had forbade him from discussing it, he now regretted the effort, deeming it a waste of their time. Chapter 55. The wealthy young master, how else could it be obtained if not through theft? You lion beastmen and the other beastmen in this tribe are all feeble. Do you think I am unaware? Kanglin held a complete disdain for the beastmen here. Had it not been for the tribe shaman saving him, he would never have wished to come to such a place. The weak often clung to the strong, and once attached, it was nearly impossible to break free, not to mention their utter ineptitude. Jiang Xingluo regarded the youth before her, and as she listened to his words, an epiphany struck her regarding the inherent malevolence of human nature. Who told you we lack fire seeds? We have our means of producing them. Jiang Xingluo maintained her composure while gazing at the youth, who wore an expression of haughty arrogance. She did not regret saving a life, but observing the youth's aloof demeanor made it evident that he was a beast man of inflated self-worth. Then do enlighten me on how you acquired it. Jiang Xingluo retorted, why should we divulge such information to you, an outsider enjoying the spoils of our tribe for free, since she had already extended her hand in salvation? And he remained ungrateful. She was determined to extract an equivalent exchange from him. You insolent female, Kanglin stammered, at a loss for words. The shaman who had rescued him, a weak beast man, could not possibly possess any significant prowess. His injuries were likely not severe, hence his survival. What does it matter? I heard Huayan say you were gravely injured, supposedly from a beast attack on your insides, that it was she who arranged for your return. And you only awoke after several days of care. Kanglin had never anticipated that these weak beastmen could be of any use. He had always looked down upon them, considering them merely capable of reproduction. Their previously possessed wood-type abilities gradually waning. You lie. How could it be possible? Your shaman cannot possibly rival those from Rage Wind City. Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by his incessant focus on strength and weakness. The regression of the weak beastmen's abilities subjecting them to scorn. Indeed, but what you likely do not know is that our tribe possesses a male with wood-type abilities. After so many years, Kanglin was utterly unprepared to discover that the Jiuyin tribe still had such an individual. What? Who is it? Did he save me? Jiang Xingluo smiled, affirming indeed, it was it. Shouldn't you then feel compelled to repay them? Jiang Xingluo surmised that this youth might have stealthily escaped from his privileged home. His condescending demeanor clearly indicated he hailed from a wealthy family. Such young masters often possessed ample resources, making it relatively easy to procure beast crystals for Sunran, that I understand. But I must return to Rage Wind City to arrange for someone to bring you the supplies. Could your beast husband accompany me back? I will offer you 10 green beast crystals as compensation. Upon hearing of the green beast crystals, Jiang Xingluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that this impudent youth possessed such wealth. Moreover, are your fire seeds truly not stolen? How then did you come by them? Realizing Senrin's significance, Kanglin seemed to temper his temper. Jiang Xingluo had not anticipated that wood-type abilities were so rare in this world. No wonder Senran had urged her to protect Qingyuan and keep her abilities under wraps. I won't tell you. It has nothing to do with you. Qingjue found the older youth increasingly distasteful. Isn't there a grand shaman from the Jinwu clan in Ragewind City? If you don't covet the fire seeds we produced ourselves, couldn't you simply ask them for some? Kanglin's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Qingjue's words. You claim this as your own produced fire seed? Is that truly the case? Kanglin was aware that the Jinwu clan would not assist others lightly, and having never encountered lion beastmen within the city, he began to wonder if he had indeed acted rashly. Furrowing his brow, he continued observing Jiang Xingluo, who remained closely fixated on the flickering flames. She turned to Qian. Qian, accompany him. 6 green beast crystals could expedite your training. Qian knitted his brows, reluctant to go, as far too many events had transpired recently, and Jiang Xingluo's injuries had been particularly severe. Rest assured, hasn't Shizhou mentioned that the Brown Bear tribe would face repercussions? Besides, Qingjue now possesses abilities. You can escort him and investigate the extent of this youth's injuries. Qian glanced at Jiang Xingluo, nodding in agreement. Mistress, please take care. Jiang Xingluo nodded, then handed Qian the healing potion he had previously given her. I don't require this. You might find it useful later on. Qian stared at the vial of medicine. Knowing it had been given to her by Shizhou, he felt a surge of joy, realizing that Shizhou harbored feelings for Xingluo. Being a male, he could not have overlooked the glances exchanged between them. However, it now appeared that even a male like Shizhou was not favored by Jiang Xingluo. Otherwise, she would not have so readily offered him the potion. Indeed, this was the case. Jiang Xingluo cared only for the efficacy of the medicine, regardless of its origin. She had poured half of it for Huayan to see if she could replicate the concoction. After all, they all asserted that Shizhou was the messenger of the beast god, and thus his belongings should be remarkable. In recent days, Jiang Xingluo had learned much about medicinal knowledge from Huayan. However, the ingredients of this healing potion seemed exceedingly complex. Huayan experimented for a long time, only to find something lacking. Unable to pinpoint what it was, suddenly, she caught sight of Qingyan appearing beside her, her little head bobbing as she sniffed the potion's aroma. Haven't I smelled this before? Could it be 100 Spirits herb? I recall my second brother mentioning it could be potent. He heard it from Dylan. The Huayan's eyes brightened as realization dawned. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that the 100 Spirits herb possesses such properties? It grows in abundance on the nearby mountain. Huayan gently patted Qingyuan's head. Little Qingyuan, why not follow me to learn medicine? Huayan held great affection for her, pondering whether, after Qingyuan bonded with Sunran, she might also bear a little female like her. Sure, Sister Huayan. Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by Qingyuan's immediate agreement. However, this path indeed seemed suitable for her. Jiang Xingluo glanced at Qingyuan, who was still clutching a chicken leg, likely having snuck off to stew some meat at home. Qingyan, if you wish to learn, commit yourself to it. Understood? Jiang Xingluo harbored a desire that they would not abandon the path they had chosen for themselves. In Chapter 56, The Art of Pottery, Qian sent the young lad away. Strangely, after his departure, Jiang Xingluo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The pottery she had previously crafted consisted of modestly sized jars, lacking lids, thus she had been contemplating how to mold suitable covers for the firing process. Furthermore, she intended to create several larger pots to experiment with stewing meat, as she had no intention of using the large stone pot for another day. Jiang Xingluo instructed Qingyan and Qingzhu to prepare 2 larger wooden trays, and subsequently, she utilized the filtered clay to fashion a larger pot. One pot alone would not suffice for her household. She would need at least 3 or 4. Without pause, she crafted 3 pots in total, while Qingyan enlarged the clay pit and laid down straw and firewood to commence the burning process. Given the size of these items, an ample supply of fuel was required. Jiang Xingluo also experimented with creating several lids of similar dimensions, making slight adjustments before placing them into the kiln for firing. She arranged all the freshly baked pottery before her, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment, despite the fact that the pots lacked lids. These pieces were still in need of refinement, but in a few days, they would be ready for use. The little ones gazed at the somewhat crude pots, struggling to comprehend how they had taken shape, far surpassing the appearance of the stone pot they typically used. "Mother, these pots are beautiful," exclaimed one of them. Jiang Xingluo nodded, reaching out to touch the pots. Despite their roughness, she recognized the potential benefits these items could yield if widely adopted. After her visit to the market in the Mingxian tribe, she was acutely aware of the advantages she had gleaned from the formidable orcs. If these items gained popularity, as long as the females took a liking to them, there would be no shortage of buyers. Days later, Qingyan, accompanied by several little ones, completed the construction of the small stove that Jiang Xingluo had requested, crafted from stone, with an opening just large enough to accommodate 1 pot. Below, they could stoke a fire, resembling the previous setup for the stone pot, albeit smaller in scale. Jiang Xingluo placed a pot atop the stove, boiled some water to discard, and then added the prepared pig meat. Seasoning it generously with salt, spices, and garlic, in a mischievous manner, she added a few more condiments before igniting the fire, while the little ones took turns tending to the flames and watching the pot. They were concerned that the pot might crack, given its thinness. "Mother, we can keep watch. You should rest. When the meat is ready, we will call you," Qinglan said, following the elder brother's directive. They believed that if the pot were to explode, it was better for them to be injured than for their mother to be harmed. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. "No need for that. Once Qingyuan returns for dinner, your culinary skills are quite lacking, so I shall take care of the cooking. The little ones exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. Qingzhu frowned at Qingyan. Brother, how could there be an issue with Mother-S cooking? Moreover, this pot is too small. It surely will not suffice for younger sister. Mother made 3 pots. Shall I not construct 2 more stoves? Jiang Xinghua heard Qingzhu's voice and nodded. Qingzhu is correct. Qingyan, why not go and set up 2 more stoves? Qingyan glared at Qingzhu, the reproach in his eyes unmistakable. Qingzhu, unfazed, proceeded to gather clay and mix it with straw to secure the stones. Qingyan remained unconvinced and decided to leave Qinglan behind to keep watch, just in case the pot exploded, calling for Qingzhu to assist, as his water-based abilities would be apt for extinguishing flames. Qingzhu found Qingyan's concern excessive, believing their Mother-S cooking was typically without fault and that there was no chance of an explosion. Jiang Xinghua soon noticed steam rising from the pot, and, after skimming off the blood froth from the meat, she replaced the water and added yellow fruit. Regrettably, corn was not yet available. Its delightful aroma would have enhanced the flavor of the stewed pork ribs far beyond that of the yellow fruit. Jiang Xinghua frowned at the pot before her, controlling the heat. While Qinglan attentively observed, he suddenly realized the flaw in his brother's cooking method, which involved high flames that burnt the food. Conversely, Jiang Xinghua's meat, seasoned to perfection, bore no trace of the original fishy odor. Qinglan watched as Jiang Xinghua maintained a gentle fire, vowing to remember her technique for future cooking endeavors, as it was impractical to always rely on his younger sister for meals. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinghua, Qinglan's contemplations were taking shape when the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, far surpassing the speed and flavor of the stone pot. Qingyuan was returned by Huayan, who, from a distance, detected the enticing scent of meat emanating from their home. She tugged at Huayan's hand, urging her to hurry back. The once frail girl was now brimming with vitality, and wherever she passed, even the flowers seemed to flourish. Huayan, feeling a bit shy in Jiang Xinghua's presence, said, I brought Qingyuan back. She's quite clever and learns diligently. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Huayan, take these with you. Jiang Xinghua said as she gathered the beautifully crafted jars to gift to Huayan. Huayan gazed at the exquisite items, momentarily entranced. What are these, Sister Xinghua? Did you make them? They're so beautiful. Can I truly take them? I've never seen anything like this. It should fetch quite a few bee skins. Jiang Xinghua offered them to Huayan with the intention of gauging their appeal. Females typically favored such items, and now that Huayan was preparing to bond with Sunran, it seemed fitting that, in the Jiuyan tribe, bonding required witnesses, and gifts were often exchanged as tokens of congratulations. Kati bore resemblance to the marriage customs of her era, imbued with a sense of ritual. Consider this a congratulatory gift for your bonding. Huayan, I hope you find happiness, Jiang Xinghua expressed, her gaze warm. Huayan's ears flushed with a rosy hue, and a hint of shyness graced her features. Qingyuan looked at Huayan, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Sister Huayan, why didn't you tell me you were going to bond with Brother Sunran? I also want to give you something you like. What else do you fancy? I can make it for you. Okay. Qingyuan beamed at Huayan, who nodded in agreement, replying, Qingyuan, I would cherish anything you create. Qingyuan obediently nodded and began to ponder earnestly. After Huayan departed, Jiang Xinghua placed the pot of meat on the table. Qingyuan, who had been lost in thought, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and patted her little belly. She had been quite hungry after her time with Sister Huayan, who had offered her only fruits to eat. However, those vegetarian dishes paled in comparison to the allure of meat. She gazed longingly at the pot before her, saliva nearly escaping her lips. In Chapter 57. Chang Sun bestows scales. The entire pot was set before Qingyuan, who eagerly took a spoon and served herself. The flavor was simply exquisite. Mother, why aren't you eating? Although it's a bit scarce. Upon hearing her child's words, Jiang Xinghua tea helped but sigh. Qing, you eat first. Your mother and brother have prepared 2 more pots. If you find yourself still hungry later, I shall cook some noodles for you. At the mere mention of noodles, Qingyu's mind conjured the image of the curvy noodles her mother had made previously, which had tasted delightful. All right, yes please, Mother, she exclaimed, her anticipation growing. The other 2 pots of meat had been prepared collaboratively by the little ones. Guided by Jiang Xinghua, they believed that neglecting to ensure their younger sister was fed would not make them good brothers. Thus they were determined to master these culinary skills. Jiang Xinghua wholeheartedly agreed. And soon the little ones had successfully completed the preparation of the 2 additional pots of meat. The aroma was nearly indistinguishable from that of her own cooking. Qing Yao took a wooden bowl, ladled a serving for Jiang Xinghua, and presented it to her. "Mother, please have a taste." Qinglan observed in surprise as his typically reticent third brother initiated conversation with their mother. He watched as Jiang Xinghua accepted the bowl from Qing Yao, sampled a piece of meat, and was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. "Delicious, Qing Yao." Jiang Xinghua observed that after Qing Yao received praise, her favorability gradually increased. Among the little ones, Qing Yao's favorability was the lowest, yet it had now reached 15. Jiang Xinghua could now freely enter and exit her space, but she wondered what might occur if the favorability of the little ones continued to rise. After mixing the previously stored wheat in a flour with water, she placed it in a basin, covered it with a pot lid, and waited a while before taking out the dough. Only Qing Yuan had finished the meat in the pot and came out to present it to Jiang Xinghua. She saw Jiang Xinghua kneading a soft mass, which she then placed on a large wooden board, using a thick stick to flatten it. "Mother said we were making noodles. Could this be what we use?" "It looks so fun." Qing Yuan leaned closer, watching as Jiang Xinghua pulled apart a large piece of dough and sliced it into strips with a bamboo knife. The water in the pot had long since boiled. Jiang Xinghua dropped the cut noodles directly into the pot. Before long, the noodles floated up, swirling in the scalding hot water. Jiang Xinghua gazed at the slender noodles, filled with nostalgia. It had been ages since she last enjoyed a bowl of noodles. Qing Yin inhaled the delightful aroma of the flour, which was distinctly different from any other food. "Mother, I want to eat this." Looking at the noodles Jiang Xinghua had retrieved, Qing Yuan suddenly desired taste. "All right, this is for you. And there's also the dish Mother has stewed, drizzled with a bit of sauce for added flavor." Qing Yuan observed the richly aromatic dish, noting it differed from what she had previously made. She attempted to eat the noodles with a spoon, but found it somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Xinghua handed her a pair of bamboo chopsticks that had been prepared by the little ones. "Qing Yuan, noodles taste best with chopsticks." Qing Yuan nodded and, with a pair of pristine bamboo chopsticks, returned to her original spot with a bowl of noodles. The other little ones, oblivious to Jiang Xinghua's activities, suddenly desired to eat upon seeing the noodles in Qing Yuan's bowl. In no time, Jiang Xinghua had boiled an entire pot of noodles. She set aside a bowl for herself and devoured it ravenously. In the past, indulging in such a quantity would have surely led to weight gain. But her current body had a remarkably high metabolism. If she didn't eat enough, it would be detrimental to her health. As Jiang Xinghua was distributing food among the little ones, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning her head, she saw Chang Xuan standing outside the house, carrying an array of items. His complexion noticeably tanned. It had been some time since they last met, and Jiang Xinghua had thought he was still by the river outside the village. But he appeared to have been sunbaked elsewhere. "Xinghua, I brought these items to trade for some beast crystals." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback to see he had brought salt and coconuts. Indeed, the coconuts that grew on the palm trees by the sea. Had he ventured to the beach? Nonetheless, the items he presented were truly appealing to Jiang Xinghua. She gazed at the ample salt, enough to exchange for a significant amount of supplies. "What beast crystals do you desire?" Upon hearing Chang Xuan enumerate his wants, she retrieved them and handed them over. When Qing Yuan emerged with her bowl and chopsticks, she spotted Chang Xuan conversing with her mother. "Brother Chang Xuan, where have you been? I haven't seen you in such a long time." Qing Yuan looked at Chang Xuan, who smiled and then plucked a scale from himself to gift to her. "Qing, take this. It may be of use to you." As Qing Yuan held the fish scale, it shrank in her grasp. Yet its edges remained remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through flesh. "This scale, when enlarged, will reveal your fortune. Xinghua, this is the only way I can assist you." The members of the Koi clan had a difficult path to cultivation. As naturally weak beastmen, even if they could harness supernatural abilities, their journey was fraught with challenges. However, Chang Xuan was undeterred. He lifted his gaze to Xinghua, aware of her ongoing concern for Qing Yuan. The dark aura still enveloping Qing Yuan indicated that although her abilities had awakened, it was merely an accident. Her fortune surely encompassed far more than this. "This scale is of great significance to you. I cannot accept it." Each time Jiang Xinghua refused to accept gifts from others, Chang Xuan had grown accustomed to it. Drawn to her due to her unique character. She was unlike the common females of this world, nor was she akin to the females of the Vermilion Bird clan, who, despite their abilities, had never aided anyone. That he was the last descendant of the Koi clan, capable of perceiving many things yet powerless to alter events. He understood that the thread of fate connecting him and Xingluo had not intertwined. She had only one male destined for her. Though he did not know who it was, he could tell that this individual was no ordinary beast man. This is a debt I owe to Qingyin. I must repay my life-saving grace. Jiang Xingluo then recalled Changshuan's previous ordeal, realizing that this gift was intended for Qingyin, making it difficult for her to refuse further. Xingluo, I must continue my training. I will take my leave. Seeing the once clinging Changshuan depart so abruptly, Jiang Xingluo felt a childish sense of growth, as if a young child had finally matured. Chapter 58. That boy was actually Kanglin. Qingyuan paid no mind to the scale, casually placing it on the table, and turned her attention to the large coconuts on the ground. Jiang Xingluo regarded the somewhat flattened coconuts, noting there were quite a few, curious about how Changshuan managed to carry them all. Mother, can we eat this? Do we cut it open like a watermelon? Jiang Xingluo shook her head. The green skin needed to be completely removed, but it required a knife she could handle in her space, as the bamboo knife would not suffice. Once she perfected the ceramics, Jiang Xingluo intended to smelt iron. Should iron tools become prevalent, it would greatly facilitate planting. However, she had already sketched numerous designs on the ground, instructing the little ones to start crafting these tools, which would later be distributed to each household in the tribe. After cracking open the coconuts, she poured the juice into a bamboo tube and extracted the flesh. Jiang Xingluo tasted the coconut juice, finding it delightful, and the flesh was equally delectable. Once all the coconuts were prepared, Jiang Xingluo reorganized the eggs and milk, bringing out several eggs to ensure the farm wood tea overflow. Qingyuan finally experienced the taste of coconut, and the little ones were astonished to discover such a variety of edible delights in this world. If they would be served raw meat at this moment, they would be utterly unable to consume it. Observing the contented expressions of the little ones, Jiang Xingluo planned to make dumplings and buns in the afternoon, as there was an abundance of vegetables, ample meat stored in her space, and plenty of eggs for both dishes. The next day, the little ones had completed the tools Jiang Xingluo had mentioned, though the quantity remained limited. The tribe was simply too vast, and it would take considerable time to deliver one to each household. Ultimately, Jiang Xingluo decided to hand over all the items to Chief Jiotai for distribution, while she would encourage the little ones to continue their crafting. Meanwhile, Qian returned after 2 days, and Jiang Xingluo was surprised by how long he had taken for a single trip. Qian delivered a collection of green and yellow beast crystals to Huayan, totaling 100 crystals that he had learned during his journey that the boy was actually the son of the Lord of Ragewind City. What? You say his name is Kanglin? Jiang Xingluo exclaimed in astonishment, completely unaware that the boy was Kanglin, and thus his life had been saved by Qingyuan. However, many plot points from the original narrative had altered due to her arrival. Could it be that this situation was also a result of her saving Kanglin, thus transferring the life-saving grace onto Qingyuan? Jiang Xingluo was perplexed. Nevertheless, it could be considered a fair exchange, and there was no need to dwell on the matter of gratitude, nor would she want Qingyuan to acknowledge such a trivial debt of life. Indeed, the Lord also gifted me an additional 20 green beast crystals. Qian placed 30 green beast crystals before Jiang Xingluo for her to allocate. She shook her head. You keep them for now. Your abilities have reached a high tier and will require resources that I can hunt beasts myself later. Jiang Xingluo declined, and Qian felt a stir of emotion. His female master was unlike those of others. He knew that even if he offered her these items, she would refuse. He could only keep them for himself. The remaining beast crystals were given to Huayan, who was quite surprised to see the contents of the leather pouch. She had never anticipated that a small act of assistance would yield such a bounty. Qian, take these back. It was Qingyuan who saved him, not me. Just having these is sufficient for me. Qian observed as Huayan returned all but 2 yellow beast crystals, insisting, if you wish to refuse, then let us split them evenly. I cannot take more. After all, you stayed here for a day. Huayan, with a sense of helplessness, responded, and in the end, Qian took away half, leaving Huayan with the remainder. Hua Yin had always known that Jiangxing Luo was a genuinely good person, yet she was taken aback that Jiangxing Luo would leave her with such a significant amount of beast crystals. Jiangxing Luo gazed at the beast crystals brought back by Qi Yin, already having guessed that Hua Yin would refuse to accept them, thus ensuring that Qi Yin would return with most of them. However, she was not one to take advantage of others, which was why she had informed Qi Yin in advance. With so many beast crystals, she wondered if the remaining 2 cubs would possess any extraordinary abilities. As Jiangxing Luo's intense gaze fell upon Qing Yao and Qing Lan, they too were curious. Their elder brother and second brother had different abilities, and if they awakened their powers, what would they be like? Although Jiangxing Luo felt anticipation, she believed that their awakening should occur naturally. After Qi Yan's return, they would be able to fire more pottery. Yet, it wouldn't suffice for them to do it alone. Jiangxing Luo intended to teach this method to everyone in the tribe so that she wouldn't have to bake so many on her own. Jiangxing Luo took a portion of the pottery she had made and presented it to the chief's household, varying in size to determine which ones would be most suitable for immediate use, that, if feasible, she hoped the males of the tribe could assist her in constructing a kiln. Jiangxing Luo shared her plans for the kiln with the chief. What are we waiting for? Let Qi Yin select males from the tribe to assist immediately. Once it is completed, it will undoubtedly prove useful. Jiangxing Luo was surprised by how readily the chief agreed. She accompanied the chief to select a barren piece of land, devoid of vegetation nearby. This was ideal, spacious enough for cutting and stacking firewood. The next step was to figure out how to proceed. Jiangxing Luo and Zhou Tai organized people to take action, while Qi Yin prepared stones and clay. Such a kiln was not particularly difficult to construct, but it did pose certain dangers during use. So Jiangxing Luo had to supervise their work carefully. Within just a few days, the kiln was completed. Jiangxing Luo placed her molded pottery inside, added firewood, and ignited it, realizing that the kiln could accommodate a considerable amount of pottery. Several males continued to assist by lighting matches. This task was not an easy one, however. Jiangxing Luo noticed that these weaker beastmen seemed significantly stronger than when they first arrived at the tribe. She couldn't tell if it was merely her perception. The flames crackled, and the beastmen of the tribe gazed intently at the kiln. They too desired to cook with pots, and now Jiangxing Luo informed them that everyone could use pots, which were even more efficient than her stone pot. Their enthusiasm was palpable. It was worth noting that even the stronger beastmen had not possessed such items. They had always looked down upon them. Now, Jiangxing Luo sincerely hoped that this round of production would be successful. Father Beast, here it is. I've seen them use fire. Is it truly not the Golden Crow tribe that provided them with the fire seed? They claim it was not stolen. Jiangxing Luo was taken aback to hear such a familiar voice, completely unprepared for Songlan's return and his suspicions about their fire seed. Chapter 59, Songlan's Father. Jing Sheng, the thick smoke from the burning wood in the tribe, also attracted the attention of Jing Sheng, the lord of Angry Wind City. This scent was only present in the dwellings of the Golden Crow tribe, whose elemental ability was fire-related, making the burning of wood for warmth and cooking a daily occurrence in Angry Wind City. However, others seeking fire seeds typically had to trade expensive beast crystals with the Golden Crow tribe. Jing Sheng had nearly been ousted from his position as the lord for this reason. Therefore, upon hearing that the Jiuyin tribe had another race capable of creating fire independently, he immediately made his way over. Why are you here again? Our fire seed is not stolen. What do you want now? Qing Zhuo exclaimed angrily at Songlan, who had approached him. He was unaware of Songlan's intentions for being there. Jiangxing Luo noted how much Qing Zhuo detested Songlan now, which bore resemblance to the hostility described in the original text. Would everything continue to unfold as it did in the original narrative? Jiangxing Luo furrowed her brow as she regarded Songlan, feeling no fondness for him at this moment, especially since he was not there alone. His father had come along as well. Jiangxing Luo had not anticipated that her desire for a peaceful existence would be so utterly disrupted. Father Beast, look, this is their fire seed, such a large flame. What are you using fire for? Songlan turned to Jiangxing Luo, who frowned, finding his lack of manners appalling. Songlan, the beastmen of this tribe saved your life. How can you still suspect that their fire seed is stolen? Jing Sheng frowned at his inept son, while Jiangxing Luo's gaze gradually shifted toward Jingsheng, the lord of Angry Wind City. Jingsheng could be considered a handsome man in the beast world according to the original text. She looked up at him, observing his thick brows and large eyes, with a prominent nose, his face aligning with the aesthetic standards of the television dramas from her aunt's era. But Father Beast. This tribe was driven out by others. Having a fire seed is already strange, and why suspicions are quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Jiangxing Luo internally scoffed. He had questioned them without even an apology thus far. He had a knack for making excuses. Who could steal the Golden Crow tribe's fire seed? Living in Angry Wind City, he should understand this. They were merely cubs and females. Could they possibly steal? Did he lack common sense? Jingsheng was furious. He understood that if another method of creating fire could truly be discovered, it would be a tremendous boon for the beast world. All of this was ruined by this ungrateful son. Jiangxing Luo recalled that in the original text, Jingsheng wanted Song Lan to select an appropriate female from his tribe to be his mate, but Song Lan refused, insisting on leaving with Ling Xuan. In the end, Jingsheng even threatened to sever ties with Song Lan. Angry Wind City had been well managed under Jingsheng's leadership, but later, due to Ling Xuan's revenge, his family was slaughtered by one of her beast husbands. Coincidentally, when Song Lan was not present, Jiangxing Luo frowned at Song Lan, who in the original text believed that his father had died justly. What a cub! She could hardly fathom what purpose his presence served. I never considered these matters. Jingsheng glared at Song Lan in annoyance, and then spoke, apologized to them. Jiangxing Luo found Jingsheng to be quite sensible, which explained why the chief had sought his assistance earlier. I am sorry. I was wrong to doubt you. Qingzhu's eyes still held contempt upon hearing Jingsheng's words, while Qing Yuan bounced back, carrying freshly picked fruits from Huayan's courtyard. Upon seeing that bothersome cub again, her small face scrunched up in displeasure. Why are you here again? Her second brother had told her that this cub was ungrateful and that it would have been better not to save him. Despite his good looks, she disliked him immensely. That I came to apologize. I am sorry. Song Lan, upon seeing the little female before him, was taken aback by her delicate, fair face and bright features, with two adorable dimples when she smiled. He had never encountered such a charming little sister before. His mother had only given birth to him and his brother, and after that, there had been no more cubs. It was nearly impossible to bear a little female in the beast world. Song Lan was also astonished that Jiangxing Luo had given birth to so many cubs, among them such an adorable little female. Song Lan stepped forward, wishing to approach Qing Yuan, but Jiangxing Luo immediately positioned herself in front of Qing Yuan, blocking Song Lan's path. Nanny, nanny, nanny. Qing Yuan made a face at Song Lan. He attempted to speak to her, but Jiangxing Luo took Qing Yuan's hand and called Qing Lan over. As she walked, Jiangxing Luo explained to the two cubs beside her, Qing Yuan, you must not play with Song Lan. Do you understand? He is not a good person. Mother fears for your safety. Qing Lan, take care of your sister and make her some delicious food. Qing Lan nodded. Now he could showcase his skills. Qing Yuan obediently nodded. For some reason, she sensed that her mother strongly disliked Song Lan. Since her mother disapproved, she too would not like him. Jiangxing Luo felt reassured as she saw the two cubs behave so well. Song Lan had no regard for his parents' lives, and her cubs had experienced a series of unfortunate events because of him. Jiangxing Luo had to nip everything in the bud. She could not return to her previous life and had to protect her current family. Jiangxing Luo ventured out alone, only to find Jingsheng staring at the fire kiln. Having watched it for quite some time, you must be Xing Luo, he said. Jiangxing Luo nodded. Jingsheng looked at her, hesitating for a long while before finally asking, could you share your method of creating fire with us? I can exchange beast crystals and hides with you. And in the future, if the Jiu Yin tribe requires assistance, you can certainly seek our help. Jingsheng had naturally heard of the events that transpired in the Jiu Yin tribe, which prompted him to utter such words. However, for the city of Nufeng, the advantages of possessing fire seeds were manifold. Exchanging these for mutual assistance was not a loss for them. Jiang Xinghua glanced at the tribal chief, who appeared inclined to agree. Yet, he understood that the method of creating fire seeds was conceived by Jiang Xinghua, not himself. Thus, he realized that only if Jiang Xinghua acquiesced could he proceed to teach. Should she refuse, he could not agree either. Jiang Xinghua was aware that if even one person from the tribe divulged a method of producing fire, the tribe would lose the opportunity to seek protection from other tribes. This was an opportune moment. Although she harbored no fondness for Kanglin, Jingxing was, by and large, a man of his word. Very well, how many beast crystals and hides can you offer us in exchange? Jiang Xinghua boldly inquired, for securing resources was her immediate concern. Chapter 60. Enormous wealth. With her straightforward question, Jiang Xinghua sought to discern the conditions Jingxing could propose as long as the terms were satisfactory. The fire seeds would not pose an issue, for she knew that the method would eventually spread. You may set the terms. However, I have brought only this as a deposit, Jingxing replied, placing a large bag before Jiang Xinghua. She furrowed her brow as Qingyan emptied the bag as contents, revealing a dazzling array of beast crystals, predominantly yellow and green, with a few blue crystals, the latter being the rarest among them. I have already utilized the purple beast crystals to barter with the Jinwu clan for fire seeds, so only these remained out of course. Should you teach us how to create fire seeds, we shall reward you handsomely. Jingxing was a man of his word, and Jiang Xinghua was well aware of this. Simply exchanging this bag of beast crystals for fire seeds was a favorable deal as for the remaining items. May I request beast hides? In this vast tribe, the weaker beastmen could only hunt small prey for hides, which could not compare to theirs. Jiang Xinghua understood that hides were less valuable than beast crystals. Yet she was in dire need of them. Certainly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghua shared the methods of producing fire using flint and the technique of friction fire with Jingxing for the strong beastmen. Creating fire by friction was hardly a challenge. Even Kanglin managed it with ease. Jiang Xinghua had anticipated their quick learning, and with time well spent, the pottery in the kiln was now finished. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinghua retrieved her pottery and proceeded with the next phase of her work. Before long, several small pots and jars were completed, laid out on the ground, much to the astonishment of the tribe members who had come to assist. They had not expected such a rapid production of useful items, which appeared quite splendid, capable of holding contents and cooking. What are these? Jingxing inquired with evident curiosity, recognizing their utility, yet astonished that such a small area could yield so many valuable creations. Even the city of Nufeng, the wealthiest of beastmen cities, lacked these items. Jingxing sensed that Jiang Xinghua was no ordinary female. Moreover, the previous punishment of the Brown Bear clan came to mind, where his son Songsha's ability crystal had been shattered by a female. Hearing that it was this very female before him, he pondered the potential benefits of her intellect and talents for the beastmen of Nufeng. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinghua, Jingxing was contemplating how advantageous it would be to have her in Nufeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinghua wondered if the wealth of the beastmen in Nufeng could fetch a good price for the pottery she had crafted. These are pottery. I have just completed them for the tribe's use. To distribute, Jingxing was taken aback by the notion that Jiang Xinghua would freely give away such exquisite items. He suddenly felt a tinge of envy for the weaker beastmen in this tribe. Though they lacked many hides, their provisions were superior to those of Nufeng. Perhaps Jiang Xinghua should remain here instead of going to Nufeng. While Jiang Xinghua busied herself distributing items among the tribe's beastmen, she noticed Jingxing's unwavering gaze fixed upon their possessions, almost coveting them like a tea that moment. Shuili, who had just picked up a finished pottery pot, caught sight of Jingxing's longing stare directed at her vessel. Leaning closer to Jiang Xinghua, she whispered, "Sister Xinghua, do you think that man wishes to take our things? He keeps staring at them." Jiang Xinghua turned to Jingxing, who upon meeting her gaze, smiled sheepishly. "Xinghua, how about you come to Nufeng with me? We can sell these items there. I have an empty wooden house you could use." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by his unexpected offer, realizing that Jingxing was indeed willing to facilitate her sale of pottery in Nufeng. A golden opportunity not to be missed. "Are you suggesting you would grant me access to your space?" Jingxing nodded in affirmation. Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow. "How will we split the hides and beast crystals I earn?" After all, it was Jingxing's territory, and she might need to pay some form of rent. However, Jingxing shook his head. "Idle hands are the devil's workshop. That place is a bit disordered if you truly wish to go. I shall have someone tidy it up for you." Jiang Xinghua was pleasantly surprised by this arrangement. Jingxing, the Lord of Nufeng, was indeed generous, offering to have someone prepare the space for her. Such a leader must not be allowed to perish easily. Lest her livelihood be jeopardized, that I will go. Just have someone deliver these pottery pieces to Nufeng daily. Though Nufeng was not too far from here, Jiang Xingluo remained uncertain if Ling Shuang was indeed in Nufeng. After all, she had previously been accompanied by Cangling. While she could handle encountering Ling Shuang herself, she hoped Qing Yin and Qing Zhu would not cross paths with her. After much contemplation, Jiang Xingluo turned to her 5 offspring, deciding to take Qing Yao and Qing Lan with her to Nufeng, while Qing Yin and Qing Zhu would remain home to continue crafting pottery. They could also weave baskets and create wooden tools to bring along for sale. After Jiang Xingluo articulated her plans, her offspring readily agreed to collaborate, with the understanding that Qing Yin and Qing Zhu would protect Qing Yuan. They certainly had no objections. Qin Yin would also stay behind to safeguard the younger ones and assist in transporting their goods to Nufeng. The vicinity of Nufeng lacked timber, making pottery firing difficult, necessitating the transportation of pre-fired items. With all arrangements made, Jiang Xingluo noticed that Kanglin remained reluctant to part ways with Jingsheng. He continued to peer into the wooden house, prompting Jiang Xingluo to frown disapprovingly at him. This insolent child still yearned to gaze upon her Qing. Lord of the city, I hope you keep your son in check. He must not appear here again, as my offspring have no fondness for him. Jiang Xingluo sensed that without a firm reprimand, he would remain oblivious to the gravity of his actions. But I have already apologized. Father, I have done nothing wrong. Why do they dislike me? Kanglin, genuinely desiring to play with Qing Yuan and the others, was visibly distressed. His eyes reddened with unshed tears, a stark contrast to the aloof demeanor he had displayed upon his arrival. Jiang Xingluo was taken aback to see such a large child reduced to tears over a lack of companionship. Chapter 61. Stone Mill and Stone Grinder. Kanglin was led away by his father. Still weeping, Jiang Xingluo had no immediate plans to follow. Beyond pottery, she had other tasks to attend to. In fact, she had discovered yellow soybeans in this world, in addition to wheat, prompting her to consider crafting a stone grinder, which would prove exceedingly useful. Alongside the grinder, she aimed to create a stone mill. Both essential tools. As Qi Yin returned, she was well versed in the crafting of these items, knowing that once produced, flour would be much easier to obtain. Jiang Xingluo began to sketch her knowledge upon the ground, intending to share it with all the weaker beastmen. Aside from the kiln, she aspired to impart survival techniques that could be exchanged for currency. Wheat flour was currently scarce. However, once tasted by either strong or weak beastmen, it became indispensable. Rarity begets value, and as long as their tribe was the sole producer of such items, they would perpetually secure profit. As Jiang Xingluo sketched her diagrams, Jiutai recognized the utility of these inventions. Have Qian take the little ones to create them. The feeble orc could only manage the necessary wooden frames and mold stones into shape, tasks that could only be accomplished by the strong orc's sharp claws. Shortly after departing with Qin Yin, Qian stumbled upon several stones of moderate size. Jiang Xingluo chose the backyard of the clan leader's home as the venue. Qian and Qin Yin skillfully polished the stones, creating suitable holes and shaping them into discs, which they then stacked together, securing the wooden frame in place. Jiang Xingluo observed the stone mill, noting its resemblance to the one described in her books. She instructed Qing Zhu to feed some previously shelled wheat into the small opening of the stone mill, and as she turned the wooden frame, the wheat quickly transformed into fine flour. This flour was of superior quality compared to what they had consumed previously. Being cleaner but somewhat tedious to produce, Sister Xingluo, this wheat flour is so fine. It's wonderful. How did it become like this? Shui Li, closest to Jiang Xingluo, marveled at the impressive stone mill. After a few manual pushes, they had delicious food to prepare, and she was eager to try it. Jiang Xingluo smiled and encouraged her, then give it a go. But have you ever seen these yellow beans? Jiang Xingluo had discovered these yellow beans by the roadside while digging for clay. Finding several plants that had been neglected, Jiutai shook his head at the sight of the round yellow beans. Xingluo, these are too hard. They can't be bitten into, which is why they've grown so plentiful without anyone eating them. Jiang Xingluo nodded, watching as Shui Li produced more flour. She envisioned the possibility of crafting more delectable dishes, reluctant to consume all the fine flour at once. Consequently, the dishes from the Jiuyin tribe had transformed into stuffed pancakes. Quite the opposite of what Jiang Xinghua was accustomed to. Sister Xinghua, can these yellow beans be ground as well? But they're so hard, can they be ground, despite the stone mill's effectiveness? Shui Li, being a small female, could easily operate it, and the males, of course, had no trouble at all. First, soak them in water. Let them sit tonight and grind them tomorrow. Tomorrow, we can have Qiyin and Qingyin prepare a few more grinding discs. These yellow beans can serve as food, and if you'd like, you can pick some of plant-based protein is beneficial for the weak orcs, providing essential nutrition, Jiang Xinghua concluded. She then noticed that her surroundings had emptied, with the clan leader calling out, "Leon, hurry, don't let anyone snatch the seeds away. Go fetch some to nurture. We will surely create delicious food from them." Jiang Xinghua acknowledged the merits of this endeavor. Envisioning soybean milk and tofu, a delicacy she had not savored in quite some time, that if everyone were to cultivate more, perhaps soon they would feast on tofu again, just as she intended to converse with her offspring. She realized several of them had vanished, leaving only Qingyin, who was too lazy to venture out and was still collecting the fine wheat flour from the stone mill's edge in a small wooden basin. "Mother, there is quite a bit here. Please make pancakes for Qingyuan. I wish to taste the ones you prepare." Previously, they had eaten soft pancakes made from flour and water, but now the wheat flour was more refined. And Qingyuan had gathered half a basin's worth, enough to make some small oil pancakes. She had also produced a good amount of pig oil, which would be put to good use. Noticing the absence of people, Jiang Xinghua decided to follow Qingyuan back. Upon returning, she mixed a small amount of flour with water to form a dough, cut it into pieces, rolled them into flatbreads, added oil on top, and wrapped it up before rolling it out again. Jiang Xinghua placed a ceramic pancake dish over the fire, laying the large pancake on it. The flickering flames illuminated the scene, and before long, it was blazing. Jiang Xinghua deftly controlled the heat, using chopsticks to flip the pancake. Soon, the first pancake was ready. Qingyuan came with her wooden bowl, but it was insufficient to hold such a large pancake. As she inhaled the aroma, her stomach rumbled. "Mother, how come your mind is filled with so many delicious and fun ideas? You've never mentioned them before." Qingyuan took a bite of the large pancake, savoring the warm, crispy flavor that spread across her palate. It was far tastier than meat, and she finally understood why her mother insisted on making that oil. It truly enhanced the flavor. Jiang Xinghua was at a loss for how to respond to Qingyuan's inquiry. She could not disclose that her own mother was no longer present, and that she was now playing that role. Such a revelation would be too difficult to accept. Instead, Jiang Xinghua gently caressed Qingyuan's small head and said, "It is because the beast god shared these recipes with me in my dreams, instructing me to prepare them for everyone. After all, don't they all affectionately call me Mother God? That is why I know these things." Qingyuan nodded silently, continuing to eat. Since her arrival in this tribe, she had become plumper, no longer the frail figure she once was. Jiang Xinghua felt an immense sense of security living in this place. Before long, Qingyin returned with Qingzhu and a few others, even Qiyin carrying various items. However, the contents in Qiyin's arms appeared different from the yellow beans the other cubs had. He laid the fruits he had picked from the trees before Jiang Xinghua. "Mistress, give this a try. It's juicy, fragrant, and sweet. This is my first time seeing such a thing." Jiang Xinghua gazed at the large pears before her. It was the first time she had encountered such sizable fruit. And given the scarcity of pear trees, it was no wonder she had never seen this fruit until now. After washing the pears in a basin of water, she distributed them among the cubs, keeping one for herself. After taking a hearty bite, Jiang Xinghua felt immense satisfaction. Qiyin scratched his head, feeling a swell of contentment at seeing Jiang Xinghua happy. The next day, Qiyin, along with Qingyin and Qingzhu, set out once more to search for stones, their speed noticeably increased by their trio. However, midway through their journey, Qiyin caught a whiff of familiar scents, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, having been away from the Jiangning tribe for quite some time. His last encounter with them had been at the Ming Chun tribe, where his mate had even sent his father to persuade him to return. In truth, the mark of the protective beast could be removed at the whim of the female leader. Yet Qiyin was reluctant to lose the last remaining bond between him and Xinglu. He was taken aback to discover they had come searching for him, as the clan leader had previously warned him to return, citing that his absence had left May without a mate, wasting her superior reproductive capabilities. May had no desire to bear offspring with another male unless he was willing to return. Reflecting on this, Yin felt a surge of irritation. As footsteps approached, he glanced at the stones they had gathered and promptly turned to lead the cubs back. He worried that the tribe might harm Xinghua. And this matter had nothing to do with the orcs of the Jiuyin tribe. Yin quickened his pace, leaving Qingyin and Qingzhu puzzled about the sudden change in mood. However, as Yin reached the wooden cabin, he found the orcs from the Jianing tribe waiting outside. Inside, Jiang Xinghua was still conversing with the elderly clan leader Yanlin, who had previously sought to exploit her for breeding purposes, and now reappeared, likely harboring ulterior motives. Yet Jiang Xinghua felt no fear. To her, they were merely a swarm of ants. Should they dare to offend her again, she would not show mercy. Xinghua, I have come today to request your return. This weak orc tribe is not suited for you. Jiang Xinghua regarded Yanlin with a frosty gaze. He had already shown her sufficient deference by seeking her out, should she refuse to return. It would be tantamount to her own folly. With a cold laugh, she replied, I was never one of your tribe's people. My cubs and I are but wandering orcs. Is that not what clan leader Yanlin has informed us? Yanlin stood abruptly, his anger palpable. He harbored a deep disdain for the haughty female, believing that females should obediently bear offspring for males. It was bad enough that she had claimed Yin as her own. But now she insisted on keeping him as a protective beast, while he had yet to become her mate, leaving her only with a handful of lion cubs. He felt compelled to bring back this ungrateful Jiang Xinghua. Yin has already become your protective beast. He is a male of our Jianing tribe, and you, as his mate, are thus considered one of us. Yanlin refused to relent, his previous sordid thoughts resurfacing at the sight of Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua scoffed, just as Yin entered. His eyes burned with fury as he regarded Yanlin. The latter saw Yin as a glimmer of hope. Yin, take her back, as for her cubs. They can remain here. If she bears offspring for our tribe upon her return, I will agree to dissolve your engagement with May. Upon hearing this, Yin felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but he held his composure long enough to say, Clan leader, this is the last time I shall address you as such. If you have any shred of dignity left, take your people and leave. Faced with such a clan leader, Yin's demeanor was anything but respectful. Yanlin, infuriated, raised his hand to strike Yin, but Jiang Xinghua swiftly ensnared Yanlin's arm with her whip. This whip, formed from her gathered abilities, crackled with white lightning. Yanlin, thinking it merely an ordinary object, struggled to break free, only to find himself nearly incapacitated by the surging electricity. How dare you confront me, Yin? Whose side are you truly on? The tone in Yanlin's voice carried an undeniable authority, yet Yin had long ceased to be the Yin of old. He had endured the events of the past and had gained a deeper understanding of his aspirations. He sought strength, not a mundane existence tethered to a female. Thus, even if he was destined to be the protector of Xinghua, he willingly embraced this role, for safeguarding such a matriarch was the desire of his heart. I will undoubtedly assist my matriarch, Yin declared, forcefully kicking Yanlin aside. As for the bond you have established, I never consented to it, so abandon any such notions. Yanlin fell to the ground, his back unable to straighten, and he could not suppress the blood that spilled from his lips. The cheetah beast man standing behind him rushed forward to support him. Yanlin gazed at Yin, utterly astonished by the latter's current prowess. Yin, have you lost your mind? This is the clan leader. You dare to strike him for the sake of an outsider? Clan leader, you should expel Yin from the tribe. Beside them, Qi regarded Yin with a hint of disdain. What value is there in strength if one failed to honor their tribe? May had waited for him for so long, yet he continued to act recklessly, unworthy of her. Qi, I am still alive. You have no right to speak. Yanlin fumed internally, though he understood that even if he could not bring Jiang Xinghua back, he must ensure Yin's departure. Yin's rapid increase in strength should not be squandered in another tribe. If he could return, May and he could have offspring together. Enduring a beating now was inconsequential. Yin, come back with me. As for them, they were never part of our tribe. so their return is of no concern. But you are different. You still have your matriarch and father. You wish to watch them starve. Your father can no longer hunt for prey. Yinlin knew that Qian had always been a dutiful beast man. As long as he presented this reasoning, Qian would undoubtedly return with him. Qian smiled faintly. I have long severed ties with them. Have you forgotten, clan leader? He had previously declared that he cared not for his matriarch and father, thus choosing to cut all connections with them. Jiang Xinghua felt a twinge of emotion. She knew Qian would not leave, but she had not anticipated such a choice. However, given that his matriarch constantly sought to extract value from him, it was hardly surprising that he harbored disdain. Qian, do you not possess a shred of conscience? Yinlin coughed loudly in frustration, realizing that his appeal to familial bonds had been in vain. Qian was indifferent to such matters and solely wished to accompany this outsider on his travels. Clan leader, you should take your people and leave. Otherwise, I shall take action. Upon seeing the murderous intent in Qian's eyes, Yinlin understood that he truly had no desire to return. Now, with his strength, even if they banded together, they would be no match for him. This matter could only be deliberated upon later. Jiang Xinghua found herself somewhat amused as she observed Yinlin hastily retreating with the members of the Jianing tribe. Chapter 63. Fated Destiny. Once the members of the tribe departed, Jiang Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely concerned about what she would do if Qian still clung to past affections. It now appeared he had come to terms with it, which was for the best. Henceforth, there would be no further disturbances. Even if they were to encounter them again, there would be no need for leniency. However, she only saw Qian return. Where were the two little ones? Jiang Xinghua scanned her surroundings, and after a considerable time, she finally spotted the two little ones returning, each burdened with a hefty stone. The stones were substantial, as Jiang Xinghua intended to create a large grinding stone. The previous one had felt a tad small. The two little ones approached laboriously, having run a long way and nearly exhausted. Qian had not explained to them the circumstances surrounding their return, but they had likely inferred that the cheetah beastmen had come to bully their mother once more. Mother, are you all right? Do they still intend to capture you and take you back to bear cubs for their tribe? Qingzhu threw the stone to the ground, his face displaying a hint of anger as he looked at Qin. It was evident to him that the visitors had not only come for their mother, but also for Qian. Qian's crystal had already advanced. Such a male was rare in any tribe, and the Jianing tribe had not produced a male with extraordinary abilities in a long time. Thus, their repeated visits were aimed at luring Qian back. Although Qingzhu felt grateful for Qian's assistance, he was adamant that he would not allow this troublemaker to remain by his mother's side if it posed any danger. Jiang Xinghua chuckled awkwardly at Qingzhu, feeling that it was somewhat inappropriate for such large cubs to speak so freely of bearing offspring. However, given the precociousness of cubs in the beast world, she deemed it inconsequential. All right, you two little ones. Cease this talk. Your mother has prepared some delicious cakes for you to try. Jiang Xinghua ushered the two little ones inside and placed the dishes from the table before them. Their eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the food, for they had previously heard tales of their sister savoring exquisite crispy cakes made from the ground wheat flour. They had not anticipated that they too would partake. However, they wondered why they had not seen Qingyao and Qinglan upon their return. Mother, where are Qingyao and Qinglan? Is it just the two of us eating? Are they not having any? Jiang Xinghua smiled before explaining. I asked them to dig up that pear tree. They are currently earnestly planting it. Qian had not expected Jiang Xinghua to genuinely enjoy that fruit to the extent of uprooting the tree. Had it not been for Qingyuan's formidable abilities, Jiang Xinghua would not have attempted to move such a large tree that was already bearing fruit at this time. Primarily, her own cravings had driven her. The pears were truly sweet and delectable, and she relished eating them. Moreover, Qingyan shared her fondness for them. She had distributed many of the large watermelons they had previously harvested to the tribe, leaving few seeds behind. Thus, with little watermelon left, she yearned for something different and pondered whether she could transplant this pear tree, hoping to propagate more pear trees in the future. Jiang Xinghua had access only to pure, natural foods in this world. Although many items were unattainable, she felt few regrets. The two little ones planted the tree outside. While the kiln began to heat up, several males from the tribe commenced chopping firewood. Placing Jiang Xingluo's meticulously crafted pottery inside the kiln, adding dry branches, and igniting it with flint, carefully monitoring the time. With their experiences growing, they aimed to oversee the kiln themselves this time, as mastering the timing would enable them to create pottery autonomously in the future. Many lesser beastmen imitated Jiang Xingluo by crafting wooden trays and hauling clay back, though the exhaustive labor of transporting soil back and forth was taxing. Jiang Xingluo could still observe them toiling away, hauling soil to her home for pottery making. She contemplated suggesting they construct a wooden cart for transporting materials, as carrying items was exceedingly cumbersome and the volume they could transport was limited. A wooden cart consists of wheels and a frame. This posed no challenge for her, and she promptly sketched a fairly accurate design on the ground. Qi Yin and Qingzhu quickly grasped Jiang Xingluo's intention. However, they had never imagined she would conceive such an idea. With decent wooden planks, the wheel would be the most challenging part to create, while other aspects were relatively straightforward. Qi Yin, prepare the timber tomorrow and make it as soon as possible. Qi Yin nodded, contemplating how to improve the wheel's design. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingluo had been working tirelessly for days, her body nearing exhaustion. When another visitor arrived, she collapsed against the wooden bed and fell into a deep slumber. Yet, once she entered the dream realm, she once again perceived a dark shadow drifting back and forth. Xingluo, it is time for you to meet him. Your fated destiny has only just begun. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow, wishing to refuse. What fated destiny? She had never had a boyfriend in her life. How could there be a destined fate? This individual was truly meddlesome. Just as she was about to voice her rejection, her eyes fluttered open, and she found herself inexplicably cradled in Lai Feng's arms, blood seeping from his waist. Little matriarch, your timing is unfortunate. I am injured and unable to protect you. Jiang Xingluo immediately raised her hand, only to discover it stained with blood. This man, who typically exuded calmness with a hint of malevolence, was now drenched in sweat, even his lips trembling. His injury appeared grave. What had transpired? Where is the shaman from your tribe? Why aren't they tending to your wounds? Lai Feng had not anticipated that this little matriarch, whom he had nearly slain, would still possess the heart to care for him. He managed a pale smile before replying. There is no shaman. I have lived long enough. Remaining in this world is superfluous, yet I am glad to see you before I depart. Jiang Xingluo frowned. She despised hearing others casually declare they had lived long enough. Exhibiting a self-destructive attitude in exasperation, she promptly opened her spatial pocket, retrieving some hemostatic materials and administering medication to alleviate his condition. What have you given me? The fierce wind furrowed his brow. He found it impossible to trust anyone easily. Save for the petite female before him, he felt an overwhelming lack of resistance, a desire to place his complete faith in her. In Chapter 64, the dream was too bloody. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she gazed at the prone figure of Lai Feng, her expression grave as she cautioned, "Do not speak. Wait while I tend to your wounds." Jiang Xingluo stared at the ghastly injury, retrieving the medical sutures she had previously used. Indeed, they were the same ones employed on pigs. Now they would serve a different purpose. You must make do with my stitching skills. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it will not claim your life. Lai Feng could not comprehend Jiang Xingluo's words, but felt a tingling sensation of pain at the sight of his wound. Afterward, she breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully bandaged his injury. She then fetched an unused medical needle from her supplies, carefully measuring the anti-inflammatory medication based on her past experiences with household pets, and administered it to Lai Feng. How could this male have ended up in such a predicament within his own home? Jiang Xingluo was uncertain of the efficacy of her actions, but she could only wait and see. Concerned that Lai Feng's wound might become infected and induce a fever, she dared not close her eyes throughout the night, her gaze fixed on the male sprawled on the bed. His golden hair, bright eyes, and brows bore a resemblance to her own. Were all lion shifters thus? Jiang Xingluo suspected this might be the case, recalling that the lion she had seen on television shared a striking similarity. Seated beside him, Jiang Xingluo supported her head with her wrist, exhaustion from the past few days weighing heavily upon her. This drowsiness enveloped her. She could no longer hold herself upright, her head tumbling onto Lai Feng's bed. Lai Feng furrowed his brow at her apparent refusal to rise, her outstretched arm resting in his palm. For the first time, he scrutinized her hands, delicate and fair, seemingly incapable of performing any task. Yet this diminutive female possessed extraordinary abilities and could save lives. Was she a healer? He could sense that the medication she had given him was effective, even though the pain in his waist persisted. He felt assured that the bleeding had ceased. Lai Feng's striking features knitted together in concern as he gazed at Jiang Xingluo's fair visage, inexplicably yearning to reach out and touch her. Yet he was already bound to another female. How could he allow himself to be swayed by another? Such feelings would be a profound disrespect to his mate. These thoughts coursed through his mind. He turned away to contemplate the night. Jiang Xingluo, nestled beside him, was deeply asleep, her exhaustion seemingly released at this moment. She awoke in the middle of the night, rolling onto Lai Feng's bed, finding her position quite uncomfortable. Lai Feng sensed her proximity and contemplated moving away, yet she clung to his arm. Why did she always behave in this manner? He resigned himself to the fact that attempting to withdraw his arm would be futile, as any sudden movement would aggravate his wound. Jiang Xingluo had painstakingly stitched it. He had no desire to jeopardize his life. "Qingyuan, do not be afraid. Mother is here." Jiang Xingluo mumbled in her sleep, uttering the name of her offspring. The silence of the night was palpable, and Lai Feng heard her clearly. Was Qingyuan her child? She was so small, yet already a mother. What of her beast husband? Lai Feng felt a twinge of envy for Jiang Xingluo's mate, wondering what sort of male could inspire her to bear a child. As Jiang Xingluo nestled closer to Lai Feng, she sensed that the pressure of power upon her was diminishing. The turbulence within her seemed to calm, and she found solace in her slumber. When Jiang Xingluo awoke the following day, she discovered herself beside Qingyuan, cradling the little one in her arms. Could it be that her encounter with Lai Feng had been a mere dream? It was a rather gruesome dream, indeed. Lai Feng had suffered terribly, and without intervention, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. With a sigh, she shook her head, observing the peacefully sleeping Qingyuan, whose obedient demeanor brought her great satisfaction. Now, she had successfully acclimatized to the crafting of pottery for the tribe, imparting the use of the potter's wheel to them. Several skilled males had crafted shapes even more suitable than her own, and after numerous rounds of firing, half of the tribe could now enjoy warm meals. The only remaining task was to create additional grinding stones, as some weaker shifters wished to have one in their homes. Given the limited space at the chieftain's dwelling, besides the reindeer shifters, there were also cattle and zebra shifters residing at a distance. Jiang Xingluo believed it necessary to establish a few grinding stones near each tribe, especially since wheat was now being cultivated in abundance, and with Qingyuan's presence, all nearby crops thrived rapidly. Thus, the promotion of stone mills was imperative, although Qi Yin and the others were beginning to feel the strain of their efforts. In the afternoon, Qi Yin delivered a grinding stone he had previously crafted to the cattle tribe. Receiving heartfelt gratitude from the villagers, he then turned to continue his search for more timber. As the supply for pottery making was dwindling and needed replenishing, suddenly, a zebra shifter dashed in front of Qi Yin, blocking his path. The shifter's legs trembled, but upon witnessing the cattle shifter's delight at the grinding stone, jealousy nearly overwhelmed him. Qi Yin, however, regarded the zebra male with confusion. His abrupt approach indicated he had something to say. "You made a grinding stone for them first. What about ours? Why do we always come last? You and those little ones are not even from our Jin tribe. Can't you be quicker in producing those items?" Upon hearing the zebra shifter's words, Qi Yan's previously calm expression darkened significantly. "Fine, you will have it by tomorrow." Internally, Qi Yan felt a pang of discontent. Despite their considerable contributions to the tribe, the other shifters seemed to regard them with disdain. Even though Xingluo had distributed the beast crystals among them, when it came to sharing benefits, they would still turn against him. Qi Yin turned away, knowing the zebra male could not stop him. However, upon hearing that they would receive the grinding stones the following day, the shifter rushed back to his tribe, eager to share the news with all the shifters. Upon returning, Qi Yin felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a reminder of his unrelenting toil. He had not rested in days. Even with the little ones assisting others in their tasks, it was disheartening to be criticized for their pace. Seeing Jiang Xingluo still busy preparing a meal, her forehead glistening with sweat, he wondered if she would be disheartened to learn that not all shifters were benevolent. Perhaps Qi Yin should endure, since he could resolve these matters himself. There was no need to burden Xingluo with them. In Chapter 65, the aggressive weak shifters emerged. Qi Yan's wrist swelled painfully while he was tidying the grinding stones the next day, each movement causing discomfort. Jiang Xingluo, hearing his muffled groan, sensed something was amiss. "Let me take you to Huayan. We will pause our work for now. You need a rest." Jiang Xingluo struggled to conceive of a solution for the grinding stones. But at present, she had to ensure Qi Yan's hand was treated. Huayan prepared a remedy, and with Qing Yuan's assistance, Qi Yan's wrist began to heal somewhat. "You should refrain from exerting yourself for the next few days," Huayan advised, concerned about a possible relapse. Even strong shifters had their limits, and Qi Yan had already surpassed his. Regrettably, this meant the promised items for the zebra tribe would be delayed. Jiang Xingluo carried Huayan's remedy back, ensuring Qi Yan took it on schedule. Strong shifters rarely fell ill, and after treatment, Qi Yan felt significantly improved. However, the zebra shifters' demand for grinding stones had caught them off guard. "Please do not fret. We will deliver the completed grinding stones to you in a few days." "Qi Yan is injured," Jiang Xingluo explained to the waiting shifters. "Injured? There are no other shifters here in any battles. How could he be hurt? The chieftain claims you are a goddess. If you are truly divine, why do you require a male to assist you in making grinding stones? Shouldn't you be able to conjure them with a mere gesture?" Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by such remarks. She had believed all shifters in this tribe were gentle and in need of protection. Having endured the bullying of those bear shifters, at least they had treated her as kin. She had not anticipated that a mere grinding stone would incite such a commotion. The adage kindness begets resentment had manifested before her eyes. Jiang Xingluo understood now that no one remained perpetually benevolent. When disputes over interests arose, everyone could become selfish. "I have long told you that I am no goddess, that if you can accept this, we will deliver the grinding stones in a few days. If not, then so be it." Jiang Xingluo was reluctant to engage in thankless endeavors and did not wish to expend the goodwill of those around her merely to appease others. Previously, she had felt indebted to the chief for his assistance. Yet the favors he bestowed upon them bore no relation to the other tribes of beastmen. All along, it was the other beastmen who benefited far more from their generosity. "What do you mean by that? Forget it? This was originally your promise to assist us, and now you are reneging." Jiang Xingluo recalled encountering a similar type of person during a heated debate in the marketplace. However, even if she could compel Qi Yan to comply, she had no desire to cater to them. They were the ones in need of assistance. Why should they adopt such an imperious attitude? "I said that once Qi Yan is ready, I will prepare it for you." After speaking, Jiang Xingluo was striving to contain her temper. If this group of zebra beastmen chose to depart, she would consider the matter settled and would not hold it against them. Absolutely not. "Today, we demand the stone mill." A tall figure emerged from the zebra beastmen, stepping forward defiantly to state their demands. "What goddess? Just because the chief provided her with a place to stay, should we, the zebra tribe, not be entitled to use it first if one of our own becomes chief?" Jiang Xingluo had initially believed that this group of beastmen was merely dissatisfied with her. She was taken aback to discover their discontent extended to the chief as well. The zebra tribe had originally inhabited this area, thus they had always hoped that one of their elders would be elected as chief. However, with the arrival of the cattle and elk tribes, the zebra tribe, who had been here from the beginning, found themselves overlooked and without a chief. Now, having been treated unjustly, they unleashed their pent-up grievances. Jiang Xingluo was unaware of the reasons behind their sentiments, yet they had directed their ire towards her, as if she were their scapegoat. "These stones were procured by Qi Yan. If you are dissatisfied, take them back and do it yourselves. There is no need to beg." Jiang Xingluo seized several stones and hurled them into the midst of the crowd, a cloud of dust rising as the zebra beastmen recoiled in fear. "Xingluo, you truly see yourself as a goddess. What are you? How dare you behave in such a manner in our presence? Let us inform Jitai to expel them." Jiang Xingluo clenched her teeth and scoffed. "Very well. Go ahead and tell the chief that, as long as he agrees, we will leave immediately." They were merely wandering beastmen without a home, and Jiang Xingluo now comprehended that as long as they belonged to different tribes, they could not remain. If there were truly no other options, She would have to depart with a few of her young and head to Fury Wind City, though she would need to find a new location for the business she had originally intended to establish. Jiang Xinghua watched as the zebra beastmen left one by one, seemingly eager to lodge complaints. "Xinghua, why don't I just prepare the items for them? It's not a big deal." Jiang Xinghua glanced at Qi Yin and shook her head. Now that it has escalated to this point, it is too late to comply, and it would only encourage their behavior. What Jiang Xinghua had sacrificed should have been evident to them. Even Jingsheng envied their circumstances. Yet they remained ungrateful. Qi Yin, upon hearing Jiang Xinghua's refusal, refrained from further comment. She was entirely correct. If this continued, they would likely be exploited as free labor by the entire tribe. Previously, in the Shadow War tribe, whoever hunted and captured prey would receive a larger share of meat. Yet here, among the weaker beastmen, they all awaited Jiang Xinghua to devise a solution, while only the elk and cattle beastmen assisted with pottery, tree felling, and basket weaving. The zebra tribe contributed nothing, which is why they were the last to receive what was offered to them. This was also a reflection of the chief's self-interest, a notion Qi Yin had certainly discerned. However, it was unexpected that they would not only remain idle, but also perceive the situation as unfair. Jiang Xinghua continued to prepare the meal, urging Qi Yin to rest well. When Qingyuan returned, she bore a bee skin pouch crafted by Hua Yin, containing suitable herbs for storage, along with instructions on their usage. Upon seeing the smile on her child's face, Jiang Xinghua felt as though the recent uproar was rendered insignificant. Chapter 66. Taking advantage, uncertain of how long this farce would persist. Jiang Xinghua realized that if they were indeed to select a new chief, it might not yield a leader as competent as Jitai. Just a group of ungrateful zebra beastmen, if it were not for the arrival of the cattle and elk tribes. They would hardly enjoy such favorable living conditions as a single tribe. Jiang Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Jitai, as chief, could manage to keep them in check. Nevertheless, she had already made arrangements and planned to visit Fury Wind City. In the afternoon, individuals from Fury Wind City arrived, bearing the promised beast skins. Jiang Xinghua had completely forgotten about this matter, considering the overwhelming number of beast crystals received earlier. As for the beast skins, she trusted Jingsheng, the city lord, to uphold his word. However, she was taken aback when more than 20 eagle beastmen from Fury Wind City appeared, each laden with beast skins, right in the heart of the Jiuyin tribe. The zebra beastmen, who had been causing a ruckus before Jitai, were left dumbfounded at the sight of the eagle beastmen bearing the skins. The last eagle beastman had only a small portion of beast skin, which was distinct from the others. Moreover, the familiar figure on the back of the last eagle beastman made Jiang Xinghua's expression darken. Why is that ungrateful Kanglin here? Jiang Xinghua was genuinely concerned that her little Qingyuan might end up harmed. Just as described in the original narrative, Sister Xinghua, where is little Qingyuan? Father sent me to say that these snake skins are for you. Snake skins? Jiang Xinghua examined the superior materials before her, which indeed differed from ordinary beast skins. The snake skins came in various colors, appearing more exquisite. Qingyuan is not here. If you have any business, you may speak to me directly. Jiang Xinghua addressed Kanglin, her tone far from gentle. Kanglin, a boy no older than 10, had initially hoped his father would accompany him. He was aware of Jiang Xinghua's disdain for him due to his previous impudent behavior. Yet his father had insisted that he take responsibility for the trouble he had caused and find a way to resolve it himself. How could he resolve this? Observing Jiang Xinghua's dismissive demeanor only heightened his trepidation. Jiang Xinghua regarded Kanglin's helplessness with no sign of empathy. Kanglin tilted his head to meet her gaze. Sister Xinghua, Father wants me to inform you that the designated area in the city has been prepared, and you may go at any time. Jiang Xinghua was taken aback that Kanglin still had the courage to speak with her. It seemed this young master possessed some measure of bravery. All right, I understand. Just as Jiang Xinghua concluded her response, the zebra beastmen who had been clamoring before Jitai surged forward at the sight of the copious beast skins. They reached for the skins lying on the ground. But Jitai stepped in, his expression decidedly grim. Who permitted you to touch these? They're all gifts from the city lord to Xinghua's family. Upon hearing Jitai's words, the zebra beastman scoffed. She is a powerful beastman with ability crystals. Can't she hunt beast herself? These items were originally meant for us. Jiang Xinghua, witnessing their complete disregard for her kindness, found it impossible not to feel hurt. Jitai barked an order, and the nearby elk and cattle beastmen immediately stepped forward to block the zebra beastmen. The zebra beastmen were indignant, but their tribe was simply too small to contend with the larger groups. The land you now occupy was originally ours. How can you allow a wandering beastman to bully your own kind? Are you blind? One young male from the zebra tribe, who had instigated the earlier conflict, continued to speak. So many beast skins, all given to a female. Is Jutai out of his mind? Calling her a goddess is one thing, but actually treating her as one. What are you saying? These items were originally a gift from Furywind City to Sister Xinghua in return for the fire seed. When did it ever involve you? Kanglin interjected, visibly displeased. Jiang Xinghua was astonished that Kanglin would defend her, yet his words held weight, temporarily silencing the zebra beastmen. Jiang Xinghua turned to Kanglin, suddenly unsure of how to face him in the future. If his predetermined fate remained unchanged, would her young one's fates also be altered? A pang of fear gripped Jiang Xinghua. Perhaps she ought to reassess this child. Haikati, just 7 years old, she wondered whether he had encountered Ling Xuan. If she intervened now, would Furywind City be spared from the horrors that lay ahead? Jiang Xinghua merely yearned for a tranquil existence. However, the pursuit of a fulfilling life appeared to be far more complex than she had anticipated. She exhaled softly, casting her gaze towards Kanglin. Thank you for the gift you brought, Kanglin. Please extend my gratitude to your father upon your return. Moreover, I must attend to these matters here before I set out for Ragewind City. Jiang Xinghua was acutely aware that even Jiu Tai, an elderly chieftain, found it challenging to manage the unruly zebra orcs. Their submission could only be secured through force. Very well, Sister Xinghua. This is a map meticulously crafted by the orcs of our tribe. Commissioned by my father. Here lies the Jiuyan tribe, and by following this route, you can reach Ragewind City. Jiang Xinghua examined the rudimentary map adorned with distinctive trees and rivers, alleviating her concerns about losing her way. All right, you may return now. Kanglin nodded, sensing a shift in Jiang Xinghua's demeanor towards him, which brought him relief. He held a fondness for Xiao Qingyuan, yet in her absence, he must return, hopeful for future encounters. Jiang Xinghua observed Kanglin depart with a heart full of joy, yet the taunts of the zebra orcs echoed in her ears. Even without you, we could inform the city lord how to kindle a fire. Then these possessions would rightfully belong to us. Jiang Xinghua smiled lightly, her hand conjuring her ability crystal, which transformed into a long whip. Is that so? From where did you learn to ignite a fire? You haven't forgotten, have you? Her smile, though warm, instilled a sense of dread. After a prolonged period of peaceful coexistence, the zebra orcs seemed to have forgotten that this female before them wielded an ability crystal and that her guardian beast crystal had already advanced to green. Even her 2 offspring had awakened their abilities. They stood no chance against the strong orcs without powers, let alone those who possessed them. Jiang Xinghua regarded the pallid zebra orcs with amusement, who had just been boasting, now rendered mute and comically fearful. Chapter 67. Apology and Acknowledgement. Xinghua, we were in the wrong. We concede. From now on, we shall heed your guidance. The first dissenting male suddenly reversed his stance, pleading for Jiang Xinghua's mercy. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Yet Jiang Xinghua found little admiration for such individuals. If the orcs here were not managed properly, what would happen when she was absent and they sought to harm the chieftain? Jiang Xinghua needed a strategy. Initially, she intended to distribute the hides directly to the tribe, but now it seemed unnecessary. These hides rightfully belonged to Jiang Xinghua, and their allocation was solely at her discretion. Jiutai had hoped to advocate for the zebra orcs, yet now, with their pleading glances directed at him, he felt no inclination to assist. They were undeserving. Xinghua, we acknowledge our mistakes. You must grant us a chance for redemption. Moreover, you have reserved suitable provisions for the others in the tribe, yet none for us. Does that not seem unjust? Jiang Xinghua frowned, her lips pressed tightly. She had not expected this opportunistic voice to speak up again. Money can move mountains. This zebra male was indeed that little rascal. Jiang Xinghua nodded silently. cracking her whip as she declared, "There is nothing unjust. Other tribes would not provide for you. We shall adhere to a labor distribution system. You will craft pottery, cultivate grain, and grind flour, as well as soy flour. As long as each family contributes to these tasks, we shall allocate the hides accordingly." Upon her decree, smiles blossomed on the faces of the males from the other two tribes. They had long been in need of hides. Now, being able to exchange labor for them felt fair to them. "Very well, we agree," Jiang Xinghua acknowledged, as the deer orcs and cattle tribe orcs had always cooperated with her. However, the zebra tribe orcs appeared less than pleased. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? If so, we can return the stone mill to you in a few days, and the hide shall not belong to you." Their tribe relied on the other two for assistance in all matters, contributing little themselves. Additionally, the zebra females were scarce, with several deer and cattle females having borne offspring within the zebra tribe. Though Jiang Xinghua had only recently learned of this, she remained perplexed as to what these orcs found unsatisfactory. She gazed at the restrained zebra orcs, each appearing frail and lethargic. Even the females who bore their offspring seemed to disdain them. "Humph, do you think a bit of work will tire you out? Let me tell you, if I cannot acquire a new hide skirt, I shall seek a mate like Qi Yin and never bear your offspring again." Jiang Xinghua chuckled at the sight of a young zebra female chastising her three males while cradling her child. However, the males knew that defying their kind would result in punishment from the heavens. And fearing the loss of their mating rights, they could only appease their females. Jiang Xinghua watched as more zebra females stepped forward, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Qingyuan soon returned, her abilities radiating outward. And Jiang Xinghua noticed her powers even flowing into the newborns. Before long, the young female who had been holding her child suddenly cried out, noticing a green light appearing in her child's palm. "Baby, what is happening? What is this?" Xiao Qingyan, happily munching on a peach, glanced at the child's open hand, which bore a resemblance to her own power. In no time, the child held a white beast crystal in their palm. Giggling joyfully, Jiotai was immediately captivated by the sight, observing the intricate green vine patterns encircling the crystal, reminiscent of Sunran's, albeit with Senran's crystal adorned with the pattern of a great tree. An ability crystal. Our zebra tribe had long lost the wood-type abilities. We were among the first to forfeit such powers. The young mother gazed at her child's white crystal, tears welling in her eyes. Not even the entire zebra tribe had anticipated that one of their offspring would manifest an ability crystal. It must be the divine presence of Xinglu. Thus the beast god bestows blessings upon us. Henceforth, you shall not bully the divine maiden. The young female had no desire to join her kin in causing trouble, yet her mate insisted on bringing her along, leaving her with little choice. Previously, their tribe had no means to awaken abilities, but since Xinglua's arrival, the brown bear tribe's attempts to seize individuals had failed, and the maturation of plants had accelerated significantly. She could not fathom what further discontent her kin harbored. Bai Ting turned and knelt before Xinglua, her eyes filled with sincere remorse. "Divine Maiden Xinglua, I apologize on behalf of my kin. I implore you not to be angered." Jiang Xinglua reached out to assist Bai Ting, her heart aching for her. "I am no divine maiden. Your child is truly fortunate and must be nurtured well. Offspring with wood-type abilities tend to be gentle." Bai Ting nodded in agreement. Jiang Xinglua found it peculiar. While the awakening of Zhuozhua's offspring was not surprising, given that it was a leopard cub, the newborn zebra cub also manifesting a beast crystal was unexpected. She glanced towards Xiao Qingyuan, who continued to enjoy her peach, her power gently flowing into the cub. Xiao Qingyuan's power truly that potent. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan's rosy complexion, Jiang Xinglua mused that perhaps her strength was being shared with others. Xiao Qingyuan noticed Jiang Xinglua's gaze upon her and promptly discarded the peach pit. Excitedly approaching Jiang Xinglua, "Mother, what is the matter?" Jiang Xinglua shook her head, guiding Xiao Qingyuan to look Qingyan at the little cub. Xiao Qingyuan nodded, unable to resist reaching out to touch the cub's chubby little hand. The cub beamed with delight, extending its arms for a hug. Xiao Qingyuan hesitated, having never held a cub before, yet the little creature was undeniably adorable. She couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on the cub's cheek. Causing the cub to erupt in joyful laughter, and the white crystal in its palm instantly transformed into a vibrant red crystal. The cub merely regarded it as a toy, shaking it playfully in its hand. Yet all the orcs present were left astonished, particularly the cub's father, who had been the most vocal moments ago. "Mother, the little one's beast crystal has turned red. How remarkable!" Chapter 68. Kneeling in Apology. Bai Ting's tears flowed unabated. None had anticipated that the cub, merely months old, would possess a red beast crystal. Xiao Qingyuan watched the cub's cheerful laughter, her eyes reflecting a sisterly concern that he really likes me. "Mother," Bai Ting tenderly caressed Xiao Qingyuan's cheek. "Little Qingyuan, thank you." Bai Ting is the mother of the cub, and she can indeed perceive the power coursing through her offspring, derived from the wood-based abilities. She is well aware of the cultivation methods associated with such powers, as her father beast was the former chieftain of the zebra clan, and thus she understands all of this. Qingtai nodded. She genuinely cherished this cub, yet the cub's health was somewhat frail. Although endowed with abilities, its physical constitution made it exceedingly difficult to crystallize those powers. Consequently, Qingtai utilized her own strength to assist it, unexpectedly achieving success. However, their wood-based abilities remain rather limited. Even if this cub awakens its powers, it can only nurture vines and similar flora. Naturally, it possesses a natural healing ability, albeit in a lesser capacity. Jiang Xinghua sighed, casting a glance at Qingtai. In truth, Qingtai also required the assistance of more wood-based ability beastmen. The power overflowing within her needed other vessels. It would be ideal if she could aid those in need. Yet, it seemed that her mother appeared troubled and somewhat unhappy. "Mother, are you feeling down?" Jiang Xinghua inquired. Shaking her head, Qingtai replied, "Xinghua, I am genuinely happy for you. You are now able to wield your own strength. However, please refrain from exposing it too much in front of others in the future." Qingtai nodded, understanding that her mother had always feared her wood-based abilities would be widely known. Thus, even within the Jiuyin tribe, very few were aware, and Bai Ting naturally understood and would not speak of it lightly. "Lin Feng, are you not going to apologize to Sister Xinghua?" Bai Ting glared at her ineffectual mate, nearly grinding her teeth as she uttered the words. The zebra females never opted for mates from other clans, primarily because these males were disappointing. Even though each zebra female selected several mates, many remained unchosen and unable to bear cubs. Lin Feng had witnessed his cub awakening its power and advancing. For the sake of his offspring, he could no longer offend Jiang Xinghua. After all, within the entire tribe, only Xinghua and Sun Ran possessed abilities, and he had already alienated them. However, if Xinghua were absent, it was uncertain whether their cub would indeed awaken its powers. Lin Feng's legs weakened, and he knelt down. "Goddess Xinghua, it is my fault. I should not have incited others to come." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by his willingness to admit his mistake. It seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, the cub remained of utmost importance. She looked at the man before her, and, with a sense of helplessness, explained, "You need not kneel before me. I cannot accept that. I've already made arrangements. You simply need to comply." Lin Feng nodded. "All right, I understand that I will not cause any more trouble. I will work diligently. Bai Ting, will you believe in me?" Jiang Xinghua observed Lin Feng, then turned her gaze to the other zebra beastmen, who all hung their heads in shame. If only they had contemplated their actions sooner, there would have been no need for such a debacle. Yet, it seemed their current preparations were still insufficient. Qi Yin was resting, but additional kills could be constructed in other clans to expedite pottery production. Jiang Xinghua planned to explore nearby tribes. Qin Yin and Qing Zhua had traveled far in recent days. Thus they were well acquainted with the local terrain. They were aware of suitable locations for their endeavors. "Mother, how about we first visit the zebra clan? This area originally belonged to them, and they occupy a vast expanse. We previously identified a location that could accommodate 2 kills and a space for storing pottery, though it remains uncertain whether they would be willing to relinquish it." Jiang Xinghua nodded, looking at the 2 cubs. "Then lead me there now." Qing Yin and Qing Zhua promptly guided Jiang Xinghua, and upon arrival, they found that the male zebras had already chosen a sizable area to cultivate various fruit trees and vegetables, even planting the previously gathered grain seeds. Although the males appeared somewhat less capable than those from other clans, they had made significant progress. The zebra females had gathered several bamboo sticks and utilized the methods Jiang Xinghua had taught them to weave baskets and plates. Indeed, Jiang Xinghua required these items, as they were essential for her journey to Ragewind City. Many items were necessary for trade. As Jiang Xinghua approached with Qin Zhua and Qin Yin, Bai Ting happened to spot them. "Sister Xinghua, what brings you here?" Bai Ting's heart brimmed with joy, for her cub had awakened its powers, and now all the males and females of the zebra clan understood that brighter days lay ahead. Thus, upon seeing Xinghua, they regarded her as a benefactor that I wished to select a suitable location to construct kills. "Do you agree? We also need a place to store the pottery." The busy zebra beastmen had not anticipated such good fortune would come to them first. "Of course, we will assist you. If you require our aid, do not hesitate to ask," Bai Ting pledged wholeheartedly. Jiang Xinghua regarded the capable young female with curiosity. "Bai Ting, although the Jiuyin tribe is vast, each clan has chosen its own chieftain. For significant matters in the future, we can discuss them collectively. I will address this with a chieftain." Bai Ting nodded. "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Bai Ting had not expected Jiang Xinghua to inquire about this, and shook her head. "Not at the moment. What do you think of yourself? Your cub is the only one in the zebra clan with abilities, and you're more intelligent than the rest." Jiang Xinghua understood that, although females possessed reproductive capabilities in this era, with more females than males, a female could have many mates, yet the position of chieftain was likely reserved for the holy maiden of the Snake Clan. Other tribes had not afforded females the opportunity to become chieftains. Bai Ting furrowed her brow, glancing at the tribe members behind her. She was well aware of her father's instructions, yet he had rarely provided her with opportunities. Jiang Xinghua stared at Bai Ting for a long time, hoping that each clan would have a suitable leader, facilitating her future business dealings. However, she wondered whether Bai Ting had contemplated this matter thoroughly. Bai Ting could not act on her own accord. She needed to consult with the other beastmen in her tribe. While it was permissible for the female beastmen, the male ones posed a different challenge. Jiang Xinghua nodded, refraining from pressing further. Following Qin Zhua and Qin Yin, they arrived at a suitable location, an open area at the foot of a mountain, entirely unoccupied and ideal for constructing kills. Chapter 69. Entering Ragewind City, all the beastmen of the Zebra clan immediately began clearing that area. Jiang Xinghua took out a piece of bee skin and sketched the method for constructing the kills, ensuring that the knowledge would not be lost. This piece of bee skin would later become highly valuable, as everyone sought to understand how such kills were built. Jiang Xinghua, accompanied by Qin Yao and Qin Lan, studied the map as they made their way to Ragewind City. The journey was not particularly long. They set out just as the sun reached its zenith and arrived shortly thereafter. This was Jiang Xinghua's first visit to such a vast settlement of beastmen. If the previous tribe resembled a village, then this city could rival a capital. Ragewind City was indeed bustling with life, primarily inhabited by the Tsang-ing beastmen and various avian beastmen. Towering trees abounded, many of which had been transformed into tree houses. The stone houses near the ground served as places for living and trading goods. This location could be described as the largest marketplace for exchanges in the beast world, where rare items and exquisite foods could be found. Jiang Xinghua was truly witnessing a new world. Previously, she had informed Jing Sheng of how to create fire seeds, and now fire seeds were ubiquitous on the streets of Ragewind City. Some were even using them to roast Huang Di fruits. However, the strong beastmen had always preferred meat over vegetables, directly roasting their catches. Others brought back wild boars and chickens, which were promptly processed and sold. Here, such items could also be exchanged for beast crystals. On this trip, Jiang Xinghua had stocked up on numerous pottery items in her spatial storage. According to the markers on her map, the desired location should be right before them. Yet, it was nowhere in sight. Just as Jiang Xinghua contemplated the absence of an entrance to the large stone house before her, the window suddenly swung open, and Tsang Lan, dressed resplendently, pushed the door wide. To Jiang Xinghua's astonishment, he was accompanied by two other beastmen. After scrutinizing them closely, her breath nearly hitched. She knew some matters were inescapable. The person she loathed most had indeed arrived. "Sister Xinghua, this place is set aside for you by my father. Come take a look. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Xinghua gritted her teeth. glaring at the two figures standing behind Song Lan, one of whom was Tsang Ling, and the other Ling Shuang, whom Tsang Ling had brought along. Indeed, the fated arrangements of the original narrative were not so easily evaded. I am quite satisfied. Now, if you have matters to attend to, you may take your leave. Jiang Xingluo's sudden coldness left Song Lan bewildered. She had previously forgiven him, so why was her demeanor now so frosty? Song Lan scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Qingtai, and furrowed his brow. Sister Xingluo, did Qingtai not accompany you? Qingyuan and Jiang Xingluo could never possibly bring her precious daughter here. Qingyuan and Ling Shuang are destined rivals. She would never allow her kind-hearted little girl to be mistreated by Ling Shuang. Moreover, neither Qingjue nor Qingyan could be harmed by anyone. Ling Shuang, upon hearing that familiar voice, raised her gaze to the female before her and recalled that this female was the mother of the lion cub who already possessed a beast crystal. Ling Shuang remembered that cub had wind-type abilities, yet wondered why it had not come along. However, since Jiang Xingluo was present, perhaps she would soon be able to see Qingyan and Qingjue. She still remembered Qingjue's appearance, which closely resembled that of the female before her, and she quite liked it. For Qingyan, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Jiang Xingluo observed Ling Shuang's unwavering attention towards her companion and could likely guess her thoughts. Sister Xingluo, I recall you have 2 more cubs. Since we last parted, we haven't seen each other. May Songling and I visit them? Kanglin was taken aback to learn that Ling Shuang had indeed met Qingyan and Qingjue. That's not permissible. Unlike you, they are busy with their own affairs and have no time for leisure. It would be best not to disturb them, Jiang Xingluo replied, causing Ling Shuang to lower her head once more. She turned to Kanglin, Brother Kanglin, but I wish to see them. There was a misunderstanding last time we met, and I desire to clarify it. Kanglin nodded, observing the hint of grievance on Ling Shuang's delicate face. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Sister Xingluo, what do you think? Is it possible? Jiang Xingluo, seeing Ling Shuang holding Kanglin's hand, let out a cold laugh. We are preparing to open for business now. Everything at the tribe requires their assistance. It would be quite inappropriate for you to go over at this moment. Jiang Xingluo was unwilling to delve deeper into explanations with the cubs before her. Ling Shuang sensed the malice emanating from Jiang Xingluo, stemming from that day when she had jestingly pushed them into the pit. Why was this female so petty? Did she intend to monopolize her cubs for life? Ling Shuang gazed at the 2 cubs trailing behind her, and suddenly one of them glanced at her, eyes filled with disdain, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. Ling Shuang promptly turned away. Qing Yao hastily followed Jiang Xingluo, a faint sorrow etched on his brow. Jiang Xingluo remained unaware of Qing Yao's thoughts, merely observing the layout of this new place, which even boasted a staircase. Ascending the stairs, she discovered the second floor had several rooms. The city of Rage Wind was indeed impressive. Upon opening the door to one of the rooms, a grand tree came into view, complete with a large treehouse. Opening the windows of the other rooms revealed a splendid view, showcasing the advantageous positioning of this locale, offering an unobstructed panorama of the entire city. Jiang Xingluo found herself quite enamored with this place. However, if it were to serve solely as a venue for sundry trade, it would be a waste of such a prime location. Moreover, there was a courtyard below that would be better suited for a restaurant. After contemplating for a while, she felt it was indeed a fitting choice. However, to establish a restaurant, a stove would need to be constructed. Although the pottery she had made was of a reasonable size, it was not overly large. Crafting several smaller stoves would suffice. For the time being, she decided to sell pottery. Kanglin turned back to the entrance, eyeing Qing Yao and Qing Lan, having only spoken to Qingjue before. Despite their differences, Kanglin secretly hoped it was him who had come. Nevertheless, with only them present, Kanglin resolved to glean some information from the 2 cubs. As they were merely little ones, they would surely be drawn to playful things. Kanglin produced a grasshopper he had woven from straw and presented it before Qing Yao and Qing Lan. Qing Yao frowned at Kanglin, while Qing Lan displayed apparent interest in the little grasshopper. Qing Yao, Qing Lan, I actually have something I wish to ask you. If you tell me, I shall reward each of you with one of these. How does that sound? Chapter 70. Golden Crow Beastman. Qing Yao furrowed his brow, wondering if they were to be treated as mere toddlers who believe everything. He glanced at Qing Lan, surprised that this little cub, known for taking the side of others, had picked up the grasshopper and refused to let go. "What do you wish to inquire about?" "Go ahead and ask," Kanglin said, noting Qinglan's unwavering attention on the straw grasshopper, realizing he might elicit some information from his cub. Qingyao's expression shifted as he turned to Qinglan. "Why do you want something that belongs to someone else, Qinglan? Can't you be more sensible?" Qingyao snatched the item from Qinglan's hands and tossed it back to Kanglin. "We have no need for your trinkets, nor do we wish to answer your questions." Qinglan's gaze followed the grasshopper as it was thrown away, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Yet upon meeting Qingyao's stern gaze, he held his tongue, refraining from speaking out. Eldest and second brothers had advised him that all must heed the third brother's words, prioritizing their mother's feelings. Their mother had been displeased earlier, and now the third brother appeared equally unsettled. Did Kanglin do something wrong? Kanglin noticed Qinglan's silence and turned to Qingyao, who glared at him as if he had committed a grave sin. However, Kanglin had done nothing wrong. He wished for things to be different. "Qingyao, then tell me, what have I done wrong?" Qingyao regarded Kanglin with suspicion, observing his troubled expression, unable to suppress a disdainful glance. He had thought his eldest brother rather foolish. But Kanglin proved even more so. How had he failed to perceive that the young female harbored such malevolent intentions? He had suddenly heard her thoughts. That young female, despite her tender age, wished for his elder and second brothers to be her beast husbands, even contemplating harm against their mother. Such duplicitous and wicked females were truly detestable to him. "Why did you bring that female here? Are you two such close friends?" "Previously, when our mother took my elder and second brothers hunting, she pushed them into a pit." The moment Qingyao opened his mouth, he could not restrain himself, inadvertently revealing everything he had overheard. Yet it seemed they had not caught his words. He was unsure of what transpired. Qingyao raised his gaze to Kanglin, who snorted derisively. "Oh, it is. However, she is a female of the Snake Clan, an esteemed guest among us. Rest assured, I will not allow her to disturb you any further." As Jiang Xinghua descended from the second floor, she overheard Kanglin's explanation. Upon stepping down, she noticed that Ling Shuang and Songling had already departed. Kanglin hastily placed 2 grasshopper figures he had woven on the table before rushing out. Qinglan looked at the items on the table, uncertain whether to claim them. Qingyao glanced at Jiang Xinghua, instantly lowering his head, hoping their mother had not overheard his earlier words. He too was unsure of the veracity of what he had heard. But he was genuinely frightened. What if that little female truly intended to harm their mother? Jiang Xinghua picked up the items on the table, realizing the cubs were fond of Kanglin. There were matters she could not impede, and thus she could only strive to protect those around her. She organized the pottery she had made and placed them on the wooden shelves downstairs, alongside some woven baskets and the remaining lemon honey tea. After tidying up, the upstairs was prepared for habitation. However, they were now hungry. This the place where the city lord spoke of making baskets and pots. Today, they have surprisingly opened for business. Jiang Xinghua pondered what to prepare for lunch. As both cubs were famished, suddenly, a deep voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see a tall male beast man, nearly 1.9 meters in height, entering the premises. His expression was stern as he surveyed the surroundings. And it was Jiang Xinghua's first time conducting business so formally, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. The man directly approached the largest pot and lifted it, asking, "What will this cost?" So soon, they were open for business. Jiang Xinghua's goal was to trade for beast crystals and beast skins. She assessed the pot size and promptly replied, 2 red beast crystals. Smaller items may be exchanged for beast skins, but the larger ones will require beast crystals. Observing the male's reaction, he produced 2 or 4 red beast crystals from his person and took another pot in his arms. 2 pots for crystals for you. Jiang Xinghua nodded, watching as the first customer departed. Outside, a crowd of beastmen, including several elegantly dressed young females, had gathered, their attire far more lavish than the patched beast skin skirts worn by the residents of Jian tribe. They peered in curiously, eager to see more. Jiang Xinghua suddenly recalled the lip balm and lipstick she had made previously, realizing she still had quite a bit left. If she did not present them now, when would she? The beastmen of Ragewind City were quite affluent. Even if she could trade for some salt, it would be worth it. However, she needed to contemplate what items could be exchanged for salt and which ones for beast crystals or skins. Jiang Xinghua had not anticipated such fruitful exchanges today, but after the first transaction, a second followed. Yet, some customers directly returned the pottery and bamboo baskets she had crafted, leading to doubts. Jiang Xinghua noticed some patrons linger, examining her wares for an extended period before one abruptly picked up a pot, seemingly intent on smashing it to the ground. Wait, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Xinghua gazed at the orc before her. Unlike the other falcon orcs, this one bore fiery patterns on his forehead and was adorned in more lavish furs than the ordinary orcs in this place. She was aware that this city housed the Jinwu orcs, but she had not anticipated their arrival in such a brazen manner. If they had merely come to question her, it would have been understandable. However, to smash her belongings upon entry was utterly unreasonable. Anger flared in Jiang Xinghua's brow. Yet the male Jinwu merely chuckled and proceeded to shatter the object he held in his grasp. Fragments of pottery scattered across the ground, and Jiang Xinghua retaliated with a kick to the back of the Jinwu male, who clearly did not expect such a direct assault. He stumbled forward, his hands landing on the shards, instantly lacerating his palms. With a cold huff, Jiang Xinghua remarked, "This pot of mine, crafted with utmost beauty, demands 4 red beast crystals that if you intend to destroy it, so be it. I shall ensure you pay for it, piece by piece." The surrounding orcs, observing her defiance, hesitated to intervene, for the falcon orcs had long been subjugated by the Jinwu clan in this city, let alone other factions. You, a mere cat clan orc, dare to demand beast crystals from me. Do you wish to be expelled from this city? Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow, noting the Jinwu orc-esque gaze fixed on her. Laced with provocation, it appeared he felt invulnerable. Chapter 71. The mental control of Qingyao Jiang Xinghua had encountered many peculiarities since her arrival, initially believing that Angerwind City would embody a certain level of civilization. However, it became apparent that she had been overly optimistic. Thoughtless provocateurs existed in every clan, including the seemingly exalted Jinwu. Am I to be dictated by your whims as to whether I can remain in this city? Jiang Xinghua shot a frosty glance at the Jinwu, only to be taken aback as he transformed within the confines of the room into a majestic golden bird, its wings unfurling in a flurry, while fireballs erupted from beneath them. The Jinwu clan's fire-based abilities were indeed formidable. Although much of her dwelling was constructed of stone, a significant portion relied on wooden support. Cat Clan female, if you depart Angerwind City, consider today's events as though they never occurred. Should you continue to provoke me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness towards your kin. The once charming golden bird revealed a menacing side as it spoke. Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow, evading the fireballs whilst ushering her 2 young ones away. She observed the orcs who had previously lined up to exchange pottery retreat in panic. Each male of the Jinwu clan had awakened fire-based abilities, with even the females proving significantly stronger than the average. They resembled divine sparks bestowed upon the mortal realm, inherently powerful. The mere thought of Jiang Xinghua daring to challenge them was unfathomable to the falcon orcs, who had witnessed the devastation of uncontrolled fires claiming lives in the past. Yet, none dared to voice their concerns. Would this female and her 2 offspring follow the same tragic path? Quickly, inform the city lord. This is his domain, and the Jinwu must not be allowed to act with impunity. Among the crowd, a small falcon flew forth, but the Jinwu acted swiftly, launching a fireball that struck the little falcon. Its feathers ignited instantly, and Jiang Xinghua hurriedly dashed to grab a basin of water, dousing the fallen creature. The small falcon transformed back into its human form, its skin scorched and disfigured, tears streaming down its face. Mother, am I to perish? It hurts so much. Jiang Xinghua's heart ached as she gazed upon the young one, who was but a year or 2 older than her own offspring. Who taught you to wield your powers against innocent orcs? Jiang Xinghua was no healer. The injuries sustained by the young falcon could only be treated by a shaman, yet she had not anticipated such rampant arrogance from the Jinwu clan. We are a race blessed by the beast god. Even if you were wounded by my flames, he should be grateful. Jiang Xinghua had never before encountered such shameless rhetoric, which shattered her understanding of morality, though this world was inherently different from her own. The privileged Jinwu clan was utterly infuriating. What, you find this unacceptable? If so, I would not hesitate to let my flames consume you and your superfluous spawn. Jiang Xinghua began to retreat, astonished that Jinwu still sought to harm her young. This baseless animosity struck her as ludicrous. If that were the case, why engage in further discourse? The falcon orcs present, witnessing the transformation of the small falcon into a charred form, dared not relay any warnings. Remaining frozen in place, Jiang Xinghua grasped her whip, aware that her powers were hardly formidable. Merely an orange crystal orc, yet she must protect her offspring from harm. Qing Yao and Qing Lan retreated, seething with frustration at their lack of abilities. Had their elder brothers been present, this scoundrel of the Jinwu would surely not have dared to threaten their mother. Third brother, Qing Lan called out to Qing Yao, who seemed unresponsive, his eyes tinged with a peculiar shade of purple. Set apart from his siblings, as Qing Lan's calls went unanswered, he noticed the intensity of that purple deepening, his brother fixating intently on the Jinwu's great bird. Look at me, Qing Yao murmured incessantly, his inner strength compelling him to eliminate the malevolent entity before him. He could control it. Qing Lan, witnessing his brother's trance, felt a surge of fear, unable to comprehend his brother's state. Yet Qing Yao's potent mental force allowed him to perceive the Jinwu male's every nefarious thought. Kill the female who brings new fire to Angerwind City. If it were not for her disseminating this spark, our Jinwu clan would not lack for beast crystals. She must perish. New fire. It stems from the teachings of our mother to the city lord. Is it any wonder the Jinwu are displeased? Qing Yao articulated everything he had gleaned, inciting a furious uproar among the falcon orcs. The Jinwu, blessed with innate fire, had seized everything they had toiled for. Now, after laboriously discovering their own means of producing fire, they directed their ire towards the female who had bestowed the gift. Who? The Jinwu male's avian eyes darted, his mind reeling. How could this seemingly insignificant child perceive his intentions? Mother, strike him! Qing Yao exerted the last vestiges of his mental power to control the enormous bird before him. The Jinwu realized he could no longer govern his own actions. Jiang Xinglua's whip cracked against Jinwu, causing several golden feathers to cascade to the ground. Seizing the moment, she pursued the unsteady bird, delivering over 20 lashes, the electrical surges nearly incapacitating him. He had never fathomed that this female possessed lightning abilities. An affinity typically awakened only by the White Tiger clan, envoys of the beast god. How could a mere cat clan female wield such power? The Jinwu attempted to rise, but his talons lacked strength. Though clarity slowly returned to his mind, his gaze sharpened, falling upon the child. Cursed spawn, it is you who has manipulated me with your mental prowess. The Jinwu gathered his strength, launching a fireball towards Qing Yao and Qing Lan. Qing Lan clutched his brother and fled desperately. Yet Qing Yao suffered a backlash from his own power, his head throbbing painfully. Mother! Third brother is unwell. Jiang Xinghua turned, rushing towards them, but before she could reach them, a falcon swooped down, snatching both children and transporting them to safety. The falcon landed, transforming into a tall, strikingly handsome figure, his gaze upon Jiang Xinghua imbued with a hint of awe. You are Xinghua? Chapter 72. A wager. Jiang Xinghua had no time to respond. She immediately bent down to examine her children, relieved to find them unharmed. She turned to the imposing figure behind her offspring and stood upright, expressing her gratitude and no need for thanks. It is my duty. Jiang Xinghua regarded the surrounding falcon orcs, who looked upon the towering male with a glimmer of hope that it was Lord Yujian, the one who upheld the law. Had he not been away on a journey? Why had he returned now? Jiang Xinghua possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the regulations in Ragewind City. However, upon overhearing numerous orcs discussing her identity, she realized that Ragewind City indeed had an initial framework akin to a penal code. Offenses such as harming ordinary tribesfolk, theft, and taking lives were subject to varying degrees of punishment. The esteemed Lord Yujian was the first to propose the establishment of these rules. Yet he felt that his regulations were still insufficiently refined. Consequently, he departed a few years prior, seeking to observe how other tribes formulated their systems of justice. Now, having returned from his travels, he bore witness to the unfolding events before him. Jiang Xinghua gazed up at the imposing male before her, who towered a head taller than she. His demeanor radiated an unwavering righteousness, and his indifferent gaze suggested he was an orc devoid of bias. She had not anticipated the existence of such a figure in Ragewind City. However, she wondered if the Jinwu clan would receive any favoritism under his authority. My lord, Jinping has harmed Xiao Zhong, and he is but a cub. He was incinerated by Jinping's fire. An orc from the Kanjing tribe seemed to have found a confidant, his voice trembling as he spoke, while the other members of the Kanjing tribe hung their heads in shame. The loss of their defenseless cub was a grievous fault on their part. In Ragewind City, deliberately inflicting harm, even upon a cub under 10 years of age, warranted a life sentence. Eugen's voice was cold and resolute, lacking even a trace of hesitation as he directly pronounced judgment upon Jinping, the self-important member of the Jinwu tribe, in front of all present. Jinping glared furiously at the male standing before him, immediately transforming into his human form, revealing numerous marks from Jiang Xinglao's previous assault. Eugen, have you forgotten that your punishments are intended for your own kin? The Jinwu tribe falls outside your jurisdiction. Observing the standoff between Jinping and Eugen, Jiang Xinglao discerned that Jinping harbored no fear of Eugen. It appeared that the Jinwu tribe held an exceptionally high status in this world. Everything I established is applicable to all orcs in Ragewind City. Are you planning to leave and migrate? Do not forget, the rainy season is approaching. The Avian tribe was most fearful of rain. However, given Ragewind City's relatively elevated terrain, if the Jinwu tribe intended to depart now, it would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. Eugen seemed to have accurately gauged their intentions, hence his remark. Nonetheless, Jiang Xinglao had taken note of the term rainy season. What did it signify? The seriousness with which these individuals spoke suggested that the rainy season was a calamity. She raised her gaze to the sky, then cast her eyes upon Jinping, realizing that they were indeed a tribe with no place to dwell. How absurd it was that they resided in another's territory without the slightest sense of gratitude. Since Eugen was capable of resolving this matter, she prepared to return and assess the damage to her belongings. Many of her possessions had been destroyed, and if she could sell them to the orcs, she might acquire a considerable amount of beast crystals. Yet, Jinping's fireballs had indeed wreaked havoc upon far too many items. Outside, Jinping and Eugen continued their standoff. Jiang Xinglao meticulously inventoried her belongings before addressing Eugen. Before he is imprisoned, he ought to compensate for the treatment required for the cub he injured, as well as for the items he damaged of mine. Would you not agree, Lord Eugen? Eugen turned his gaze toward Jiang Xinglao, her eyes shimmering with determination. Her slender figure and graceful curves stirred something within him. Initially, he had been struck by her defiance, but her beauty was also striking. The cold facade he typically maintained nearly faltered at that moment. He nodded. You speak rightly. He must make amends for the consequences of his actions. Jiang Xinglao nodded in satisfaction. The severely injured young Kanjing had already been taken away, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Most of my belongings have been destroyed. That I estimate I require 200 red beast crystals, 100 animal skins, and a bag of salt. Upon hearing Jiang Xinglao's demand, Jinping surged forward, intent on attacking her. But Eugen swiftly intervened, subduing him. This was the first time Jiang Xinglao had witnessed such swiftness. Did the Kanjing tribe's abilities allow for instantaneous movement after awakening? It was astonishing, rivaling the speed of light. Eugen, did you not hear what that female said? How could her trifling possessions possibly be worth so much? In truth, they were not worth that much, but her belongings were hers to value as she saw fit. After all, there was no other like it in the beast world. Are you suggesting you refuse to compensate? Jiang Xinglao regarded Jinping with suspicion as he looked toward Eugen, who seemed particularly inclined to favor the female. Jinping, being rather dense, failed to grasp the situation. Jiang Xinglao, however, was indifferent to Eugen's thoughts. Her focus remained on the item she had crafted, which would have allowed the orcs of Ragewind City to enjoy cooked meals in advance. Yet now, with all the large pottery shattered, time would be wasted. The tribe's few kills had only just begun operation. Even if they produced another batch of pottery, it would consume considerable time. Logically, these losses should fall upon Jinping. Thus her demands were hardly excessive. Yes, your worthless items were merely burned by fire. I could recreate one by tomorrow. and return it to you. Jinping, brimming with arrogance, found Jiang Xingluo's challenge amusing if he could accomplish such a feat. He would relish the opportunity to do so, yet he could not simply concede to her demands that I will grant you this opportunity, but should you fail to produce it, do my losses simply vanish. Yu Jian turned to Jiang Xingluo, her smile illuminated by the sun, making her appear even more enchanting. Yu Jian's ears tinged red, prompting him to avert his gaze. What do you propose? Jinping, irritated by Jiang Xingluo's presence, found her beauty irksome, yet every action she took only heightened his annoyance. However, the quantities of beast crystals and animal skins he needed were far beyond what his clan possessed. He merely sought to save face for his uncle, unaware that this sharp-tongued female would prove troublesome. Now, he had no other recourse. Jiang Xingluo smiled. Let us wager. Let us see if you can indeed create a ceramic pot that, if you succeed, even if it is unappealing, that shall count as a victory for you, that I shall relinquish all claims and depart from Ragewind City, and all our dealings will be settled. Jiang Xingluo's terms were tempting, yet whether Jinping could fulfill them remained uncertain. Chapter 73. The young master stands beside me upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's proposal. Jinping's mind raced with visions of settling their accounts and establishing a business venture. His fire abilities were formidable. Crafting such clay items should pose little challenge. Jiang Xingluo was a fool to dare wager against him so boldly. He rose with a smile. Very well, you have my word. Do not regret this. Jiang Xingluo nodded, replying, I am not one to go back on my word. I shall uphold my promise without regret, with Lord Yu Jian and all the tribesmen as witnesses. Yu Jian regarded Jiang Xingluo, realizing that this wager was a guaranteed win for her. Jinping had underestimated the situation. Yu Jian sighed, addressing Jinping. If you lose, you shall compensate, as Jiang Xingluo stated, with no objections allowed. How does that sound? Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by Yu Jian's sudden proclamation. She had intended to demand double compensation from Jinping, but now it seemed that her intentions had been discerned by this fair and just enforcer. Ah well, since her cunning plan had been uncovered, it would have to be abandoned out of course. I shall honor my commitment and stand by my word. If he could indeed fulfill the challenge, she would be compelled to concede. Jinping was almost certain Jiang Xingluo would come to regret her decision, and soon everything would belong to him. Yu Jian, curious about the nature of Jiang Xingluo's creations, had heard from Jing Sheng about the intelligence of this female, which piqued his interest. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a scene. Observing the wreckage within Jiang Xingluo's abode, he noted that nearly all her possessions lay in shambles. However, among the debris, a few intact ceramic pots caught his eye. He picked up the small jars, noting they still had lids. These containers were suitable for holding salt, small items, and even cooking substances. Yu Jian had previously seen the two pots brought back by Feng Shui, and when he set one atop the fire, it heated up without cracking. The water inside boiled, and the grains transformed into a delicious, steaming dish. He had not yet had the chance to taste it, but was eager to acquire a similar pot. For unbeknownst to others, he was a beast man with a profound appreciation for culinary delights. As Yu Jian examined the somewhat rough, small jars, he decided they were the only remnants of value amidst the shattered pieces, and he wished to take them with him. Jiang Xingluo began sweeping up the broken pottery fragments with her handmade broom, but several areas bore signs of fire damage, indicating that restoration would be a considerable undertaking. Jiang Xingluo, upon hearing the cool and soothing voice, felt a blush creeping to her ears. The timbre of Yu Jian's voice was truly melodious, far surpassing that of any male lead she had ever encountered in dramas. His face, marked by a solemn yet frigid demeanor, echoed the chill of his voice. With a soft she turned to face the gentleman before her, who was delicately holding the only intact, small jar in this place with his long, slender fingers. It was the sole surviving piece, a small ceramic pot, and perhaps it was precisely its diminutive size that spared it from destruction that I desire this. What must I offer in exchange? Beast crystals or beast hides? Jiang Xingluo watched as Yu Jian unfastened a pouch made of beast hide, pouring out 2 pieces of purple beast crystals. Purple beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo could scarcely believe her eyes. If evaluated by proportion, these crystals could purchase her entire kiln. Did he possess nothing else? Was this truly insufficient? Shall I wait until I've gathered more and return a trade with you? Could you perhaps reserve this for me? Yu Jian's gaze lingered on the jar, and Jiang Xinghua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, such was the nature of Ragewind City. Every individual seemed to be a wealthy young lord. Yet, she hesitated to deceive someone as straightforward as Yu Jian. I shall gift this to you in a few days. When I acquire a pot, you may return with 2 red beast crystals for exchange. This small jar can be traded for merely 10 beast hides. 10 beast hides held little value among the inhabitants here. Thus Jiang Xinghua believed her pricing was quite reasonable. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Xinghua retrieved a bamboo tube from the shelf. Noticing that Yu Jian, still clutching the small jar, seemed reluctant to depart, It felt somewhat inappropriate for her to sip on her lemon honey water alone, considering he was a guest. However, her honey water was rather precious and would require 2 red beast crystals. After much hesitation, she resolutely placed a bamboo tube before Yu Jian. What is this? Jiang Xinghua opened the lid of the bamboo tube, releasing the sweet and tangy aroma of honey water. Yu Jian, drawn in by the scent, watched as Jiang Xinghua took several sips from another bamboo tube. This does not appear to be ordinary water. When traveling, we typically drink from our hands or use beast hides as containers. I never knew bamboo tubes could hold water, he mused. Honey lemon water, made by myself. Oh, give it a try. It is quite delightful. Jiang Xinghua explained, feeling a pang of reluctance. Why would I give it away for free? Red beast crystals are valuable and can be exchanged for a considerable amount. Yu Jian took the bamboo tube, slowly savoring the sweet and sour flavor that mingled on his palate. He had traversed the entire continent, but had never tasted anything quite like it. Jiang Xinghua mentioned that it was honey and lemon. Honey seemed related to bees, but what of lemon? What exactly was it? Yu Jian, though curious, refrained from inquiring further, as this was a personal creation of Jiang Xinghua. He pushed the 2 purple beast crystals towards her. Xinghua, this is for you. May I return to enjoy this again in the future? Jiang Xinghua was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yu Jian intended to gift her the rare purple beast crystals. The thought of how many items she would have to barter for such treasures made her feel quite embarrassed. Had he merely produced 2 red beast crystals, she would not have felt so conflicted. Do not worry. I shall return. Can this be used for a lifetime? I do not wish to impose. Jiang Xinghua met Yu Jian's gaze, realizing his straightforwardness left little room for her reluctance. After all, granting him a lifetime VIP pass was hardly something to reject. Very well. I shall reserve my best delicacies and amusements for you. I will have Qin Yao visit your residence, though I am unaware of where Lord Yu Jian resides. Jiang Xinghua blinked in curiosity at Yu Jian before he smiled and pointed behind him, indicating a treehouse nestled in the branches of a large tree. That treehouse is my abode, that I shall likely refrain from traveling henceforth. Which means I will need to trouble Xinghua more often. Jiang Xinghua was astonished that such a grand treehouse belonged to the gentleman before her. How fortuitous! The young lord resided right beside her. The greatest advantage of being in Ragewind City was that she need not worry about a lack of beast crystals to barter. Chapter 74. The young master is a fortune cat. The day and night passed swiftly, and Jiang Xinghua found herself intrigued as to whether Jin Peng possessed the intellect to craft pottery. She had granted him ample time, yet she was unprepared for Yu Jian's arrival the very next morning with a bag of grains. He looked at Xinghua, noting her possession of a pot, and believed she could concoct something akin to feng shui's creation. This is quite delectable. The raw version is less palatable. He placed the processed grains before Jiang Xinghua just as she opened the door to her dwelling. Surprised to see him bearing gifts, I bring grains favored by our avian kin. Your pot should be able to cook them. I lack a pot. Could you assist me in preparing some? Jiang Xinghua gazed at the golden kernels, marveling at their exceptional quality. Of course, she would oblige. After all, the young lord was a paying beast man, and she had no ground for refusal. Keep these here for now. You and your little ones can enjoy them together. Jiang Xinghua was astonished by his generosity. However, she remained aware that Yu Jian was a male, and since leaving the Shadow Warrior tribe, she had learned that accepting gifts from males was not something to be taken lightly. That is unnecessary. But Lord Yu Jian, could you inform me where I might find more of these grains? I would like to gather some myself. Yu Jian furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. To him, These grains were insignificant, and it was customary for females to accept offerings from males. Why then did she only have one beast husband? His ears flushed with a hint of red. His eyes clouded with uncertainty. My family possesses many if not consumed. They would spoil with the onset of the rainy season. Xinghua, you and your little ones may consume these. Yu Jian spoke the truth. During the rainy season, all food would quickly mold, rendering it unpalatable. However, if circumstances forced it, the beastmen would have no choice but to consume spoiled provisions, risking illness or worse. I see, Jiang Xinghua replied, nodding thoughtfully. She glanced outside, noting the rising heat of the day. When the weather turned unpredictable, the rainy season would surely follow, lasting for an extended period. Food preservation became challenging, and with flooding, many low-lying areas would suffer greatly. He and Jingsheng were contemplating how to find higher ground, for soon, more beastmen would seek refuge in Ragewind City, and they could not stand idly by. Jiang Xinghua sighed, her mind racing with strategies to prepare for the rainy season. She ignited a fire and set her pot on it outside her door, waiting for the cool water within to boil. A number of beastmen passed by, accustomed to cooking over flames, and many paused to observe how she placed her pot on the fire. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinghua, a crowd began to gather, curious about her cooking methods. Seizing the opportunity, she thought it prudent to promote her offerings, hoping to attract more customers in the future. She carefully controlled the heat, waiting until the water reached a rolling boil before pouring in the prepared grains. The eagle beastmen watched with growing curiosity. They had only ever consumed raw grains, unaware that a pot could be utilized in such a manner. Before long, the water transformed, taking on a soft yellow hue, and Jiang Xinghua served the porridge in a small bowl for Yu Jian and her two little ones. While Yu Jian observed the steaming dish, his eyes drawn to the small, rounded wooden spoon placed in each bowl, he watched as the two little ones scooped the porridge with their spoons, realizing the purpose of such tiny utensils. Gingerly, he lifted the spoon and took a taste, finding Jiang Xinghua's creation even more delightful than feng shui's. The scent of the porridge wafted outside, drawing the attention of the beastmen who wished to sample it. They were well acquainted with the taste of cooked food, which was markedly superior to raw fare. It appeared that this pot could indeed produce culinary delights, and it was resilient as well. Suddenly, the gathered beastmen recalled Jin Peng's claim that he could produce similar dishes. Jiang Xinghua remained unhurried. After all, less than a day had passed since their agreement. Jin Peng had left with such confidence. Yet finding suitable clay for pottery was no simple task. At least, she had not encountered any viable clay sources along her journey. Nevertheless, while pottery might not be feasible today, other offerings were still available. Dear friends, the pottery may take a few days to arrive, but I have other items. If you are interested, please do come and take a look. Jiang Xinghua's pot had already opened many eyes. She possessed even more treasures. As soon as everyone entered the room, they were astonished to see that the previously damaged areas had been impeccably restored. Above those areas, a shelf displayed an array of bamboo tubes and several small, delicately crafted boxes. Xinghua, what are those? And can these baskets be exchanged for bee skins? Of course, I can trade them for 10 bee skins. It seemed that other tribes orcs were also capable of crafting these baskets now. If Jiang Xinghua continued to seek beast crystals, it would likely prove challenging, hence the decision to trade for beast skins instead. The orcs of Ragewind City would certainly not be short of those 10 beast skins. Before long, Jiang Xinghua noticed a crowd gathering outside the door, eager to enter and exchange their goods for her baskets. She was somewhat taken aback by the number of orcs, including several young females, who were also keen to trade. Were they truly so enamored by a mere handful of baskets? She wondered if anyone might have interest in her lipsticks and lip balms. While these might be relatively simple to produce in the future, they were still quite innovative for the present. Jiang Xinghua and a few young ones collaborated efficiently. She monitored the quantity of bee skins while Qing Yao and Qing Lan handed the baskets to the eager crowd. By the time half of the long queue had passed, Jiang Xinghua had completely run out of baskets. The remaining young females who had arrived late were disappointed, having hoped to make a trade. One of the young females turned to see Jiang Xinghua sipping from a bamboo tube. Sister Xinghua, is there water in that bamboo tube? Jiang Xinghua nodded, realizing the versatility of bamboo. Perhaps next time. She could also create bamboo tube rice dumplings to sell, which would be quite profitable. Xingluo, I would also like to drink some honey lemon water, came a cool voice from Yujian. Jiang Xingluo quickly turned and handed him a bamboo tube, saying, "Here you go. Drink as much as you like." The young master was worthy of such indulgences, and many orcs in Ragewind City knew of Yujian's unique taste. What he relished, others often did too. Yet few things truly suited his palate. Oh, you still have any left, Sister Xingluo? I'd love to try some, inquired another young female. Jiang Xingluo nodded and gestured toward the wooden rack behind her, where 2 rows remained. Thanks to her spatial storage, these items retain their freshness. This requires 2 red beast crystals for exchange. Although her goods were exceptional, the orcs of Ragewind City were discerning. The young female promptly placed her beast crystals before Jiang Xingluo, who counted 10 red crystals, and she realized she still had some beast skins. Indeed, it seemed that even the most ordinary of orcs in Ragewind City possessed an abundance of beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of envy. Although all paths may lead to Rome, some are simply born there. Is there anything else you wish to exchange for? Or just this? Jiang Xingluo asked the white-haired young female from the Kanjing tribe, whose skin was notably fair. The young female appeared uncertain, glancing at Jiang Xingluo as if awaiting a recommendation. This was an opportune moment. Jiang Xingluo presented her homemade lip balm and lipstick, placing them in front of her. This is lipstick, and this is lip balm. Would you like a try? Using them can enhance your beauty. Seizing the chance to promote her wares, Jiang Xingluo was determined not to miss the opportunity to earn beast crystals. What are these? The young females expressed curiosity. Jiang Xingluo applied a bit of her lipstick to her lips, instantly adding color and enhancing her overall appearance. Yujian, for the first time, learned from a female what it meant to be beautiful. It dawned on him that beauty was not merely about strength or fertility. Jiang Xingluo applied a bit to the young female before asking, "What do you think? Do you like it?" In a world devoid of mirrors, Jiang Xingluo could only place a basin of clean water on the table, allowing them to glimpse their reflections. The young female blushed upon seeing her image in the water. What about the other one? What color is it? Jiang Xingluo lifted the lid of the other container, revealing a transparent substance that astonished onlookers. Naturally, the females would prefer something with color over the colorless option. Jiang Xingluo confidently explained the differences between the 2 products, leaving the choice to them. The lipstick required 2 red beast crystals, while the lip balm was priced at just 1. Jiang Xingluo's subsequent training could also utilize red beast crystals, albeit in larger quantities, as her previous advancement had absorbed all her crystals. Thus, she needed to prepare more. "Can I exchange all my remaining beast crystals for these?" Jiang Xingluo nodded, pleased to accept the high-value trade. However, she had a limited supply of these items, and word of her lipsticks spread quickly, causing the line outside to swell with eager buyers, both males and females, all clutching beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo sighed. It seemed her reputation had spread like wildfire, drawing many to her for lipstick and lip balm. Yet with her limited stock, she could not allow everyone to take as much as they desired. Thus, she devised a plan to impose a purchase limit. Each person could buy a maximum of 2 lip balms and 1 lipstick. Many young females expressed their dissatisfaction but felt powerless to resist. Ultimately, they accepted Jiang Xingluo's terms. "These items will last you quite a while, that I will make more to trade with you later." All right. Upon hearing that more would be produced in the future, the young females sighed in relief. However, those at the back of the queue would have to leave empty-handed, as Jiang Xingluo's supplies had been entirely depleted. Looking at the pile of beast crystals before her, which had amassed to nearly half a wooden box, Jiang Xingluo was astonished. She decided to store them in her spatial storage, along with the hundreds of beast skins she had collected. Upon emerging from her space once more, she retrieved several eggs and some wheat flour she had brought from the Jian tribe. She intended to trade a few bee skins for some meat to prepare a meal of noodles for lunch. The space was insufficient. If only it were a bit more spacious, she could set up a proper cooking station. Observing the area outside, it appeared adequately spacious. Perhaps she could construct a cooking station using stones. As Jiang Xingluo contemplated her plans, having sold out her goods, she resolved to gather some appropriately sized stones from the vicinity. Moreover, the orcs here were unfamiliar with constructing cooking stations, and the concept of pots needed to be popularized alongside it. Just as she was about to share her intentions, she noticed Jin Ping approaching her, cradling something in his arms. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was holding a clay pot, crafted by hand and baked over a fire. The clay, now charred at IT, was quite the feat, though rather unrefined. "Look, this is the pot you made. I've created one too. Now you must give me your space and absolve my debts, including the material for the injured little Kanjing's treatment. Which you will also assist with, right?" Jinping's demeanor was confrontational, and Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle. "But my pot can cook and boil water. Would you care to test yours?" Jinping nodded, and Jiang Xinghua smiled, thinking he seemed capable of accepting defeat, though she wondered if he could handle the consequences. "Then let's place it here. Qinglan, please summon Lord Yujian to witness this." Jin Peng gazed at Jiang Xinghua with eyes that sparkled, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of her defeat. In fact, she appeared to be quite eager for the events that were to unfold. His serious gaze was fixed on the dark pot before him, a creation born from countless failures, a venture that must not encounter any mishap. This clever female was too astute to be outmaneuvered by her cunning. Jiang Xinghua, however, was indifferent. She turned and retreated into the house, emerging shortly after with a cup of water, her thirst insatiable in the increasingly sweltering weather, which demanded a considerable daily intake. She pondered how long this abnormal climate would persist. Chapter 76. Denial of Accountability. Jin Peng focused intently on the pot, while Jiang Xinghua's own pot lay nearby. When comparing the two, it was evident that her pot was indeed more exquisite. Yet, aesthetic appeal held little value. Jin Peng believed his creation was equally competent. As long as it could boil water and cook food, he would not have to witness this female snatching away the wealth that rightfully belonged to their Jinwu clan in the city of Fury Wind. Yu Jian accompanied Jiang Xinghua to the doorway, carrying a half basin of water, which he poured directly into Jin Peng's pot. He then attempted to ignite a fire with a flint, but Jin Peng pushed him aside, asserting that he possessed his own fire source, dismissing Yu Jian's as impure. Jiang Xinghua found this amusing. After all, it was merely a fire source. What difference did purity make? However, she chose to let him proceed as he wished. Jin Peng conjured a flame of just the right size from his palm and ignited the dry twigs and grass beneath the pot. The flame sprang to life, and the water within began to emit an unusual odor. Soon, water started leaking from the numerous gaps in the pot, and before long, it transformed into a puddle of mud. Jin Peng observed in disbelief. "This cannot be. Jiang Xinghua's creations are also made of clay. Why is there such a disparity? What is happening? Did you deliberately sabotage my work? It must be so. My pot could not possibly be at fault." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by Jin Peng's refusal to take responsibility. It was truly pathetic for him to blame others for his own shortcomings. "You have already lost, yet you refuse to admit it," she retorted, unperturbed by his petty nature and his penchant for malicious speculation about others. As long as he could bear the consequences, it mattered little to her. "No, it is you who have destroyed my creation. Yu Jian, you witnessed it. This female has ruined my work. She claimed I could produce it, yet it is merely a mud pot. I made it, as she said. But she never specified its usability." Jiang Xinghua recognized the sheer audacity of his argument, that why Yu Jian frowned at Jin Peng. Realizing this presented an opportunity, a chance to discipline the Jinwu clan. Indeed, Lord Yu Jian was present. Why not allow him to advise us on how to proceed? Jiang Xinghua fixed her steady gaze on Jin Peng, who felt an overwhelming dread wash over him under her unblinking stare. The whip in her hand crackled with electrical energy, a power he had previously experienced and knew he could not escape. The prospect of a direct confrontation with her filled him with terror, prompting him to retreat step by step, ultimately transforming into his beast form and taking flight. Jiang Xinghua had not anticipated Jin Peng's cowardice. She had assumed that the males of the Jinwu clan would possess some degree of fortitude. Her estimation of this tribe had evidently been overly generous. With him fleeing, she turned to Yu Jian, who frowned as well, realizing he could not escape the city of Fury Wind due to his poor sense of direction. Jiang Xinghua nearly laughed upon hearing Yu Jian's remark. It seemed the Jinwu clan indeed suffered from a common ailment, a lack of navigational skills. She found it amusing that a race capable of flight could be so directionally challenged. Fortunately, they resided in a world of beasts. Had this been her advanced era, they would be colliding with aircraft on a daily basis. I shall seek him out, Yu Jian declared before soaring into the sky. This was the first time Jiang Xinghua had witnessed his beast form, a magnificent, sleek eagle with piercing eyes that vanished in an instant. His teleportation ability appeared quite useful. Turning back, she was surprised to find Song Lan had brought 2 wooden carvings. The eagle beastmen were known for their affinity for carving, as their sharp claws allowed them to create beautiful pieces, particularly the young ones who excelled at this craft. Song Lan presented a small bird carving to Qing Yao and Qing Lan. Qing Yao scrutinized the wooden figure with a stern expression, while Qing Lan expressed her gratitude to Song Lan. Could you take this back for Qing Yuan? Jiang Xinghua furrowed her brow at the small lion carving Song Lan produced. Recognizing his intention to curry favor with Qing Yuan, Jiang Xinghua's lips twitched in annoyance. Her cub was merely a few years old, yet this boy had already set his sights on her. She hoped he would abandon such thoughts soon. You should keep your creation. Qing Yuan may not appreciate it. As the words left her mouth, she felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were a cruel mother. Yet her instinct was to protect her cub. Could Song Lan truly transcend his established persona? She could not fathom it, but this world had already deviated from the original narrative, and she remained uncertain about how events would unfold. Very well, Qing Lan, please take it back for your sister. After all, it is a token of Song Lan's goodwill. As she relented, her heart remained in turmoil. She could only hope Song Lan would not follow the same trajectory as depicted in the original story. Sister Xinghua, thank you. Rest assured, I've already sent Ling Shuang away with Song Ling, Qing Lan stated. Jiang Xinghua was taken aback. This was unexpected. Do you not like Ling Shuang? Song Lan shook his head. The Serpent Clan Saintess is my aunt, but I bear no resemblance to her. I dislike her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghua felt a sense of surprise. This was contrary to the original portrayal. Song Lan's disdain for Ling Shuang was evident. Yet she was puzzled as to why he had previously accompanied her. She chose not to question it further, knowing that the words of a child must be taken with a grain of salt. When Yu Jian returned with Jin Peng, Jiang Xinghua was astonished to see him followed by a large entourage of exquisitely dressed beastmen, all with flowing golden hair. These must be the entirety of the Jinwu clan. Was it not enough to simply bring Jin Peng back? The spectacle left her dumbfounded. What has been destroyed, and how much is owed? I shall compensate you. Suddenly, a voice, slightly aged yet commanding, broke through the air. Jiang Xinghua looked up to see a golden-haired Jinwu beastman, his expression stern, appearing less like one who came to offer compensation and more like one seeking retribution. Chapter 77. Jinwu beastman, Jin Tang, Jiang Xinghua, promptly articulated her account. Laying out the facts clearly, the beastman named Lei Chun seethed. How could he have possibly caused you so much damage? This amount of beast crystals is outrageous, while beast skins held little value. Beast crystals were a different matter altogether. Though the Jinwu clan possessed the ability to obtain them, they struggled to control fire. When they ventured out to hunt, they risked igniting uncontrollable blazes, which is why they had always relied on the Songyin clan for provisions and fire exchanges. For years, they had never lacked for food, but now they found themselves burdened with an enormous debt. Was the item Jiang Xinghua possessed truly so extraordinary? Step aside. Lord Yu Jian, my cub's injuries are irreparable. Little Zhong can no longer fly. His life is ruined. He possessed an ability, yet now he cannot take to the skies. What are we to do? Jiang Xinghua felt a chill run down her spine as a female wept. Clutching Yu Jian's garment, it was the mother of a young Song Ying who had left to deliver a message. Jin Peng, it is your fault. Who told you to use fire against my cub? You wretched creature. Little Zhong merely sought to inform the city lord of your misdeeds. Why did you have to resort to such actions? Jiang Xinghua understood her anguish. After all, she too was a mother and could empathize with her plight. Jin Peng, are you using your abilities to harm others here? The voice of Lei Chun resonated with authority, carrying an unmistakable note of displeasure. Jin Peng cast a glance at Lei Chun, bowing his head in uncertainty. Unsure how to proceed, suddenly, another youth from the Jinwu clan appeared, standing boldly before Lei Chun. Grandfather, what harm has befallen that eagle beast man? We must hasten to provide him with treatment. Any punitive matters can be addressed later. Jiang Xinghua listened intently to the child's words, observing as he turned to face her his golden hair standing upright, his expression serene, yet his eyes a striking green. No, he is Jin Tang. He is the Beastman consort of Ling Shuang from the original tale. A remarkably exceptional consort and the father of her first offspring. How is it that she encounters such individuals? Jiang Xinghua felt a mix of anger and amusement, first with Song Lan and now with Jin Tang. It was truly laughable. I have heard that Song Lan was rescued in the Jiyan tribe. I wonder if Sister Xinghua could escort that young beastman back to Jiyan for treatment that I asked for the resources required. Our clan will bear all the costs. Jin Tang spoke candidly, having already said all the right things, leaving Jiang Xinghua with no excuse to decline. Yes, Sister Xinghua, Sister Huayan will surely be able to save Xiao Zhong. Shall we take him? Song Lan looked at Xinghua with pleading eyes. Jiang Xinghua nodded, unfurling her wings to allow the two cubs to perch upon her back. Jin Tang carried Xiao Zhong, and Song Lan followed closely behind. The group swiftly arrived at the Jiyan tribe. Upon landing, Huayan and Sun Ran were tending to Chua's injured wrist. Senrin's wood elemental powers had now advanced beyond the orange tier, enhancing his healing abilities significantly, and the affliction on Chihua's wrist was nearly resolved. Jin Tang watched in astonishment as Senrin's power flowed steadily, having only heard of the wood elemental abilities but never witnessing them firsthand. Previously, he knew this power was akin to a communion with nature, a gift from the beast gods to the weaker beastmen. Yet in recent years, such awakenings have become increasingly rare. Yet here it was. And Jin Tang could sense a remarkable comfort enveloping him, as if a mysterious force surrounded them. He gently placed Xiao Zhong within Jiang Xinghua's wooden dwelling. Xiao Zhong was gravely injured, his skin oozing pus, a sight that pained even Sun Ran to behold. And no wonder Xiao Zhong's mother wept so desperately. It was distressing for Jiang Xinghua to witness. Huayan retrieved her prepared herbs, grinding them into a paste to apply to Xiao Zhong's wounds. In this world, even basic bandages were scarce, and the careless use of fire elemental powers could only lead to further harm. Jiang Xinghua sighed, observing Xiao Zhong's swollen, tear-streaked eyes. When Xingyuan emerged, gnawing on a chicken leg, she immediately spotted the injured Xiao Zhong. Sun Ran continued to channel his power for recovery, relieved that his strength had improved somewhat. Jin Tang and Song Lan watched as the wounds on Xiao Zhong's face began to heal under the influence of the wood elemental power. However, Senrin's energy was limited. He could only mend some of the facial burns. While the remaining injuries required more time, he could feel his strength waning. Qingyuan reached out to grasp Senrin's hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. And Sun Ran felt a surge of immense power envelop him. Brother Sun Ran, please try again. Nodding, Sun Ran extended his hand to continue channeling his energy to the young beastman before him. Instantly, Xiao Zhong's skin began to mend, even the pus-filled sores fading away. Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by her cub's remarkable strength. Her little Qingyan was indeed formidable. However, she knew this child would soon be hungry, and she would need to procure some tasty food from Jin Tang. After all, they had grown weary of vegetables and genuinely craved fresh meat. All the beastmen present observed with clarity as Xiao Zhong's wounds neared full recovery, while burns were typically slow to heal. The presence of the wood elemental power seemed to transform the weaker beastmen into natural healers. Jin Tang exhaled in relief, turning to Huayan and Sun Ran, who had successfully healed Xiao Zhong, and bowed in gratitude. I appreciate your efforts. Should you desire any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to ask. Huayan glanced toward Xingyuan, noticing her pale complexion, and gently touched her hand, realizing how much power the child had expended. Please send over some additional meat. As for other compensations, I will require 100 orange beast crystals. Huayan's request was substantial, yet she understood it was justified given the energy expended by Qingyan. Jiang Xinghua looked at Qingyuan's pallid face and immediately lifted her into her arms. Jin Tang's gaze remained fixed on the plump little female, realizing that this child was indeed Jiang Xinghua's daughter. 100 orange beast crystals is no issue, but as for the meat, may I return to the city to procure some? Jin Tang explained calmly to Huayan. Before she could respond, he approached Qingyan, offering her the medicinal pills he had previously prepared. After consuming them, her complexion improved significantly. Chapter 78. The little glutton Qing Yuan and Jiang Xinghua had not anticipated that by leaving Qing Yuan beside Hua Yin, the latter would create a special remedy for her. Jiang Xinghua felt a wave of relief. It appeared that Hua Yin was a natural healer, with a commendable understanding of medicinal concoctions. Observing Qing Yuan's poor condition, Song Lan promptly produced a fruit and offered it to her. "Qing Yin, do you not enjoy delicious treats? This golden fruit was saved just for you from my father beast. Will you eat it?" Jin Tang noticed the radiant fruit, which was exceedingly rare, cultivated only by the beast god's emissaries. Song Lan was so generous as to give it to this little cub, even though female beastmen were rare, and this cub's mother had birthed 6 offspring. But she was merely a wandering female beastman. Song Lan's eyes glistened with emotion as he gazed at Qing, leaving Jiang Xinghua feeling somewhat exasperated. They were merely children, yet this scene was enough to make her feel awkward. As Qing Yin slowly awakened, an enticing aroma wafted through her nostrils, emanating from the fruit before her. It was indeed beautiful. She turned her gaze towards Song Lan. "Did Uncle Jingsheng give this to you? If you share it with me, he won't be upset, right?" She could discern the fruit's excellent healing properties and remembered her mother advising her not to take things from others lightly. The golden fruit was undoubtedly precious. She could not accept it without hesitation. Furthermore, her mother had warned her that Song Lan was not a good beast man and that she should not play with him or accept his gifts. Thus, she declined, despite the fruit's mouth-watering allure. However, the temptation was overwhelming. She gazed longingly at the apple, which seemed to whisper to her, "Devour me, consume me." The most torturous predicament in the world was to have something one desired placed right before them, yet be unable to indulge. Why, oh why was this golden fruit not offered by someone else, but by Song Lan? Qing Yuan felt tears welling up, her lips trembling in distress. Jiang Xinghua, observing her sorrowful expression, was puzzled as to why the child was so upset. "Do not worry. Uncle will not be angry. It is just a fruit." Jiang Xinghua was taken aback by Song Lan's soothing words, which starkly contrasted with the original tale. Had the original couple been so easily torn apart? Was the storyline meant for Ling Shuang, now unfolding through Qing Yuan? Jiang Xinghua was utterly baffled by this turn of events, sighing deeply. In the end, Qing Yuan still rejected the golden fruit. Her health had improved significantly. However, the nearby Xiao Zhong, despite substantial healing, would benefit from consuming the fruit for complete recovery. "May I give this to the little cub? He seems quite distressed. I can feel it." Jiang Xinghua smiled knowingly at Qing Yin. Relieved that her cub was growing up with a kind heart, she felt a sense of ease, knowing as long as they remained virtuous, their futures would surely differ from those of the past. "Very well, Qing Yin is the best." Jin Tang regarded the little one, merely 5 years old, already understanding the essence of kindness. It seemed her mother had raised her exceptionally well. Song Lan handed the golden fruit to Hua Yin, who sliced it open and began to feed it to Xiao Zhong, administering the remedy she had prepared. Xiao Zhong's spirits lifted considerably, and as Qing Yuan gazed at the seeds left from the golden fruit, she stealthily took one. She presented the seed to Jiang Xinghua. "Mother, could you try planting this seed? This golden fruit possesses remarkable healing properties." Jiang Xinghua examined the shimmering seed, nodding in agreement. For some reason, she felt as though she had encountered these seeds before, yet could not recall where. She took the seeds to the spacious area before her home. There were only 5 seeds, so she dug a few holes, placing 1 seed in each. After returning, she had yet to see Qing Yin and Qing Zhu. After a long wait, the 2 cubs finally returned from afar, each carrying several baskets.